The mountain road at night was dimly lit. An old Civic roared past, kicking up an empty soda can by the roadside with a dull clang-clang. The driver's side window of the Civic reflected Yun Ye's ruggedly handsome profile. Recalling the scene just moments ago, he couldn't help but mock himself. $2 million a month for living expenses? No wonder some guys jump at the chance to be sugar babies for rich older women. Half an hour ago, a wealthy woman had offered to sponsor Yun Yi with a staggering price tag of $2 million per month. Between money and dignity, Yun Yi had decisively chosen the latter. Just thinking about the woman's appearance sent a shiver down his spine. Some things just can't be compromised trying to force, it would only ruin your stomach. Holding you close, the warmth of the past returns. In my heart, the innocence of childhood remains untouched. The song Years of Affection echoed inside the car. His brother's gentle voice tugged at Yun Ye's thoughts. After refusing the rich woman, he could already guess what his future would look like. Perhaps he'd settle for someone he didn't love, get married, and have kids. The rich second generation passed down wealth, the official second generation passed down power. What could his son pass down? Most likely, just hospital bills. The road home stretched endlessly ahead, yet Yun Yi felt as if he were staring at the end of his life. Those who complain about not seeing the future have already seen it. What a shitty life. There was a time when Yun Yi also dreamed of becoming someone extraordinary through hard work. But later he realized, enduring hardship doesn't make you extraordinary, eating people does. Unfortunately, he'd realized this too late. Lost in melancholy, he completely missed the landslide warning sign ahead. By the time he saw it, it was too late. The brake pads sparked brightly as the Civic plunged into the collapsed section of road. Yun Yi closed his eyes in despair. His life was over. After a grating, bone-jarring crash, Yun Yi lost consciousness. Bring him here. Start resuscitation immediately. No pulse. Meet at the village entrance. Bring half a gene of cement. Kuaishou fined $260 million for copyright infringement. You're my little apple. I can never love you enough. A cacophony of hallucinations flooded his mind, as if he'd lived through a century. Consciousness slowly returned. He opened his heavy eyelids, and the first thing he saw was a pair of legs longer than his life itself. White, smooth, delicate, and round like tender scallion stalks. His gaze moved upward. The girl's waist-to-hip ratio was perfection itself. Her chest, though not fully developed, already showed promising promise. Her oval face was exquisitely carved, her peach blossom eyes sparkling like starlight. A girl this beautiful, if she became a gold digger, no man could possibly resist. Sigh. If only boss would look like this. Yun Yi rubbed his cheeks with both hands, muttering self-deprecatingly. Well, loser. My last delusion before death is actually by Wan Qing. Following the principle of my delusion, my rules. Yun Yi reached out and gave her leg a quick grope. Smooth, cool, like silk, so white. The girl's cheeks flushed crimson. Furious, she raised her fists and punched Yun Yi twice. Are you trying to die, Yun Yi? Yun Yi winced in pain, but then froze. It hurt. How could it possibly hurt? It's real. The girl's chest heaved with anger, deeply offended by Yun Ye's sudden boldness. You bastard. I never thought you'd be this kind of person. Yun Yi sensed something was off. Could it be rebirth? But if it was rebirth, where was the ding? No system notification? Dazed, Yun Yi reached out into the air, swiping his fingers as if trying to summon a virtual screen. But all he got was by Wan Qing's disdainful glare. Yun Yi was deeply disappointed. No system, huh? Seeing that Yun Yi wasn't responding, Bai Wanqing wrinkled her cute little nose and snapped, "Stop pretending to be dumb. Get back to normal right now." Meeting his old flame again, Yun Yi felt a complex mix of emotions. For 3 years of high school, he chased after Bai Wanqing. They'd even been briefly together. Though that relationship lasted only a month, it had been unforgettable. Back then, he was naive, believing that if he treated Bai Wanqing with complete devotion, he'd earn sweet love in return. He diminished his own worth, abandoned his dignity, and would have done anything for her. But in the end, all he got was a like. Casual were not right for each other. And indeed, they weren't. Her father drove the only Rolls-Royce Phantom in Luling City, while his father's car was just a Yushing. School had temporarily erased the gap between their social classes. Outside of school, Yun Yi and Bai Wanqing lived in completely different worlds. Even their brief relationship existed only because Bai Wanqing appreciated his size and performance. Bai Wanqing didn't care about Yun Ye's feelings at all. She only wanted to extract emotional value from him. As for Yun Ye's shattered youth, she didn't give a damn. Apologize to me, Bai Wanqing ordered imperiously, still as haughty as ever, treating Yun Yi like her servant. Yun Yi, barely accepting the reality of being reborn into 2014. Just wanted to be alone to plan his future. He had no interest in engaging with Bai Wanxing. Sorry, I didn't mean to touch your leg. Happy now? Even a fool could hear the insincerity in his voice. Bai Wanxing grew annoyed. Without hesitation, she grabbed the departing Yunyi and thrust her phone in front of him. These days, everyone uses QQ to confess. Look at this message you sent me. The screen displayed a confession message from Yunyi to Bai Wanxing. My heart shattered into a QR code. Scan it, and it's still you. The pathetic, desperate vibe overflowed the screen, making Yunyi's eyes darken and his toes curl. Too cringy. How could he have been so stupid when he was young? Stay calm, stay calm. Everyone was reckless in their youth. It was a truth or dare game. I picked dare. Bai Wanxing crossed her arms, proudly lifting her delicate chin. You really expect me to believe that? You could believe it or not. Wait. Bai Wanxing panicked. What was happening was completely outside her control. According to the usual script, you should be confessing to her right now. Why was he walking away? Anything else? Bai Wanxing pressed her lips tightly together, as if making a decision. If you confess to me in person right now, I'll seriously consider it. One of her pond fish was about to escape. Time to throw in some bait. Yunyi laughed. Miss, you've already made the dog run in circles. Now you want to lure him out just to slaughter him? Too cruel. You're a good girl, but we're not a match. Let's just stay classmates. Bai Wanxing's mind went blank. Her hand froze in midair, her expression dazed like Timon from The Lion King. This was supposed to be her line. What? What do you mean? Yunyi turned and walked away, leaving behind only a Xiaosa suave back. In his previous life, he'd been haunted by the things he couldn't achieve in his youth. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake. Now that he'd been reborn, who the hell still wants to fall in love? His last life was too short, filled with regrets and unfulfilled longings waiting for him to make right. Bai Wanxing, get lost. Sunlight from the setting sun fell on his shoulders. Yunyi felt incredibly light. The past is buried with the past. Next year, flowers will bloom again as before. In a daze, the 35-year-old soul merged with the 17-year-old body. Yunyi made peace with his younger self. It's okay. This time, I'll turn this losing game around. Chapter 2. Incomparable insight. As Yunyi wandered through the campus, memories surged forth from the depths of his mind. It was a peculiar sensation. He simultaneously possessed the vigor of youth and the wisdom that accompanies it. The present moment seemed to be the first semester of his sophomore year. Following the conclusion of the initial monthly examination, parents and teachers were convening for a meeting. Yunyi vaguely recalled his less-than-stellar performance. Ever since he had met Bai Wanxing, his focus had strayed from his studies. In his previous life, he managed to gain admission to a low-tier second-tier university, largely due to the shortcuts afforded by pursuing the arts. However, he could not afford to continue this decline. He needed to reclaim his academic pursuits. At the age of 35, the prospect of revisiting high school knowledge was somewhat daunting. Having graduated years ago, he had nearly forgotten everything from that period. How would he manage this? Was he truly expected to devote himself to studying? At that moment, a sharp pain akin to the prick of a needle pierced through Yunyi's mind. Talent awakening, incomparable insight. In that instant, tears welled in his eyes. After all, was it conceivable to be reborn without any form of support? Even without a system, there should be some form of advantage. Incomparable insight, by its very name, seemed to pertain to one's capacity for learning. Yunyi's thirst for knowledge surged. He was eager to assess the true value of this newfound insight. As the bell rang, students poured out of classrooms like a horde of zombies. Yunyi, moving against the tide, collided with his mother, Deng Yinghua. He had expected her to appear somewhat younger, but upon closer inspection, he realized that since the inception of his memories, she had always embodied the visage of a middle-aged woman. Mother, scoring below 400 points. What are you even studying daily? Don't call me to the next parent-teacher meeting. Let your father attend instead. Deng Yinghua's face darkened, disregarding the public setting, and she forcefully hurled the rolled-up report card at Yunyi. Some parents appeared utterly oblivious to the notion of self-respect. Among the crowd, many of Yunyi's classmates cast curious glances in his direction. What a pity indeed. The appearance of a campus heartthrob, yet burdened with the label of an underachiever. His score of 390 was an ongoing disappointment, progressively worsening with each examination, languishing at the bottom of the rankings. Early romantic entanglements and an addiction to the internet were likely culprits for his academic decline. This individual was doomed. Yunyi smoothed out the wrinkled report card and quietly returned to class 5 of his sophomore year. Should he blame his mother? Perhaps, but it was bearable. After all, She was still his mother. One could not expect a middle-aged woman who had barely completed elementary school to possess profound empathetic abilities. Were that the case, his relationship with his parents in his previous life would not have been so strained. The root of his troubles lay in his dismal academic performance. If he could elevate his grades, the ensuing conflicts would surely dissipate. In his previous life, he had been a mediocre student, yet this time, he aspired to be an academic achiever. With a total score of 390 on this monthly examination, he ranked 57th in his class. His scores were as follows: Chinese 107, English 105, Chemistry 52, and Biology 62. Mathematics and physics were dismally low, at 27 and 37, likely acquired through sheer guesswork. With such scores, he was far from reaching even the second-tier university cutoff. It was as if he were merely inviting tears from his parents through his academic inadequacy. Regaining his focus, he promptly set about exploring the depths of incomparable insight, retrieving his mathematics textbook to peruse its contents. The once cryptic and intricate knowledge suddenly appeared devoid of any challenge. Yun Yi voraciously absorbed one knowledge point after another, his heart swelling with a profound sense of achievement. His extraordinary insight was indeed an exceptionally rare gift, endowing him not only with formidable learning capabilities, but also with a memory nearly as vivid as high-definition imagery. He could even recall which pages of his textbook bore creases and which pages had scratches. His heart raced with exhilaration, pounding like a drum. How marvelous! Initially troubled by the thought of how to elevate his grades, he now felt that with such exceptional insight, even becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination was within reach. Who claimed that rebirth necessitates a struggle against the odds. The path before him was evidently one of great fortune. A voice filled with schadenfreude interrupted Yun Ye's reverie. Yun Yi, focus on your studies after the exam. Your imagination is quite something. He looked up and was immediately amused. It was Zhou Yi. This fellow's hair remained as unappealing as ever, with long bangs obscuring his left eye, perfectly illustrating the saying that the left eye is for forgetting, while the right is for remembering you. Zhou Yi, the class monitor of Class 5, was academically competent and ranked well within the entire grade. His animosity towards Yun Yi stemmed from his infatuation with Bai Wanqing. Yun Yi had at least garnered her attention, while Zhou Yi had not even been afforded that opportunity. It was evident that Zhou Yi was privy to some gossip, his speech dripping with sarcasm. I heard you've given up on pursuing Wanqing. It seems you possess some self-awareness after all. It's about time. Wanqing would never be interested in a slacker like you. The classroom erupted in laughter, and the wave of superiority that washed over Yun Yi was decidedly unpleasant. What do you mean? Yun Yi retorted. Zhou Yi smirked, practically broadcasting his disdain. I commend your self-awareness. Perhaps you should focus more on your studies. A lack of intelligence isn't your fault, but with a bit of diligence, you might still have a chance at university. Yun Ye's expression remained impassive as he seized Zhou Yi by the collar and slammed him against the wall twice with force. Those who are blessed with parental support speak with conviction. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback by Yun Ye's actions, before finally stammering, "Are you cursing my parents? Isn't that a testament to your brilliance?" Laughter erupted in the classroom, while Zhou Ye's face fluctuated between shades of green and white with indignation. Damn it, let me go? His temper was volatile, and Yun Yi felt no obligation to exhibit kindness towards someone like Zhou Yi. Yun Yi pressed on relentlessly. What did you mean by that comment? Huh? Aren't you just seeking a sense of superiority through me? You can't seriously think you're impressive, can you? Standing at 185 centimeters, Yun Yi towered over Zhou Yi, who stood at a mere 172 centimeters. The commanding presence of an adult compared to a high school student felt akin to a dimensional assault. Zhou Yi was left speechless, struggling to swallow, unable to retort. The classroom fell silent, as Yun Ye's decisive demeanor commanded the attention of all. From now on, anyone contemplating provoking Yun Yi would need to reconsider their approach. Satisfied that his purpose of intimidation had been accomplished, Yun Yi disdainfully released his grip. Zhou Yi gradually slid down the wall, wanting to retort, but deterred by a single glance from Yun Yi. Today, he had thoroughly embarrassed himself. Yun Yi paid no further heed to Zhou Yi and strode out of the classroom in search of his electric bicycle. Luling Third Middle School is situated in the southern part of the city, while Yun Yi's home lies to the north. Daily commutes to and from school are made on electric bicycles. The traffic along Jiang Road is torrential, with the Gan River slicing through the city, dividing Luling into two. On summer evenings, the setting sun melts into gold, and the clouds converge in a splendid display. The evening breeze playfully touzles Yun's fringe, and his future plans become increasingly lucid. The greatest happiness for a person is to engage in the most appropriate endeavors at the right age. As a student, academic performance is paramount. As for earning money, Yun remains unperturbed. The information asymmetry brought about by a renewed perspective, coupled with his extraordinary insight, renders the attainment of financial freedom an attainable goal. Furthermore, there is art. In a previous life, he was tormented by the interplay of light, shadow, lines, and color blocks to the brink of ecstasy. Now, with his exceptional intuition, he is eager to discover just how challenging it truly is. What kind of experience is it to be a dual top scorer in both the college entrance examination and the arts? Yun inhaled deeply, and the determination radiating from his gaze was striking. The summer breeze swept across the distant mountains and seas, rustling through the tapestry of time. Go forth, young man, to embrace the winds of destiny. In the northern district by the banks of the Rhine, the atmosphere during dinner at Yun's home was remarkably tense. His father, Yun Jianya, wore a grim expression, scoring only 390 points. Had he lost all his spirit? What was the point of his relentless toil? All day long, it was nothing but online distractions. There would be no allowance in the future. Yun remained silent, focusing on his meal. It was the same old story, guilt-laden education, emotional manipulation, ultimately wielding the financial sanctions of an allowance cut. The reason he developed a people-pleasing personality in his past life, fervently catering to Bai Wanqing, was inextricably linked to this form of upbringing. Yun felt no need to explain or justify. The next report card would speak for itself. After dinner, a refreshing shower, and the evening dedicated to diligent study commenced. At the riverside villa, Bai Wanqing found it impossible to calm her restless mind, her thoughts consumed by Yun. He had once been so fond of her. It was inconceivable that he would simply cease his pursuit. Chapter 3. What? Yun scored 140 in mathematics. Perhaps he was employing a strategy of retreat to advance. Indeed, that must be the case. Yun might be anxious now. I cannot allow myself to falter. Bai Wanqing squinted, increasingly convinced of this possibility. If she left him alone for a few more days, he would inevitably relent and apologize. She calculated her little schemes, oblivious to the fact that Yun had transformed beyond recognition. The next day, the sun shone brightly, and the midsummer morning was refreshingly cool. The streets were filled with the silhouettes of students carrying backpacks. Yun rode his electric bicycle along Jiang Road when he was called out midway. Yun Gu. The person approaching had a fair complexion, and Yun instantly recognized him. Guanqi Gu, Peng Daowu, Yun's childhood friend, had earned the nickname for his striking resemblance to a certain celebrity. I heard you pin Zhou Yi against the wall yesterday. Well done. I've never liked that arrogant fellow. By the way, are you really not pursuing Bai Wanqing anymore? Yun suddenly noticed the eager expression on his friend's face. What? Do you intend to take my place? That brother would not hesitate. All right. I admire your spirit. I wish you success. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce passed by Bai Wanqing's home. Upon witnessing the scene, Peng Daowu instinctively withdrew his head, and the youthful aspirations of the boy were instantly extinguished. Perhaps it was for the best. Bai Wanqing was simply not to his taste. After arriving at the school and parking the car, the two, as was their custom, first sought out breakfast before making their timely entrance into the classroom. Yun's seat was situated in the last row by the window, adjacent to the refuse-strewn corner. One could only wonder if the teacher had ulterior motives, seating the so-called garbage student next to the refuse. However, the label of garbage student was soon to become a relic of the past. With extraordinary insight and innate talent, Yun's ascendance to academic excellence was merely a matter of time. During the subsequent period, Yun became utterly engrossed in his studies, making rapid progress. On the morning of September 29th, the mathematics examination heralded the onset of the monthly assessments. In just half an hour, Yun completed the math paper. What was even more astonishing was his ability to control his score, a remarkable 140 points. The remaining 10 points were deliberately marked wrong, a concession to preserve the dignity of his mathematics teacher. Observing his peers deep in thought, Yun felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and superiority. So this was the world as perceived by an academic prodigy. Exhilarating. Peng Daowu cast a quizzical glance his way. What are you doing? At least pretend to be modest. He remarked. I've finished, Yun replied, casually shifting his paper towards Peng Daowu. Don't copy everything. The paper was indeed filled with answers. Peng Daowu was momentarily taken aback. his expression transforming into one of dawning realization. You wrote this nonsense and still expect me to copy? Not a chance. The most tragic revelation occurred. Yun Ye's reputation as an academic underachiever was so ingrained that even Peng Daowu could not believe he could complete the paper in half an hour. Forget it, I won't copy. With ample time remaining before the exam concluded, Yun Yi grew restless in his seat, his gaze wandering until it inadvertently fell upon Zhou Ye's paper in the front left. Suddenly inspired, he began covertly marking Zhou Ye's answers. Perhaps due to the prolonged scrutiny, Zhou Yi sensed something amiss and quickly adjusted his position to obstruct Yun Ye's view. You got 2 of the 10 multiple-choice questions wrong. Why would I want to copy you? Resigned to having nothing better to do, Yun Yi simply rested his head on the desk and fell asleep. One moment he closed his eyes, and the next, the exam was over. Time's up, papers in. After the teacher collected the papers and departed, Zhou Yi, brimming with indignation, approached Yun Yi. You cheated. I'm telling the teacher. Yun Yi furrowed his brow. He had no need to resort to copying, especially from someone of inferior performance. Are you foolish? Can you not be so self-satisfied? I saw you staring at my paper. Their altercation drew the attention of their classmates. Oh no. Could Yun Yi truly have cheated? Of course. With his poor grades, it's only reasonable he'd want to copy Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was either first or second in the class. It would be natural for Yun Yi, seated nearby, to have intentions. Hearing the speculation, Bai Wanqing felt a sense of relief. Intermittent effort and persistent mediocrity, that was truly Yun Yi. Everything prior had merely been a fade. Yun Yi remained as he always had, well within her control. The underachiever version of Yun Yi ironically brought her a sense of reassurance. Peng Daowu, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward to defend his good friend. Zhou Yi, stop talking nonsense. Brother Yun doesn't need to copy you. He has already finished his writing in a chaotic manner. Yun Yi felt a dark cloud hovering over him. Silence does not equate to muteness. Bai Wanqing understood that she must appropriately offer some encouragement to Yun Yi, reigniting his hope. Thus she gallantly stepped in to extricate him from his predicament. Zhou Yi, we are all classmates. Do not make things difficult for Yun Yi. Upon hearing the goddess speak, Zhou Yi immediately altered his demeanor. All right, for Wanqing's sake. I won't hold it against you. Yun Yi, hurry up and thank Wanqing. Bai Wanqing gazed at Yun Yi with hopeful eyes, only to be met with his indifferent, handsome visage. Yun Yi was utterly repulsed. Though Bai Wanqing appeared to be defending him, she was essentially affirming the accusation of his cheating. To demand gratitude under such circumstances was utterly outrageous. Cease your charade of being a good person. I will reiterate, I did not plagiarize, nor do I need to. This was the first time Bai Wanqing had been reprimanded by Yun Yi, and her pent-up grievances surged forth uncontrollably, a mix of disappointment and anger breaking free from its confines. Proud as she was, how could she tolerate such insolence from Yun Yi? Why are you acting this way? Yun Yi, I thought you were merely sulking. I could endure everything before, but now you have gone too far. I am telling you, we are finished. Yun Yi regarded her with disdain, thinking, oh, is this a game of feigned retreat? At 17, he might have fallen for such tactics, perhaps unnerved by Bai Wanqing's tears, leading him to apologize and continue as her devoted admirer. However, at 35, he was emotionally mature and stable, having seen through Bai Wanqing's little ruse. To him, it was a welcome opportunity. Yun Yi's cold demeanor deeply pierced Bai Wanqing's heart, igniting her fury. Yun Yi, I hope you do not come to regret this. With that, Bai Wanqing left, her voice tinged with tears, hinting at a sense of defeat. Witnessing the rift between Yun Yi and Bai Wanqing, Zhou Yi rejoiced, believing that his chance to intervene had arrived, and hurriedly pursued her. Wanqing, wait for me. Wanqing, Yun Yi doesn't want you, he wants me. Thus, this farce came to an end. Yun Yi calmed himself, preparing for the next round of examinations. Following were chemistry, physics, biology, English, and Chinese. The last exam, Chinese, took place on the afternoon of September 30th. As the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted within the examination hall. For the National Day holiday was just around the corner. Before school dismissed, the homeroom teacher, Gong Chonglin, convened a class meeting to offer a few reminders. Once the meeting concluded, Peng Daowu dragged Yun Yi to an internet CAF. During such times, the entrance of the CAF was always crowded with bicycles and electric scooters. The students' holiday had begun, yet the teachers were still burdened with the arduous task of grading papers. Halfway through the grading, the math teacher, visibly irate. Approached Gong Changlin with a test paper in hand. Gong Laosher, their essay student in your class who scored 140. Gong Changlin laughed heartily. Not bad. It must be Zhou Yi. This kid has made progress. I believe he has never scored this high before. Not Zhou Yi. It's your perennial bottom dweller, Yun Yi. I recall that during the last monthly examination, he scored merely in the 20s in mathematics. Gong Changlin's smile gradually faded, and without further ado, he seized the test paper and began to scrutinize it. Class 5, Year 2, Yun Yi, a staggering 140 points. It was evident that something was amiss. When did Yun Yi ever achieve such a score in mathematics? What kind of prodigy could elevate their score by over 100 points in the span of a month? Gong Changlin's nostrils flared in indignation as he slammed the paper onto the table. Such arrogance. To claim such a high score. Did he take the grading teacher for a fool? Rest assured, Teacher Yu, once the National Day holiday concludes, I shall decisively deal with this troublemaker. Chapter 4. If you can score 600 points, I shall call you Father Gong Changlin, the physics teacher. Realized something after Teacher Yu departed and hurriedly extracted Yun Ye's paper from several classes' tests. Not realizing the extent of the situation until he reviewed it, he was taken aback. Yun Yi had evidently not left him much dignity, confining his score to a mere 96 points. Gong Changlin ground his teeth in frustration, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. This audacious boy dared to cheat, even in my physics class. How amusing. Unbeknownst to Yun Yi, he had already caught the attention of his homeroom teacher. At that moment, he was at an internet CAF, engrossed in playing games. The year 2014 marked the peak of League of Legends. The gaming environment was pristine, devoid of numerous studios and boosting services, and the matchmaking system was not as flawed, allowing players to relish the pure joy of the game. The newly released Void Rift Beast was indeed formidable. I have achieved 12 consecutive victories. Yun Yi nodded, acknowledging that the Void Rift Beast had been terrifyingly powerful upon its debut. Strong as it was, why did you not purchase the Black Cleaver first? In League, neglecting the Black Cleaver is unthinkable. In Season 4, the Black Cleaver was forever revered. The Hydra develops swiftly. One should first craft a Tiamat before transitioning to the Black Cleaver. That makes sense. The air in the internet CAF was permeated with an odd amalgamation of scents, instant noodles, spicy strips, foot odor, sweat, and disinfectant coalescing into a singular aroma. It was the essence of battle, ever fresh and enduring. The body cannot deceive, as dormant memories awakened. Yun Yi felt his blood surge with fervor. League of Legends was an integral part of his youth. Suddenly, a classmate, Peng Long, approached. Yin Gu, you're here to game? It's been ages since we last saw you online. Without your LeBlanc, our win rate has plummeted. I have no money, Yun Yi replied, hands shoved in his pockets. Feigning a look of helplessness, his allowance had dwindled significantly, leaving him with merely 15 yuan each day, which had to cover both breakfast and lunch, leaving no spare funds for the internet. In his previous life, he had often skipped breakfast, saving 35 yuan in a week for internet fees, allowing himself a day of indulgence at the CAF. However, the current Yun Yi could not afford such luxury. Hunger was a real concern. Who could fathom the sheer willpower he possessed back then? It could only be said that a young man addicted to the internet is truly reckless. I need to come up with some money. Otherwise, I won't even have enough for bubble tea. Of course, Yun Yi was not contemplating amassing a fortune at this moment. As a 17-year-old high school student, such aspirations were unrealistic. He merely aimed to earn a bit of pocket money to alleviate his pressing financial predicament. But how could he earn money while balancing his studies? A century-old conundrum lies before us. How can knowledge be monetized? Peng Daowu interrupted Yun Ye's train of thought. Shall we indulge in a game? Never mind. It's nearly 7 o'clock. Returning home late would be difficult to explain. Just say the class meeting ran a bit long. The crux of the matter is, your internet is out. Damn it. On the way home, Peng Daowu continued to discuss the wilderness routes of the elusive Void Beast with Yun Yi, who had grown weary of the topic. How did you fare on your exam this time? Peng Daowu glanced sideways, as if seeing Yun Yi in a new light. Are you serious? You, Yun Yi, discussing studies with me? Of course, I'm currently quite formidable. Peng Daowu laughed so hard he nearly lost control, attracting curious glances from passers-by. Stop joking. Let us earnestly pursue our art studies instead. Studying, is that really your concern? In his previous life, Peng Daowu had indeed studied art, displaying considerable talent, far surpassing Yun Yi. While Yun Yi ranked outside the top tier in the art joint examination, Peng Daowu, also a latecomer, managed to break into the top 3,000. However, he suffered from the consequences of cultural scores, ultimately being admitted to a low-tier second-rate university. Have your parents agreed? Peng Daowu remained unfazed, exuding a nonchalant demeanor as if indifferent to the boiling water. What if they don't? My brother has already squandered his potential. They can't just abandon me, can they? True enough. When will you discuss studying art with your parents? After the National Day holiday, I suppose. Yunyi had fully grasped high school knowledge. And pursuing art indeed deserved attention. Having lingered in the internet CAF, he arrived home at 7, inevitably facing a scolding. Yun Jianye's concerns always revolved around academics. Beyond studying, he was at a loss for conversation with Yunyi. How did you perform this time? When this topic arose, Yunye's spirits soared, radiating confidence from within. It went well. I should score over 600. Boasting without a shred of proof. Why not claim you'll score 700? Had it not been for this exam's restraint on his abilities, Yunyi could have indeed scored 700. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he still felt a twinge of displeasure from his father's derisive tone. Criticism as a form of education is truly repugnant. First, it shatters a child's self-esteem under the guise of preparing them for society. Isn't it enough that society will inevitably batter them? Must you strike first? Is it so difficult to praise your own child? Yunyi struggled to suppress the resentment accumulated from 2 lives, responding with calm determination. No, I truly can score 600. Yun Jianye scoffed, possessing an uncanny ability to turn all matters into a melodrama. Humph. If you score 600, I'll call you father. Yunyi pressed his lips together, his expression enigmatic. Is that so? Don't regret it later. Deng Yinghua tapped her son's bowl, interrupting the increasingly charged exchange. Enough of the nonsense. Eat your meal. If you manage to score 500, your father and I will be grateful. Let me be clear. If you don't score at least 450 in this monthly exam, your father will attend the parent-teacher meeting. I cannot bear this shame. Mother, there will come a day when you shall feel shame for underestimating me. By the way, the National Day holiday has arrived. Could you spare me some pocket money? Despite asking his mother for some funds, Yun Jianye was met with Yun Ye's discontented refusal. He has always relished the opportunity to reprimand Yunyi whenever he extends his hand for money. No, you expect to receive pocket money with such poor grades? I am well aware of your intentions for the money. Do not even think about heading to the internet CAF. You shall remain home during the holiday. We do not earn money for you to squander it at an internet CAF. Do you think making money is a trivial endeavor? Yunyi furrowed his brow, his desire to earn money reaching its zenith at that moment. Economic independence is imperative. Otherwise, one shall inevitably face incessant nagging. How vexing. Grades. Does being a poor student render one less human? I understand your struggles in earning money, but that does not justify morally coercing others. With a stubborn spirit, Yunyi declared, tomorrow, I shall work at your construction site for a day. Consider it a means to earn my pocket money. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, Yun Jianye gazed at Yunyi in astonishment. Very well. If you can endure a full day, I shall certainly pay you for your labor. With renewed vigor, Yunyi stood up, hands pressed against the table. Let it be decided. I am eager to witness the challenges of earning money. After Yunyi returned to his room, Deng Yinghua whispered, are you truly allowing him to work at the site tomorrow? A bit of hardship will do him good. Chapter 5. A total score of 674. And you expect me to believe you did not cheat? Yunyi kept his word. Early the following morning, he arose early to accompany his parents to the construction site. Upon arrival, Yun Jianye tossed Yunyi a safety helmet and a pair of gloves, then pointed to some bricks in the distance, instructing, do you see those 3-hole bricks? Your task is to water them every half hour and then move them beside the lift. Understood. Then what are you waiting for? Get moving. Oh. The tall and handsome young man appeared out of place amidst the grimy construction site, attracting curious glances from the laborers. Who is that? The son of Yingong? Look at his delicate skin. How can he endure the hardships of construction? They are raising their son. Do they truly expect him to work? Yunyi had frequented the site and felt no embarrassment, silently immersing himself in the task of moving bricks. Occasionally, when his parents were busy and no meals were prepared at home, he would often go to the construction site for a meal. The project site felt like a second home to him. As he worked, Yunyi sensed something amiss. Why did he not feel fatigued? Logically, having never engaged in manual labor, he should have been exhausted from moving bricks. Yet, after 2 hours of continuous work, he felt not a hint of tiredness, not even a hint of breathlessness. Could it be that my extraordinary comprehension has also enhanced my physical abilities? A significant boost in physical fitness is undoubtedly a blessing. And Yunyi did not delve deeper into the matter, becoming increasingly vigorous in his work. Eventually, finding the small cart cumbersome, he decided to lift the bricks directly. Each 3-hole brick weighs 20 pounds, and he could effortlessly carry 6 at a time. The elderly gentleman mixing mortar was astounded upon noticing the number of bricks in Yunye's hands. Goodness, is this a man or a donkey? The construction site buzzed with noise as the sun grew increasingly scorching. Around 10 a.m., upon returning from the market, Deng Yinghua was struck by a pang of sympathy as she observed her son drenched in sweat. The hand that ought to have wielded a pen was now grasping a brick. "Xiao Yi, cease your labor and come back. Your father was merely jesting," she implored. "A true man can accomplish anything with sheer determination. I am resolute in finishing this task." Yunyi was determined to alter his parents' perception of him, refusing to abandon his endeavor at this critical juncture. In just a morning's time, he managed to transport 6 cubic meters of bricks, constructing a modest hill beside the lift. At noon, as the construction site paused for lunch, workers ascended the lift to depart for their meal. As Yun Jianya exited the lift, an elderly gentleman mixing mortar immediately offered a thumbs up. "Yun, your son is truly impressive. He moved 6 cubic meters of bricks in just one morning." Yun Jianya was instantly drawn to the remarkable pile of 3-hole bricks beside the lift, a magnificent sight of over 1,000 sizable bricks stacked together. His astonishment was palpable. "You managed this alone, without assistance?" Having toiled for an entire morning, Yun Yi was now somewhat fatigued and reluctant to speak, merely shaking his head in silence. Men often struggle to articulate their feelings. Yun Jianya hesitated, his stern gaze softening significantly. That was indeed 6 cubic meters of 3-hole bricks, totaling 3,000 bricks, equivalent to the workload of 3 men in a day. Moving 3,000 bricks in a single morning was not only a test of physical strength, but also a formidable challenge for one's resolve. Yun Jianya had always perceived Yun Yi as lacking in willpower. Otherwise, how could he have such poor academic performance? Yet today, Yun Yi's actions compelled him to regard him with newfound respect. In an inexplicable manner, something touched the softer recesses of Yun Jinya's heart, and he managed to utter, "Time to eat." After a morning of exertion, Yun Yi's other desires were eclipsed by his appetite, and he dusted off his trousers and followed suit. The meal at the construction site was communal. With Yun Yi's presence today, Deng Yinghua prepared a special dish of stir-fried beef heart and steamed perch, favorites of her son. Bricklaying was arduous work, and Yun Yi, having expended significant energy, devoured his meal ravenously. Yun Jianya's gaze toward his son was laced with complexity. After a moment's contemplation, he withdrew 6 bills from his wallet and handed them over. "You can return home after lunch." Yun Yi was taken aback. "Isn't a day's wage 200? You've assigned me the work of 3 men. If you feel awkward, taking 200 is fine." He promptly tucked the 600 yuan into his pocket. A reward earned brick by brick, entirely legitimate. Before departing, he couldn't resist a sardonic remark directed at his father. "I thought making money on the construction site was difficult. Turns out it's far easier than studying." The flicker of paternal affection that had just ignited in Yun Jianya vanished in an instant, his expression darkening once more. "Ungrateful child. Return the money to me. There's another batch of bricks this afternoon. You truly wish to spend your life moving bricks on a construction site?" By then, Yun Yi had already disappeared from sight. Nevertheless, his performance today had undeniably succeeded in altering his parents' views of him, transforming from a good-for-nothing son into one who simply pursued an unconventional path. The effort spent on moving those bricks was well worth it. Not only did it yield a profit of 600 yuan, but it also eased the conflict between father and son. The air conditioning unit in the project department hummed incessantly. Yun Jianya, clutching a bottle, grew increasingly uneasy as the flavorful lunch turned bland. I found myself pondering why he expended such energy in this manner instead of focusing on his studies. If he applied himself with the same fervor towards learning, he could certainly gain admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University. Deng Yinghua was less extreme in her views. She remained somewhat reassured, thinking that there was still time since he was only in the 2nd year of high school. Yun Yi did not return home, but headed straight to the familiar Feihu Internet CAF to meet Peng Daowu. For a high school student, 600 yuan was a substantial sum, enough to carry him through the National Day holiday. With the worries of academic pressure alleviated, Yun Yi found himself at leisure. Although League of Legends was entertaining, it did become somewhat tiresome for an adult after prolonged play. In the quiet of midnight, he often felt a sense of emptiness in life, and his desire to study art grew stronger. Back then, he had only scored 214 in the art entrance examination, barely passing the threshold, a fact that remained a thorn in his side. Yun Yi aspired to achieve commendable results, hoping not to squander the efforts he had previously invested. Additionally, Bai Wanqing, also an art student and a prominent figure in the art studio at Sanzhong, had ridiculed Yun Yi's artwork on multiple occasions, leading him to question his own worth. It was truly disheartening to see his painstaking creations mocked as rubbish. Yun Yi could not swallow this humiliation. He needed to reclaim his dignity. The National Day holiday concluded amidst laughter and joy, and Yun Yi's high school life returned to its usual rhythm. On October 8th, a Monday, classes resumed. The atmosphere in Class 5 of the second year was as tense as a morgue, with students still languishing in the holiday mindset. Today was the day for results to be announced. Many faces were etched with uncertainty and anxiety, while Yun Yi remained as composed as ever, occasionally glancing towards the door. The results should have been available by now, and he wondered what expression old Gong would wear upon seeing his scores. The commotion was bound to be significant. Yun Yi had long prepared himself mentally. From this day forth, he would leave behind the label of an underachiever and embark on the legendary path of an academic achiever. Peng Daowu noticed Yun Yi's distracted demeanor and curiously inquired, "What are you looking at? Why hasn't old Gong arrived yet?" Just then, as if summoned, Gong Chang strode in, his face long and stern, heading directly towards Yun Yi. "Yun Yi, come here." Instantly, all the classmates turned to observe with a mixture of schadenfreude. Even a fool could see that old Gong was furious. Yun Yi remained calm and followed him to the office. He had long since outgrown his fear of teachers. In the Academic Affairs building, in Gong Changlin's office, the subject teachers of Class 5 were poised and watchful, their gazes piercing as they scrutinized Yun Yi. Given the gravity of the situation, Yun Yi felt a sense of honor, thinking that there should be banners on the wall proclaiming confession leads to leniency, resistance leads to severity. Gong Changlin's face was dark as he commanded, "Stand straight. Stop the smirking." He added, "In all my years of teaching, I have never encountered a student as audacious as you." The scores were revealed. Mathematics 140, Chinese 138, English 135, Physics 96, Chemistry 80, Biology 85. With a total of 674. Come, enlighten me on this remarkably effective cheating software. Chapter 6. This young man might just be a genius. Yun Yi pointed at his own head and uttered the most pretentious statement to date. If there truly existed a cheating tool, it would undoubtedly be my brain. In truth, this assertion bore merit. After awakening his extraordinary intellect, Yun Yi's mind became the most formidable aid one could possess. The office descended into an oppressive silence. All the teachers were rendered speechless. Gong Changlin's face turned ashen as he banged his fist on the desk. "Have you no shame? If your mind were truly that exceptional, how did you score 390 in the last exam?" Yun Yi wiped his face with his sleeve, stepping back in disdain. "Teacher Gong, let us not stray from the topic. Let us discuss the artificial rainfall." Gong Changlin clenched his fists, reciting the teacher's creed in his mind to suppress the urge to strike. "Do not divert the conversation. Confess honestly." Yun Yi feigned innocence, for he truly had nothing to confess. A bold life requires no explanation. "Confess what? How did you cheat?" "I did not cheat." Seeing Yun Yi still daring to deny it, Gong Changlin slammed Yun Yi's various subject test papers onto the desk. 674. Last year's admission threshold for Tsinghua University in the sciences was 670, and you still dare to argue that you didn't cheat. Gong Changlin found it utterly unbelievable that a student who scored 390 could transform into a Tsinghua contender within a month. No one would believe it, unless a miracle occurred. Faced with the teacher's relentless gaze, Yun Yi, with his hands in his pockets and a cheeky grin, complimented, "Isn't it true that you are a model educator, capable of helping a student like me break through the Tsinghua admission line in just a month?" Gong Changlin was left speechless, the authority of his role as a teacher waning. Confronted with Yun Yi's audacity, he had no choice but to resort to the most dreaded punishment from his student days: summon the parents. "Bring your mother and father here, now." Is that really necessary? Yun Yi was reluctant to trouble his parents, who were likely quite busy at that moment. Gong Changlin sneered, "Now you're frightened. It's of no use. Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? Hurry up, this matter is non-negotiable. Seeing Gong Chonglin's seriousness, Yun Yi reluctantly raised his hand in concession. It might be better to escalate the situation to avoid lengthy explanations later. The bell rang, signaling the end of morning study. A girl in the corner of Gong Chonglin's office, having overheard the gossip, timidly returned to class 5 of the senior year with her test papers. The girl was Lu Ming, the mathematics representative from class 5 of the sophomore year. Upon hearing such sensational gossip, Lu Ming's face flushed with excitement, as she could hardly wait to share it with her classmates. Do you know why old Gong called Yun Yi over? Yun Yi scored 674 in this month's exam, ranking first in the entire school. A wave of astonishment swept through the previously tranquil classroom. Bai Wanqing was the first to stand up, her beautiful eyes brimming with disbelief. Impossible, stop trying to fool us. How could Yun Yi possibly achieve such a high score? Who doesn't he know he is a poor student? I suspect he can't even differentiate between function graphs. Some grew anxious. Proud as she was, Bai Wanqing could hardly accept that the former sycophant had transformed into an academic prodigy. She simply could not accept it. For the underdog, a reversal of fortune is a delightful prospect, yet for the goddess, it manifests as a wholly cruel experience. Zhou Yi, who had been sipping milk, abruptly discarded it upon hearing those words. Wanqing was right. What a joke. Yun Yi must have cheated. With his level of capability, even scoring 400 would be a challenge, let alone achieving 674. Lu Ming was quite pleased with the crowd's reaction, as such opportunities to be the center of attention were rare for her. Indeed, Yun Yi had undoubtedly cheated. Teacher Gong and the various subject teachers were interrogating him. They even summoned his parents. Yun Yi was in serious trouble this time. Peng Daowu had just risen to cheer for his good brother, only to quietly sit back down upon hearing this news. Bai Wanqing let out a long sigh, reverting to her aloof demeanor. Cheating? Then it was of no concern. Zhou Yi laughed heartily, disdain evident in his expression. He would not miss any opportunity to belittle Yun Yi, especially with Bai Wanqing present. How embarrassing. Yun Yi was utterly foolish, cheating yet managing to score so high. Did he truly believe the teachers would not catch on? This remark struck Bai Wanqing's ears as oddly abrasive, awakening a twisted sense of possessiveness within her. She could bully Yun Yi, but who was Zhou Yi to speak? Silence. This is none of your business. Zhou Yi promptly mimicked zipping his lips, closing his mouth. How wonderful, the goddess was speaking to him. Oh joy. At the construction site in the north of the city, Yun Jianya was inspecting the wall's compliance using a surveying instrument when a phone call suddenly interrupted. Hello, Teacher Gong, how are you? Yes, I will be there shortly. Without pause, Yun Jianya and his wife, Deng Yinghua, hurried to the school, seeking out Teacher Gong Chonglin's office. Upon seeing Yun Yi for the first time, Yun Jianya kicked out his leg. Yun Yi, startled, narrowly dodged the attack. Dad, what are you doing? You're getting ahead of yourself, aren't you? Cheating, how disgraceful. Yun Jianya was furious, rolling up his sleeves as if to strike. Teacher Gong Chonglin, taken aback by his haste, quickly approached along with several teachers to mediate. Calm down. Yun Jianya, I invited you here to resolve the issue. Hitting the child will only exacerbate the conflict. Yun Jianya, respecting the teacher, obediently sat down. I sincerely apologize for the trouble. I will certainly discipline this ungrateful child when I return. I did not cheat. Still trying to argue? Is Teacher Gong going to falsely accuse you as well? It's the truth. I scored 674 on my own merit. If necessary, you can check the surveillance. Teacher Gong Chonglin felt a bit awkward. The situation was so absurd that he thought checking the footage unnecessary, hence he had not. No need for such trouble. I will test you right here. Yun Yi crossed his arms, facing the subject teachers with calm composure. Come on, bring it on. Today, it's a battle between Zhang Wuji and the 6 major sects. Observing Yun Yi's confident demeanor, Gong Chonglin hesitated for a moment before exchanging glances with the other teachers. Test. Absolutely. The teachers were eager, with the math teacher being the first to step forward, unable to contain himself any longer. Let 1 and 2 denote the left and right foci of the hyperbola 22221, respectively. If there exists a point on the right branch of the hyperbola that satisfies 212, and the distance from point 2 to line 1 equals the length of the hyperbola's real axis, what then is the equation of the asymptotes of this hyperbola? Gong Chonglin intended to hand Yun Yi paper and a pen, yet Yun Yi had already provided the answer, 430. Such problems were trivial for Yun Yi, offering no challenge whatsoever. The paper and pen hovered in midair as Gong Changlin gazed curiously at the mathematics teacher. Is that correct? The teacher was astonished. Indeed. It is correct. Perhaps you could present a more challenging problem. This one is somewhat challenging. Very well, I shall pose a more difficult one. Let the focus of the parabola be 28, with the directrix as, and let be a point on the parabola, with the foot of the perpendicular as. If the slope of the line is 3, what then is its value? As the words fell, all eyes turned to Yun Yi. Yun Jianya and Deng Yinghua felt their hearts race, attentively watching their son, a bold thought stirring in their minds. Could my son be a genius? Yun Yi smiled faintly, remaining unflappable at the helm. The answer is 8. The crux of this problem lies in the equality of distances from a point on the parabola to both the focus and the directrix. First, we determine the coordinates of the focus from the parabola's equation, then derive the equation of the line based on its slope of 3. By simultaneously solving the equations of the directrix and the line, we ascertain the coordinates of the point, yielding that 6 plus 2 equals 8. The mathematics teacher began to sweat profusely. Correct, indeed. Chapter 7. The Astonishing Yun Yi. At this moment, the gazes directed at Yun Yi shifted profoundly. Yun Jianya was filled with elation. Could his son truly be a genius? Deng Yinghua felt as though her veins might burst, more exhilarated than on her wedding day. The mathematics teacher, determined to challenge him further, clenched his teeth and continued to pose problems. Yet, as soon as he finished reading, Yun Yi could instantly provide the answer without a moment's hesitation. Gradually, the teacher's back became drenched, his forehead flushed and steaming, resembling a hairy crab. Yun Yi was astounded. It seemed that one could truly smoke with exertion. What transpired was far from a teacher assessing a student. The teacher was clearly at a disadvantage, his pace of questioning slowing dramatically. Many teachers were drawn to the scene, crowding the office to witness the unfolding events. The mathematics teacher, at his wit's end, unleashed a final challenging problem. Given a regular 99 gone, placing 1, 2, and 99 at the 99 vertices, if two placement methods can coincide after rotation, then these methods are considered identical. Swapping the numbers of any two adjacent vertices counts as one operation. Determine the minimum number of operations required to transform one placement method into any other. If you can solve this problem, I will wholeheartedly believe your score is genuine. Teacher Yu was brimming with confidence, convinced that Yun Yi would falter. This was an exceedingly difficult Olympiad problem, necessitating a tremendous amount of computation. Even he had spent 3 nights to arrive at the answer. A high school sophomore like Yun Yi could not possibly compute it on the spot. Such tactics aimed at a high school student are shameful, yet in order to uphold the teacher's authority, Teacher Yu had no alternative. Listening attentively to the question, the teachers gathered outside the door wore expressions of difficulty. Teacher Yu's question was indeed excessively challenging. Was this not tantamount to bullying? To be honest, I cannot solve it. The calculations are far too intricate, exceeding the capacity of an average high school student. Yet, Yun Yi remained unperturbed. If the intention was to stump him, some might find themselves sorely disappointed. This question was undoubtedly complex, but for him, it was merely a matter of pondering for 3 additional seconds. The minimum possible value is 2,401. Teacher Yu's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He mechanically lifted his gaze from his chair, his eyes betraying a sense of uncontainable astonishment. He actually solved it. Remarkably, he managed to compute it. The student before him accomplished in mere seconds what had taken Teacher Yu 3 nights to resolve regarding this Olympiad problem. Moreover, it was done mentally, without any calculation tools, not even paper and pen. It was unimaginable that among his students, there existed such a prodigy. Teacher Yu was utterly astonished. Have you encountered this problem before? Seeing Teacher Yu's lingering disbelief, Yun Yi decided to demonstrate it on the spot. No, it isn't difficult. First, we prove that 2041, according to Turin's theorem, indicates that this 99 gon contains at most 4950. Then, by employing mathematical induction, we prove for states that, when less than or equal to 49 squared, leads to at most 2,401 operations, transforming it, and thus confirming the proposition. In summary, the minimum value is 2,401. Teacher Yu, I also possess 2 additional algorithms, which I would be glad to share with you when time permits. Solving this Olympiad problem would indeed require writing out several pages of rough drafts. Yet Yun Yi succinctly articulated the solution in mere moments, concise and piercing. Each word was a work of art. This scene was profoundly shocking, rendering the entire office silent. Teacher Yu, wide-eyed, appeared entranced as he mumbled, "Ah, you possess 2 additional algorithms?" Gong Chonglin was overwhelmed with emotion, his glasses askew, oblivious to their misalignment. Who could have anticipated that Yun Yi, whom he often regarded as a mediocre student, would erupt with such astonishing potential? He no longer doubted the authenticity of Yun Yi's academic achievements. To master mathematics to such an extent surely implied excellence in other subjects as well. It was truly remarkable. A student who had previously scored below 400 had managed to elevate his score by over 200 points in just a month. A veritable miracle in the annals of education. What a remarkable young man, truly impressive. I did not misjudge you. You are indeed a raw gem, quietly striving and astonishing everyone. Yun Yi's expression was peculiar. His demeanor subtle. Did I misjudge? A raw gem? Your expression changes rather swiftly. Thanks to your guidance, I was able to find my way back. Yun Jianya's emotions were tumultuous, difficult to articulate. He had initially come to reprimand his son for cheating, never anticipating that the seemingly hopeless boy had not cheated at all. A so-called underachiever transforming into a genius overnight. What a miracle. With Yun Yi's current performance, admission to Peking University or Tsinghua University was certainly within reach. Yun Jianya felt a profound sense of relief, as if a glimmer of hope had suddenly illuminated his days, invigorating his spirit. Thank you, Teacher Gong. And thank you to the school. Without your excellent guidance, Yenya would not have made such significant progress. As parents, we are genuinely delighted. Come, let us treat everyone to a meal. Deng Yinghua chimed in alongside. The couple insistently pulled Gong Chonglin along to dine. Witnessing the parents' insistence on treating, the teachers led by Gong Chonglin felt rather uneasy. They felt undeserving. While others may be unaware, they certainly knew the truth. Had they ever shown concern for Yenya? Until today, Yenya had still been regarded as an underperformer in their eyes. It is our duty to educate and nurture. There is no need for a meal, as there are still classes to attend. Thank you, but truly, it is unnecessary. Yenya could not help but chuckle, advising, Mom and Dad, do not trouble them. Everyone has their own commitments. Let us postpone it. Indeed, if you are busy, we shall arrange a teacher appreciation banquet another day. Yun Jianya experienced a complete turnaround in his attitude toward his son, suddenly becoming enlightened and amiable. It is worth noting that he had previously dismissed Yenya's words as mere nonsense. Observing this detail, Yenya felt a surge of mixed emotions. This was merely the beginning. Many things would undergo profound transformation. The gears of fate slowly turned, shifting toward a direction that was entirely contrary to his previous life. The shadows of past timidity and inferiority retreated into obscurity as Yenya rose anew from the ashes. The school leadership became aware of Yenya's achievements. To ascertain Yenya's potential, they unanimously decided to arrange a separate examination for him. Yenya spent 3 hours retaking the monthly test. He was examined on-site, with teachers grading his work immediately. This time, his score was even higher, totaling 680. The remaining doubts evaporated. Gong Chonglin was so exhilarated he nearly leaped from his seat, regarding Yenya as a treasure. All subject teachers subsequently apologized to Yenya, showering him with an abundance of snacks as if they were free. Yenya, we misjudged you. We are sorry. Stereotypes are detrimental. You are a promising student. We were blind to your potential. Please do not take today's events to heart. Holding countless treats, Yenya felt a mix of amusement and bewilderment. He had never taken it to heart. Once the dust settled, Gong Chonglin led Yenya back to the classroom and solemnly announced in front of all the students, classmate Yenya scored 674 in the recent monthly exam. This result is indeed accurate. Applause erupted. Chapter 8. Brothers connected at heart, engaging in wits together. As his words concluded, a cacophony of incredulous voices filled the classroom. Jaws dropping in disbelief. Is this for real? Over a 200-point increase in a month? That is beyond human capability. Do not jest. Wasn't it said that Yenya cheated? Zhou Yi's eyes bulged like light bulbs as he abruptly stood from his seat. Teacher Gong, you must be mistaken. How could Yenya possibly achieve such a high score? He must have cheated. Don't be deceived by him. Yenya regarded him with disdain, growing increasingly contemptuous of Zhou Yi. What? Are you denying me the right to improve? Zhou Yi replied, I simply do not believe it. You even glanced at my answers during the math exam. Yenya retorted, with your reasoning. It seems your brain is directly connected to your rectum. Zhou Yi. Gong Chonglin furrowed his brow and admonished, silence. Zhou Yi, be quiet. Yunye's achievements have been validated by the school authorities and are undoubtedly free of any embellishment. Do you not wonder why Yunye was summoned for such an extended period? It was because the school arranged a special examination for him, which I supervised throughout. Yunye's score on this impromptu test surpassed expectations, further attesting to his capabilities. Henceforth, you are not to speak ill of your classmate Yunye. One must recognize the progress made after even a brief separation. You should learn from Yunye, who must have exerted considerable effort to achieve such remarkable advancement. To be frank, Yunye felt a tinge of embarrassment. His commendable score was entirely attributable to his extraordinary aptitude. As for effort, it seemed insignificant in the face of innate talent. Seated in the esteemed area, Peng Daowu gaped in astonishment, his sense of disparity deeper than the Mariana Trench. Initially, everyone was akin to mud, content languishing in the gutter. Yet, one day, someone unexpectedly emerged as a top scholar, a superlative one at that. The remaining mud-dwellers were left with a tumult of emotions, feeling lost and despondent. The youth tasted sorrow for the first time, an especially uncomfortable sensation. Gong Chonglin, eager to return and compose his report, offered a few parting words before leaving in high spirits. The moment he departed, half of Class 5 flocked around Yunye. People are naturally drawn to the strong. For students, good grades signify strength. Brother Yin, you are amazing. A true powerhouse. So, it appears you were merely pretending before. Playing a grand game. Brother Yin, accept my admiration. Goodness, with 674 points. Doesn't that mean you can attend Tsinghua University? Absolutely. Peng Daowu, heartbroken, felt as if he were turning into lemon juice. Damn it, you went to the internet CAF, played games, and yet you scored so high? Before the exam. You even had the audacity to tell me you hadn't studied. What the heck? While I shared my heart with you, you toyed with mine. Turns out I am the true fool. Woe is me. Indeed, Yunye had not studied prior to the exam. The knowledge from the second year was already ingrained in him, requiring no revision. Regardless, today marked a turning point for Yunye. Akin to an old woman discovering the light switch, he had truly come alive. From this day forth, he would be the legend of Luling No. 3 High School. Observing the crowd enveloping Yunye, Zhou Yi felt a surge of discontent, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Previously, he had been the one adored and revered by his classmates, the halo of a top scholar perpetually resting upon him. Yet now, all the attention had been seized by Yunye, leaving him a mere forgotten figure. Damn it, I cannot swallow this bitterness. Yet, as the thought of Yunye's 674 points crossed his mind, despair washed over Zhou Yi. He had never achieved such a high score. Why should he, possessing good looks and excellent grades, be favored? Fate seemed exceedingly unjust. Zhou Yi's mindset crumbled, as seeds of jealousy took root in the dark corners of his heart. Yunye, basking in the flattery of so many, felt somewhat elated. Indeed, the experience of being praised bestows a sense of superiority. Compliments can penetrate countless barriers. Those who claim to dislike flattery have likely never experienced it. In that moment, Yunye suddenly comprehended Bai Wanqing. No wonder she relishes being pursued. It must evoke a similar sensation. Yunye's gaze traversed the crowd and locked onto Bai Wanqing. Her eyes blazed with intensity, as if appraising a precious treasure. Yunye comprehended its significance well. He understood Bai Wanqing all too intimately. Having transformed into an academic prodigy, he now radiated high value, a quality immensely appealing to Bai Wanqing. It is human nature, particularly for women, to be drawn to strength, easily captivated by the powerful. Conquering the scholarly Yunye would undoubtedly provide a greater sense of accomplishment than subduing the academically mediocre version of him. Perhaps Bai Wanqing was already contemplating how to maintain her influence over him. Indeed, her thoughts mirrored Yunye's assumptions. Initially, she was taken aback by his transformation, even feeling a surge of frustration. After he distanced himself from her, his academic performance soared, suggesting it was she who had hindered his progress. What does this signify? A heart devoid of women, a blade drawn with divine purpose? Yet soon after, Bai Wanqing's perspective shifted, and an insatiable curiosity towards Yunye emerged. She had only scored 517 in the last monthly exam, a commendable result among art students, yet dwarfed by Yunye's achievements. Previously, she had dominated him in every aspect. But now her academic superiority had vanished. The sudden revelation that Yunye surpassed her in this domain intoxicated her. He resembled a jar of candy. She had thought all the sweets were consumed, only to realize there were still delectable treats remaining, even sweeter than before. She was instantly eager to savor the flavors yet to be discovered. A mischievous glint danced in Bai Wanqing's eyes. How intriguing, Yunyi. I shall ensure you once again kneel before my allure. Bai Wanqing's deskmate, a slightly plump girl named Feng Shi, one of Bai Wanqing's followers, remarked. Yunyi is so impressive, scoring 674 points, surely the top in the whole school. Previously, she had only acknowledged his handsome appearance. But now she realized his academic prowess was equally formidable, justifying his title of school heartthrob. The emotions of youth are often poetic. Feng Shi's unguarded admiration elicited a frown from Bai Wanqing. Even though she had parted ways with Yunyi, he was not to be claimed by Feng Shi. What she discarded should not be picked up by another, especially as she still desired it. Oh, so you have feelings for Yunyi? Should I push him your way? Feng Shi asked, somewhat bashful. Perhaps not. Let us leave it, Bai Wanqing replied, her expression impassive, having already removed Feng Shi from her circle of friends. At the construction site in the north of the city, after returning from school, Yun Jianye had been in a state of heightened excitement, boasting about Yun Ye's exam results to anyone who would listen, even during lunch breaks. My son scored 674 in the monthly exam, securing the top spot in the 3rd middle school. Do you know how many points are needed for Tsinghua? 670. My son will surely attend Tsinghua. Yun Jianye beamed with pride, exuding an air of superiority that seemed to dismiss even the developers. The workers were astounded. Such a high score. Truly promising. Yun Gong has taught well. Don't forget to invite us for drinks when you get into university. These compliments greatly pleased Yun Jianye. As if he had quaffed a refreshing glass of ice water on a sweltering summer day, elevating his spirits to ethereal heights. The meal prepared today was exquisite and flavorful. However, Deng Yinghua doused his elation with a bucket of cold water. Let us not forget the harsh words you previously uttered, claiming that if Xiao Yi scored 600 points, you would summon his father. Yun Jianye's smile froze upon his face. Chapter 9, Bai Wanqing's downfall. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Come now, who could take that seriously? Who would have thought he could actually score over 600 points? Indeed, this lad has truly opened my eyes. What remarkable progress. No wonder he belongs to the illustrious Yun family. We too may produce a student of Tsinghua University. Yun Jianye was overjoyed, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Today marked the realization of a dream. As the school bell rang, Yunyi tidied his belongings and commenced cleaning the classroom. As it was his turn to share duties with Peng Daowu. Brother Yun, you cannot solely focus on your own struggles. You must teach me as well. Help me elevate my grades. My expectations are modest. I merely wish to surpass the 2nd-tier university threshold. The chalk eraser carelessly swept across the board, sending a cloud of dust that caused Yunyi to sneeze multiple times. He genuinely wished to assist, but the truth was that he was unable to impart any knowledge. Unless Peng Daowu experienced a miraculous awakening of talent. Are you not studying art? If you can surpass the 2nd-tier threshold, I might as well pursue art myself. If you wish to improve your grades, it is quite simple. There is but one method. Several students in the classroom who had not yet departed perked up their ears in unison. Yunyi built suspense, his expression teasing. Study diligently. You need only to exert effort. Leave the rest to fate. If things do not unfold as you desire, the heavens surely have other plans. Peng Daowu regarded Yunyi with calm scrutiny, raising a solitary finger in greeting. Do not speak nonsense to me. I am well aware of your shortcomings. You are not even remotely associated with diligence. This statement left Yunyi speechless, for he indeed had not displayed much effort in his studies. With such innate talent, hard work was unnecessary. For the extraordinary, effort is the last resort of the ordinary. Then I am of no assistance. This matter is tied to talent and cannot be taught. Peng Daowu, feeling somewhat dejected, dragged the broom across the floor, lost in thought, when suddenly inspiration struck him. What if it is possible that you were jilted by Bai Wanqing, and in your despair, you unleashed your hidden potential? Perhaps I should also endeavor to pursue Bai Wanqing? Spare yourself. You will eventually suffocate in the river of love. Why rush? By your words, do you still harbor feelings for Bai Wanqing? Bai Wanqing, having forgotten her physics assignment, returned and caught this exchange at the doorway, involuntarily slowing her pace. Did Yunyi still have feelings for her? Seeing that everyone had left, Yunyi nonchalantly pulled over a teacher's chair and sat down, propping his legs up high. Bai Wanqing was beautiful, came from a well-to-do family, excelled in her studies, and possessed talents in singing, dancing, and painting. Any man would be captivated. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanqing's spirits lifted, her anxious heart finally at ease. Yunyi indeed still liked her. Yet, just then, Peng Daowu's voice came from within. "Ah, I have caught you. You indeed have an affection for Bai Wanqing, pretending otherwise." "What am I pretending? Bai Wanqing's beauty has no bearing on me. I merely acknowledged her external value. It does not imply that I will pursue her further." "Are you certain? Our worldviews are incompatible. We hail from entirely different realms." Peng Daowu appeared somewhat perplexed. "I believe your worldviews align quite well." Since we are on this topic, Yunyi decided to elaborate. "Do you know what it means for worldviews to clash? I enjoy street barbecue while she favors upscale restaurants. That is not a clash of worldviews. A true clash occurs when I relish street barbecue, and she deems it unsanitary and beneath her dignity. She prefers high-end dining, and I find her pretentious and self-righteous. For a man of mature intellect and emotional stability, a woman is more of an embellishment than a necessity. If she is present, it is splendid. If not, it matters little." Yunyi contemplated the possibility of rekindling his relationship with Bai Wanqing. Should such a situation arise, he would not turn a blind eye. Good girls should not be taken for granted, and bad girls should not be wasted. Not for any other reason, but out of respect for his former self and the fragmented youth he once possessed. Bai Wanqing, standing at the entrance, was momentarily taken aback by these words. Yunyi's introspective soliloquy possessed an allure akin to that of the serpent in Eden, captivating her immensely. The more he maintained this demeanor, the more determined Bai Wanqing became to win him over. After tidying up the classroom, Yunyi and Peng Daowu rode home, during which Peng Daowu broached the subject of pursuing art. The events of the day had deeply affected him, prompting him to reflect on his own future. Peng Daowu's words resonated with Yunyi. "I wish to learn as well. You? Do you not perceive the artistic aura that envelopes me?" Peng Daowu assumed Yunyi was jesting and continued along the conversational thread. "Excellent. Let us embark on this artistic journey together. Being an art student is quite cool. Among the high school demographic, art students indeed occupy a unique status. Associated with creativity, they exude an aura of superiority." Yunyi had once been among them and understood the nature of that group well. Objectively speaking, the majority are academically challenged, with poor academic performance. Gaining admission to university is a struggle, leading many to switch to art. Those who genuinely love art and have studied it from a young age are rare. Among art students, it is common to score over 200 points, while achieving over 300 is considered commendable. Scoring over 400 is exceedingly rare. As for Bai Wanqing, an art student who can achieve over 500 points academically, Yunyi had encountered only her thus far. Take, for instance, the 2016 Jiangsu Province Art Examination. As long as the specialized score is sufficient, an academic score around 450 can secure admission to top art academies in the country, such as the National Academy of Fine Arts, Central Academy of Fine Arts, and Tsinghua Academy of Fine Arts. Yunyi vividly recalled that in his previous life, Bai Wanqing ranked first in her provincial exam, scoring 512 points academically, successfully passing the entrance examination for Central Academy of Fine Arts, and gaining admission. In contrast, Yunyi barely managed to rank among the top in the provincial exam and did not pass a single one of the entrance exams. It was from that point that their paths diverged. Yunyi had long harbored regrets over his poor performance in the joint examination. After investing so much time and money, the final outcome proved to be unsatisfactory. He had always yearned to compensate for this regret, to grant himself a flawless youth. One evening, with no dinner available at home, upon encountering such a momentous occasion, Yun Jianya decisively opted to dine out, taking his family to the seafood restaurant across the street. The atmosphere at the table was vibrant, and Yun Jianya, accommodating every request, nearly transformed into a being resembling a mere automaton, programmed to agree. Excelling academically indeed affords one the liberty to indulge. Tomorrow is the parent-teacher meeting. Who among you will attend? Yun Jianya eagerly seized the task. I shall go. That's not a parent-teacher meeting. It resembles an awards ceremony. As Yun Ye's parent, he was destined to become the center of attention, the object of envy among other parents. Deng Yinghua, feeling a surge of indignation, shot a fierce glance at Yun Jianya. Previously, he had vehemently refused to attend, deeming it embarrassing. Now, he was insistent on going. No way. I will go, as I have always done for the parent-teacher meetings. Besides, the construction site is exceedingly busy. You cannot leave. Yun Jianya stood his ground, a stark contrast to his prior demeanor. There is always time for a parent-teacher meeting. It is settled. Chapter 10, Returning to the Studio. How come I never noticed your concern for our son before? Just kidding, he is my son. At this moment, he was once again playing the role of a devoted father. In the past, they would evade the responsibility. Yet now they were embroiled in a dispute over who would attend the meeting. This shift was quite amusing, and Yunyi observed with great interest. Xiaoyi, who do you think should attend the parent-teacher meeting? One parent each, and we shall adhere to this rule in the future. On October 9th, the last 2 classes of the afternoon were designated for the parent-teacher meeting. Some rejoiced, while others lamented. Yun Jianye maintained his usual attire. Oversized trousers paired with a short-sleeved white shirt, and a leather bag lay upon the desk. Gong Chonglin stood on stage, delivering a passionate speech. Where there is a will, there is a way. The bold forge ahead, and the once insurmountable barriers yield. Those who toil earn their reward. With perseverance, they can conquer the mightiest of foes. During this month's exam, I wish to highlight one particular student. Last month, he scored only 390, ranking 57th in the class. However, in just 1 month, he improved by over 200 points, achieving a score of 674. From the bottom of the class to the very top. The first in the class and the entire school. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted into a frenzy. Parents left in stunned silence. What? From 390 to 674 in a month? Is this for real? Impossible. I cannot believe it. Is Mr. Gong's statement true? Gong Chonglin had anticipated this reaction. Indeed, the school arranged a separate examination for that student, and he scored even higher. I understand this seems extraordinary, but it is absolutely true. This student has earned an impressive result through diligence and hard work. Let us applaud. The classroom resonated with enthusiastic applause. Sitting beside Yun Jianye, Peng Daowu's father was filled with envy. What kind of education is this? Upon hearing this, Yun Jianye's pride was palpable, standing straighter than anyone else. The pursuit of familial glory. Oh, the pursuit of familial glory. Why does the college entrance examination still not arrive? This student is Yunyi. Could we invite Yunye's parents to share a few words and impart some successful experiences? Yun Jianye struggled to suppress a grin, utterly incapable of concealing his amusement. His elementary school graduation was hardly sufficient to prepare him for such a scene, yet he had come prepared with a speech in hand. I believe that when raising children, one should prioritize guidance over interference, respecting their inherent nature rather than resorting to relentless chastisement. Yunyi stood at the entrance, observing the irony of the moment. It was absurd to have his father dispense parenting wisdom. His father, devoid of any understanding of education, was more a paragon of detrimental parenting, tirelessly leading others astray. Unable to bear it any longer, Peng Daowu pulled Yun Yi towards the art studio. Why linger here? What is there to see in your father's antics? Shall we explore the art studio instead? I'll be spending much of my time there from now on. Yun Yi too found the parent meeting tedious and longed to revisit familiar grounds. The art studio was a sanctuary of his youth. Situated on the 6th floor of the multimedia building, the entire floor was designated for artistic endeavors. The entrance walls were adorned with past students' works. The fluttering 8K color drafts showcasing the uniqueness of the space. Even before entering the studio, Yun Yi could already catch a whiff of the timeless scent of charcoal and graphite, stirring the dusty memories of yesteryears. The studio was spacious, accommodating approximately 70 individuals engrossed in sketching. Luling San Middle School was renowned for its art examinations, with many students pursuing painting. On average, 1 in every 20 students was an artist. Yunye's cohort had nearly 160 students at full capacity, though at this point in their 2nd year. Some had yet to commit to the path of an art student. Peng Daowu was thrilled, gazing at the sketch drafts with an unspoken admiration. A connoisseur perceives the nuances, while a novice merely enjoys the spectacle. To the untrained eye, the sketches may appear striking, with small objects rendered almost lifelike. However, to Yunyi, they were rather unremarkable. True artistry emerges during intensive training, and the current student skills were hardly impressive. Many lacked foundational prowess, unable to discern even basic compositional relationships. Yet, Yunyi soon noticed an exception, drawn to Bai Wanqing's easel. Her composition was meticulous, her theme clear, lines flowing seamlessly, and the interplay of light and shadow harmonious, creating a visually pleasing relationship within the artwork. It was evident from this sketch that Bai Wanqing possessed remarkable talent. No wonder she had secured first place in the provincial examination and gained admission to the Central Academy of Fine Arts. Peng Daowu exclaimed in awe, impressive. Spotting Yun Yi and Peng Daowu in the studio, Bai Wanqing was taken aback. Yin Yi, what brings you to the studio? I'm just accompanying Brother Guanji. He wants to learn art. Your work is quite good, Yin Yi replied. Bai Wanqing seemed indifferent to Peng Daowu's artistic ambitions. But her interest in Yin Yi's recognition was apparent, her expression a blend of pride and playfulness. At least you have good taste. I am destined for the Academy of Fine Arts. What is so special about the Academy of Fine Arts? Yin Yi retorted, unimpressed, as he too was destined for Yin University. I know, you've mentioned it countless times and even suggested I pursue art. Bai Wanqing felt a pang of disappointment, secretly wishing that Yin Yi would indeed take up painting. Such a circumstance could alleviate the sense of frustration experienced in the journey of learning. Regrettably, given the current situation, this seems improbable. With Yin Yi's remarkably high scores, the prospect of pursuing fine arts appears unattainable, and she has forfeited her opportunity to surpass Yin Yi in the artistic domain. Alas, what purpose does it serve to dwell on this now? Should you seek Old Hu? His office is over there. Without needing a reminder, Yin Yi is already aware. Old Hu, whose full name is Hu Zhixin, is the instructor responsible for the art studio. He remains as Yin Yi remembers him, with thinning hair, perpetually clad in that same shirt during the summer. Mr. Hu, I am Peng Daowu, a student from Teacher Gong's class. Please, have a seat. And this is... Oh, he is my classmate. Mr. Hu nodded, gesturing for Peng Daowu to sit down. Teacher Gong has informed me about your situation. Are you truly earnest in your desire to study fine arts? Indeed. I aspire to attend university. Hu Zhixin engaged in conversation with Peng Daowu, subsequently arranging a brief aptitude test for him, instructing him to draw a jar from life. With sufficient effort, one might gain admission to an ordinary university, yet to enter an art academy, one must possess some innate talent. Draw the jar however you wish, with a degree of freedom. Understood. Peng Daowu took the paper and pencil, somewhat perplexed as he began to sketch. Noticing Yin Yi, who was eagerly waiting to try, Hu Zhixin, inspired by a sudden whim, proposed, would you like to give it a try as well? Me? Sure. With both students prepared, Hu Zhixin busied himself creating a demonstration piece for his students, leaving the two to sketch the jar. Peng Daowu found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. How do I draw it? Just use your hand. Yin Yi picked up the pencil, and inspiration struck him instantly. With swift strokes, he delineated the contours of the jar. With deft precision, he captured the outline flawlessly. The shape of the jar as he perceived it was rendered perfectly in his drawing. This extraordinary ability to capture form astonished even himself. However, he quickly reconciled with the realization that his innate understanding surpassed his expectations. After completing the basic shape and shading the darker areas, Yin Yi paused, as further elaboration would be difficult to articulate. As Yin Yi finished with remarkable finesse, the intricacy of his outline left Peng Daowu in awe. Though he could not articulate exactly what was superior about Yin Yi's work, it was evident that it eclipsed his own efforts. The thought that his close friend might possess greater artistic talent induced a subtle shift in Peng Daowu's mindset. How did you achieve that? Yin Yi shrugged, exuding an air of nonchalance. It simply takes having hands. Chapter 11, scoring 674. And you tell me you wish to become an art student? Peng Daowu was taken aback. I have hands too. Why can't I draw like that? Well, I wouldn't know. Upon returning to evaluate their efforts, Hu Zhixin first examined Peng Daowu's drawing. For a beginner, it was quite commendable, earning a score of 7 for its structure and basic perspective. Then it was Yin Yi's turn. Hu Zhixin raised an eyebrow, his demeanor growing more serious. Interesting. The lines were bold, created in a single breath, and the perspective was flawless. Most crucially, the shape was identical to the actual jar, as if he had perfectly projected its form onto the canvas. Hu Zhixin was acutely aware of the implications. This tall, handsome youth possessed an exceptionally keen ability to capture form. While it is often said that resemblance does not equate to quality, for a novice, possessing a keen ability to capture forms greatly aids in the future study of sketching, figure drawing, and portraiture. Hu Zhixin, in that moment, felt a sense of appreciation for talent. Peng Daowu, is it? Not bad. Next time, do invite your parents to join us. Very well, thank you, teacher. Wait a moment. What was your surname again, student? Hu Laosher. My name is Yin Yi. Yin Yi, do you have an interest in studying art? Peng Daowu was on the brink of exasperation. How fickle is fortune! The main subject was overlooked, while Yin Yi, merely a companion, was singled out. How frustrating. Peng Daowu quickly realized that with Yin Yi's exceptional academic performance, pursuing art seemed absurd. Hu Laosher, you may not be aware, But Yunyi, before he could finish, Yunyi swiftly covered Peng Daowu's mouth, chuckling. I am interested, but I must first discuss it with my family. Very well, once you have consulted with them, feel free to come find me. Yunyi shot a frenzied glance at Peng Daowu. Upon exiting the studio, Peng Daowu could no longer contain himself and playfully nipped at Yunyi's hand. Ouch! Are you a dog? Yunyi winced in pain, revealing a clear bite mark on his palm. Peng Daowu was utterly perplexed, his eyes filled with confusion. I truly cannot fathom you, you muggle. Are you serious? I have long expressed my desire to study art. What a jest! You scored over 600 points. Why pursue art? You'd be throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. In truth, I have always dreamed of becoming a painter, wandering amidst the ocean of art, accompanied by colors and light. Yunyi's expression was solemn, in that instant channeling the spirits of Wu Daozi, Van Gogh, and Michelangelo. Peng Daowu's face tightened, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Yunyi had finally reached this point. He did not wish to jeopardize his future because of himself. Dreaming is futile. You are my dear brother, let us be serious. If your parents and old Gong discovered that I was teaching you art, they would surely be furious with me. Witnessing his close friend nearly in despair, Yunyi suppressed his smile. Are you worried that my pursuit of art will hinder my academic performance? Obviously. Studying art would consume time that could be devoted to academics. Even a prodigy would be affected. This may hold true for the average individual. But Yunyi is no ordinary person. For him, it is entirely feasible to have both fish and bear's paw, and even to add some deer antler and tiger bone to the mix. That only suggests you do not understand me well enough. Do you believe that after studying art, my academic scores will not only remain stable, but may even improve? Is achieving high scores truly that difficult? For someone like Yunyi, who can manipulate scores at will, it merely requires a slight demonstration of his capabilities. Were it not for the extraordinary nature of his talents, he could attain a perfect score of 750 in the college entrance examination. Peng Daowu remained skeptical. The evidence of Yunyi's improvement of over 200 points in a month was undeniable, leaving little room for doubt. Yet, the thought of Yunyi balancing both academics and art simultaneously instinctively seemed implausible. It is difficult for one to conceive of matters beyond their understanding. I do not believe it. Just wait and see. I am determined to study art. Meanwhile, Bai Wanqing knocked on Hu Zhixin's office door. Hu Laoshi, Wanqing, is there something you need? The two individuals I just mentioned are classmates of mine. How talented are they? The girl's curiosity was piqued, and she was eager to learn about Yunyi's artistic abilities. Bai Wanqing, a protégé of Hu Zhixin, effortlessly acquired the test papers of Yunyi and Peng Daowu. Given her advantageous family background, as an expert in the field, she was immediately captivated by Yunyi's line drawing. Who created this? She mused, noting the tall, handsome boy who bore a resemblance to Wu Yanzu. This lad possessed considerable talent. Look at these lines. If I weren't aware that he is a novice, I would have thought he had received formal training. Hu Zhixin generously lavished praise upon Yunyi, oblivious to Bai Wanqing's unusual reaction. The knot of anxiety in Bai Wanqing's heart finally unraveled. How could it be possible? Yunyi, indeed, possessed such remarkable talent in painting? The thought of her former suitor excelling in both academics and artistry left her with a tumultuous mix of emotions. Jealousy bubbled within her like water in a boiling pot. Upon returning home that evening, Yunyi laid his intentions before his parents at the dinner table. I wish to study fine arts. Yun Jianye and Deng Yinghua exchanged glances, still unaware of the implications of pursuing art. What? Yunyi patiently explained the situation to them. Once they grasped the context, Yun Jianye and his wife could hardly contain their discontent. They were vehemently opposed. With such high scores, why would you wade into murky waters? If you simply maintain your grades, you can attend any university you desire. Indeed, studying fine arts is no trivial matter. Do not risk falling behind in your studies while trying to master painting. You have just begun to show improvement. Do not let pride lead you astray. In the eyes of Yun Jianye and his wife, Yunyi was undoubtedly a prodigy, yet they were skeptical that he could successfully balance both his studies and painting. Yunyi was mentally prepared. He understood how to address his parents' concerns. Mom and Dad, I know you worry that studying fine arts will hinder my academic performance. I assure you that I will never score below 700 on any exam. Should my total score fall below 700 at any time, I will immediately cease my pursuit of fine arts and never mention it again. Please allow me to try. With this declaration, Yun Jianye and his wife reluctantly agreed to let Yunyi have his chance. Yun Yi now wielded considerable influence in the household. All right, we shall agree. But if your grades decline even slightly, do not bring up fine arts again. Yun Yi grinned as he poured wine for his father, feeling that the matter was settled. No problem, Dad. I would like to buy a new phone. Currently, he was using a CoolPad phone received as a gift for topping up his prepaid plan. From a future perspective, this phone was utterly intolerable, and he could no longer bear it. Fine, we will go buy one tomorrow. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Hu Zhixin took the initiative to approach Gong Changlin. Teacher Gong. Ah, Teacher Hu, what a rarity. Please, have a seat. Have you had breakfast? Would you like something? No, I have already met the student you recommended. He possesses considerable talent. Please ensure he studies painting with me. Upon hearing this, Gong Changlin's face lit up, and he readily agreed. Absolutely. That Peng Daowu is performing poorly. He has no other options aside from the arts. Given his remarkable talent in this area, it is only fitting that I, as his teacher, lend my support. Hu Zhixin fidgeted nervously, rubbing his hands together and offering a few awkward chuckles. No, I misspoke. I was not referring to Peng Daowu, but rather to another student in your class. Gong Changlin looked at Hu Zhixin with confusion. Another student? Who might that be? Yun Yi. Uft. Gong Changlin spat out his soy milk, his voice shrill, akin to a rooster being pinched. Who, you say? Chapter 12. The Agreement. Who is Yun Yi? He is the most gifted student Gong Changlin has encountered throughout his career. Gong Changlin dreams of nurturing Yun Yi into a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Years down the line, he wishes to proudly proclaim that he once guided a student to such heights. The trajectory of Gong Changlin's career in the latter half of his life hinges entirely on Yun Yi. Thus, how could he possibly allow Yun Yi to pursue art? Hu Zhixin was taken aback by Gong Changlin's fervent reaction and was left perplexed. Is there an issue with Yun Yi? Gong Changlin hurriedly wiped his mouth, adopting an aggressive stance reminiscent of a hen protecting its chicks. The problem is substantial. Hu Laosher, you can choose anyone, but Yun Yi is unequivocally off the table. Hu Zhixin furrowed his brow, suspecting that Gong Changlin harbored a bias against him. Gong Laosher, studying art may indeed be a viable path. For instance, last year, I guided 56 students to second-tier universities, 7 to first-tier institutions, and 3 to art academies. Do you think those children would have attended university had they not pursued art? I bear no objections to studying art, but I object to your suggestion that Yun Yi should do so. Hu Laosher, you might not be aware of the situation, as you tend to remain within the art studio. Our school recently had a student who scored 674 points on the monthly exam. Can you guess who that student is? When did our school ever have such an exceptional student? The third middle school ranks third in Luling City, and due to limitations in resources and faculty, the top scorer there barely exceeds 600 points. Caught off guard by the mention of a 674 score, Hu Zhixin was astonished, and his expression shifted to one of disbelief as he looked at Gong Changlin. It couldn't possibly be Yun Yi, could it? Gong Changlin clapped his hands, his nostrils flaring with excitement. Indeed, it is Yun Yi. He achieved a score of 674 in his second year of high school, while this year's top scorer in Jiangsu province only reached 698. Yun Yi is merely 24 points shy of that pinnacle, and I had high hopes for him to become the top scorer. Do not complicate matters for me. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhixin's admiration for talent swiftly extinguished. He realized that Yun Yi could never accompany him to study art. Even if Gong Changlin were willing to let him go, he would not dare accept. With such talent, pursuing art would be akin to leading a promising student astray. Well then, it seems I have overthought this. Gong Changlin wholeheartedly agreed, acknowledging that he had indeed thought too much. Peng Daowu might be acceptable, but Yun Yi was out of the question. At that moment, Yun Yi knocked and entered. Gong Laosher. Oh, Hu Laosher is also here. Upon seeing Yun Yi, Gong Changlin gestured for him to come closer. Yun Yi, Hu Laosher wishes for you to study art. Please express your stance. It was merely a formality, as Gong Changlin was certain Yun Yi would make the right choice. I came to discuss this matter. After returning home yesterday, I spoke with my parents, and they agreed to allow me to study art. Look, Yun Yi said, as Gong Changlin abruptly turned his head, fixating his gaze on Yun Yi. What did you say? I wish to study fine arts, Yun Yi replied with utmost sincerity. Gong Changlin was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. He could not comprehend why Yun Yi would make such a capricious choice. Why? With your current abilities, a little effort could easily secure you the provincial top spot. You might even achieve the national top rank. Why take the long way around? What is so great about painting? It is dirty, exhausting and costly. Hu Zixin awkwardly cleared his throat twice. That's too mundane. It is clearly an art form. Well, let me clarify. Pursuing fine arts is not a detour. As for you, Yunyi, I believe focusing on academics would be wiser. No one could alter Yunyi's decision. He was resolute in his pursuit of art. A vigorous life demands the exploration of intriguing ventures. Otherwise, his exceptional talent would be squandered. Moreover, he genuinely enjoyed painting. His previous inability to progress in this field stemmed from a lack of innate talent. Now, endowed with extraordinary gifts, he must carve out a name for himself in the realm of art examinations. At 185, I am better suited for fine arts. No, I want to study fine arts. Observing Yunyi's stubborn expression, Hu Zixin felt a headache coming on. This was hasty. Had I known this would happen, why did I provoke Yunyi? Gong Chonglin was exceedingly displeased with Hu Zixin, signaling him to speak up. Yunyi, studying art is not as straightforward as you think. Perhaps you should reconsider? How could Gong Chonglin and Hu Zixin persuade Yunyi? He was emboldened by his academic prowess. Being a top student means teachers must cater to your needs. Given Yunyi's current standing, his educational arrangements were beyond the purview of Gong Chonglin alone. With no recourse left, Gong Chonglin took Yunyi to see the principal. The principal of No. 3 Middle School received Yunyi with great courtesy. After learning of the situation, he did not chastise Yunyi. Instead, he directed his ire towards the two teachers. Unable to bear the unfolding injustice, Yunyi interjected, "Principal Wang, it was my initiative to pursue fine arts. It is not anyone else's concern." In an instant, Principal Wang, who had previously been stern, donned a warm and amiable expression. "Yunyi, your talents should not be squandered on painting. Academics should be your primary battleground." Yunyi remained composed and calm, his voice tranquil yet profound, captivating all who listened. Inexplicably persuasive. Neither Principal Wang nor teachers Gong and who possessed a fundamental understanding of Yunyi's capabilities. It was time to deliver a mild shock. "If you allow me to study fine arts, I guarantee I will score at least 700 points on every exam leading up to the college entrance examination. If I fail to achieve this, I will immediately abandon my pursuit of arts." Upon hearing this, Principal Wang, Gong Chonglin, and Hu Zixin fell silent, exchanging glances in astonishment. What did a score of 700 signify? It represented the pinnacle of achievement, the elite among individuals. The admission thresholds for the nation's top universities, such as Yenching University, Tsinghua University, and Peking University, hovered around 670 points. Each year, students who surpass 700 points are a rarity, each one a coveted target for prestigious institutions. Since its establishment, No. 3 Middle School had never produced a student who scored 700 points on the college entrance examination. Yet, Yunyi boldly proclaimed such a promise. The morning light streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon his face, as if he were adorned with a gilded veneer. A nonchalant smile lingered on the youth's lips, seemingly unperturbed by the daunting score of 700. The principal gazed at Yunyi in astonishment, his steadfast demeanor wavering slightly. "Very well. Let us see what you can do," he conceded, allowing Teacher Hu to proceed. Although Principal Wang nodded in agreement, his emotions were far from placid. Teacher Hu faced the stern Principal Wang alone, feeling a twinge of trepidation, akin to a wayward child caught in mischief. "Principal, I have not considered this matter thoroughly." "I apologize," he said. Principal Wang launched into a scolding tirade. "Teacher Hu, why would you provoke Yunyi? He is the hope of our school. Each year, the best students are snatched away by the 1st and 7th schools, and we have only just discovered this promising talent. Do you intend to ruin him?" A look of shame crossed Hu Zixin's face. "Art is not so simple. I believe Yunyi will soon realize the challenges ahead." "Let us hope so. But you must also take the initiative to guide him towards that realization," the principal replied. Hu Zixin found himself in a dilemma. While he excelled at leading students towards the path of art, he had never before been tasked with pushing someone away. The thought of Yunyi's exceptional talent weighed heavily on him. What a conundrum. Upon returning to class, Yunyi found that the early study session had concluded, and his classmates who had missed breakfast were now devouring their meals. Peng Daowu slurped his bowl of hot and sour noodles. "You've become old Gong's favorite. Haven to you? Running to him all the time. What's that about? Remember to call me when you go to buy art supplies." Yunyi's light-hearted comment caused Peng Daowu to halt his chewing. Is old Gong out of his mind? How could he possibly agree to your studying art? What a fool. The shock was not limited to Peng Daowu. The round-faced, artistic youth Zhang Yoxing approached. Yin Gu, are you really going to the art studio to study art? Indeed. Yunyi replied, recalling how this young man had once sold him materials for 5 yuan from Teacher San's resources. Back then, he had been distracted by the most beautiful teacher, failing to seize the moment. Zhang Yoxing was taken aback. It's understandable for us underachievers to pursue art. But why would someone with your academic prowess choose to study it? Yunyi felt a hint of annoyance at such inquiries. Painting is incredibly cool. I want to try something new. Zhang Yoxing flashed a knowing smile, his expression teasing. Come on, don't play coy. Your true intention must be to get closer to Bai Wanqing, right? Peng Daowu's eyes lit up with understanding. Ah, so that's why you want to learn to draw. It's all for Bai Wanqing. I knew you still had feelings for her. Yunyi found their reasoning absurd, nearly rolling his eyes into the cosmos. The youthful heart is always poetic, finding meaning in everything. Before long, the news of Yunyi's intent to study art spread throughout the class. The girls cast curious glances in his direction, for nothing intrigued them more than a top student pursuing the arts. Zhou Yi was absolutely thrilled. Originally, Yunyi's prowess filled him with despair, leaving him sullen for days. Unexpectedly, Yunyi made such an outrageous decision. Zhou Yi cast a teasing glance at Yunyi, lamenting the squandering of such remarkable talent on the pursuit of painting. Go ahead and learn. Who could possibly rival you? The first class of the morning was Chinese literature, and the curriculum had just reached the second unit, 10 chapters of the Analects. Bored, Yunyi signaled to Yi Changjian. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yi Changjian immediately understood and produced the latest issue of Jean Mankey to hand to Yunyi. Among the numerous comics he had perused, Yunyi's fondest memories remained with Jean Mankey. Regrettably, with the rise of mobile reading, Jean Mankey gradually faded, yet Yunyi still vividly recalled many serialized comics within. The open-ended Stealing Stars in September, the traditionally rich Divine Genius List in 1981. These comics far surpassed the later influx of mediocre animations. Immersed in Jean Mankey, Yunyi found it hard to extricate himself. Rereading the same book offered an entirely different experience. Sitting in the front row, Fengshi glanced at the teacher and conspiratorially nudged Bai Wanqing. Bai Wanqing, engrossed in the lesson, was momentarily disturbed and displayed signs of annoyance. What is it? I heard Yunyi is going to study art. At these words, Bai Wanqing's expression shifted. Who told you that? During the break, Peng Daowu and Zhang Yoxing were discussing it. The whole class knows now. Bai Wanqing was taken aback. Although she was aware of Yunyi's exceptional artistic talent, the revelation that he intended to study art was hard for her to fathom. With his capabilities, he had no need to pursue art. Why would he choose to do so? Fengshi, covering her mouth, cautiously remarked, it's to get closer to you. What did I say before? Yunyi definitely still likes you. Bai Wanqing was skeptical. In the past, she would have unreservedly believed such claims, but now, her certainty wavered. Yunyi's recent actions had completely exceeded her comprehension. She could not decipher his thoughts, leaving her feeling unmoored. This sensation was both unpleasant and tormenting. Was Yunyi truly learning to paint merely to approach her? Casting a glance back at Yunyi, her doubts intensified. Yet, upon reflection, if it were not to draw nearer to her, why would he choose the distant path of studying art? Like all young women, Bai Wanqing found herself ensnared in that epic dilemma. Did he truly have feelings for her? With this question in mind, she succumbed to the urge and sent Yunyi a message. Why the sudden interest in painting? The message seemed to vanish into the void, leaving not a ripple. Bai Wanqing's expression grew increasingly gloomy, her frustration mounting. Perhaps unbeknownst to her, the dynamics had shifted. It was once Yunyi who was anxious, but now it was she. In the back row, Peng Daowu tapped Yunyi's desk. Bai Wanqing just sneaked a look at you. Without lifting his head, Yunyi replied nonchalantly, let her look. Pay attention in class and refrain from distractions. How can you criticize me while indulging in comics? Yunyi let out a scoff. That is because I have already mastered it. Peng Daowu, with a defiant demeanor, stretched his neck and pointed at the textbook. Challenging. Look at you being so impressive. Come, let me test your knowledge. What does morning knowledge of the way, evening death is acceptable mean? Yunyi responded without hesitation, to know the path to your home in the morning, and to kill you by evening. Peng Daowu sensed something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint the exact flaw in the statement. Surely, Confucius was not that violent, right? Oh, you don't understand. Confucius stood over 2 meters tall, single-handedly commanding a chariot, with 3,000 followers. One of them, named Zilu, even killed a tiger. With such formidable disciples, Just imagine how remarkable Confucius himself must have been. Do you know what it means to win people over with virtue? Confucius was a muscular man, with muscles so defined they could form the character for virtue. Otherwise, how could he travel across various states, with each ruler treating him with respect? Peng Daowu felt increasingly bewildered, yet his limited knowledge rendered him unable to retort. Observing his confusion, Yunyi struggled to suppress his laughter, feeling pity for the unfortunate lad who had unwittingly experienced the baptism of future internet memes. The language teacher noticed Peng Daowu's unusual demeanor and tossed a piece of chalk in his direction. Peng Daowu, you answer. Called upon by the teacher. Peng Daowu's mind went blank. What? The teacher's brow was furrowed with discontent. Explain morning knowledge of the way. Evening death is acceptable. Relieved, Peng Daowu replied confidently. To know the path to your home in the morning and to kill you by evening. The classroom erupted in uproarious laughter, nearly shaking the ceiling. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed uncontrollably. Yunyi laughed so hard he pounded the table, giving Peng Daowu a thumbs up. Well done, you truly have guts. The teacher, exasperated, then called upon Yunyi to answer. Facing Peng Daowu's murderous glare, Yunyi swiftly provided the perfect answer. The literal interpretation is that knowing the truth in the morning makes evening death acceptable. The deeper meaning suggests that Confucius was willing to dedicate his life to the practice of benevolence, even at the cost of his life. The teacher was quite pleased. Very good, sit down. Peng Daowu, look at how he does it and learn from him. If I catch you daydreaming again, you'll be standing outside. For the first time, Peng Daowu felt the harshness of society, staring blankly at his good brother Yunyi. Oh, you son of a dog. Chapter 14. The elite class. The minor incident during language class left Yunyi in remarkably high spirits. Given his friendship with Peng Daowu, such light-hearted banter was easily tolerated. As soon as class ended, Peng Daowu pulled Yunyi to accompany him to the restroom. Come on, let's go relieve ourselves. I don't need to. Don't feel embarrassed. I won't laugh at you. Peng Daowu nudged his hips, the greasy expression evident on his face. Yunyi grimaced in disdain. Your endowment is not only robust, but also aesthetically pleasing. To call it small would be a jest. You haven't even been circumcised, and you're discussing this with me? Peng Daowu felt a sudden chill, his voice dropping several degrees. Keep it down. Don't bring up things that shouldn't be mentioned. You go yourself. I'm afraid. Afraid you won't find it? No, I suffer from a fear of large objects. With the conversation reaching this point, what more could Yunyi possibly say? This might be a common affliction among men, perpetually dissatisfied with the smallness of things. Young men, full of vigor, often leave the men's restroom in disarray. Yunyi squinted and shivered. Youth is indeed delightful. There's no worry about splashing or the potential for prostatitis from excessive strain. Your mother must have given you money. Are you going to buy art supplies at noon? Suddenly, Peng Daowu fell silent, staring intently at Yunyi's talent, comparing it with his own. A wave of inferiority washed over him. In that moment, the man's competitive spirit hit rock bottom. He might not measure up in looks, height, or academic prowess, but this was an area he could not afford to lose. It was too painful. Peng Daowu's face was a portrait of despair, deeply affected. What have you been eating lately? I remember you weren't like this before. Don't compare yourself to me. It will only hurt. Peng Daowu felt a surge of frustration. The last 2 periods of the morning were English classes. Yunyi and Peng Daowu lived far apart, usually having lunch out. However, today they returned home to buy art supplies. The art supply store was located on Yanjiang Road. They had many items to purchase and spent a good half hour selecting them. Painting boards, easels, pencils, charcoal sticks, oil paint brushes, palette knives, paints, craft knives, erasers, buckets, charcoal, and blending stumps. Why is studying art so expensive? One reason is the high tuition, the other lies in the cost of supplies. Most art materials are consumables, and over a few years of studying art, the expenses accumulate significantly. Yunyi was quite pleased, filled with anticipation for the afternoon classes. There were 4 cultural classes in total that afternoon. Art students could skip the last 2 periods to attend art classes in the studio. As the bell rang, Yunyi left with his backpack under the envious gazes of his peers. To ordinary students, studying art seemed incredibly cool. Peng Daowu was enthusiastic. As long as he didn't have to attend cultural classes, he was happy. Yungu, it's our first day of art class. What do you think we will learn? Without hesitation, Yunyi replied, probably practicing lines, or maybe color charts. Bai Wanqing, walking behind them, was taken aback. Indeed, beginners typically practiced lines and color charts in their first class. How did Yunyi, a novice, know this? Had he perhaps done his homework? The students in the studio were divided into two groups based on their enrollment time, the basic class and the elite class. Hu Zhixin had placed Peng Daowu in the basic class. As Yun Yi set up his easel next to Peng Daowu, he was called over by Hu Zhixin. Your spot isn't here. Then where should I sit? Come here. Hu Zhixin led Yun Yi directly to sit beside Bai Wanqing. Next to her was a tall boy with a buzz cut. Hu Zhixin patted the boy's shoulder. Cheng Yongqian, move to the back row. Yun Yi, you sit here. The principal had repeatedly instructed Hu Zhixin to discourage Yun Yi's interest in art. He pondered for a considerable time before devising this strategy. He arranged for Yun Yi to sit beside his proud student, Bai Wanqing, intending for Bai to undermine Yun's confidence. Over time, the repeated discouragement would inevitably wear Yun down. Upon seeing teacher Hu place him next to Bai Wanqing, Yun was filled with perplexity. As a novice, should he not be seated with Peng Daowu and the others? Or perhaps his talent had garnered teacher Hu's attention. On second thought, this arrangement was quite advantageous. Given his skills, practicing fundamentals with other beginners seemed rather futile. Bai Wanqing maintained a stoic expression, yet inwardly, she was elated. Indeed, Yun Yi had approached her with intentions, as evidenced by his request to sit beside her. This maneuver had only served to infuriate Cheng Yongqian, one of Bai Wanqing's admirers, who was naturally reluctant to vacate his position beside her. Teacher Hu, why on earth should this fellow occupy my seat? Who does he think he is? He fumed, unwilling to budge. The art studio was staffed by two other teachers besides Hu Zhixin, with Li Xing, a man in his late 20s or early 30s. Being the one on duty that day, he bore a weathered visage, exuding an aura of artistry. Li Xing was quite familiar with Cheng Yongqian and tended to side with him. Teacher Hu, has this student ever studied painting before? Yun's recollections of Cheng Yongqian were vague, primarily recalling him as one of Bai Wanqing's admirers. However, given that he was part of the art class, Yun had never held a particularly favorable view of its members. No, I have no prior experience, he replied, catching Li Xing by surprise. Shouldn't a beginner be seated over there? The surrounding students turned their attention towards them. Unable to elaborate further, Hu Zhixin firmly insisted that Yun take Cheng Yongqian's place. This decision inevitably led to Cheng's intense disdain for Yun, who he frequently glared at with palpable resentment, likely perceiving him as an obstacle in his romantic pursuits. As Yun began to set up his easel, Li Xing observed him contemplatively. What was it about this young man that commanded such attention from teacher Hu? Amid the intricate discussions of onlookers, Yun had mysteriously ascended into the elite class. Compared to his former hesitance, he now appeared significantly more composed, methodically assembling his easel, affixing the drawing paper, and opening the paint box. Everyone, pause for a moment and come over to view the demonstration. Do you know what your current issue is? Many of you are fixated on the modeling of objects, neglecting the overall composition of the painting. The background saturation is excessively high, overshadowing the subject, while the tablecloth's dullness renders it indistinguishable from the objects. Today, we shall not practice anything else but the application of large colors. Yun, intrigued, leaned into the crowd to watch the teacher's demonstration. This was a segment most cherished by art students. Li Xing surveyed the group, casually lit a cigarette, and commenced his demonstration. Flesh tones, light grays, and blues require no green, just the primary colors of red, yellow, and blue. The application of large colors is intended to encapsulate color regions and the relationship of forms. One must pay attention to texture. The colors need not be overly blended, as excessive uniformity can diminish texture. Apply the color directly with a large brush for the base layer. From now on, if I see anyone using a small brush for large areas, do not blame me for discarding your palette. Now let us get moving. Although it is termed an elite class, the instruction provided is fundamentally basic. In his previous life, Yun Yi had devoted considerable time to watching art videos alongside his work, and his recollection of painting techniques remains vivid. Mastering them again is merely a matter of refinement. It matters little if he struggles to comprehend everything. He possesses an exceptional memory, having memorized every color-mixing action performed by Li Xing. For him, that which is committed to memory can be translated onto canvas. Noticing Yun Yi becoming engrossed in his work, Cheng Yongqian regarded him with disdain. Humph, daring to encroach upon my territory. I shall see what sort of abomination you can produce. Chapter 15. A minor shock for the studio fame often attracts unwarranted criticism. Not only Cheng Yongqian, but others in the studio awaited the spectacle of Yun Ye's potential failure. Should Yun Ye's performance fall short, he he would be met with endless ridicule and scorn. When he hastily dipped his brush into a few colors and began to apply them, Bai Wanqing swiftly intervened. You've just begun. You should first experiment with a fan brush. You cannot wield a large brush effectively. Only those with exceptional color mixing skills dare to use such tools. Most students start with a fan brush, but you are not an ordinary student. How slow is a fan brush? The large brush is the romance of a true artist. Did you not see the teacher using one? Bai Wanqing frowned. However, you do not possess the teacher's color mixing prowess. Yunyi shrugged, choosing not to engage further, and focused intently on the canvas before him. Observing his attitude, Bai Wanqing shook her head. How could he possibly excel with such arrogance? While he may excel in learning, his painting skills remained lacking. For a moment, the elite class fell silent, each individual absorbed in their own work, with a few occasionally sneaking out under the pretense of needing the restroom to smoke. Yunyi reveled in the current atmosphere. Shades of spring green, clear blue, and Naples yellow flowed through his hands, forming a magnificent tapestry of color. He moved with an almost divine grace, imbuing the hues with life. In just 20 minutes, he completed this color study. Squinting at the canvas, he assessed the piece. Harmonious tones, distinct light and shadow, a strong sense of spatial depth, and a clear hierarchy of subjects. The relationships within the artwork were cohesive. Undoubtedly, this was a color study worthy of at least a score of 90. In the past, even at his peak, Yunyi could not have produced work of this caliber. A swell of pride washed over him, a feeling even more intense than scoring 674 in the monthly exam. Previously, he had not dedicated himself fully to study, but he had labored diligently over his art. Regrettably, constrained by his natural talent, he had never achieved significant success. Yet now, he found himself standing atop the pinnacle he once aspired to reach. At this juncture, the others had yet to complete their work. Apart from Bai Wanqing's painting, none captured Yunyi's attention. Bai Wanqing's piece barely scraped an 85. For others, this score might seem insurmountable, but to Yunyi, it was merely adequate. Bai Wanqing had not yet undergone the rigorous training typical of the preparatory period, so her skills were far from extraordinary. Upon finishing her final stroke, she languidly stretched, her graceful figure on full display. Yunyi could not help but glance over. Noticing his gaze, Bai Wanqing felt a surge of pride, lifting her chin with an air of superiority. Humph, am I not mesmerizing? You can't paint, can you? No matter. You may certainly draw inspiration from my artwork. Indeed, the stones of other mountains can serve to polish jade. That damned sense of superiority. Yunyi harbored a profound disdain for it. Times have changed. He would no longer indulge Bai Wanqing, seeking a sense of superiority from him. I'm afraid you must first surpass him. What courage does a weakling have to mock? Yunyi cast a disdainful glance at Bai Wanqing's painting, echoing the words she had uttered to him countless times. Is this it? With such a lackluster painting, what exactly have you learned? The notion that the stones of other mountains can polish jade presupposes that others are more skilled than you. As for your painting, it is rather mediocre, lacking any noteworthy qualities to emulate. Bai Wanqing's artistic prowess faced scrutiny, igniting a spark of fury within her. Do you even understand? Suddenly, she froze. Her gaze transfixed on Yunyi's artwork, unable to look away. The composition was vibrant, the color relationships precise and vivid, the hues rich and resplendent, and the interplay of light and shadow flawless. You dare tell me this is a novice's color draft? Bai Wanqing found it hard to believe, staring blankly at Yunyi's work for several seconds. From any perspective, it was evident that Yunyi's color draft far surpassed her own. No, it can't be. You painted this. Bai Wanqing could scarcely believe her eyes. All her years of effort had been reduced to a mere jest in the face of Yunyi's talent. Her mindset shattered, her resolve compromised. Yunyi observed Bai Wanqing's reaction with amusement, reveling in the thrill of vengeance. Of course, it is my creation. Did you not claim to have never studied? How is it possible for you to paint so exquisitely? Yunyi wore an innocuous expression. So this is what it means to paint well? My apologies, I assumed you were simply inept. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanqing's pride shattered into 1,000 pieces. What do you mean by thinking I believed you were inept? Such an insult. The unfolding scene caught the attention of others. Upon seeing Yunyi's painting, his classmates were astounded. Wow, this is incredible. The tones are simply stunning. How did you achieve such richness and purity in color? My goodness. Is this really a novice's work? The most astonished among them was Cheng Yongqian. He had anticipated witnessing Yunyi's embarrassment, only to find himself schooled by him instead. Playing dumb while hiding one's true talent. No, you must have studied. Cheng Yongqian could not accept that someone with no foundation could produce such an impressive color draft. Upon hearing this, the others began to agree. Indeed, he must have received training. Without several years of practice, it would be impossible to possess such color-mixing abilities. Just by observing the brushstrokes, one could tell he was no novice. Even by Wanqing could not reach this level. Otherwise, teacher who would not have placed him alongside her. This fellow is quite the pretender. Upon returning from the restroom, Li Xing noticed the crowd gathering and exclaimed loudly, "What is going on? Has the color draft been completed?" Cheng Yongqian instantly found his ally, appearing as though he had suffered a great injustice. "Xinggu, look at his painting. It is clearly not the work of a novice." Li Xing regarded Yun Yi's painting with skepticism, but in the next moment, he was rendered speechless. As a teacher, he understood the value of this painting, and the astonishment in his heart was palpable. Upon reflecting on his self-identification as a novice, Li Xing suddenly felt a twinge of discontent. "Why did you deceive me into believing you were a complete beginner?" Yun Yi maintained an unperturbed expression, as his very existence was indeed that of a novice. "I did not lie. This is my first attempt at painting. Yet how is it that you can paint so exquisitely?" "Because I employed a rather rudimentary method." Li Xing, along with everyone present, was piqued with curiosity. "What method?" Yun Yi surveyed the crowd, a sheepish smile gracing his lips. "It's quite simple. I possess an eidetic memory and memorized every stroke you, teacher Li, just executed, including how to mix colors and how to wield the brush. Lacking a foundation, I cannot emulate my peers' fluidity and can only resort to this clumsy imitation." His light-hearted remarks swept through the studio like a tempest. Li Xing felt a wave of disorientation. He vowed that this was the most extraordinary display of modesty he had ever encountered. What a farce! No foundation, a clumsy method. Who knew that possessing an eidetic memory could be articulated so elegantly? Yun Yi entirely reshaped his understanding of genius. Chapter 16. The existence of such a remarkable individual in the realm of art is unacceptable. Li Xing was utterly convinced. There was no room for dissent. Who would have thought that painting could open up in such a way? Bai Wanqing was left in a daze, her thoughts scattered, utterly at a loss. Yun Yi's talent plunged her into despair, even causing her resolve to pursue art to waver. Originally, Hu Zhixin had hoped she would undermine Yun Yi's confidence in studying art. Yet it was she who found herself overshadowed. In the presence of genius, ordinary individuals have no ground for resistance. This was true for Bai Wanqing, and likewise for Cheng Yongqian, who had lost all strength and collapsed into a chair. He could scarcely comprehend the extent of Yun Yi's brilliance. It was disheartening. Suddenly, Li Xing grasped the well-intentioned motives behind Hu Zhixin's actions. Indeed, a talent like Yun Yi deserved special consideration. If you possess such talent, why not dedicate yourself to your studies? Yun Yi's retorts were unyielding. "I do. It is precisely because studying lacks challenge that I chose to learn painting." Peng Daowu could no longer contain himself, standing on his chair to rally for his friend. "This guy is Yun Yi, scoring a total of 674 in the monthly exams. The top of our school." A thunderous cheer erupted, resonating throughout the room. "Wow. When did our school produce such an extraordinary individual? My goodness, 674 points. I thought only students from the top schools could achieve that." Even within the most prestigious institutions, a score of 674 was remarkable. With such academic prowess, why delve into painting? Haven't you heard? Only those who find studying too easy turn to painting. Incredible. I propose we expel this individual from the studio. The new art studio cannot harbor such remarkable talents. The crowd was left in awe, their gazes towards Yun Yi filled with reverence and envy. Witnessing the astonished expressions of the spectators only deepened by Wanqing's conviction of Yun Yi's exceptionalism. No one could compare. Yun Yi emerged as a figure of great discussion within the entire Star Art studio. As the final two classes of the afternoon concluded, the studio gradually emptied. After concluding the regular meeting, Hu Zhixin returned to the studio and chanced upon Li Xing standing before Yun Yi's easel. He instinctively assumed the artwork was created by Li Xing. It was quite impressive. He sincerely wished their color drafts could evoke such a sentiment. Li Xing, however, was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is not my style." Hu Zhixin paused momentarily, then quickly associated the artwork with another instructor in the studio. It must be Su Su's work, he thought. No, it was painted by Yun Yi. Upon grasping the circumstances, Hu Zhixin was profoundly shaken, a fervor igniting in his eyes. This could not merely be attributed to a photographic memory. His sense of color, observational skills, artistic thought, and mastery over his body were nothing short of astounding. He was truly born for art. Li Xing, upon hearing this, displayed a lackluster demeanor. Compared to Yun Ye's artistic talent, his cultural aptitude was even more remarkable. Teacher who? Given Yun Ye's outstanding academic performance, how could their homeroom teacher permit him to pursue art? Hu Zixin sighed, a mix of emotions stirring within him. His admiration for genius made it difficult for him to relinquish this unrefined gem. However, the principal's warning loomed before him, leaving him no choice but to heed it. Not at all. Their homeroom teacher, Ms. Gong, nearly overturned the table. It was only after Yun Yi assured her he could score above 700 on every exam that she and the principal reluctantly allowed him to give art a try. Li Xing was taken aback. Among the students he had taught, many scored in the 200s or 300s, a few reached 400, but none ever touched 700. Pursuing art would undoubtedly impact his studies. Even if Yun Yi possessed extraordinary talent, energy was finite. How could he excel in both academics and painting? It seemed he would not remain in our studio for long. Let us hope so. To be honest, I am quite concerned about Wanjing's mental state. Initially, I arranged for Yun Yi to sit beside her to challenge her confidence in pursuing art, but I never anticipated it would turn out like this. A miscalculation, indeed. She had always been at the top of her class. Now, faced with a prodigy like Yun Yi, she might struggle to cope with the blow and could even fall into depression. No, I must speak with her tomorrow. This illustrates the tragedy of the ordinary. No matter how hard one strives, they can only serve as the backdrop to true talent. Meanwhile, Yun Yi and Peng Dao were on their way home. Ha ha, I can't stop laughing. Did you see the expressions on those guys' faces? I now truly believe that dumbfounded can aptly describe a person. Peng Daowu, still relishing the moment, seemed oblivious to the fact that the attention had been on Yun Yi. Yun Yi, however, appeared somewhat distracted, his gaze drawn to a row of barbecue stalls and late-night food vendors beneath the bridge. Barbecue, an exhilarating comfort amidst the mundane. It had been a while since he enjoyed skewers, and he wondered if Qingdao still bore its chill and if the snowflakes still danced. Shall we get skewers? I have no money. I do. Though he had spent the earnings from his National Day labor. Yun Yi was not lacking in pocket money due to his recent remarkable transformation. Boss, 20 skewers of lamb, 10 skewers of beef, a plate of spicy crayfish, 2 skewers of chili, roast and eggplant, and 4 bottles of snowflake beer. Hurry up. Seated comfortably in his chair, Yun Yi emanated an air of relaxation that belied his youthful age. Soon enough, the table was laden with dishes. The lamb skewers sizzled and oozed with grease, their aroma tantalizing, perfectly complemented by a chilled beer. Yun Yi indulged in a satisfied hum, reveling in the essence of life. Peng Daowu, with his mouth full of beef, managed a muffled thumbs up, thoroughly enjoying this adult pleasure. The freedom to forego dinner at home for a barbecue was exhilarating. I saved over 50 on art supplies today. Let us hit the internet this Saturday. The gentle breeze along Jiang Road intertwined with the glow of headlights dancing upon the surface of the Gan River. The two young lads possessed undeniable prowess, swiftly clearing the table of its offerings. Yun Yi rewarded himself with a cigarette, casually extending the pack to Peng Daowu. Care for one. Where did you get these? Stole them from my dad. After a moment of hesitation, Peng Daowu declined, opting instead to admire Yun Yi's smoking style. With a slight furrow of his brow and a flick of his fingers, the cigarette's ember traced an elegant arc through the air, reminiscent of a cinematic scene. You look so cool. Who taught you that? Ironically, Yun Yi had learned to smoke from Peng Daowu himself, self-taught. I've noticed a significant change in you lately. Just from smoking? Not just that, but in every aspect. You used to revolve around by Wanqing, appearing rather despondent. Look at you now. Your demeanor is transformed, composed, and unruffled. At the studio earlier, had it been me, I would have been floating with emotions, but you exhibited no visible change. Honestly, if not for your appearance, I would have thought you were a different person. It is understandable how a person's inner cultivation can subtly alter their outward image. Yun Yi had matured through the trials of time, cultivating a stable mindset and emotional resilience. His inner fortitude as an adult allowed him to remain optimistic and broad-minded in the face of any challenge. Isn't that a good thing? Indeed. But it can sometimes feel burdensome. Yun Yi gathered his backpack and extinguished his cigarette. It's only natural to feel that way. If you still desire to take it easy, you need to tighten your grip a little. One can live like a pig, but certainly cannot find peace of mind as one does. This realization drove Peng Daowu to pursue art, while the notion of academic study left him utterly devoid of confidence. Stung by the truth, he drooped like a frost-bitten eggplant. Let us not dwell on unhappy matters. Today's barbecue was delightful, and we should indulge in more of these feasts in the future. At the Jingba Fish Restaurant, in a private room, Yun Jianya was engaged in a lively exchange of drinks with several friends. Amidst their conversation, a middle-aged man with a square face brought up Yun Yi. "Old Yun, how has little Yi been performing lately?" The middle-aged man was Sun Weijun, Yun Yi's maternal uncle, a college classmate of the principal of No. 7 Middle School. Yun Yi's score in the high school entrance examination was just a hair's breadth away from No. 7 Middle School. Yun Jianya had once approached Sun Weijun, hoping to facilitate Yun Yi's enrollment there. At that time, everything was set, and they were merely awaiting Yun Yi's arrival. Yet Yun Yi found himself irresistibly captivated by Wan Qing, resolutely refusing to turn away. Due to that incident, Sun Weijun harbored considerable discontent towards Yun Yi. Well, Yun Jianya remained rather low-key, yet in Sun Weijun's eyes, this demeanor appeared as a sign of insecurity. "Ah, you should have been more assertive back then." Insisting on enrolling Xiao Yi in the 7th high school. How could one allow a child to go astray? I can assure you, had Xiao Yi transferred to the 7th high school, he would undoubtedly not be in his current predicament. Upon hearing this, Yun Jianya hastily set down his wine glass to defend his son. "Oh, one cannot say that. Xiao Yi has been performing remarkably well lately, showing significant improvement." In Sun Weijun's memory, Yun Yi had always been perceived as a poor student. Even if he had made progress, it was likely only a rise from the 300s to the 400s, still falling short of the second-tier university cutoff. Is that so? You may find it hard to believe, but in the recent monthly examination, Xiao Yi scored 674 points. Sun Weijun was taken aback, momentarily forgetting his meal. "Did you not previously say that even scoring 400 points would be a challenge for Xiao Yi?" "Indeed, but lately, I cannot fathom how it happened. It's as if he suddenly had an epiphany, improving by over 200 points in just 1 month. Believe me, sometimes when I reflect on it, it feels like a dream." Observing the astonished reactions of those present, Yun Jianya could not contain his delight. Sun Weijun immediately questioned the authenticity of the score. He could not believe that anyone could improve by over 200 points in a single month. Even if such an occurrence were possible, it could not possibly be Yun Yi. Surely, Xiao Yi did not resort to cheating? Yun Jianya, slightly displeased by this insinuation, quickly rebutted. No. On the day the scores were released, the homeroom teacher specifically called me over. Initially, the teacher suspected Xiao Yi had cheated to achieve such a score. But guess what? 6 teachers took turns testing Xiao Yi, and he responded effortlessly. You had to see it. The scene was utterly captivating, leaving those teachers in a cold sweat. Subsequently, the leadership at Sanzhong arranged a special examination for Xiao Yi, conducting the test and grading it on site. Yun Jianya would never forget that moment. He became quite animated whenever he recounted it. After the grading, the total score was even higher, 680 points. Sun Weijun was left speechless, staring blankly for a long while. His daughter, in her senior year, had struggled immensely without much improvement in her grades, while Yun Yi had managed to enhance his score by over 200 points in merely a month. To Sun Weijun, this was utterly preposterous. How did Xiao Yi achieve such a feat? Yun Jianya found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. He had always focused solely on grades, never paying much attention to Yun Yi's daily study habits. That lad is truly diligent and self-motivated. His mother and I haven't been overly involved. Well, that certainly eases your mind. Xiao Yi is indeed impressive. With a score of 674, he could easily choose between Tsinghua and Peking University. Old Yun, you are truly fortunate. Suddenly, Yun Yi became the focal point of the dinner table conversation. The guests showered him with compliments, envious beyond measure. I have never said this before, but this time I must admit it. I envy you, Old Yun. Xiao Yi has indeed achieved remarkable success. His future is boundless, and you can finally have something to look forward to in the latter half of your life. University gatherings must not be without me. Scoring 674 points. With a bit of effort, he could aim for the top position. Alas, how has your son turned out to be so accomplished? Meanwhile, my child spends his days glued to his phone, and it truly frustrates me. Comparing children can be infuriating. You, Old Yun, are indeed fortunate. Yun Jianya feels a sense of joy, Yet upon reflecting on Yun Ye's insistence on studying the arts, he cannot help but sigh. Why are you sighing, old Yun? Xiao Yi is indeed impressive, but lately, I don't understand what's gotten into him. He has been persistently clamoring to study art. Sun Jianya quickly interjects. Children can be so proud. As a father, you cannot let him go astray. Yun Jianya's methods of parenting are limited, particularly suited for the academically challenged Yun Yi. Faced with the current Yun Yi, he finds himself at a loss. If he is determined to pursue it, what can I do but let him try? Are you truly allowing Xiao Yi to study art? No, I am merely letting him try. You know how stubborn this boy is. Understanding the situation, Sun Jianya is heartbroken. As if Yun Yi were his own son. Nonsense. Xiao Yi has this talent. What does he need with art? Even dogs would turn their noses up at it. The teachers at the 3rd middle school are truly something else. No, I still suggest you transfer Yun Yi to the 7th middle school. Yun Jianya hesitates. Is that advisable? Xiao Yi promised that should his grades decline, he would cease studying art. Today he is clamoring for art. Who knows what tomorrow may bring? The 3rd middle school lacks the competitive atmosphere of the 7th middle school. If you truly want what is best for your child, transferring Yun Yi to the 7th middle school is the wisest choice. You cannot indulge the child in everything. You must exhibit the resolve of a father. I can't promise anything else, but if you give me the word, I will call immediately to arrange the transfer. After such persuasion, Yun Jianya begins to waver. Parents are often easily swayed by the notion that everything is for the child's benefit. Very well, I will discuss the transfer with Xiao Yi. I appreciate your assistance in this matter. No problem, leave it to me. Sun Weijun confidently thumped his chest and promptly called the principal of the 7th middle school upon returning home. Hey, Brother Xian, do you remember my nephew from before? A weary voice emanates from the phone. How could I forget? You put me in quite a predicament. I had already informed the homeroom teacher. Only for you to say he wouldn't be coming. Haha, I'm calling about that today. You owe me a thank you. Now, old classmate, you're making it difficult for me. Difficult? My nephew scored 674 points in the recent monthly exam. Upon hearing this, the tone on the other end shifted instantly, filled with eagerness. Good brother, you do remember me. Your nephew wishes to transfer, right? That's easily arranged. Bring him over tomorrow. No rush. The young lad is a bit stubborn, and his parents are still working on him. All right, I will be waiting at any time. Yes. Let us have tea when we can. Just as Sun Weijun hung up, his daughter Sun Xinai peeked out from her room, who scored 674 points. Yun Yi, it was you who foolishly remarked on someone's handsome appearance. Who are you referring to? Sun Xinai's voice sharpened considerably. Isn't Yun Yi academically challenged? Chapter 18. By Wanqing's unyielding heart, Sun Wei Jun shook his head in contemplation. Initially, I found it hard to believe. Perhaps this is the essence of genius. Always capable of achieving what is beyond ordinary imagination. As a high school student, Sun Xinai understood better than anyone how arduous studying could be. She poured her heart and soul into her studies, sacrificing all leisure for the sake of academics, barely managing to maintain an average score of around 520. Even that occasionally slipped. Yet now, Yun Yi, a student with poor grades, had remarkably elevated his score to 674 in such a short span. It was utterly disheartening. Sun Xinai, feeling despondent, slumped on the sofa. Oh, indeed, one must congratulate Yun Yi. After dinner, Yun Yi remained in his room completing his homework. Once finished, he effortlessly took out his phone to snap a picture of his answers and send it to Peng Daowu. Before long, Peng Daowu responded with a playful emoji. It was a brotherly bond. Yun Yi chuckled, prepared to reply, when he was interrupted by a knock on the door. To be fair, ever since his parents learned to knock, he had found it somewhat unsettling. Is there something you need? Yun Jianyi wore a constrained smile as he broached the topic of transferring schools. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Yi rejected the notion. I'm not going. What a joke. His regrets and unresolved emotions from youth were all tied to Sanzhong. He had not played the game of life well the last time. Now he was not willing to restart. Transferring to Qizhong would lead to an entirely different life. It wouldn't be a restart, but the commencement of a new game. This contradicted Yun Yi's original intentions. Furthermore, Qizhong lacked an art studio, and transferring there would mean giving up painting. The circumstances are different. With your current grades, remaining in Sanzhong is rather pointless. At Qizhong, you will encounter more formidable opponents. Competition breeds progress. Yun Yi remained unmoved, recognizing that such words were not typical of his father. Dad, who taught you to say that? No one, It's just that transferring to Qizhong is the right thing to do. Not negotiable. I can excel in Sanzhong just as well. All right. You can go on with your business. The latest episode of Beiping Has No War has aired. Don't miss the next one. Without further ado, Yunyi pushed his parents out of the room and slammed the door closed. It had been so long, yet they still held on to hope. Yunyi felt somewhat speechless and couldn't help but vent to Peng Daowu. Buzz. The phone on the table vibrated. As always, Peng Daowu responded swiftly. What is going on? Why are your parents causing such a scene? Probably because they don't want me to pursue painting, as you know. There's no art studio at Qizhong. You wouldn't actually consider going, would you? Unless the heavens rain knives, I will absolutely not transfer. Good. Because if you transfer to Qizhong, what will I do? Enough of this. I still have homework left to copy. Ridiculous. It feels like you finish your homework faster than I can copy mine. Yunyi shared the minutiae of life with his close friend. Unaware that his trusted companion had already betrayed him, Peng Daowu, having secured inside information about Yunyi, immediately turned to his friend Bai Wanqing. Do the words you spoke before still hold weight? In this day and age, many high school students exude a hint of nonconformity. Bai Wanqing, often referred to as the fairy girl, responded, It does, provided you divulge Yunyi's whereabouts. I shall reward you. Peng Daowu hesitated for a fleeting moment, then cast aside his moral compass. After all, one cannot forsake monetary gain for the sake of conscience, can they? Yunyi's parents wished for him to transfer to the 7th high school. Upon reading this, Bai Wanqing felt her heart leap to her throat. Why on earth would he go to the 7th high school? It is indeed prestigious, boasting superior academic standards. What is Yunyi's stance on this? Naturally, he would refuse. His closest friends were in the 3rd high school. Bai Wanqing relaxed upon witnessing his expression, yet Peng Daowu's subsequent words shattered her illusion. My charm is undeniable. Without me, Yunyi's life would lack vibrancy. Bai Wanqing forced a smile, her lips twisting in sarcasm. As per our prior agreement. 100 for you tomorrow in a cash transaction at school. You won't be shortchanged. Do you have any further information? What do you mean? Why does Yunyi pursue painting? Bai Wanqing firmly believed that Yunyi's interest in art was merely a means to draw closer to her. To my knowledge, he might simply wish to prove to others that he is capable, nothing more. Sometimes, this fellow can be quite irksome. Wait. Your interest in Yunyi, could it be that you still harbor feelings for him? For the sake of money, I advise you not to waste your efforts. In Yun's own words, he has locked his heart away. The possibility is non-existent. He is no longer the same as before. Bai Wanqing, infuriated, set her phone down. Her lips pressed tightly together in defiance. What nonsense about locking away one's heart. Men's words are deceitful. Who is it that once vowed to cherish me for a lifetime? I refuse to believe you can move on so swiftly. Yunyi, just you wait. I will ensure you taste defeat a second time. On October 11th, the skies finally opened up to rain. Yunyi loathed rainy days. Donning a raincoat while riding an electric bike was incredibly inconvenient, the damp fabric clinging uncomfortably to his skin. However, there were some perks to the rain. During the second period of the morning, they need not perform morning exercises. Peng Daowu urged Yunyi to the cafeteria for noodles. Come on, I'm treating you today. Yunyi was taken aback. He knew his friend well. For breakfast, he would only splurge on a bun, saving his pocket money for internet time. Why would he buy breakfast? Well, what else with the sudden generosity? Peng Daowu dodged the question, not mentioning the betrayal of their friendship. Hurry up. If we dawdle, we'll have to wait in line. Oh right. The raindrops cascaded from the leaves as the two boys dashed through the downpour toward the cafeteria. The principal smiled softly, withdrawing his gaze as he grabbed his briefcase to attend a work report meeting at the City Education Bureau. The meeting gathered all high school principals from Luling City, and the content was exceedingly lengthy. After the principal of the 7th high school spoke, he added a side note. Director, this matter is significant. I beg your pardon for my boldness. In light of the greater good, I earnestly request the transfer of a student from San Middle School to our Chi Middle School. The director gazed at the principal of Chi Middle School in astonishment. Is it truly appropriate to bring up such matters at this juncture? What student could be exceptional enough to warrant the attention of the headmaster of one of the most prestigious high schools in Luling City? The director's curiosity was piqued. Oh, who is it that has captivated Principal Fang's thoughts? Yunyi. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang was unable to contain himself. How dare someone attempt to poach from him in plain sight? This is outrageous. Yunyi is his prized student. How could he allow someone else to seize him? Like an enraged lion, Principal Wang stood up, glaring fiercely at Principal Fang. This was an unseemly display for Principal Fong. Yun Yi is a student of San Middle School. When did it become your concern? For the sake of this exceptional talent, Principal Fong disregarded appearances. I harbor no intention of belittling San Middle School. I simply do not wish to see a gem tarnished. Yun Yi deserves a superior education. What do you mean you do not intend to belittle San Middle School? Clearly, you hold it in disdain. Principal Wong was infuriated, his anger surging uncontrollably like a wild stallion. Nonsense. Yun Yi can receive the finest education at San Middle School as well. Chapter 19. The rivalry of principals. Here are two high school principals, respectable figures. Yet they are embroiled in a heated dispute over a student's academic record. Everyone present was filled with intense curiosity regarding Yun Yi's identity. Who exactly is Yun Yi? Given Principal Fong's demeanor, he seemed resolute in his pursuit. Could there be some sort of connection at play? Nonsense. One ought to consider the context. This could become quite intriguing. What is Principal Fong's motivation? It appears that this student named Yun Yi is indeed remarkable. At a crucial moment, it was the director who intervened to halt the quarrel. This is unacceptable. Is there not a way to discuss matters civilly? What exactly is the situation with Yun Yi? Principal Wong, fearing that his precious asset might be taken from him, hurriedly asserted his claim. Director, Yun Yi is a student in Class 5 of the second year at San Middle School, and he is also the top student in our entire school. In the most recent monthly examination, Yun Yi scored a total of 674. He absolutely cannot transfer to Chi Middle School. This revelation left everyone perplexed. Scoring 674 in the second year is indeed impressive, yet Chi Middle School must also have students capable of such feats, perhaps even exceeding that. Why would Principal Fong risk offending Principal Wong to recruit a student? Faced with the puzzled gazes of the director and others, Principal Wong passionately elaborated. It is essential to note that just a month ago, Yun Yi's score was under 400. He managed to increase his score by over 200 points in a mere month. This revelation sent shockwaves through the conference room. What? He scored less than 400 just a month ago? Surely, this must be a dream. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. If this were true, it would be nothing short of a miracle in the annals of education. A month is hardly sufficient to review all the knowledge points. Is it truly possible? Does San Middle School possess such high-quality teaching? A genius, undoubtedly a genius. No wonder Principal Fong disregarded his dignity to recruit talent. It all makes sense now. For such a prodigy, a little lack of decorum is quite understandable. The director was utterly astonished, feeling as though he were listening to an ancient scripture. Suddenly enlightened, he grasped why the usually genteel Principal Fong had acted so audaciously. Principal Wong, it seems your institution has achieved remarkable success in education. You have managed to cultivate such an outstanding student. Classmate Yun Yi truly deserves to be established as a model of learning for the entire city, worthy of commendation. Principal Wong stood tall, brimming with pride. We have always adhered to the educational philosophy of nurturing a garden of talent, diligently guiding each student. Yun Yi's success is no mere coincidence. Today, our school has produced one Yun Yi, and in the future, we shall cultivate even more. Out of respect, Principal Fong felt reluctant to voice his disdain, yet internally, he was quite dismissive. Do not claim all the credit for yourselves. It is evident that Yun Yi has excelled through his own efforts, making it seem as if your institution boasts exceptional teaching quality. Director, let us momentarily set aside the issue of teaching quality at your school. I strongly advocate for Yun Yi to transfer to our 7th school. The national physics competition is approaching. Yun Yi has the potential to represent our Luling city in this esteemed event. Your school lacks experience in major competitions. In contrast, our 7th school possesses abundant experience and can provide Yun Yi with top-notch guidance for competitions. For the glory of our Luling city, I earnestly recommend that classmate Yun Yi transfer to our institution. Principal Wong inwardly scolded Principal Fong for his shamelessness in invoking the national physics competition. What abundant competition experience! Such resounding slogans have not yielded any commendable results. Our school will also participate in the physics competition. Our teachers are equally capable of mentoring Yun Yi. Principal Zhang from Luling First High School entered the fray, equally coveting Yun Yi. If Yun Yi can achieve such excellent results at your school, imagine the heights he could reach at ours. Indeed, your school lacks some experience in competitions, while we have no such concerns. Classmate Yun Yi could easily transfer to our first high school. With yet another competitor, Principal Fong felt a twinge of anxiety. Old Zhang, Why are you adding to the commotion? I disagree with that sentiment. This is for the child's benefit. Seeing Principal Fong and Principal Zhang vying for talent in front of him, Principal Wang was infuriated, his beard trembling with indignation. This is outrageous. The best students in Luling City have been given to your first and seventh schools. After much effort, our school has finally produced a promising talent. And you wish to snatch him away. How can we survive? You speak of educational reform. Is this how you achieve educational equity? Director, I protest. The director, recognizing the gravity of the situation, waved his hand to halt the argument. The matter of classmate Yun Ye's future cannot be decided by you. We must respect the wishes of the student and their parents, allowing them to make their own choice. Thus, the dispute over Yun Ye's school enrollment was definitively settled. However, the tension among the three principals did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified. Respecting the student's wishes implies allowing Yun Yi to choose freely, wherever he decides to go. That is where he shall belong. In the first and seventh schools, there remains a glimmer of hope. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Principal Wang wore an expression devoid of any warmth. However, Principals Fong and Zhang trailed behind him like insufferable pests. In a curt tone, Principal Wang remarked, "What is it? Do you wish to mooch a lunch off me?" He asserted, "Let me make this clear. Yun Yi, do not entertain such thoughts." Unperturbed, Principal Fong replied, "Oh, come now. Old Wang, calm down. I empathize with your sentiments. Yet, the director has just emphasized the importance of respecting the student's choices. How they choose is beyond your jurisdiction. Now, let us hasten to meet this prodigious high school student." The reality was that the teaching resources of the first and seventh schools were indeed incomparable to those of the third school. Reluctantly, Principal Wang acquiesced, unable to resist the shameless persistence of his colleagues. In the fourth period of the morning, Yin Yi attended the physics class taught by his homeroom teacher, Mr. Gong Chonglin. Just as the lesson was in progress, the director knocked on the door, interrupting the class to summon Mr. Gong outside. The two conversed in hushed tones for a brief moment. Mr. Gong reacted vehemently, suppressing his displeasure as he gestured for Yun Yi to step outside. Confused, Yun Yi complied. "Mr. Gong?" Mr. Gong appeared utterly disheartened, as if he had just ingested something repugnant. It was infuriating. He had been diligently instructing his students when suddenly, the first and seventh schools descended upon them, poaching students. Was this not a form of bullying the earnest? Mr. Gong hesitated, his frustration evident as he waved dismissively. "The principal wishes to see you, go on." Filled with uncertainty, Yun Yi knocked on the principal's office door. Upon entering, he discovered not only the principal, but also two other middle-aged gentlemen seated within. "Principal, Yun Yi, please take a seat." These two gentlemen are Principal Zhang from the first school and Principal Fong from the seventh school. As both principals looked at him with cheerful expressions, an unsettling premonition began to brew in Yun Yi's mind. Eagerly, Principal Fong initiated the conversation. "You must be Yun Yi, right?" "Indeed, a fine young man. Interestingly, we share a connection. I am an old acquaintance of your maternal uncle, Sun Weijun. If you wouldn't mind, you could call me uncle as well." Chapter 20. What? An art student? Principal Wang expressed his disdain openly. How shameless. To immediately seek familial ties. Yun Yi, however, was resolute in his refusal to acknowledge such relations, sensing that this was an ill omen. "I shall address you as Principal Fong. What business do you have with me?" The attempt at kinship having failed, Principal Fong felt slightly awkward. "Ah, well, I have come to discuss your previous interest in transferring to our seventh school." As Yun Yi had anticipated, the matter at hand pertained to his potential transfer. "I apologize, but that was a misunderstanding. It was my parents who wished for me to transfer to the seventh school. While I personally have no desire to do so, I am quite content at the third school." As he spoke, Yun Yi glanced at Principal Wang, who beamed with delight, a triumphant smile gracing his face. "Principal Fong, did you hear? Yun Yi does not wish to transfer to your seventh school. So you might as well abandon this one-sided desire." Yet, Principal Fong remained undeterred. "Yun Yi, the seventh school is indeed where you belong. I assure you, you will be able to join the esteemed Hongji class, which has a minimum score requirement of 580. You will embark on a journey of learning and living alongside the elite of the Hongji class. Is it not exhilarating to contemplate? The distinguished Hongji class at No. 7 Middle School is well known. It is a gathering of academic prodigies, the CRME de la CRME of student life. To forge friendships with such individuals seems rather monotonous, as most of their time is likely consumed by their studies. Yin Yi does not aspire to lead such a tedious existence. Principal Fong was taken aback, mistakenly believing that Yun Yi was intimidated. Do you fear you cannot compete with the top students of the Hongji class? If not for the sake of appearances, Yun Yi would have found amusement in this notion. The doubt cast upon his ability to rival the elite of number 7 middle school is akin to questioning whether Sun Wukong could best the Tiger Vanguard. Entirely incomparable. No. For the sake of my peers in the Hongji class, I believe it is best if I refrain from joining, Yun Yi replied. Principal Fong persisted, demanding an explanation. Yun Yi began to feel a sense of aversion towards him. You constantly assert that number 3 middle school pales in comparison to number 7, yet I contend that no. 3 possesses an advantage that number 7 cannot match. Impossible. Fong exclaimed. How could that be? Yun Yi continued. No? 3 boasts the finest art studio in all of Luling City, whereas number 7 does not. Principal Fong raised an eyebrow, questioning its relevance to their discussion. Yun Yi brushed off his collar, the confidence of an art student radiating from him. I neglected to mention that I am an art student. A hush fell over the room, leaving Principal Wang speechless. Principal Fong's expression fluctuated between various emotions, ultimately settling on astonishment. He and Principal Zhang from No. 1 middle school exchanged bewildered glances. An art student? What kind of art student scores 674 points? Fong questioned. He scores 674, and you suggest he pursue art? Faced with their penetrating inquiries, Principal Wang nearly wished he could leap from the 3-story building. I respect the individuality of my students, allowing them to develop in all aspects, morally, intellectually, physically, artistically, and through labor. Nonsense. You are doing a disservice to these young minds. Yun Yi, please do not stray from the path. Come to No. 7 middle school. I will waive all your tuition fees and even grant you a scholarship. Principal Zhang from number 1 middle school immediately offered the same conditions. In an instant, the gazes of the 3 men converged upon Yun Yi. He frowned, detesting the feeling of being treated as a commodity to be contested over. You can keep your offerings. Number 1 and number 7, though admirable, are not the destination of my youth. Principal Wang, I must return to my classes, Yun Yi stated. Very well, go ahead. After Yun Yi departed, the dust settled, and Principal Wang revealed a victorious smile. You see, gentlemen, this is the attitude of student Yun Yi. Principal Fong remained troubled by Yun Yi's identity as an art student. Principal Wang, you have truly gone too far. To suggest that such a promising talent should pursue art is nothing short of wasteful. Understanding Yun Yi's stance, Principal Wang felt assured of his victory. Whether or not student Yun Yi studies art is a matter for number 3 middle school. You need not concern yourselves. Please take your leave. As Principal Wang issued his dismissal, the 2 men felt obliged to depart. However, before leaving, Principal Fong could not resist voicing a few complaints. I will not allow you to squander this opportunity. Studying art is not Yun Yi's true path. Whenever Yun Yi's performance declines, I am resolute in my intention to transfer him to the 7th high school. Once again, it is someone who believes that Yun Yi's artistic pursuits will adversely affect his academic results. Principal Wang's mood has suddenly shifted to one of urgency. This simply cannot continue. Yun Yi must not remain in the art studio, or else it would provide others with an opportunity to criticize him. When the next monthly examination arrives, his scores are bound to drop, and at that point, I will do everything in my power to extinguish his aspirations in art. In the classroom of Class 5, Year 2, ever since Yun Yi was called away, Gong Chonglin has been distracted, frequently glancing towards the door. Only when Yun Yi returns does the tension begin to ease. Report. Yun Yi subtly shakes his head at Gong Chonglin. A sigh of relief escapes Gong Chonglin. He feared Yun Yi would return with an expression of regret, but thankfully, that was not the case. All right, let us head back. For the final 2 periods of the afternoon, as is customary, Yun Yi goes to the studio to draw. Today, they are studying sketching. Sketching serves as the foundation of fine arts, and Yun Yi is diligently immersed in his studies. The foundation class sketches plaster casts, while the elite class copies from textbooks. The stern teacher, Su, begins to demonstrate a sample drawing amidst a gathering of eager students. The tip of the pencil produces a delicate scratching sound against the paper. While some may find this noise bothersome, to Yun Yi, it resonates like celestial music. Auxiliary lines establish the height and position of objects, while the fundamental shapes of the subjects are delineated through a cutting technique. The composition must remain orderly, paying heed to the size relationships between objects. What type of composition is this? A triangular composition. In the future, when you go out to sketch, If you are uncertain about how to compose, a triangular arrangement will always be the most reliable choice. Once the position is secured and the general outline is sketched, the next step is to establish structure and determine the light source. The jar is initially summarized with a curved line, outlining the boundary between light and shadow. The mysteries of sketching gradually unfold before Yunyi. Previously, he struggled with his sketches, often lacking in foundational skills. Now, these shortcomings are being addressed one by one. After observing a demonstration, Yunyi gains considerable insight. Su flicks the sample drawing, showcasing it to the crowd. Remember the techniques I've shared. Now go ahead and draw. Yunyi does not rush to begin. Instead, he squats beside the wastebasket, sharpening his pencil. Bai Wanqing approaches to sharpen her pencil as well. Why did the director call you out this morning? Yunyi, without raising his head, remains focused on perfecting his pencil to a lethal sharpness. So many questions. Are you a question girl? Chapter 21. The monster high school student caught off guard by a clever retort. Bai Wanqing feels a flicker of irritation as her pencil breaks. You're the one with all the questions. Can't you speak properly? It was the principal who summoned me. Someone wishes to acknowledge me as their nephew. What nonsense is that? Bai Wanqing looks at him incredulously, as if to say, do you think I'm a fool? Do you truly believe I would buy that? Yunyi shrugs. Honestly, I find women like you utterly perplexing. You don't believe me when I speak the truth. No wonder we never clicked. Seeing Yunyi speak so flippantly, clearly not taking the matter seriously, Bai Wanqing is deeply disappointed and shoots him a fierce glare. Forget it, I'm going to draw. Witnessing Bai Wanqing storm off in frustration, Cheng Yong, who has long harbored a crush on her, strides over with an air of bravado. Yunyi, how do you speak to Wanqing like that? Is it not possible for you to exhibit a modicum of civility, considering she is a young lady? You ought to swiftly apologize to Wanqing. The pungent essence of Fiangyang is overwhelming. Yunyi genuinely finds himself at a loss for words. The demeanor of art students is indeed concerning. Do you presume that standing up for Bai Wanqing will evoke her admiration? What a farce. You, Cheng Yongqian, may very well have been sold by Bai Wanqing and could even assist in counting the profits. Who do you think you are? What connection do you have with Bai Wanqing? Cheng Yongqian, fearing that Bai Wanqing might overhear, deliberately lowered his voice. I am Wanqing's future boyfriend. You better open your eyes wide, lest you find yourself in dire straits. Observing Cheng Yongqian's timid and cowardly demeanor only deepened Yunyi's disdain for him. What a pitiful creature, attempting to ingratiate himself while daring to issue threats. Particularly noting Cheng Yongqian's cropped pants that revealed his ankles. Yunyi's contempt for him escalated to a level of disdain. It is utterly perplexing how you fellows of such spirit are so enamored with tight trousers. Bai Wanqing's future boyfriend? Do you genuinely believe Bai Wanqing would find anything appealing in you? Your short hair, poor academic performance, or perhaps your tight pants? Like a muddy loach mistaking itself for a delicacy, you truly believe yourself to be something special? Yunyi's words, sharp as if laced with venom, rendered Cheng Yongqian speechless. Stammering you repeatedly. It seems you cannot even find the vocabulary to insult properly. Perhaps you should return to your books. With that, Yunyi turned and departed. Cheng Yongqian felt as though he might explode with rage. What are you so indignant about? Is it merely because you excel academically, possess good looks, and exhibit artistic talent? As he pondered, Cheng Yongqian found himself momentarily perplexed. This harsh critique seemed oddly akin to a compliment. Yunyi did not regard Cheng Yongqian as a worthy adversary. Considering such a person as a rival would only diminish his own standards. Youth is often foolish in its pursuit of affection. Rather than becoming entangled in such trivialities, it is far better to focus on one's art. Painting brings joy. The day's lesson was not particularly difficult. Dark ceramic pots, red apples, pears, white fabric, brown fabric, and a tabletop. These few items are quite fundamental. Yunyi's ability to capture form is exceptionally strong, requiring no guiding lines. With swift strokes, he established the shapes. He then determined the light source and delineated the boundaries of light and shadow. After completing these steps, he began to outline and add color. In comparison to the more basic pencil, the speed of coloring with charcoal is undoubtedly superior. However, Yunyi had only attended 2 classes and had yet to learn the techniques for charcoal, making it inconvenient to use. The pencil, while slower, sufficed. Painting inherently demands immense patience, and Yunyi felt no impatience as he diligently outlined. All great sketch works are composed of the simplest lines, making the outlining process crucial. The pencil left crisp, decisive lines on the sketch paper, and Yunyi experienced an unprecedented tranquility. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the image gradually took shape. Bai Wanqing, seated nearby, occasionally glanced at Yunye's artwork, growing increasingly astonished. The interplay between the objects was distinctly layered, with solidity where required and ethereality elsewhere. The central subjects, the ceramic pot, apple, and pear, were prominent, exuding a remarkable texture. Even the most challenging element, the fabric, was rendered flawlessly, with each fold flowing seamlessly. Compared to his innate talent for color, Yunye's prowess in sketching is equally remarkable. Bai Wanqing, for the first time, found painting to be utterly uninteresting. She despondently set down her brush and sat in a daze, contemplating the meaning of life. After so many years of studying art, how could she possibly be outdone by a novice? What was this? The disparity of reality nearly drove Bai Wanqing to madness. At some point, Su Su had silently approached Yunyi from behind. He had already learned about Yunye's situation from Li Xing. Initially, he harbored curiosity about Yunye's talent in sketching, but upon witnessing Yunye's work, all curiosity dissipated. The interplay of light and shadow, the texture, it was evidently of top-tier quality. The strength of the artwork left Su Su feeling at a loss, as if there was nothing left to teach. To maintain his dignity as a teacher, Su Su forced himself to point out a few flaws. He advised attention to brushwork, noting that the tabletop appeared too rigid, suggesting he try crumpling the paper. Additionally, he mentioned the interplay of the drapery and the relationships among the subjects. The apple was clearly more significant than the pear and warranted more detailed depiction, while the pear could afford to diminish in prominence. These were merely minor issues, some of which were not even within the scope of that day's lesson. Yunyi recognized that Su Su was nitpicking, yet he chose not to expose him. All right, I will pay more attention next time. Su Su hurriedly retreated to the office. Hu Zhixin awakened from his reverie. How did it go? With Yunye's color skills being indisputable, he could only hope that his sketching would falter. Su Su shook his head. Incredible. I've never encountered a student like this. His first attempt at drawing left me feeling utterly lost. If I don't increase the difficulty next time, I fear I won't be able to impress this kid at all. With the last glimmer of hope extinguished, Hu Zhixin sighed deeply. It seemed they would have to wait for the monthly exam. Learning to paint would undoubtedly impact academic performance. Yunyi would likely not score above 700. Certainly not. Given how proficiently he painted, it was evident he was dedicated, which would inevitably affect his studies. In the art studio, classmates gazed in awe at Yunye's painting. Wow, the texture. It feels as good as Su Su's work. I've always suspected he wasn't a beginner. He is clearly playing the part of a fool to catch the wise. The structure of the objects is clear and precise. I've been painting for so long and have drawn countless jars, yet none compare to his. Unbelievable. A monstrous high school student. I can't compete. I truly am a failure. Cheng Yong feigned calmness, yet his trembling lower eyelid betrayed him. Hu Zhixin emerged from the office, took Yunye's painting, and hung it on the wall. Displaying it on the wall elsewhere might carry ominous connotations, but in the art studio, it symbolized honor. Surrounded by a sense of happiness and achievement, Yunyi felt an exhilarating rush. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first painting to grace the wall. Hu Zhixin pointed at Yunye's artwork and encouraged the others. Behold what efficient learning looks like. Open your eyes wide and observe closely. He managed to achieve this on his very first attempt at sketching. While the least experienced among you have been studying for over 6 months, yet still cannot distinguish the most fundamental relationships, resulting in works that resemble a muddled mess. Clearly, there was a lack of dedication in one's studies. Just observe the remarkable achievements of those who truly apply themselves. Chapter 22. The Prosperous Dreams of Feifei's Cousin. To be frank, the realm of Yunye is not conducive to learning, and ordinary individuals find it difficult to emulate. In the face of absolute talent, hard work and effort seem insignificant. As the school bell rang, the art students streamed out of the studio. On Thursday evenings, the studio is typically closed for classes, allowing for a well-deserved respite. However, as soon as he had a moment, Peng Daowu was unable to contain his excitement. Let us go. Let us have some fun. Not today. I have matters to attend to at home, and I must head to my aunt's for dinner shortly. I just saw your painting. How did you manage that? It's astonishing. While Peng Daowu was still practicing his line work and painting color swatches, Yunye had already made a name for himself in the elite class. It was not that Yunye was stingy. Rather, talent is something that cannot be taught. As the school day ended, The bustling crowd at the school gate contrasted sharply with the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom parked outside. Upon seeing the car, Yenya knew that Bai Wanqing's father had taken the time to pick her up personally today. Amidst envious gazes, Bai Wanqing stepped into the Rolls-Royce and soon vanished down the street. Her father, Bai Yanshi, was a robust man, making it hard to fathom that he could father such a beautiful daughter. Noticing her despondent mood, Bai Yanshi inquired, "What's wrong? If you're feeling down, you can talk to Dad." "Dad, have you ever encountered someone exceptionally talented?" "Of course." "What did you feel at that moment?" Bai Yanshi, perceptive and quick-witted, soon grasped his daughter's current predicament. As a father, he was exemplary, showing great respect for her feelings. Instead of dismissing Bai Wanqing's emotions, he gently guided her toward a solution through dialogue. "I'm quite disheartened. Some individuals possess talents that are truly incomparable. However, I intend to shift my focus." Bai Wanqing's expression was one of skepticism. "What do you mean? Let us first discuss your situation." "It's about Yenya." Bai Yanshi had a vague recollection of Yenya, though he was unaware of the connection between Yenya and Bai Wanqing. "I recall, during the last parent-teacher meeting, your mother mentioned him. I heard he scored 674, the highest in your grade. Has his presence made you feel defeated?" Bai Wanqing leaned back in her seat, dejected. "Compared to academic achievements, Yenya's exceptional talent in art has hurt me even more. He has attended just 2 classes, yet he has completely reshaped my worldview. If only it were merely about academic scores." Recently, Yenya had begun to explore painting. Even someone as worldly as Bai Yanshi found himself momentarily taken aback by this revelation. He finally understood why his daughter felt so disheartened. A cultural scholar scoring 674 could surpass his daughter, who had been immersed in art from an early age, excelling in both academic and artistic realms. Incredible. He truly is a remarkable individual. Seeing her father admire Yenya stirred jealousy within Bai Wanqing. "Dad, whose side are you on?" "Really? Haha, I'm definitely on your side. However, upon hearing your words, I find Yunyi quite intriguing, though his academic prowess may surpass yours. It is astonishing that he has also excelled in painting. Has he undergone formal training in the past?" Bai Wanqing, feeling disheartened, shook her head. She had long been preoccupied with the notion of Yunyi as a novice. Had he studied for even a few years, she would not have felt so diminished. Particularly, the fact that Yunyi possesses the identity of an ex-boyfriend added to her discomfort, as if a thorn were lodged in her throat. Had it been anyone else, she would not have felt this way. Bai Yanshi chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair. "If you were to view the situation from a different perspective, you would not be so troubled. Indeed, Yunyi is exceptional, yet certain disparities cannot be bridged by mere talent, such as striking looks and a prestigious family background. From the moment you were born, you stood at a height that Yunyi may never attain. There is no need for you to compare yourself to someone like him. It is wholly unnecessary. A decade of diligent study cannot rival your family's 3 generations in business acumen. Genius is not a rare commodity. With sufficient resources, one can easily secure a multitude of them." Bai Wanqing felt a slight sense of relief, yet she remained preoccupied. Within the confines of school, it was difficult for her to recognize her advantages in social standing. Nevertheless, Bai Yanshi's words resonated with her. Undoubtedly, Yunyi is a prodigy, and thus, all that is required is to bring him under one's wing for personal benefit. When Yunyi returned home, his parents had already changed into different attire. "Come, let us dine at your aunt's house," they said. Yunyi has 3 aunts, and today they were visiting the 3rd one. It was not a holiday. Why would his aunt invite them for a meal? "Fei Fei borrowed money from me some time ago to establish a planting base. It should be ready by now." Cousin Fei Fei, a planting base. Upon hearing this, Yunyi was immediately transported back into memories. Fei Fei, originally named Peng Fei, is the eldest son of Yunya's 3rd aunt. Yun Jianya, the youngest in his family, has 3 older sisters and 2 brothers. Since he can remember, Yunyi has had numerous cousins, both paternal and maternal. Among all his contemporaneous relatives, Cousin Fei Fei has been the one he played with the most. Yunyi still vividly recalls their adventures together, particularly their escapades in catching crayfish. That remains one of his fondest childhood memories. Regrettably, Cousin Fei Fei has not fared well in life. Due to poor academic performance, he entered society right after high school. Initially, he worked as an auto mechanic before becoming a certified technician for several years. In 2014, he resolved to establish a shiitake mushroom planting base in their hometown. However, due to inadequate cultivation techniques, all the mushrooms fell ill, leading to a failed venture. Not only did he lose his investment, but he also accrued significant debt. And it is said that he was in a relationship at that time. Due to the troubles with the planting base, that relationship also fell apart. A single misguided decision irrevocably altered cousin Fei Fei's life. Now, in midlife, he has achieved nothing and has lived in dire straits in his previous life. He has often lamented to Yun Yi over drinks, expressing regret over the decision to pursue that planting base. Perhaps, had he not embarked on that venture, his life would not have reached such a dismal state. Now, history seems to be repeating itself, as cousin Fei Fei is once again attempting to establish a planting base. And Yun Yi finds himself unable to intervene. Yun Jianya's Yuxing was cruising along the road to his aunt's house, while in the back seat. Yun Yi was racking his brain to salvage the current predicament. The cultivation base had already been established, and the funds had been expended. Now, it seemed he had only one path before him: to revive the mushrooms that were destined to perish from disease. The weight of this pressure fell squarely on Yun Yi's shoulders. What did he know about cultivation techniques? However, matters can be influenced by human effort, regardless. He could not afford to remain passive, hoping that it was not too late to learn. Yun Yi's third aunt resided in the outskirts of Luling City, and it took merely half an hour by car to reach the village. As soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, a robust young man swooped in from behind and lifted him off the ground. "Look at you, Xiaoyi. I heard you've been scoring 600 points lately." Given Yun Yi's age, such playful antics were rather embarrassing, and he struggled to break free. "Cousin Fei Fei, I am no longer a child." Cousin Fei Fei chuckled heartily and greeted Yun Yi's parents. "Uncle, Aunt, please come in. My mother is preparing dinner." Chapter 23. Yin Jia, how can I live without you? Yun Yi's aunt emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of dishes. "Jianya, Inghua, come to the table." "Oh my, it's been half a year." And Xiaoyi has grown taller again. The Yun family arrived just in time for dinner, and the atmosphere at the table was lively. Cousin Fei Fei frequently raised his glass to toast Yun Jianya. "Thank you, Uncle. Without your financial help and sending people to assist, the cultivation base wouldn't have been completed so swiftly. Uncle and Aunt, I raise a glass to you. Once the first batch of mushrooms is harvested and the funds come in, I will repay you immediately." Due to the need to drive later, Yun Jianya refrained from drinking alcohol and poured himself a glass of juice. "I am not in a hurry for the money. Just focus on getting the cultivation base right. When you have the means, return the funds to me." "Absolutely. I will ensure the mushrooms are cultivated successfully. I even traveled to Guangzhou to learn for a month. It will definitely be fine." Yun Yi smirked, realizing that might have been premature. His aunt served him a piece of beef brisket. "Xiaoyi, I heard you are now the top student in your school. How did you achieve that? I remember your grades were average before. What caused such a significant improvement? Just put in a bit more effort." Yun Yi did not wish to delve too deeply into this topic, yet his aunt seemed to relish it. "My nephew is impressive. When you get into university, don't forget your aunt." Yun Yi felt helpless. Nonetheless, he knew that there was little else to discuss with relatives besides academics. After dinner, Yun Jianya and his wife engaged in casual conversation with his aunt and uncle. Yun Yi sought out cousin Fei Fei, expressing his interest in visiting the cultivation base. "You are still interested in this? All right, come with me. I am cultivating a type of mushroom called the king oyster mushroom. It has high economic value, is delicious, and nutritious. Once they yield, I will bring some to your home. Feel free to come to me anytime you wish for some." Seeing his cousin's optimism made Yun Yi anxious. "Cousin, how much money have you invested in this cultivation base?" "My parents pooled together about 200,000 and borrowed another 100,000 from your father, totaling around 300,000. No worries. If all goes smoothly, we should recoup the investment in a few years. Upon your acceptance to university, I shall gift you a computer." Indeed, my cousin demonstrates great generosity, even contemplating a graduation gift for Yun. This only strengthens Yun's resolve to assist his cousin through his trials. "No need," he replied. "My father has promised to buy me a computer in a few days." Oh, the advantages of excelling in 1S studies. I recall a time when your uncle wouldn't even buy you a mobile phone, and now a computer is within reach. Truly, education is invaluable. Do not follow my path, for it leads only to hardship. The cultivation base is situated on the hillside near our home, adjacent to a pond. Yun accompanied his cousin Fei Fei to meticulously observe the area, recording every detail for future reference regarding potential ailments. "Cousin, your cultivation method is sound, is it not?" Fei Fei's gaze was filled with an ardent hope, a passion almost palpable. This cultivation base represents his future. With great care, his cousin lifted a thin film to reveal the thriving mycelium beneath. Look at how robust the mycelium is. Have no worries, there will be no issues. Yunyi refrained from expressing any doubts, for even if he did, his cousin would not believe him. Upon returning home, he promptly retrieved his phone to research mushroom cultivation. In the following days, Yunyi dedicated all his spare time to studying the intricacies of mushroom farming. His extraordinary aptitude once again shone through, and he swiftly mastered the relevant knowledge. Within a mere few days, he transformed from a novice into an expert in the field. The only thing separating him from true experts was the absence of formal certification. On October 25th, another Friday, after school, Yunyi chose not to indulge in leisure with Peng Daowu, but instead rode his electric bike to his aunt's home. To his surprise, the family was absent. Following his memory, he found the cultivation base, where his cousin Peng Fei was entangled in a confrontation with an unremarkable-looking woman, seemingly attempting to persuade her to stay. Yan, clarify your words. What do you mean we are finished? The woman, named Tan Yan, was Peng Fei's girlfriend. Her expression was cold as she struggled to free herself from his grasp. Do you not understand? We are done. We have parted ways. Her words cut through the air, leaving Peng Fei's hand suspended in shock as he stared vacantly at her. Until today, he had regarded Tan Yan as the love of his life. Part of his motivation for establishing the cultivation base stemmed from her influence. Yet, upon encountering failure in his entrepreneurial endeavors, she promptly turned her back on him. Is it solely because my mushrooms did not yield? Tan Yan stepped back with evident disdain, revealing her true nature as someone who values wealth over character. She was a pragmatic individual. Seeing no worth in Peng Fei, she refused to waste any more time on him. To her, he was now a burden, a man who had failed in business and accrued debt. Indeed, what do you believe remains for me to cherish? She retorted, with your business failing and debts looming. What do I gain from this? Do you expect me to accompany you in repaying your debts? You lack both education and capability, and you cannot even afford the bride price to marry me. Enough. This is it. Do not contact me again. The notion of a devoted wife supporting her husband's ambitions is often romanticized in literature. However, in reality, individuals like Tan Yan are far more prevalent. Despite having uncovered Tan Yan's true nature, Peng Fei remained unwilling to part ways. How could one so deeply enmeshed in genuine emotion easily sever ties? Yanzi, how could I possibly live without you, Yanzi? Peng Fei cried out, his heart wrenched in anguish. Yet Tan Yan turned a deaf ear, not once glancing back. Witnessing this scene, Yunyi felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. If only he could have arrived 5 minutes later. Cousin. Peng Fei managed to force a smile that resembled more of a grimace than a grin. Having just endured the dual blows of professional and romantic setbacks, he found himself engulfed in despair. The mushroom crop had failed. The cultivation base was ruined. His girlfriend was gone. He was finished. Everything was over. Yunyi empathized profoundly with his cousin's plight, for he too had experienced the bitter sting of simultaneous failures in love and career. That had undoubtedly been the darkest chapter of his life, eclipsing even the time he was caught by his father in a compromising situation. Cousin, take it easy. It's not the end of the world. The cultivation base can be salvaged. As for your girlfriend, there are countless women in this world. There is no need to lament over someone unworthy. After this incident, can you not see her true character? Peng Fei, dejected, crouched on the ground, covering his face in silence, likely wiping away tears. Seeing this, Yunyi felt a heavy weight in his heart and offered him a cigarette. It's not hopeless. The cultivation base can still be saved. However, Peng Fei barely registered his words, his expression vacant as he accepted the cigarette and took a long drag. Stop trying to console me. The mushrooms didn't grow, and the cultivation base is doomed. No, it can be saved. That is precisely why I'm here. Yunyi asserted with unwavering conviction. Cousin, there are two words in this world that are most terrifying. One is obsession, and the other is seriousness. Serious people transform themselves. Obsessed individuals alter their fate. You possess the courage to start a business. Can you not muster the audacity to be a bit more persistent? A glimmer of hope finally sparked in Peng Fei's eyes. Do you have a solution? I do. Nonsense. What can a high school student like you possibly know? Are you underestimating me? I've been studying mushroom cultivation techniques these past few days. I've become somewhat of an expert. Do you know where your problem lies? You shouldn't have covered it with a film. Indeed, the mycelium had developed, but the soil was excessively moist, hampering the growth of the mushrooms. As long as you reduce the humidity, mushrooms will flourish. It was astonishing that a high school student could articulate mushroom cultivation techniques so proficiently. Peng Fei was utterly taken aback and stood up from the ground. You truly understand. You didn't just watch some videos online to deceive me, did you? I'm not that idle. Trust me, there's hope. Clinging to the idea of a desperate remedy, Peng Fei, albeit skeptically, led Yun Yi into the cultivation base. There, they encountered his aunt and uncle, who were lamenting their misfortunes. Upon seeing her son, his aunt hurriedly approached and asked, "What did Yin Zi say?" Peng Fei, filled with sorrow, shook his head. "It's over." At this, his aunt was thrown into a frenzy. "Oh dear, my daughter-in-law. You must go and win her back." "Mom, Yin Zi is determined to leave. There's nothing I can do." His aunt struggled to accept this harsh reality. "How did it come to this? I told you not to engage in this agricultural venture, yet you refuse to listen. We are but ordinary folk, unfit to be entrepreneurs. Now, we have not only failed to earn money but also lost my wife. Life has become unbearable. Our ambitions far exceed our capabilities. This is the stark reality of our family. However, let us not forget the arrival of Yun Yi, our temporal savior. Aunt, there is still hope for the cultivation base." It was then that the third aunt realized Yun Yi's presence. "Xiao Yi, return home. My mind is in turmoil, and I have no time to entertain you." "Aunt, I am not here for leisure. I have come to assist." Peng Fei explained with skepticism. "Xiao Yi claims he has a method to make the mushrooms grow." The third aunt was momentarily taken aback, instinctively disbelieving, thinking her nephew was jesting. "Xiao Yi, do not complicate matters. Obey and head home." The attitude of the third aunt's husband was even more extreme, as he violently kicked the straw scattered on the plastic sheet, sending it flying. "To grow lifeless mushrooms. And now I'm left with a loss of hundreds of thousands. Now we owe a debt of 100,000. Witnessing this, Yun Yi understood the situation clearly. The third aunt's family did not take him seriously at all. One was lovesick, another a fanatic, and the third a violent brute. Attempting to persuade them verbally was utterly unrealistic. Thus, Yun Yi resolved to demonstrate his point through action. Inside the greenhouse, it was stifling and humid, with mosquitoes buzzing about. Yun Yi, who had a mild case of obsessive cleanliness, suppressed his discomfort and grabbed a handful of soil, squeezing it to extract water. "Look, this is the consequence of covering the soil with plastic. With such high humidity, the idea of mushrooms sprouting is absurd. While the growth of the giant cap mushroom indeed requires moisture, this excess is detrimental. Too much moisture not only suffocates the mycelium, but also deprives it of oxygen. The giant cap fungus is an aerobic organism. Even in its vegetative stage, it requires oxygen to thrive." Furthermore, Yun Yi lifted the soil to his nose, detecting a faint scent of chemical fertilizer. "Cousin, have you applied fertilizer?" At this moment, Peng Fei began to sense something amiss, adjusting his demeanor. "Yes. The cultivation master said that giant cap mushrooms need nitrogen and various mineral elements." Yun Yi smiled, having nearly pinpointed the source of the issue. "Nonsense. The giant cap fungus is a grass-decaying organism with a remarkable ability to decompose cellulose and lignin. All you need to do is bury straw and wood chips in the soil. Fertilization is entirely unnecessary. Is there still hope?" Yun Yi sighed, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. This overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Truly, you have defeated me. I have repeated countless times that there is hope, and the solution is quite simple." Looking around, Yun Yi ran outside the greenhouse, picked up a stick, and poked it into the plastic covering. After some time, the solution was merely to create a hole. Peng Fei stood stunned. He had expected Yun Yi's remedy to be more sophisticated. "Is that it?" "Ah, yes. That is precisely it. A blunt sword lacks a sharp edge. Great ingenuity often appears simple. Do not underestimate this hole. It will release the excess moisture from the soil while allowing the fungi to access oxygen." Aunt San could no longer bear the sight, and silently confirmed her thoughts that Yun Yi was being foolish. To think a mere hole could yield mushrooms. What a farce. "Xiao Yi, hurry home, or I shall inform your mother. As a student, you know nothing of these intricacies. Even the experts are at a loss." Yun Yi felt unjustly wronged. He was merely trying to do a good deed, yet it seemed someone had chosen to be difficult. However, he understood that explanations would not suffice, so he resolutely ignored the criticism and continued to dig. What he was carving was not just holes, but a radiant future for his cousin. Peng Fei joined in the endeavor. Aunt San and Uncle San found the situation utterly absurd. offering no assistance and muttering a few complaints before choosing to leave. The planting base was vast, and by the time they finished digging, it was already 8:30. Yunyi stretched, feeling exhausted yet inwardly satisfied. After all, they say that helping others is the essence of joy. Given the circumstances, mushrooms would likely sprout in about 1 to 2 weeks. Remember to regulate the temperature and humidity and ensure proper ventilation. Yunyi meticulously relayed the precautions to his cousin. At this point, he had fulfilled his duty as a cousin. Peng Fei took note of everything. What does it mean to be family? This is what it truly signifies. When you are down and out, rather than keeping your distance, they exert every effort to help you overcome your difficulties. The essence of family lies in such bonds. Xiaoyi, thank you. Regardless of the outcome, I will not forget your kindness. Yunyi splashed water on his face and tousled his hair into a stylish, side-swept look reminiscent of Hong Kong fashion. There was no need for excessive gratitude. It was time for him to leave. Returning home late would surely result in a scolding. Remember to keep in touch and update me on the mushroom growth. I will come to your house for mushrooms soon. Goodbye. With that, Yunyi mounted his electric scooter and vanished into the darkness. Having fulfilled his task, he departed quietly, concealing his achievements. By the time he returned home, it was already 9 o'clock, and Deng Yinghua unleashed a torrent of reproaches. Your Aunt San's affairs are already chaotic. Did you go there to intentionally add to the trouble? Yunyi, ravenous, explained as he wolfed down his meal. Do not heed Aunt San's nonsense. I was there to help. Just wait and see. This time Aunt San's folly will blow up, and I shall await her apology. Deng Yinghua's attitude mirrored Aunt San's. She too doubted Yunyi's ability to salvage the planting base. Finish your meal quickly and get your homework done. Stay out of adult matters. And what is this smoke smell about? It's from cousin Fei Fei. He's quite upset, Yunyi replied, feeling guilty. Fortunately, Deng Yinghua's focus remained on the planting base, and she did not press further. She was deeply troubled. It seemed the 100,000 yuan lent to Fei Fei would not be returned anytime soon. Chapter 25. Monthly exam. Yun Jianya furrowed his brow upon hearing this. What's the rush? Our family isn't in desperate need of that 100,000 yuan right now. It's Fei Fei who is in dire straits. His family has no savings. They are counting on this planting base for a turnaround. If it fails, what then? The word fail struck Yun Ye's ears like a sharp sting, yet he refrained from retorting. Let the facts speak for themselves. At this point, Yun Jianya could not help but voice a few more grievances towards Yun Yi. Why did you go to your aunt's house at such a time? As a student, what assistance can you possibly offer? Your foremost priority should be to excel in your studies, ensuring a bright future at a prestigious university and securing a respectable job. Do not end up like your cousin Fei Fei, who, lacking in education and skills, remains honest and earnest yet struggles to maintain a girlfriend. When did being honest and earnest become a derogatory term? Fei Fei, after all, is the closest cousin to Yun Yi, and he cannot bear to hear such criticism. I believe Fei Fei has his merits. The woman in question simply lacks discernment. With his support, the planting base is bound to thrive, and Fei Fei's future holds promise. Achieving a comfortable life is certainly within reach. Whether he attains great wealth depends on his own capabilities. Yun Jianya chuckles at his son's naivety. Without money or skills, no woman would choose to associate with you. If it is merely for financial gain, then such a woman is not worth having. Though he verbally dismisses this notion, Yun Yi secretly aligns with his father's perspective. His words may be blunt, but the truth remains. Money is indeed significant. Take Bai Wanqing, for instance. She does not prioritize wealth, yet every moment that touches her heart requires financial means. Unable to counter this, Yun Jianya swiftly shifts the conversation back to the topic of transferring schools. Have you given any thought to the transfer? The principal of the 7th middle school personally called me, promising you a spot in their finest Hongji class, along with a waiver of tuition and fees. Oh, I already mentioned, let us wait until the monthly exam. If your scores drop next time, I will consent to the transfer. Having satisfied his hunger, Yun Yi instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to realize it was too late to retract his action. Deng Yinghua, quick-witted, snatched it away. Oh, how dare you attempt to smoke? Are you trying to court disaster? Old Yun, take a look at your son. At just 17, he dares to smoke. What will he do next? Commit arson? Surprisingly, Yun Jianya displayed little resistance, having been an avid smoker himself. So, you're smoking Huazi. What a coincidence. I smoke the same brand. I wondered why the cigarettes in the cupboard were depleting so rapidly. So it was you who pilfered them. At your young age? What do you need to smoke for? Smoking adversely affects reproductive health. Yunyi, unfazed, retorted, Dad, you seem quite normal yourself. Deng Yinghua swiftly delivered a smack to Yunya's head. Do you not understand why we haven't pursued a second child? Yun Jianya felt a wave of embarrassment. Why bring such matters up with the child? Let us not deviate from the topic of smoking. Yunyi struggled to contain his laughter, recalling that his mother had indeed once mentioned wanting a second child, and the reason they hadn't pursued it was this very issue. I do not smoke. Where would the country find funds to build aircraft carriers? To expedite the nation's emergence as a formidable naval power, I have resolved to sacrifice my personal desires for the greater good. I'll slap you for such absurdity. Deng Yinghua exclaimed with a swift strike. Yunyi, feeling the sting, hastily retreated to his room. Mom, I was wrong. I won't smoke anymore. The nation does not require my trivial contributions. In a timely intervention, Yun Jianya sought to diffuse the situation. It's nothing to worry about. It's normal for men to smoke a little. You cannot control everything. Rather than pacifying Deng Yinghua, his words redirected her ire. How dare you utter such words without considering the taste lingering in your own mouth? Do you wish for Xiaoyi to be burdened with a plethora of questions like you? Yun Jianya, feeling a pang of embarrassment, retreated to the sofa to watch television. Yet, even in his quest for entertainment, tranquility eluded him. The voice of Deng Yinghua resonated from the kitchen, engaging in a monologue. The current television dramas are indeed subpar. They begin with promise, yet falter as they progress, concluding hastily and carelessly. The speaker's lack of intent was met with keen interest, leaving Yun Jianya blushing furiously. Well, I shall take a stroll. In the ensuing days, Yunya's life returned to its rhythm. He attended cultural classes while immersing himself in painting, all the while seizing opportunities to tease the proud girl by Wanjing. Days unfolded with richness and flavor. In his previous life, he had often envisioned such a lifestyle after entering the workforce, and now, it was finally within his grasp. During this time, he remained attentive to his cousin's cultivation endeavors, meticulously imparting planting techniques. Although it appeared that Peng Fei was the one taking action, it was indeed Yun Yi who was responsible for the successful cultivation of mushrooms. The growth of the king oyster mushrooms was promising, and their emergence was a certainty. Everything was progressing favorably. As the month drew to a close, Yun Yi temporarily focused his attention, redirecting much of his energy from the studio to the classroom. He had pledged to score at least 700 points on this examination. With a total of 750 points possible across 6 subjects, achieving 700 was no trivial feat, of course. This was a challenge for others. For Yun Yi, a modest effort would suffice to silence his parents and teachers and to continue his pursuit of art with peace of mind. He diligently reviewed for several days leading up to the exam, ensuring he was well prepared. On the morning of October 29th, the first exam was Chinese literature. The atmosphere in the classroom was tense. Yun Yi, however, remained relaxed and performed steadily. The exam paper posed no difficulty in his eyes. Compared to the open-ended nature of Chinese, he preferred the singular answers found in mathematics and physics, subjects where he could reliably secure points, facilitating easier estimation of his scores. The homeroom teacher, Gong Chonglin, ambled over, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze lingering briefly on Yun Yi. He had previously fretted over Yun Ye's pursuit of art, but firmly believed that after this monthly examination, circumstances would improve. With Yun Yi studying art, it was certain he would not achieve a score of 700. Gong Chonglin had already devised a plan to confront Yun Yi once the scores were released, urging him to abandon art. As for his subsequent thoughts, Gong Chonglin abruptly left the examination room, heading straight to the principal's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Principal. Teacher Gong, please take a seat. I have summoned you today for no particular reason other than to inquire about Yun Ye's recent progress. He is still pursuing art, correct? Yes, but I assure you, his time in this pursuit will be brief. A person's energy is limited. He will undoubtedly fail to score 700 points this time. When that time comes, he will fulfill his promise to leave the studio and concentrate on cultural studies. I wonder if we should consider nurturing Yun Yi towards the Olympiad? His talent is so remarkable that it would be a shame for him not to participate. Gong Chonglin's thoughts aligned perfectly with Principal Wang's. I share the same sentiment. At a previous meeting held by the Education Bureau, Principal Fong of No. 7 High School deliberately raised the issue of recruiting Yun Yi. In a bid to uphold their pride, it became imperative for No. 3 High School to secure a position in this year's Olympiad. The task of persuading Yun Yi was assigned to you. Is there any issue with that? None at all. I assure you I will accomplish the mission. Gong Chonglin had no grounds to decline. If Yunyi were to achieve a notable rank, it would reflect positively on him as a teacher. Within the classroom, after completing his exam, Yunyi found himself with nothing to do. The seating arrangement for this examination was disrupted, placing him among peers with whom he had only a casual acquaintance. Yet there was a familiar face, Bai Wanqing. Bai Wanqing had nearly finished, but lingered over the final multiple-choice question, unable to decide. In her moment of indecision, she inadvertently locked eyes with Yunyi, who wore a friendly smile and raised 4 fingers. High school students are well aware of the significance of this gesture. 1-2-3-4 represents the 4th option. Overjoyed, Bai Wanqing had no doubts about Yunye's intentions and made her selection. Meanwhile, the ceiling fan hummed, causing Yunye's exam paper to flutter. The text within the parentheses of the last multiple-choice question stood out conspicuously. Indeed, Yunyi had intentionally provided the incorrect answer. Bai Wanqing was strikingly beautiful. One could only imagine how captivating she would appear in tears. At Shaholing, the mushroom cultivation base, the door of the greenhouse creaked open. Peng Fei entered with a brisk step to inspect the growth of the fungi. The growth of the large-cap mushrooms required no sunlight, and the interior of the greenhouse was somewhat dim. A mere glance was enough to leave Peng Fei in a state of disbelief, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. On the ground, an abundance of reddish-brown mushroom caps burst forth from the confines of the humus soil. Overjoyed, Peng Fei shouted in excitement, "They've sprouted! Ha! They've sprouted!" Overnight, the previously desolate cultivation base transformed into a vibrant sea of mushrooms. Yunye's efforts had not been in vain. He had revitalized the cultivation base, and along with it, Peng Fei's hopes. Gazing at the dense clusters of mushrooms, Peng Fei was moved to tears. "Xiaoyi, you didn't deceive me. There truly is hope. I can't believe I ever doubted you. I must be inhuman." To be honest, he had not held much hope initially. If experts like his mentor were at a loss, how could he, a mere high school student, succeed? Yet, it was indeed his cousin who had self-taught and resolved the seemingly insurmountable issue of mushroom production. Peng Fei was astounded. Previously, he had merely thought Yunyi excelled in academics. He had never considered his latent abilities. He could seamlessly apply the knowledge gleaned from textbooks to real-life situations without any hindrance. Usually reserved and unassuming, when he made a move, it was nothing short of spectacular. "Xiaoyi, you have truly broadened my horizons." Coming back to reality, Peng Fei eagerly called for his parents. As they beheld the flourishing mushrooms, his aunts and uncles were left speechless. "They've sprouted. They really have sprouted. Oh heavens, at long last, the mushrooms have emerged. During this time, I was so worried I could hardly eat. Wonderful, wonderful. The mushrooms have sprouted. What a blessing. Oh, Fei, what's the situation? Wasn't it said there was no hope?" Peng Fei felt immensely grateful. What else could it be? It's all thanks to Xiaoyi. Had it not been for someone else's suggestion, our business would have long since failed. Aunt San and Uncle San exchanged glances, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Reflecting on their previous actions, they felt utterly ashamed. Alas, they had misjudged Xiaoyi. He had kindly offered his assistance. Yet they had not even spared a meal for him and had misunderstood his intentions. They were certainly lacking as elders. "Oh dear, I can hardly face my eldest nephew." Aunt San lamented, slapping her thigh in frustration, while Uncle San was equally disheartened. Where had Xiaoyi acquired his planting skills? Wasn't he supposed to be studying? Speaking of this, Peng Fei became animated. Indeed, after Xiaoyi returned home, he had independently sought out information online to teach himself. He was a self-taught prodigy. Uncle San's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising several octaves. No one taught him. He learned on his own, just by reading a few books at night. He could resolve the issue of failing to cultivate mushrooms. Although Uncle Sen lacked formal education, he understood the extraordinary nature of the events unfolding before him. What was taught in books was one thing. Practical application was quite another. The fact that Yunyi could integrate knowledge and practice was beyond Uncle San's imagination. Peng Fei was thoroughly impressed. "Dad, Xiaoyi is incredibly clever. He is not merely a bookish student. He can apply what he learns effectively. The key is that he has a good heart. He deliberately studied planting techniques to assist me. Others do not possess such goodwill. In times of poverty, no one in the bustling market cares. In times of wealth, distant relatives appear from the mountains." Yunyi had never sought any reward for helping Peng Fei. Aunt Sin sighed deeply, feeling even more guilty. Xiaoyi was a wonderful child, excelling academically and possessing a kind nature, they could not neglect him. His help in saving the planting base was akin to saving their entire family. Let us buy some fine wine and dishes, and invite Xiaoya and his companions over for dinner to express our gratitude, Aunt San proposed. Uncle San wholeheartedly agreed. All right, I will go buy it right away. Peng Fei knew that Yunyi had an exam today and might not have the time. Let us postpone it until tomorrow. After the exam, it will be the weekend. That works. On October 30th, Friday, the final math exam took place in the afternoon. After the exam concluded, Teacher Gong Chonglin held a brief class meeting and then called Yunyi to his office. Teacher Gong, how did the exam go? Not bad. I'm definitely pursuing art. The young man was a bit too boastful. It was rare to find a high school student capable of scoring 700 points. Yunyi was eager to head to the internet CAF for gaming, not wishing to squander time. The CAF would be crowded after exams, and if he delayed, he might miss out on a computer. Please get to the point. There's no need for roundabout conversations, Yunyi urged. Gong Chonglin cleared his throat and addressed the matter at hand. Are you aware of the annual National High School Students 5 Major Subject Competition? Yes. What do you think? Do you wish to participate? Not interested. Despite Yunyi's exceptional talent, he lacked academic ambition. The National High School competition sounded time-consuming and laborious, undoubtedly lacking in appeal. Gong Chonglin felt somewhat embarrassed, as he had boasted to Principal Wang about Yunyi's potential. Do not be disheartened. The National High School Student Competition is the most influential event in our country. Achieving remarkable results at such a prestigious level can be a source of pride for a lifetime. With your innate talent complemented by my guidance, you will undoubtedly stand out among a multitude of prodigies, becoming a figure of great admiration. Gong Chonglin, a quick-witted individual, immediately altered his approach upon noticing Yunyi's lack of enthusiasm. Furthermore, when you introduce yourself to young women, wouldn't the aura of a national physics competition gold medalist enhance your appeal? Yunyi could hardly fathom the thought. Who would so brazenly introduce themselves as a national physics competition gold medalist while courting? Unless the other party is also an academic overachiever in such a scenario. The identity of a national physics competition gold medalist pales in comparison to the allure of a Rolex submariner. I genuinely doubt that Mr. Gong was introduced to his wife through mutual acquaintances. Gong Chonglin was taken aback. Why do you ask? Yunyi replied softly. Anyone who has ever dated would not utter such words. Gong Chonglin felt a wave of embarrassment. Indeed, Yunyi had struck a nerve. His wife was indeed introduced to him by a friend. Prior to that, he had never been in a romantic relationship. This topic felt too awkward, prompting Gong Chonglin to swiftly change the subject. If you win a prize in the competition, you can secure a guaranteed spot at a prestigious university. Yunyi remained indifferent. Mr. Gong, do you think I would worry about not getting into university? Upon hearing this, the other teachers in the office erupted into laughter. Indeed, for a high school student striving for a score of 700, which university could he possibly not gain admission to? If your grades are sufficiently outstanding, you could be selected for the national training team, representing our country in the International Physics Olympiad and bringing glory to our nation. If Yunyi remained unmotivated, Gong Chonglin would truly be at a loss. Yunyi hesitated for a moment before decisively shaking his head. These are all trivial matters. I would prefer a tangible cash reward. Gong Chonglin was taken aback. He had considered cash incentives, but believed his students would not be so superficial. After all, which student participates in competitions solely for the sake of monetary gain? Yes, there is a cash reward. In recent years, our Luling City Education Bureau has established a special provision to encourage students to participate, offering a cash incentive of 500,000 yuan to those who qualify for the national training team. Yunyi's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. 500,000. Chapter 27, National High School Student Competition. Million Yuan Prize. Ever since his rebirth, Yunyi had been plagued by financial constraints. While he could occasionally ask his parents for money for ordinary expenses, it was hardly appropriate to seek their support for smoking, bar outings, or indulging in skewered delicacies. The desire to earn money was hindered by the limitations of being a high school student. Now, at last, there was a legitimate avenue to earn money. The National High School Student Competition could accommodate both academic pursuits and the constraints of being a high schooler. What a brilliant opportunity. Yunyi was resolutely motivated. All right, I will participate. If I qualify in all 5 categories of the National High School Student Competition, wouldn't that amount to 5 million? Gong Chonglin was taken aback by Yunyi's ambition. It is simply impossible. setting aside whether you possess the energy for it. The schedule does not permit your simultaneous participation in 5 events. Yunyi felt a twinge of disappointment. How many can I enter? Physics and mathematics do not conflict, and I excel in both. Very well, then, I shall participate in physics and mathematics. The total prize money amounts to 1 million, does it not? Yunyi was completely confident in his abilities, harboring no concerns about not making it into the national youth training team. His only worry was whether the Luling City Education Bureau would acknowledge his achievements. Gong Changlin found it difficult to comprehend Yunyi's train of thought. From his perspective, Yunyi was being excessively ostentatious, as if he were treating the national competition as a trifling matter. The prize money was undoubtedly secure. But are you certain you want to enter 2 events? You will be competing against elite contenders from across the nation. Achieving success in a single event would already be fortunate. Qualifying in 2 is a distant dream. Perhaps it would be wiser to register for just 1, choosing between physics and mathematics. However, Yunyi remained resolute in his decision to enter both categories. To him, the national competition was akin to a monetary gift, and one ought to seize such opportunities vigorously. Once this chance passes, it may never return. Seeing Yunyi's determination, Gong Changlin had no choice but to relent. In that case, please discuss this with your parents, and if they consent, I will assist you with the registration in a few days. Thank you, Teacher Gong. In high spirits, Yunyi exited the administrative building, humming a tune. For high school students, the administrative building holds a unique significance. It is not only the domain of the teachers, but also the location with the best signal throughout the school. In 2014, the penetration rate was not particularly high, and data plans were exorbitantly priced. The complimentary access in the administrative building became a lifeline. Many students had developed a habit of congregating there to watch videos. Although the universal key provided a slow signal, it did not deter it from becoming a beloved resource among high schoolers. When Yunyi located Peng Daowu, he found him huddled in a corner of the administrative building, his face flushed from staring at his phone. Hey, are you not done yet? Peng Daowu, startled like a frightened rabbit, quickly tucked away his phone. Upon seeing Yunyi, he exhaled in relief. You nearly scared me to death. Keep your voice down. Yunyi couldn't help but look down upon such behavior. How ironic that something intended for educational purposes was being misused by students for entertainment. In response, he received only a raised middle finger. What do you know? Studying physiological knowledge is still a form of learning, isn't it? In a certain sense, this did not stray from the original intention of education. Learning about physiology is indeed a form of study. Yunyi was left speechless. You really are something. Huh. Stop pretending to be high-minded. If you dare, don't let me send it to you. No need. I have my own setup. Yunyi had not yet fallen to the point of begging others for material. He could watch it discreetly online. Watching adult films is a hallmark of a man's maturation. Upon hearing this, Peng Daowu immediately recognized how foolish his actions had been and got up from the ground. Tomorrow, I'll head over to your place. Let us hit the internet CAF. By the way, what did old Gong want with you? He wants me to participate in the national high school competition. Wow, impressive. Are you going or not? I am. But you have to balance your painting practice and prepare for the competition. Will you have enough time? Yunyi brushed off the concern entirely. No matter. Time is akin to a cleavage. With a little pressure, it will surely yield. The internet CAF buzzed with excitement, and Peng Daowu was already aflame with enthusiasm. However, fate had other plans. Yunyi unexpectedly received a call from his aunt. Oh dear, I have to leave for something. Perhaps next time. Peng Daowu was greatly disappointed and seized the handle of Yunyi's electric bike. Wait, what are you doing? Yunyi responded with a sense of helplessness. He had also wished to indulge for a while, but with his aunt calling, he felt compelled to go. I suppose the mushrooms have sprouted. My aunt has summoned me for dinner. After enduring a long wait until Friday, Peng Daowu was reluctant to accept the situation. What a cruel aunt to delay her nephew's online escapades. It must be all aunts. Well, next time then. I shall take my leave. Upon returning home, Yunyi reunited with his parents, and they headed to his aunt's place. En route, Deng Yinghua could not contain her curiosity and frequently turned to glance at Yunyi from the passenger seat. She had already learned the details from Yunyi's aunt. Upon hearing that Yunyi had resolved the mushroom cultivation dilemma, she was utterly astonished. Where on earth did you acquire such knowledge of mushroom cultivation? After being misunderstood for so long, Yunyi finally felt vindicated. I learned it from researching online. I mentioned this before, but you wouldn't believe me. Deng Yinghua and her husband, Yun Jianya, exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. You managed to learn this just from online resources? Then why bother with school? Yun Ye's extraordinary learning ability once again astonished the couple. By the way, today, teacher Gong mentioned that she wants me to participate in a national middle school competition. Will it affect my academic performance? Not at all. If you can achieve a commendable rank, it could secure you a spot at Tsinghua University. Yun Ye's mention of Tsinghua University dispelled all apprehensions from Yun Jianye and his wife, and thus the decision to compete was solidified. After a journey of half an hour, Shaholing came into view. Arriving at his aunt's home, Yun Yi was treated like royalty. His uncle, aunt, cousin Peng Fei, and younger cousin Peng Yu all came out to welcome him. The university student has arrived. Little Yi, I must apologize for my previous misunderstanding. Thanks to your assistance, your cousin's cultivation base has not perished. You are a good child. I heard from your mother that you adore egg tarts. So I bought a large platter to ensure you have your fill. You must be famished. Let us hurry to the table so my dear nephew doesn't go hungry. His aunt and uncle each took one of Yun Ye's hands, ushering him inside without hesitation. Yun Yi felt a bit overwhelmed by their warmth. It's nothing. We are family. This is what I should do. His aunt, a woman of understanding, did not take advantage of his words. That cannot be said. Not helping is a matter of duty, while helping is a matter of affection. Your aunt knows that you specifically learned cultivation techniques to assist Fei Fei. You have put in effort, and if I don't show some gratitude, what kind of person would I be? Youngest, Yinghua, you have raised a wonderful son. Yun Jianye and Deng Yinghua beamed with pride. Receiving praise for their son brought them even greater satisfaction than being complimented themselves. Dinner was even more lavish than the previous meal. Yun Yi naturally became the center of attention, with his aunt serving him dishes that nearly piled up into a mountain in his bowl. Yun Yi wore a look of discomfort. Enough is enough. I can hardly contain myself. Chapter 28. Tears soaked the instant noodles, vowing not to be deceived by women. Take your time eating, you're still growing. Eat more. Someone encouraged. Look at you, so thin. You must be diligent in your studies. Otherwise, how could you achieve such high scores? Compliments were directed towards Yun Yi, who found the praise absurd. Furthermore, his physique was exemplary. His innate understanding had fortified his body, rendering his physical fitness undeniable. He was full of vitality and strikingly handsome. Recently, he had grown taller, now standing at 186 centimeters. With a height of 186 centimeters and a weight of 150 pounds. His physique was nothing short of extraordinary, an 8-pack abdomen, well-defined pectorals, slim in clothes yet muscular when undressed, truly a walking embodiment of vitality. However, from his aunt's middle-aged perspective, being slim was quite normal. Yun Ye's cousin, Peng Fei, was particularly grateful to him. Yun Yi had rescued him from the mire of failure. In his previous life, Peng Fei's plantation business had collapsed, leading to a life of destitution. Yet, with Yun Ye's assistance, what should have been a doomed enterprise was thriving. At a crossroads of fate, Peng Fei had embarked on a radically different path. After a few cups of wine, Peng Fei's nose reddened slightly as he stood to pour Yun Yi a glass of rice wine. Xiao Yi, this wine is low in alcohol. We must drink to our bond today. When the plantation was struggling to produce mushrooms, I felt utterly hopeless. Thankfully, you, Xiao Yi, taught yourself mushroom cultivation techniques. Remarkable. I have never encountered anyone quite like you. Yun Yi appeared somewhat distracted, his attention captivated by the plate of tomato beef brisket before him. It's really nothing. I merely possess a bit more luck than others. In truth, his rebirth and extraordinary perception could indeed be interpreted as fortune. Sometimes, the only difference between a small person and a great one is that stroke of luck. Yun Yi's uncle gazed at him with astonishment. He did not believe that Yun Yi had solely relied on luck to revitalize the plantation. Many had excellent grades, yet few could apply their knowledge as effectively as Yun Yi. Xiao Yi, let us drink to this moment. Unable to refuse the heartfelt invitation, Yun Yi raised his bowl and drank. The homemade rice wine was rich and smooth, with a hint of subtle sweetness, mirroring his current mood. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Peng Fei, buoyed by the alcohol, began to calculate the quarter's harvest. A conservative estimate yields 1,000 pounds of mushrooms per acre. At the market price of 15 yuan per pound, that amounts to quite a sum. Yun Yi was well aware of the profitability of the king oyster mushroom. I've calculated that, accounting for pesticides, fertilizers, and seedlings, the cost per pound is approximately 5 yuan. The profit per acre is around 10,000 yuan. Your plantation spans 10 acres, so your quarterly profit is about 100,000 yuan, which totals 200,000 yuan annually. Congratulations on entering the 200,000 yuan club. In a country where the standard for a moderately prosperous life is an annual income of 50,000 yuan, Peng Fei's income of 200,000 yuan firmly placed him on the threshold of comprehensive prosperity. In the countryside, earning 200,000 yuan was enough to live quite comfortably. At this moment, the transformative power of knowledge was vividly illustrated. Just as Peng Fei was about to express his thoughts, an unexpected phone call interrupted him. As you indulge in food and drink, I must step out for a moment. After listening to some idle chatter, Yin Yi found himself feeling rather bored and decided to take a stroll. In front of his aunt's house stood a lush grove of bamboo, vibrant and green. The evening breeze rustled the leaves, casting shimmering patterns of starlight on the ground through the gaps in the foliage. Yin Yi faintly overheard a conversation. "What are you here for?" "I came to see you. Now that we've broken up, what is there to see?" Initially reluctant to eavesdrop, Yin Yi felt compelled to return upon hearing those words. The identity of the speaker was unmistakable. Surely that woman wouldn't dare to reconsider now that she saw his cousin's cultivation base flourishing? A wise horse does not turn back to graze where it has already fed. Dear cousin, do not fall for her trickery again. How is your cultivation base faring? Quite well. The most challenging issues have been resolved, and mushrooms are already sprouting. No need to mention anything else. This yield alone can earn at least 100,000. With this, Peng Fei had successfully made his point, and Tan Yin's tone shifted to one of earnestness. Even without looking, Yun Yi knew the nature of her demeanor. Why waste words on such a woman? Just tell her to leave. 100,000. Really? Didn't you say it was nearly failing? My cousin helped revive the cultivation base. I see. Fei, I've always felt guilty and regretted our breakup. I'm sorry, I was too headstrong. After returning, I thought about you constantly. Let us reconcile and return to how things were. Let us find a time to go out. I'll show my remorse through my actions. Yun Yi was acutely aware of how Tin Yin intended to express her contrition. Listening from outside the bamboo grove, he felt a surge of urgency, wishing to rush in and make the decision for his cousin. What are you hesitating for? There's nothing to ponder. Have you forgotten how she treated you before? This is simply a case of forgetting the pain once the wound has healed. You must kick her to the curb. Cousin, dear cousin, do not let tears dampen your resolve. Do not be deceived by a woman. Leave now and do not seek me out again. Yun Yi nearly leaped for joy upon hearing this. After a moment, Peng Fei emerged from the bamboo grove, and Yun Yi immediately gave him a thumbs up. Well done, like a true man. Peng Fei appeared somewhat bashful, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. I'm not so lowly as to stoop to that. That's the right mindset. Cousin, focus on improving your cultivation base, expand its scale in the future, and experiment with various high-yield fungi. Financial freedom will be within reach. And then you can choose any woman you desire. The fragrance of flowers attracts butterflies. Yun Yi understood this better than anyone. Peng Fei, deeply impressed, regarded Yun Yi with a peculiar expression. I've noticed you've changed quite a bit. Your speech carries a certain weight. Ha. It's merely a reflection of my sentiments. After all, life experiences shape one's essence, and a few words can reveal a person's depth. As the family gathering came to a close, Yun Yi departed amidst the grateful gazes of his aunt's family. On the way home, Yun Jianya broached the topic of the recent monthly exam. How did it go? We've agreed that if your grades decline, you must obediently abandon your pursuit of art and focus solely on academics. Yun Yi sat calmly in the back seat, engrossed in his phone. Strength speaks for itself. It cannot falter. I understand. A gentleman's word is his bond. Yun Jianya revealed a satisfied smile, realizing for the first time that a dip in performance need not be a misfortune. Otherwise, I could have simply transferred to Qizhong. Principal Fong called me again yesterday. But no, that is non-negotiable. Even if I were to abandon art, I would not transfer to Qizhong. Learning occurs everywhere. Gold will inevitably shine. Yun Yi chose to empty his mind completely, engrossed in his mobile phone. His cousin's matters had reached a conclusion, allowing him to focus on preparing for the national high school competition. That is a prize of 1 million, the first major earnings of his life. And to think it would come during his high school years. Chapter 29. 3 consecutive visits to the internet CAF. Never victorious, the weekends of art students are far busier than those of typical high schoolers. Saturday mornings are free, but afternoons are reserved for art classes. Seizing the rare morning, Yunyi opted to spend it at the internet CAF. Upon his arrival, Peng Daowu had been waiting for quite some time. Hey, you're late. For some reason, Yunyi felt that Peng Daowu's gaze was evasive, as if he were hiding something. Is something the matter? No, nothing at all. Just logging in. Yunyi dismissed it and approached the front desk to reserve a computer. The year 2014 marked the pinnacle of the internet CAF industry. It was only 8:30 in the morning, yet the CAF was already packed. How did your exam go? You know me well. I recognize the exam paper. But it doesn't recognize me. If I score 350, I'll consider myself fortunate. And you? Aiming for 700 should be quite feasible. In the past, Peng Daowu would have thought Yunyi was dreaming. However, times had changed, and a score of 700 seemed increasingly plausible for Yunyi. The thought that his good friend might achieve a score of 700 suddenly made Peng Daowu find the games less enjoyable. Beast, could you spare me 100 points? If I could just hit 400, with a little luck, I could aim for a first-tier university. Before the reform in art examinations, the cultural requirements for art students at major universities were lamentably low. A few years back, merely studying art was enough to gain university admission. The keyboard was slick to the touch, and the keycaps were faded. Yet, Yunyi did not mind. The internet CAF was perhaps the only place where his mild obsession with cleanliness faded into insignificance. You need to put some effort into your studies. You're quite clever. With a little push, scoring 400 shouldn't be too difficult. Peng Daowu scoffed and laughed at himself. Study? What nonsense. If I could focus on studying, I wouldn't be wasting my time on art. Without hesitation, Yunyi replied, besides yourself, have you ever met an art student with good academic scores? Bai Wanqing. He answered. She can score over 500. Upon hearing Bai Wanqing's name, Peng Daowu felt a pang of guilt, forcing a flattering smile. Speaking of Bai Wanqing, she must have changed her opinion of you, hasn't she? Who knows? It doesn't matter. Women occupy a minor space in my life. Oh, look at you. Getting defensive. I see the two of you together painting every day. It's only a matter of time before old flames reignite. Bai Wanqing often inquired about Yunyi, making it difficult for Peng Daowu not to overthink the situation. In the past, Yunyi was indeed unworthy of Bai Wanqing, timid, sensitive, mundane, with mediocre grades, and drifting aimlessly through life. Yet now, Yunyi shines like the stars, exceptional to the point of despair. He excels academically, possesses remarkable artistic talent, and is endowed with a charming sense of humor and charisma. The pairing of such a Yunyi with Bai Wanqing is hardly surprising, to the extent that even Peng Daowu has altered his perspective. Yunyi smiles lightly, unshaken by these transformations. Maturity does not manifest in a staid demeanor, but rather in the ability to smile past the weight of a burdensome past. As for Bai Wanqing, Yunyi's approach is one of neither initiative nor rejection, without obligation. He may not harbor romantic feelings, yet he cannot bear to be without a woman by his side. These days spent painting alongside Bai Wanqing, it would be unrealistic to claim that he is entirely unaffected by the presence of such a stunning beauty. Although Yunyi's mind is mature, he is still a 17-year-old, grappling with the uncontrollable stirrings of youthful hormones. What do I wish to convey? I wish to express that Bai Wanqing also desires to join us, and I have acquiesced. Is that why you seem so peculiar today? Simply because Bai Wanqing wants to play games with us? Ah, yes, here she comes. Bai Wanqing, over here. Peng Daowu stood up and waved at her. Bai Wanqing was elegantly adorned, her ethereal look highlighted by a forest girl aesthetic, wearing a stylish plaid bandeau paired with an asymmetrical denim skirt. Her long legs accentuated by French platform shoes, she was utterly captivating. The very essence of summer seemed to materialize with her arrival. The internet CAF was predominantly filled with raucous youths, and a beauty of Bai Wanqing's caliber was a rare sight. Many stared, their expressions betraying their fascination. Bai Wanqing furrowed her brow, scrutinizing her surroundings, the cacophonous atmosphere, the disheveled players, the peculiar odors. All of it filled her with disdain. Such squalor. How could you enjoy spending time in a place like this? Peng Daowu, clad in typical student attire, jeans and a short-sleeved shirt, stood in stark contrast to the impeccably dressed Bai Wanqing, making him feel somewhat self-conscious. Yunyi, however, focused his attention primarily on Bai Wanqing's exquisite legs, smooth and fair, seemingly delicate enough to draw water with a mere pinch. I used to plead for you to come, and now you've changed your tune? I suddenly wish to experience the joys of ordinary life. Is that so unreasonable? How does this thing operate? As she spoke, Bai Wanqing pressed what appeared to be the power button. Suddenly, Peng Daowu's game came to an abrupt halt as the screen went black. He was taken aback, letting out a cry of despair. "What are you doing?" "My platinum promotion match." Bai Wanqing blushed slightly, clasping her hands and sticking out her tongue. "My apologies." Yunyi halted her from further pressing the power button, nodding towards the cashier. "No need to struggle. You must first obtain a card. Be a good Samaritan and help me out, will you?" Yunyi spread his hands in a gesture of urgency. Bai Wanqing looked puzzled. "What do you mean? The money? You aren't expecting me to treat you, are you? You can't possibly lack even this small amount. Can you, you miser?" Yunyi was not one to indulge Bai Wanqing's whims. "Do refrain from speaking, as your father is Bai Yanshi. How dare you ask me to treat you?" Bai Wanqing felt somewhat dejected and casually handed a 100 yuan note to Yunyi. She was unaccustomed to this mode of interaction. Previously, Yunyi had always been exceedingly compliant towards her. Yunyi, having prepared Bai Wanqing's gaming setup, naturally pocketed the remaining 80 yuan. After all, one must take advantage of the wealth of the affluent, considering it a fee for youthful losses. Just then, Peng Daowu concluded his game, and the three could embark on a gaming session together. With the fourth season lacking flexible group matches, they were left to rely on matchmaking. In this mode, success hinged entirely upon reflexes. Yunyi was fortunate enough to secure his favored mid-lane position, while Peng Daowu took on the role of top laner. Bai Wanqing, with her assertive personality, selected the most challenging jungle position, one that demanded a strong sense of rhythm. Yunyi was somewhat astonished to discover that Bai Wanqing could indeed play League of Legends. "I never imagined you were adept at this. I recall your previous aversion to the game." Bai Wanqing smiled, feigning an air of mystery. "I merely found your gaming habits distasteful." "Oh, let us see how you fare." "Really? Then prepare to be astonished. League of Legends is a realm where beauty is scarce." Yunyi found it difficult to conceive of Bai Wanqing as a skilled player. Based on his understanding of her, she must have recently taken up the game. How proficient could she possibly be? As anticipated, Yunyi's initial thoughts were soon validated. Bai Wanqing, playing as a spider jungler, entrenched herself in the jungle and refused to emerge. Meanwhile, the opposing Lee Sin deftly managed all three lanes. Driving the tempo of the game, Bai Wanqing remained steadfast in her unyielding approach. The Miracle Walker is still farming in the jungle. After his third attempt to support the top lane, Yunyi began to lose patience. He had never encountered a jungler who refused to leave the jungle. Was she foraging for herbs in there? Bai Wanqing felt unjustly treated. From her perspective, merely being at the internet CAF was already a significant sacrifice. Yet, Yunyi showed no gratitude and even reproached her, which she deemed utterly excessive. "How absurd. Are you really yelling at me over a game?" "I am not. I have maintained my tone throughout. We were doing just fine in the game. Why direct your frustrations at me? If your skills are lacking, do not blame your teammates." Although this position is termed jungler, it does not mean one solely focuses on the jungle. The spider is a tempo-based jungler. Capturing opponents is far more crucial than merely farming. "Enough already. Mind your own business. You are not my boyfriend. So what gives you the right to dictate my actions?" Her words, somewhat disingenuous, combined with Bai Wanqing's pitiful expression, were indeed perplexing. "So, only if you were my boyfriend would you have the authority to advise me?" Yunyi, with his rank providing insight, quickly grasped Bai Wanqing's subtle challenge. He took a deep breath and gazed earnestly at her. "I implore you, play support next time." The previously silent Peng Daowu interjected, "Listen to the voices of the crowd. Your support will undoubtedly be exceptional." Faced with a failed attempt at probing, Bai Wanqing immediately adopted a serious demeanor, reluctantly pouting her lips. The subsequent games unfolded in a similar manner. Yunyi's remarks instigated a sense of rebellion within Bai Wanqing. She persistently seized the jungler position, playing with an air of bewilderment. The reality that there are fewer female players in competitive gaming is not without reason. The trio continued their gaming session until midday. Despite having classes to attend in the afternoon, they opted for lunch outside, yet a rift emerged due to the presence of Bai Wanqing. Yunyi and Peng Daowu voted for pig trotter rice, while Bai Wanqing expressed a desire for homemade dishes. Yunyi had never even heard of the restaurant she suggested, and it was likely to be quite expensive. Unperturbed by the situation, Bai Wanqing remained steadfast in her refusal. "I want to eat pig trotter rice. It's not only greasy, but also makes one gain weight." Yunyi found it increasingly difficult to interact with this headstrong girl. Not only had she vexed him all morning, but she also clung stubbornly to her opinions. How infuriating. Pig trotter rice is delightful, especially the Longjiang variety. One grows fonder of it with each bite. Although Bai Wanqing was somewhat amused, she still loathed the dish. How could someone of her stature ever deign to consume such coarse fare? It was beneath her. The situation reached an impasse, and Yunyi shrugged, resignedly signaling surrender. In light of this, there was but one solution: goodbye. Bai Wanqing stared at Yunye's retreating figure, frozen in disbelief. He had actually abandoned her at the internet CAF entrance to have lunch alone. How infuriating. Bai Wanqing stomped her feet in frustration, her soft-soled French shoes making a muffled thud against the ground, causing her leg to tingle. Yunyi, come back. After all, she was a girl. How could he leave her here? As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Passers-by cast curious glances, leaving Yunyi feeling like a heartless rogue. Yet he remained unmoved, indifferent to her plight, determined not to indulge Bai Wanqing any longer. Seeing that Yunyi remained unyielding, Bai Wanqing had no choice but to acquiesce and follow him to eat pig trotter rice. The recent events taught her a valuable lesson. Should she continue to be obstinate, Yunyi would undoubtedly walk away. In truth, pig trotter rice was rather tasty. Otherwise, Yunyi and Peng Daowu wouldn't indulge in it so frequently. Bai Wanqing found it quite enjoyable as well, but her pride prevented her from admitting it, so she only sampled a few bites before setting her spoon down. Peng Daowu regarded Yunyi with admiration, having witnessed the entire exchange. At first, Bai Wanqing had vehemently refused to eat pig trotter rice, yet after Yunye's intervention, she had ultimately capitulated. This was the imperious Bai Wanqing. It was remarkable that Yunyi could coax her into submission. Yunyi smiled knowingly. Whether in romantic pursuits or friendships, being overly accommodating is unwise. It only leads to others underestimating you, believing you lack autonomy and discernment. Bai Wanqing glared at Yunyi in indignation. Yunyi, you've hidden your true self too well. I see now what you're really like beneath the surface. What is wrong with me? He replied, wiping his mouth with a napkin. You simply have your mindset misaligned, clinging to past expectations of me. The person before you now is simply Yunyi, a friend, not your suitor. I am under no obligation to cater to your whims. And if we cannot even be friends, so be it. Do you understand? Bai Wanqing gazed vacantly at the clouds, lost in contemplation. After a while, she murmured in a voice as faint as a mosquito, I understand. Yunyi felt a sense of satisfaction. This moment was worthy of remembrance, for it marked the first time Bai Wanqing had lowered her head to admit her fault. As the price for your renewed understanding of me, this meal is on me. In the afternoon sketching class, Peng Daowu approached Yunyi with an air of mystery, clutching his sketch pad. Brother, I admire you immensely. The way you have managed to tame Bai Wanqing is remarkable. How did you accomplish this? Do share your secrets, for I remain single. Yunyi swiftly twirled the sketchbook between his fingers. Did you grasp it? Peng Daowu was utterly perplexed. It's merely flipping the book. I can do that. What does this have to do with my question? Yunyi seized the sketchbook, his expression as profound as Marlon Brando's. When you are unafraid of losing this book, you can truly master it. Some individuals are not merely turning pages, they are navigating through life. A spark of realization illuminated Peng Daowu's face, and he felt a surge of pride in his cleverness. Ah, so you mean that being adept at flipping books aids in courting women? Yunya's silence was deafening. Perhaps you should focus on your drawing instead. The splendid weekend slipped away in the blink of an eye. On Monday morning, the sounds of early reading in classroom 5 of the senior year were as rustling as a middle-aged man with frequent urges. Yunyi lay with his head on the desk, deeply asleep. The night before, he had been engrossed in a session of Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne, battling fiercely in the Emerald Garden until the wee hours. In a daze, Yunyi was suddenly jolted awake by an overwhelming sense of danger. Upon focusing, he saw teacher Gong Chonglin glaring at him from behind. Teacher Gong Chonglin, reluctant to address his prized student Yunyi directly, bypassed him and slapped Peng Daowu awake. Look at you, sleeping with your book. Just look at Yunyi. He manages to sleep while still holding onto his book. Peng Daowu was bewildered. He genuinely wished for someone named Zhang Matzi to come along and eliminate Gong Chonglin. What happened to fairness? Must you always be so hypocritical? Yunyi, step outside for a moment. Chapter 31. The Obedient Girl. Zheng Miao. Once Gong Chonglin called Yunyi away, the early reading ceased abruptly, with 3 women in the spotlight. The chatter among the many girls in the classroom was relentless. I knew something like this would happen on a Monday morning. It's only natural. If you could rank first in the entire school, Teacher Gong would also treat you with such importance. Men with good grades are simply irresistible. Stop being infatuated. He doesn't even care about Bai Wanqing, let alone you. What of Bai Wanqing? She is merely a chapter in Yun Yi's past. Just look at how miserable Yun Yi was when he was with her. Zheng Miao, who had been memorizing vocabulary, unusually lifted her head in agreement. Indeed, it was wise for Yun Yi to part ways with Bai Wanqing. Her voice was crisp and rich, lingering in the air like a gentle caress from an ear-cleaning specialist. Among the many girls in Class 5, Zheng Miao was the only one who could rival Bai Wanqing in appearance. Unlike Bai Wanqing's flamboyant and aggressive beauty, Zheng Miao exuded a classical charm, tranquil and elegant. However, lacking the aura of a wealthy girl, her presence was not as pronounced. However, she excelled in her studies, epitomizing the archetype of the model student. Prior to Yun Yi's unexpected rise, she frequently occupied the top position in class. The opinions of the girl with the ponytail in the front row were wholeheartedly supported by Zheng Miao, fueling the gossip further. Indeed, Yun Yi has debased himself, trailing behind Bai Wanqing like a lapdog. I recall you once remarked, Zheng Miao, that boys who succumb to despair like Yun Yi are truly pitiable. Zheng Miao's cheeks flushed, apprehensive of being overheard. It seems I underestimated him. A wayward youth returning to the right path is commendable. An increasing number of girls joined the conversation, their faces growing flushed. It is not only you, we all misjudged him. Who could have anticipated such a significant transformation in Yun Yi? Indeed, he seems like a completely different person, as if he has become more attractive. He was already quite handsome, but his aura has undeniably changed. Previously, he would often lower his head, appearing despondent and lost. Now, he exudes tremendous confidence, his gaze clear, and those captivating peach blossom eyes are utterly enchanting. One could easily lose oneself in them. Truly, he is the school heartthrob, a scholarly version of Wu Yanzu. What is most mesmerizing is his academic performance. I remain baffled as to how he transitioned from a poor student to an exemplary one within a month. Furthermore, why has he taken up painting? Upon hearing this, Zheng Miao furrowed her brow, discreetly glancing towards Bai Wanqing. Instinctively, she connected this with Bai Wanqing. Could Yun Yi's pursuit of painting be an attempt to draw closer to Bai Wanqing? Zheng Miao had ample reason to harbor such doubts. Given Yun Yi's academic standing, his interest in the arts seemed superfluous, suggesting ulterior motives. Or perhaps, one could assert that Yun Yi has not forgotten Bai Wanqing and yearns to rekindle old flames. The thought left Zheng Miao with mixed emotions. She could not fathom why she felt this way. Perhaps it was out of pity for Yun Yi. Oh, Yun Yi, do not tread the path of regret. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Zhou Ye's distinctive quack-like voice stood out. A faction of the class harbored intense jealousy towards Yun Yi, with Zhou Yi being the most vocal. In my view, Yun Yi is utterly overestimating himself by wagering against the teachers. Scoring 674 points is his utmost limit. Aspiring for 700 is sheer nonsense. The rumors of Yun Yi's bets with the school faculty have circulated privately and are hardly novel. Zhou Ye's remarks resonated with some. Indeed, it is implausible. With a total score of only 750, achieving 700 implies he could afford to lose only single digits in each subject. Some, envious of others' talents, believe that if they cannot achieve something, neither can anyone else. For Zhou Yi and his cohort, Yun Yi had always lagged behind them in scores, but now, having surpassed them, they feel an acute sense of imbalance. Acknowledging that Yun Yi's score of over 600 is commendable, the thought of him reaching 700 is preposterous. How shameless. He ought to gracefully withdraw from the art studio, right, Wanqing? Zhou Yi relished the prospect of Yun Yi stepping back from the art studio. Consumed by jealousy of Yun Yi's ability to spend time with Bai Wanqing, a privilege he himself could not attain. He even yearned for Bai Wanqing's approval. To comprehend the transformation in Bai Wanqing's attitude towards Yun Yi, one must question how she could possibly malign him. The color drained from Bai Wanqing's face, her cold gaze radiating a sharpness akin to a blade. Are you ill? What gives you the audacity to speak ill of Yun Yi behind his back? As if you could score 700 on an exam. How ridiculous. Zhou Yi lowered his head in embarrassment, refraining from further comment. Witnessing this, the onlookers held him in even greater disdain. In the back row, Peng Daowu reveled in the spectacle, delighting in the misfortune of others. Zhou Yi, you truly deserve this. Though Zhou Yi lacked the courage to confront Bai Wanqing, he found the audacity to retort against Peng Daowu. When did it become your place to speak? You who ranks at the bottom of the class, what scores can you attain? He scoffed. I am an art student. How dare you compare grades with me? You claim Yunyi cannot score 700, but I believe he can. Zhou Yi sneered. And if he doesn't T? What are you betting on? For the sake of camaraderie. Peng Daowu took the plunge. I accept your wager. Zhou Yi, brimming with mischief, approached Peng Daowu and whispered, audible only to the two of them. If Yunyi's score does not exceed 700, you shall use a single napkin for your personal hygiene. Should he score above that, then I will use a napkin myself. Do you dare? Peng Daowu felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively clenching. One napkin was hardly sufficient. What if it tore? Zhou Yi stoked the flames. You're not backing down, are you? Weren't you just so brazen? The provocation proved too much for Peng Daowu. Fine. I'll take your bet, but don't you dare renege. Zhou Yi retorted, that should be my line. Both parties were resolute, and the wager was set. Peng Daowu silently prayed that Yunyi would not score less than 700. Using a mere napkin for such a purpose was no different from handling waste. He was no magician, after all, and lacked that capability. The pressure now rested upon Yunyi, who would strive to safeguard his friend's dignity through his own prowess. In the homeroom teacher's office. So, have you discussed the national student competition with your parents? I have. They support my participation. Excellent. In that case, starting tomorrow, in addition to your regular classes, you must also allocate time for my guidance in preparation for the competition. No problem. How about an hour of study during lunch? Upon hearing this, Gong Chonglin immediately shook his head. That one tea suffice. You have art classes during the last 2 periods, don't you? Skip those and attend my private tutoring sessions instead. Yunyi was decidedly displeased. That is out of the question. I am an art student. I must attend my art classes. Gong Chonglin was exasperated. We had an agreement. If you do not score 700, you cannot continue studying art. Yunyi was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. What? I didn't T-score 700? Chapter 32. A new record at Sanzhong impossible. There must be some mistake. Either the teacher misgraded, or a subject was overlooked. How could I possibly not reach 700? Yunyi refused to accept it. He had meticulously aimed to score just above 700. And there was no room for error. In truth, Gong Chonglin was not entirely certain of Yunyi's overall score. He merely relied on his intuition, believing that Yunyi could not achieve a score of 700. The scores for each subject had yet to be compiled, yet he advised against harboring excessive hopes. It would be wise to prepare to bring down the easel, as I have already informed Teacher Hu on this matter. It was merely a false alarm. And Yunyi exhaled in relief. Teacher Gong, let us not draw conclusions prematurely to avoid any potential embarrassment, he said. Gong Chonglin chuckled and chided. Are you so confident? Young man? Yunyi smiled silently, his thoughts unspoken. Gong Chonglin engaged in further discussion with Yunyi regarding the details of the national student competition before allowing him to depart. Upon returning to the classroom, Peng Daowu approached with great urgency. Taiji, you must strive to excel. My reputation rests entirely upon you, he implored. What do you mean? Peng Daowu then recounted the wager he had made with Zhou Yi. Yunyi found amusement in the situation, betting on whether he could achieve a score of 700. How absurd of Zhou Yi to even conceive such a notion. Indeed, Zhou Yi possessed a vivid imagination, even devising such a peculiar form of punishment. Wiping oneself with a napkin was hardly distinguishable from a more crude alternative. Good heavens! That image is too surreal for me to contemplate, Yunyi mused, though Peng Daowu was not in a jovial mood. I am not in the mood for jokes. What score did you achieve? He pressed. Yunyi's expression faltered, his tone hesitant and laced with embarrassment. Peng Daowu was nearly on the verge of tears. Surely not. Do not frighten me. Did you not claim that a score of 700 was a trivial matter? He exclaimed. What on earth? Were you merely boasting? He continued, aghast at the prospect of having to resort to such an embarrassing act. Yet, secretly, Yunyi was quite curious to see it unfold. Peng Daowu wore a look of despondence. This is utterly ridiculous, he lamented, sensing that Yunyi could no longer maintain the charade. The scores have yet to be released, but I am confident I will achieve a score of 700, Yunyi asserted. Really? Peng Daowu replied. Of course, we are quite familiar with each other. I suggest you purchase a pack of tissues now, lest Zhou Yi find an excuse to evade responsibility later. Meanwhile, Hu Zhixin approached Gong Chonglin. Teacher Gong, he began. Oh, Teacher Hu, I was just looking for you. How has Yunyi been performing in the studio lately? Hu Zhixin's expression was somewhat complex. Yunyi's performance was not merely good, it was exceptional. Aside from occasionally engaging in light-hearted banter with female classmates in the studio, there was little to criticize. He grasped concepts with remarkable speed and demonstrated an ability to draw connections across various subjects. At times, Hu Zixin contemplated whether he should simply allow Yun Yi to pursue a career in art. However, Yun Ye's outstanding academic performance rendered the likelihood of him choosing an artistic path exceedingly slim. Thus, Hu Zixin reluctantly suppressed those unrealistic fantasies. Everything is quite well. Yun Yi possesses extraordinary artistic talent and is making rapid progress. This was not the response Gong Chonglin had hoped to hear. He had anticipated that Yun Yi would face challenges in his artistic endeavors and subsequently return to the realm of academics in disheartenment. Teacher Hu, I must ask, how do you manage to disregard the principal's directives so effortlessly? Hu Zixin's emotions flared. By all that is holy, I have indeed followed the principal's instructions to the letter. I simply have never encountered such an extraordinary student. Not only does he possess an exceptional capacity for comprehension, but he also has an extraordinary memory. With such remarkable attributes, how could he not excel in any field? I have never properly taught him. He merely followed other students as they observed the teacher's demonstration. I even allowed him to skip the foundational class and join the elite students. Yet, he managed to keep up and surpass the elite students in skill. You know by Wanqing, a student from your class. She has a natural talent for painting and is quite diligent in her studies, consistently ranking as the highest in the studio. I intentionally arranged for Yun Yi to sit beside her, hoping that by Wanqing's prowess would inspire some competition in him. But guess what? It was Yun Yi who remained unaffected, while Bai Wanqing was profoundly discouraged. What can I do about this? Gong Chonglin exchanged glances with the teacher sitting next to him. They had encountered complaints about students' lack of intelligence before, but this was the first time they had heard of a student being too gifted. Could it be that Yun Yi is also exceptionally talented at painting? Hu Zixin pulled out his phone and displayed a piece of Yun Ye's artwork. Generally, people's aesthetic preferences are quite similar. Although Gong Chonglin did not understand art, he could still discern that the piece was strikingly colorful. It became evident that Yun Yi possessed artistic talents far exceeding those of his peers. Gong Chonglin was astonished. But that was the extent of his reaction. Mr. Hu, regardless of the circumstances, it must be clear that Yun Yi cannot become an art student. Hu Zixin was well aware. He had come to inquire about Yun Ye's recent exam scores. He was eager for Yun Yi to leave the studio, as witnessing such brilliance without being able to teach it was agonizing. How could one endure the torment of observing such a gifted individual daily, yet remain unable to impart knowledge? Do you know how many points Yun Yi scored this time? I am not certain. It should be less than 700, I suppose. Just then, the mathematics teacher, Mr. Yu, entered the room. Gong Chonglin greeted the subject teachers and asked them to report Yun Ye's scores in advance. Mr. Gong, the papers have been graded. Yun Yi scored 148. A chorus of admiration erupted in the office. Gong Chonglin's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained composed. Shortly thereafter, the Chinese teacher approached. Chinese, 139. Gong Chonglin's breathing became increasingly labored. Then came the chemistry teacher. Chemistry, 97. At this point, Gong Chonglin could no longer maintain his composure. With scores of 148 in mathematics, 139 in Chinese, and 97 in chemistry, coupled with my 98 in physics, that totaled 482. Could it be that this lad might actually score 700 points? The teachers remained, eager to witness whether Yun Yi could indeed reach that milestone. In their lengthy teaching careers, none had ever guided a student to achieve a score of 700. Yun Yi might soon unlock a new achievement for them. Mr. Gong, there are still 2 subjects left. You should call and urge them for results. Gong Chonglin promptly contacted the English and biology teachers. The results left him stunned, like a wooden stump, unable to process the information for a long while. English, 145, biology, 96. Mr. Yu, being a mathematics teacher, calculated swiftly. Thus, the total for the 6 subjects amounted to 716 points. The office erupted in excitement. Good heavens, 716 points. Not just 700, but a full 16 points over. I never anticipated that in my lifetime I would teach such an exceptional student. Surely I deserve recognition as an outstanding educator. Initially, I believed that a score of 674 was the pinnacle for Yun Yi, yet he has proven otherwise. Even when considering the entire district, a score of 716 must rank among the very best. Moreover, our Jiangyu province is renowned for its formidable examination standards, with this year's provincial science top scorer achieving merely 698. What is particularly noteworthy is that Yun Ye's 716 is an unadulterated score, devoid of any additional points. A prodigious talent indeed. What astounds me further is that he is simultaneously pursuing the arts. How does he manage to balance both artistic and academic pursuits? Hu Zhixin, with his mouth agape, was struck speechless in astonishment. Chapter 33. From this moment on, Class 5, I am a legend. A score of 716. This exceeded our agreement by 16 points. Even Hu Zhixin, seasoned as he is, found himself momentarily flabbergasted. He had witnessed Yunyi diligently painting in the studio, entirely absorbed, clearly investing considerable effort. Logically, one would expect a decline in academic performance, yet it has instead surged remarkably, even with a wild imagination. Hu Zhixin could not fathom this phenomenon. Upon reflection, a smile crept onto Hu Zhixin's face. Yunyi's high score signifies his capability to excel in both the arts and academics. Consequently, the school has no grounds to interfere with his artistic endeavors, allowing him to flourish as a student without reservation. How splendid! Hu Zhixin was suddenly filled with hopes for the future. Yunyi's artistic talent is undeniable. Under his guidance, the young man's potential is limitless. At the very least, he is destined to become a top scorer in the arts. Gong Changlin sat in his chair, unable to contain the overwhelming joy surging within him, akin to a torrent of floodwaters bursting forth. He slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone in the room. What a remarkable young man. Truly impressive. It seems his potential has yet to be fully realized. No wonder he exudes such confidence. Teacher, you wholeheartedly agreed. I advise the heavens to bestow talent without restraint. Congratulations, Teacher Gong, for having such a genius in your class. Gong Changlin laughed heartily, his back teeth on display. Teacher, you jested, but isn't Yin Yi also your student? His achievement is a testament to your dedicated teaching. Upon hearing this, the other subject teachers nodded in agreement. If Yin Yi were present, he would likely be amused by such accolades. What dedicated teaching! Clearly, he has excelled through self-study. What shall we do about Yin Yi's pursuit of the arts? Gong Changlin quickly shifted his thoughts, pondering for a moment before declaring, in that case, let him continue. I am keen to discover the limits of that young man's abilities. The easel need not be relocated. Hu Zhixin was thoroughly pleased with this outcome. In the morning, the first 2 periods for Class 5 of the second year were devoted to Chinese language lessons. The Chinese teacher, Ms. Lin, was a middle-aged woman around 40 years of age. As soon as her silhouette appeared at the door, the class monitor, Zhou Yi, stood up and called out, "Attention! Good morning, teacher." Ms. Lin entered the classroom with a cheerful stride. "Sit down. Su Hao, please distribute the test papers." The class representative, Su Hao, approached with small, hurried steps to distribute the test papers. The moment just before the answers were revealed was always filled with tension. Peng Daowu felt his palms sweat with anxiety. Yin Yi glanced at him in surprise. "Why are you so nervous? You've never scored below 80 in Chinese. You're one of the most consistently performing students in the class." Offended, Peng Daowu raised his middle finger. "I'm not worried about my own score. I'm worried about you. If you don't score at least 700, I won't let you off easily." "Thank you, Peng Gonggong," came the sarcastic reply. As they spoke, the test paper reached Zhou Yi. 125, Zhou Yi exclaimed. He took the paper with a smug flick of his heavy bangs and pretentiously remarked, "Only 125. I didn't perform well this time." The classmates nearby cast envious glances. "Isn't 125 already impressive? It's high for a Chinese exam." Impressive, the class monitor remains consistently strong. The flattery from others only fueled Zhou Yi's arrogance, prompting him to make a provocative gesture towards Peng Daowu. Furious, Peng Daowu muttered, "Just you wait, you little brat. Yin Gu, Yin Yi, you must do well," he implored. Yin Yi remained unfazed. "What's the rush? Let the bullets fly for a while." Su Hao moved swiftly, continuing to distribute the papers. Peng Daowu, 67. Yin Yi, 139. The classroom erupted in exclamations. "Wow, 139. Given how difficult the questions were, that's remarkable." Compared to other subjects, Chinese was where Yun Yi often lost the most points due to its subjective nature. Responses to subjective questions can vary, making it easy to lose marks. Scoring 139 in Chinese was commendable, yet Peng Daowu was dissatisfied. To maintain his pride, he wished for nothing less than a perfect score from Yun Yi. "How did you manage to lose 11 points? Yun Yi, you need to reflect on whether you've been paying attention in class. Goodness, you're not even satisfied with scoring 139. The classmates looked at Peng Daowu with disdain. Complaining about someone scoring 139 with a 67? How novel. In the front row, Zhou Yi's smile froze, unable to remain. His score was 14 points lower than Yun Yi's. How on earth did he achieve that? Zhou Yi wondered if Yun Yi might genuinely score 700. Feeling a hint of unease, he consoled himself. Looking at it from another angle, this might not be a bad thing. Yun Yi scored 139 in Chinese, meaning the remaining 5 subjects can afford to lose no more than 41 points. If the losses exceed that, it would still mean defeat for Peng Daowu. Bai Wanqing gazed at her own score of 106, comparing it to Yun Yi's 139, and a long-lost feeling of defeat washed over her. For a brief moment, her emotions swirled into a vortex of jealousy, envy, admiration, and longing. Bai Wanqing felt powerless to control or refute it. Women are drawn to strength. After being repeatedly overshadowed by Yun Yi, her curiosity and possessiveness towards him intensified. There are girls with similar emotions, not just Bai Wanqing. Zheng Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Teacher Lin tapped the chalkboard, drawing everyone's attention. Look, you all often say that scoring high in Chinese is difficult. Yet Yun Yi managed to achieve a remarkable 139. The crux lies in the details, in the poetry fill-in-the-blank exercise. Only Yun Yi answered all 5 correctly. This is precisely why he could attain a score of 716. 716. Ultimately, Teacher Lin could not keep this secret from Gongchang Lin. Relying on a woman to keep a secret is, in itself, a fallacy. A sudden uproar erupted, throwing the classroom into chaos. Students were left dumbfounded, turning to glance at the corner where the elegant seating was located. During school days, grades represented everything. A score exceeding 716 should only exist on television, in interviews with annual top scorers, not among them. It was hard for the classmates to fathom the existence of such an extraordinary individual in their midst. Zheng Miao's gaze swiftly transitioned from admiration to reverence, especially noting Yun Yi's calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. She felt that his face was strikingly handsome. Bai Wanqing's heart raced, staring blankly at Yun Yi, struggling to find words to express her astonishment. Previously, she regarded Yun Yi as a genius. Now, he had ascended to the level of a prodigy. His literary prowess could yield over 700 points, a talent unmatched in any field. Peng Daowu suddenly sprang from his seat, laughing exuberantly. Ha ha ha, 716 points. I've won. While some rejoiced, Zhou Yi's expression was one of utter despair. Chapter 34. The first lesson of preparation, the homeroom teacher stunned. There was no doubt he had lost. The thought of the wager made Zhou Yi regretful enough to curse. Initially, he had wanted to see Peng Daowu make a fool of himself to dampen Yun Yi's spirits, only to find himself the jester instead. The phrase self-inflicted perfectly encapsulated his situation. One test paper took 2 class periods, and during the break, a crowd quickly surrounded Yun Yi. With a small crew cut, Yi Changjian playfully grabbed at Yun Yi's head. Breathe in the celestial energy, nothing to be surprised at. Wow, brother Yun, you're simply unbelievable. 716 points. This fellow must be dealt with. After the last parent-teacher meeting, my mom wouldn't stop talking about you. I bet she'll hang your picture on my wall. Yun Yi rolled his eyes. Please, I'm not worthy of being on your bedroom wall. Do you even have photos of less-than-ideal figures on your wall? No problem. A wall of a second-dimensional otaku would feature meager assets. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Peng Long placed his right hand on Yun Yi's shoulder, scrutinizing him as one would a panda. 716 points. That's over 200 points higher than mine. Compared to you, I seem like a joke. Damn, you're so impressive. I'm so jealous. No way. You must treat us to drinks to soothe our wounded souls. Peng Daowu joined in the jesting. Exactly, and maybe buy a pack of tissues too, huh? Yun Yi smiled knowingly, waving his hand. All right, let us go. In the adjacent class, someone was performing a ghost dance in the hallway. A group of youthful individuals, filled with laughter and playful shoving, jovially pushed their way through Yun Yi. How refreshingly innocent. Instead of clamoring for foot baths, their method of treating each other consisted of purchasing beverages. After 4 classes in the morning, Peng Daowu wished to drag Yun Yi to the internet CAF, but Yun Yi declined. I promised Teacher Gong to prepare for the competition, so you ought not to go either. With that money, you might as well indulge in something delicious. You're practically as thin as a lightning bolt. In the past, Yun Yi and Peng Daowu often spent their lunch money on internet gaming, leaving only 3 yuan for a bowl of mixed noodles afterward. While it might fill their stomachs, they could not expect any nutritional value from it. This is also why Peng Daowu never reached a height of 1.8 meters. In his previous life, he lamented this matter repeatedly. Now, faced with this opportunity, Yunyi truly did not want his good friend to harbor such regrets. If he could not reach 1.8 meters, he should at least aspire to be 180 centimeters tall. Unfortunately, once Peng Daowu's internet addiction kicked in, he was hardly receptive to this reasoning. Fine, fine. You prioritize your studies, Mr. Top Student. I, the mediocre scholar, shall remain better suited to the internet CAF. Yunyi shook his head and proceeded alone to the cafeteria for a meal. He sensed that Peng Daowu was feeling a bit moody, likely due to an emotional disparity. However, Yunyi understood his childhood friend well. The vessel of their friendship would not capsize so easily. The cafeteria bustled with activity, catering to teachers and boarding students alike. Yunyi, lacking a meal card, paid with cash. The food was quite palatable, and he could enjoy his meal while watching television. The steam rose around him, revealing a multitude of youthful faces. Yunyi relished the moment. It was a scene plucked from his dreams. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had become a spectacle in the eyes of others. Not far behind Yunyi, Xing Miao and several girls from the class curiously observed him. Should we invite him to join us for a meal? One suggested. Sure, you go ask him, another replied. No way, I'm not familiar with him. You do it. I want to go, let a Miao do it. Xing Miao, flustered like a startled fawn, waved her hands in refusal. I'm not familiar with him either. Maybe let it be, it's just a meal. The girls deliberated for quite some time, yet no one dared to approach Yunyi even as he finished his meal. Oblivious to their gazes, Yunyi was focused on his objective and headed straight to find Gong Changlin after eating. The multimedia conference room adjacent to the academic affairs office had become the venue for their study session. Gong Changlin slammed 3 entire textbooks down in front of Yunyi. If you can master these key concepts, I assure you, a good ranking is within your grasp. Yunyi rolled up his sleeves, filled with determination, with $1 million at stake. Bring it on. Gong Changlin was an excellent teacher, his teaching skills unparalleled. Half an hour later, Gong Changlin returned to his office in a daze, as if he had been in a euphoric trance. Only one teacher remained in the office, resting, and upon seeing him, inquired, "How did it go?" Gong Changlin found himself torn between joy and sorrow, utterly conflicted. The week's worth of study tasks I prepared was completed in just half an hour. He had not felt the depth of his learning while teaching the class previously, but now, in this one-on-one setting, the experience was strikingly different. How should I put this? It's entirely a case of cramming education. I am merely a tool for reciting knowledge points. A dog could perform the same task. It seems you are living in comfort, yet remain oblivious to your fortune. Isn't this quite convenient? Gong Changlin, with a sorrowful expression, felt quite dejected. What a farce. Utterly devoid of excitement, leaving no sense of achievement whatsoever. Initially, I held considerable expectations, but now all anticipation has evaporated. No wonder the esteemed Jin Yong portrayed Gu Jing as a simpleton. Teaching a fool is far more engaging than instructing a genius. Little did Gong Changlin anticipate that, in his lifetime, he would find his students excessively talented. However, just 15 minutes later, Yunyi arrived at the office door, bearing exercises. Gong Changlin's eyes brightened. Had he encountered a challenging problem? No matter. These are Olympiad problems, and difficulty is to be expected. Not at all. They are rather simple. I've completed them all. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Yunyi emphatically slammed the exercise booklet onto the table and turned to depart. Gong Changlin was left in disarray. Completed? He refused to believe it and immediately set to grading. To his astonishment, all 10 Olympiad problems were correct. Moreover, Yunyi had managed to solve these 10 problems in less than 15 minutes. The application of knowledge was seamless. What an astonishing level of comprehension. Gong Changlin's gaze burned with unprecedented fervor. Choosing this lad for competition was undoubtedly a wise decision. He might very well make it into the youth training squad. When Yunyi returned to the classroom, it was precisely 12:55. At this hour, the boarding students had retreated to their dormitories, while the day students were still at home. Only Xing Miao remained in the classroom. With time to spare, Yunyi took out his phone, listening to music while perusing a novel. In this solitary space, the presence of a lone male and female was palpable. Yunyi's gaze inevitably drifted towards Xing Miao's silhouette. Although he possessed the soul of a middle-aged man, his body was still that of a 17-year-old, easily swayed by the whims of youthful hormones. In his previous life, he had been enamored with by Wang Jing, neglecting Xing Miao. Now, with a calm heart, he recognized that Xing Miao's beauty rivaled that of Bai Wanjing. Even from her profile, it was evident. The young lady exuded grace. her form lithe and imbued with vitality. Her high ponytail cascaded like a waterfall along her swan-like neck, draping over her shoulders and falling to her waist. Two delicate ears peeked playfully from her flowing hair. Charming and inviting to touch, Zheng Miao rose, as if resolutely determined, and approached Yun Yi with a box of cream puffs. Would you like to eat? Yun Yi paused momentarily, then generously took a puff from the box. Sure, thank you. Zheng Miao timidly sat down across from Yun Yi. It's rare to see you in the classroom at this hour. You should see me more often in the future. Zheng Miao's face could only be described as stunning, typical of a first love, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, her skin as fair as snow. Her nose was elegantly defined, her profile flawless, and her cheeks bore a natural blush. In an instant, Yun Yi recalled a phrase, "She is the orange of a sunset." The bright star at the horizon. Not only was her face beautiful, but her development was also remarkable, with an astonishing curve gracing her chest. Truly, the ages of 17 and 18 are filled with miracles. I had thought you would still accompany Peng Daowu to the internet CAF as before. The cream puffs, soft and sweet, melt in the mouth, and Yun Yi took another one. Teacher Gong provides me with tutoring every noon, preparing for the national high school competition. I have enrolled in mathematics and physics. Zheng Miao felt a surge of respect. The national high school competition must be quite fascinating, indeed. To compete with elites from across the nation is truly an exhilarating prospect. I recall your commendable scores in physics and mathematics. If you are interested, perhaps you could discuss it with Teacher Gong. Unintentionally, Zheng Miao felt a flicker of temptation. I think I shall refrain. Such competitions are meant for individuals like you. Others would mock my audacity. Only 4 cream puffs remained in the box. Yin Yi had intended to indulge in another, but Zheng Miao's piercing gaze deterred him. There is no need for false modesty. If you are intrigued, then participate. Being overly concerned with others' opinions will only eclipse your brilliance. Zheng Miao was taken aback, continually savoring Yun Ye's words, growing increasingly convinced of their truth. For reasons unknown, she impulsively inquired, "So you support my participation?" Yun Yi, lazily propping his head, twirled the pen in his hand with great speed. Why not? Life is fleeting and should be filled with the people and things we cherish. This statement was intended both for Zheng Miao and for Yun Yi himself. Zheng Miao stared at Yun Yi, suddenly finding him somewhat unfamiliar. Beyond appearances, she valued a person's inner essence, eloquence, and refinement. The Yun Yi before her was mature and composed, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, starkly different from her previous impression of him. Zheng Miao developed a profound admiration for this version of Yun Yi. Thank you. You have changed significantly since parting ways with Bai Wanqing. You are not the first to express this sentiment to me. People gaze at mountains, fish observe lotus flowers. I too must move forward. Thank you for the cream puffs. They are delightful. In return, if you wish to compete and require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Zheng Miao nodded, concluding their conversation. If she lingered any longer, her cream puffs would be devoured. Zheng Miao's presence added vibrancy to the otherwise dull afternoon break. And Yun Yi was pleased to cultivate their relationship. I had truly been blind to overlook such a remarkable beauty as Zheng Miao. With Bai Wanqing alongside Zheng Miao, high school life suddenly blossomed with color, doubling the joy. In the third period of physical education that afternoon, after finishing the exercises, Zhou Yi felt an urgent need and hurriedly covered his stomach, dashing to the restroom. Halfway there, he was intercepted by Peng Daowu. "Isn't that the class monitor? Where are you off to? Good dogs don't block the way, move aside." "Oh, you're still throwing insults. Hand it over. You wouldn't want to back out now, would you?" Zhou Yi nearly ground his back teeth to dust. Yet, with the wager looming, he reluctantly surrendered the pack of napkins he held. Peng Daowu was delighted, pulling out a tissue and offering it to Zhou Yi. "Here, admit your mistake. Call me Brother Guixia, and I shall give you a tissue. Will you say it?" Watching Peng Daowu's triumphant expression, Zhou Yi felt a surge of irritation. In a typical scenario, Peng Daowu would not even be worthy enough to assist him with his shoes, yet now he had become rather arrogant. "I curse you." With that exclamation, Zhou Yi snatched the paper and hurriedly dashed to the restroom. His misdeeds were of his own making. This person was utterly foolish. Peng Daowu's eyes darted around, a lewd grin plastered on his face. Let us keep an eye on him to prevent any cheating. How disgusting. Don't tell me you're not curious to see Zhou Yi make a fool of himself. Fine, Yin Yi conceded defeat. However, he had not sunk to the level of wanting to witness a live broadcast. Merely listening to the commotion would suffice. Thus, A group of individuals discreetly tiptoed to the corner of the restroom to eavesdrop on the happenings within. Peng Daowu was taken aback. It sounded like thunder. What on earth had Zhou Yi consumed? Yun Yi took 2 steps back in disdain. Just sniffing the air sufficed. Did you really wish to know the recipe? The crowd erupted in laughter, and Peng Long even exposed his molars. If you want to know the recipe, go in and see for yourself, just from the sounds. One could tell he was in distress. Ha ha ha. Inside, Zhou Yi heard the raucous laughter and felt his temples throb in anger. Peng Daowu, Yun Yi, I will not let this go. As he neared the end of his ordeal, gazing at the small piece of paper in his hand, Zhou Yi felt utterly despondent. How could such a diminutive sheet bear such a monumental task? But he could not neglect the necessity of wiping himself, could he? What to do? What to do? Zhou Yi was on the verge of madness. With no other option, he grimly resolved to attempt using the lone piece of paper. Unsurprisingly, it tore. His fingers came into contact with a sticky substance, and Zhou Yi's expression froze, his pupils dilating. In times of distress, one feels the utmost vulnerability. He knew exactly what it was. Zhou Yi was in utter despair. Yet, in extreme circumstances, one can often unleash remarkable ingenuity. He quickly removed his underwear to use as a makeshift tissue. At last, he had alleviated his immediate plight, although he felt a chill in his groin as he exited the restroom. Upon seeing Zhou Yi emerge, Peng Daowu was filled with admiration. Impressive, class monitor. You accomplished a great deal with just a single piece of paper. Incredible. With such resourcefulness, you should work for the environmental agency. Zhou Yi had never felt so humiliated in his life. His eyes were red with frustration. Get lost. Don't push me to violence. Even a rabbit bites when cornered. Yun Yi halted Peng Daowu's further provocation, allowing Zhou Yi to leave. Watching Zhou Yi's disheveled figure depart, Peng Daowu was immensely curious. How on earth did he manage it? A single piece of paper surely wasn't sufficient. Zhang Youxing chimed in. He couldn't have hidden more paper on him, could he? Impossible. He only has one pocket. And I checked. There's nothing. Goodness, could it be that he didn't wipe at all? How utterly disgusting. This secret may very well remain forever unsolved. Forget about it. Let us go play basketball. All right. On the playground, the 12 boys in the class divided into 3 teams for a half-court game. And, as fate would have it, Zhou Yi was among them. 3-2. All right, Zhou Yi, it's your turn. Unencumbered by the constraints of underwear, Zhou Yi played with newfound vigor, scoring repeatedly. However, fate did not align with one's wishes. After a rebound, Zhou Yi's pants suddenly tore open, revealing an embarrassing sight. The basketball court fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into raucous laughter. Zhou Yi, momentarily stunned, finally reacted and awkwardly fled, clutching his torn trousers. Perhaps he would never escape the shadow of this day. While a person's appearance may change with age, the shattering of youth remains eternal. Zhou Yi's youth forever lay crumpled on the court. As the mystery unraveled, Yun Yi finally understood how Zhou Yi had managed his predicament. It turned out to be his underwear. No wonder he was so slippery on the court. He had been without proper attire. Observing Zhou Yi's retreating figure, Yun Yi felt a pang of cruelty. Yet, recalling Zhou Yi's demeanor at their high school reunions in a previous life, he soon found solace. In that past, Zhou Yi had excelled academically, securing a prestigious position in a foreign enterprise with a lucrative salary. He had often ridiculed Yun Yi, leaving him humiliated. Now, history would surely not repeat itself. After this debacle, Zhou Yi might find himself forever estranged from future high school gatherings. Peng Daowu laughed uproariously, akin to a person having a fit of laughter. Ah, how amusing. This fellow wasn't even wearing underwear. I wondered how he could manage with just a piece of paper. It seems he resorted to his undergarments instead. How audacious of him. The scene was undeniably ludicrous. Every student on the playground was doubled over in laughter, unable to stand upright. Such creativity to use underwear in such a manner. I certainly would never have thought of that. Hence, you cannot serve as class president. Playing basketball with nothing on feels like flying. We only dribble 1 ball. While the class president manages 3 at once. Impressive. Zhou Yi had thoroughly lost face. It would be intriguing to see how he carried himself after this. I shall refer to him as His Excellency, Lord Underwear. In the principal's office, upon hearing the report from Gong Chonglin, Principal Wang's breath quickened. 716 points? What kind of joke is this? Gong Chonglin stood tall, cheerfully presenting the ranking chart to Principal Wang, who was astonished to find Yun Yi at the top. I did not expect this. It seems we have yet to fully comprehend Yun Yi's potential. The report card glimmered in Wang's hands. heavy with significance. His gaze traversed Yun Yi's scores, and his spirits soared like a roller coaster reaching its pinnacle. Truly remarkable. 716 points. Among countless students, few surpassed the 700 mark. We have encountered a prodigy. Last year, Luling No. 1 High School produced the top scholar in Jiangsu Province, garnering immense attention and accolades. Now, the tides have turned, and it is our turn to shine at No. 3 High School. At that time, the top scorer from our school had achieved merely 684 points, while Yunyi surpassed him by a remarkable 32 points. Oh, Yunyi, you have once again redefined my understanding. It appears this is the true extent of your capabilities. One wonders just how far your limits extend. Principal Wang, with a report card in one hand and his other hand placed on his waist, beamed with delight like a blossoming flower, his hearty laughter resonating throughout the office. I now wonder who would dare to snatch talented individuals from my grasp. By the way, how has Yunyi performed in the art studio? With such remarkable academic results, he must not have devoted much effort to his artistic pursuits. Teacher Hu, when you find the time, do converse with Yunyi and encourage him to abandon his artistic studies. Hu Zhixin appeared troubled. Principal, this matter may not be easily resolved. Why is that? Let me put it this way. Compared to his academic prowess, Yunyi's artistic talent is even more extraordinary. He is currently the most formidable student in the art studio, without exception. Principal Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that so? You mean to tell me that Yunyi, who scored 716 points, possesses even greater artistic talent? Many individuals spend their entire lives excelling in just one field, and yet Yunyi has managed to excel in two simultaneously. The term genius scarcely suffices to describe him. He is nothing short of a prodigy, an anomaly. Hu Zhixin fully comprehended the principal's astonishment. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he too would have found it hard to believe. This is indeed the truth. Based on Yunyi's recent performance, I believe he is ready to participate in the art examination with a 90% chance of securing the top position. The principal was astounded. It seems we have underestimated Yunyi. There is no need for us to be concerned about whether he should pursue art. He experiences no pressure and can effortlessly balance both disciplines. In that case, let him study as he wishes. I eagerly anticipate Yun Yi becoming the top scorer in both the college entrance examination and the art examination. It is evident that, following this episode, no one will hinder Yun Yi's artistic endeavors, nor will anyone pressure him to transfer schools, unless, of course, Principal Wang were to pass away. Gong Changlin chuckled, likely already envisioning himself as a renowned educator of a top scholar. Beside him, Hu Zhixin was elated. With the greatest obstacle removed, he could rightfully welcome Yun Yi into his fold. With Yun Yi's talent, he was confident he could nurture him into the Eastern Picasso. Along the Binjiang Road, one finds the Old City District, where the nearby houses have seen better days. Zheng Miao resides in this area. As usual, upon returning home, she immediately began her homework. However, today, Zheng Miao felt a sense of unease, as images of her midday conversation with Yun Yi flickered through her mind like a slideshow. She realized something was amiss, yet she could not articulate what was troubling her. Given her life experience, she found herself at a loss to explain her current state. Not only was she preoccupied with her thoughts, but Zheng Miao also felt an overwhelming urge to confide in someone. During dinner that evening, she instinctively began discussing Yun Yi with her parents. A classmate of mine scored 716 points. Her parents were taken aback, and the once quiet dinner table erupted into lively chatter. 716 points. Goodness, how can such talent emerge from your school? What on earth did he consume to become such an exceptional student? A true rarity. This is a genius. What is his name? Yun Yi. Zheng Miao's mother had a vague recollection of Yun Yi. It dawned on her that during the last parents' meeting, their homeroom teacher had mentioned this individual, noting Yun Yi's remarkable progress in a short span of time. Previously, he struggled to score even 400 points, yet in the recent monthly examination, he astonishingly achieved over 600 points. To her surprise, he had further advanced, scoring over 700 this time. Zheng's father shook his head in disbelief and remarked, over 700. He must be on track for a guaranteed admission to Yin University. Truly impressive. Miao Miao, you ought to learn from him. Do you understand? Zheng Miao obediently nodded. I understand. Additionally, I wish to participate in the National Middle School Mathematics Olympiad. Zheng's parents exchanged glances, instinctively pausing their chopsticks. Zheng's father, a civil servant, did not work in a particularly affluent institution, while her mother owned a modest bakery with average business. Their household was not wealthy. Typically, they adopted a stance of complete disassociation regarding their daughter's extracurricular activities, fearing the waste of money. This instance was no exception. Zheng's father was the first to voice opposition, ruthlessly extinguishing his daughter's enthusiasm. Do not engage in frivolities. Your sole focus should be on your academic performance. We are not affluent and cannot afford such indulgences. Concentrate on your studies, gain admission to a reputable university, and secure a lucrative job in the future. Do not end up like your mother and me, toiling endlessly yet earning so little. The conversation fell into a suffocating silence. Zheng Miao's gaze quickly dimmed. It was difficult for her not to compare her parents with Yunyi. Yunyi would certainly not utter such words. Dad, the competition is officially organized and not commercial. It is completely free. Yet, her father remained unmoved. You cannot participate, your grades are unstable, and competing will undoubtedly affect your performance. Having a father with limited understanding and a domineering personality was Zheng Miao's misfortune. She fell silent, finishing her meal before retreating to her room. At 11 p.m., Zheng Miao lay in bed, tossing and turning. After much contemplation, she finally mustered the courage to tentatively send a message to Yunyi. My parents do not agree with my participation. Yunyi's response was succinct. Proceed without informing them. Chapter 37. Training Zheng Miao, are you suggesting I keep this from my family? Indeed. But that seems inappropriate, doesn't it? Yunyi disowned her character. Zheng Miao was the quintessential obedient daughter, adhering strictly to the confines of her parents' defined world. She exhibited no rebellious streak and dared not oppose them. Beneath her exterior, however, lay a sense of inferiority. Engaging with such a girl required a thoughtful approach. There was nothing inherently right or wrong. It ultimately hinged on personal choice. Let me pose a question. You are 17 years old, correct? To date, you have lived 205 days. Do you believe you have truly lived 205 days? Or merely experienced one day, repeated 205 times? Zheng Miao was momentarily taken aback, staring intently at her phone screen, at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. She was an intelligent girl, understanding Yunyi's implication. The answer was likely the latter, merely living one day, defined by her parents' expectations. Day in and day out. You must study diligently, no early romances, no reading novels, return home and complete your homework immediately. No sleeping in. Practice your speaking and listening skills. Zheng Miao had always lived within the confines of her parents' dogmas, never truly existing for herself. If not for Yunyi's gentle reminder, she might have remained oblivious to this fact. Indeed, it was high time for change. Yet, the mere thought of defying her parents left her in a state of hesitation. Having lingered in her comfort zone for so long, she found herself reluctant to cross the line. If my parents were to discover that I secretly entered the competition, it would be disastrous. After a brief silence, Yunyi sent a message filled with profound meaning. The day you fall in love with yourself, your life truly begins. With that, the decision was left to Zheng Miao. Yunyi held no authority to choose for another. Zheng Miao grappled with these words, feeling the weight of their significance. This is the power of language. It resonates deeply. In just a few words, an entire life story was encapsulated. Something within Zheng Miao began to stir, and her gaze gradually transformed into one of determination. Thank you, Yunyi. You are right. I must live for myself. I will participate in the competition and seek out Teacher Gong tomorrow. The chat window remained silent, leaving Zheng Miao with a sense of longing as she let out a quiet sigh. Though it was merely a conversation between classmates, she felt a burgeoning affection for Yunyi. His incisive wit and unique insights captivated her. Yunyi was undeniably impressive. The following day, after morning study, Zheng Miao approached Gong Chonglin's office alone. Teacher Gong, I wish to participate in the National High School Mathematics Olympiad. Gong Chonglin was somewhat taken aback. Given Zheng Miao's academic standing, attempting the Olympiad was indeed a formidable challenge. What prompted this sudden ambition? I love mathematics and wish to compete alongside other talented individuals. Zheng Miao was a top student in her class, and with her earnest desire, Gong Chonglin felt it would be unkind to refuse. Allowing her to compete would be beneficial, not for the sake of accolades, but to broaden her horizons. Very well, it is rare to hear such determination from you. However, I must emphasize that if you are to compete, you must exert twice the effort and not abandon your pursuit halfway. Are your parents aware of this? Caught in a web of deceit, Zheng Miao felt a pang of guilt. Yet, she soon recalled Yunyi's words. Lying is quite simple. the less you say, the better. She obediently murmured a brief affirmation, succinct to the extreme. Fortunately, Gong Changlin did not suspect anything amiss. Then like Yunyi, you should stay after school for extra tutoring every day. Okay, thank you, Teacher Gong. As she left, Zhang Miao's eyes sparkled with fleeting joy, her steps light and cheerful. She felt both exhilarated and invigorated. It turned out that lying was not as difficult as she had imagined. After Zhang Miao departed, a fellow teacher jested, Teacher Gong, aren't you concerned about pairing this young lady with Yunyi for studies? With such striking young people, it's hard to say that something won't blossom. Gong Changlin abruptly lifted his head, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. He had not considered this possibility, yet it seemed quite plausible. After all, Yunyi had a history. Who could say he wouldn't revert to old habits? No, I must keep a closer watch. These are undoubtedly the two most outstanding students in my class, and I must ensure that no mistakes occur. With Zheng Miao's presence, the tutoring session at noon transformed into a vibrant experience. Yunyi, seated closely beside Zheng Miao, was enveloped by a delightful fragrance that was refreshing to the senses. The sweet scent of a teenage girl was utterly irresistible. Even Yunyi, usually as steady as a rock, felt a stir of restlessness within him. The tumult of adolescent hormones began to take hold, gradually influencing his demeanor. As today's class came to a close, the instructor, Gong Changlin, called Yunyi aside. Yunyi, you better behave yourself and not bully your female classmates, he warned. Yunyi was perplexed. Could his intentions truly be so transparent that they were easily discernible? This shouldn't be. Had he wasted his previous life for nothing? It was an injustice. He considered himself a well-behaved child. Don't play innocent. I'm aware of your little escapades with Bai Wanqing, Gong Changlin retorted. Reflecting on the previous tumultuous days filled with reckless behavior, he cautioned against repeating the same mistakes. Aside from early romance, Gong Changlin could think of nothing else that would distract a top student. Yunyi dismissed the admonition with nonchalance, responding with a casual, got it. Got it. Upon his return, Zheng Miao inquired curiously, what did Teacher Gong say to you? Being overly inquisitive is not a virtue of a proper lady, Zheng Miao corrected, albeit with a serious demeanor. Nonsense, curiosity is a woman's nature. Everyone is the same. Well, Teacher Gong asked me to take good care of you, Yunyi replied. Thank you. You have already helped me immensely. Without you, I wouldn't have had the courage to participate in the competition. As Yunyi opened his practice book to tackle the exercises, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with Zheng Miao. It's all right. Everything will improve. Such as going from being chubby to being fit. Zheng Miao instinctively pinched her slender waist, devoid of any excess flesh. Not chubby at all, she declared. The look of bewilderment on her face was undeniably charming. Yunyi, succumbing to his usual impulses, reached out to pinch Zheng Miao's delicate face, which felt as soft as jelly beneath his fingers. To help you maintain your figure, I could reluctantly assist you with any cream puffs next time, he suggested. Zheng Miao froze, her body stiffening in surprise. She did not anticipate that Yunyi would dare to be so forward. Overwhelmed by a wave of embarrassment, she swatted his hand away and lowered her head to focus on her homework. Why does Yunyi act like a little rogue? What help with maintaining my figure? He clearly just wants to eat cream puffs, she thought, feeling wronged and impolite. Yunyi, still caught up in the moment, mused that the truth in the world was scarce, and the blush on the girl's cheeks spoke volumes. Was this the feeling of budding romance? Was she not sweeter than Bai Wanqing? There are no walls that do not let the wind through. The news of Zheng Miao's participation in the National High School Mathematics Olympiad spread swiftly, igniting discussions among classmates. Everyone was aware that Yunyi was also competing, which inevitably sparked speculation. During the afternoon break, Fengxi discussed the matter with Bai Wanqing. Upon hearing the news, Bai Wanqing's demeanor instantly shifted to one of suspicion, her tone turning sharp. Zheng Miao is participating as well. What gives her the right? Chapter 38, The Reckless Youths of Fate. Bai Wanqing inexplicably harbored a sense of animosity towards Zheng Miao. The rivalry among women is inherent, and the introduction of a man only complicates matters further. The situation has taken a turn for the intricate. Fengxi stands by, adding fuel to the fire. Although Zheng Miao excels in mathematics, she has yet to reach the level of excellence required for the Olympiad. I discern her ulterior motives quite clearly. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanqing's expression darkened further. Are you implying that Zheng Miao's participation is a means to get closer to Yunyi? I can conceive of no other possibility. How can one tolerate another slumber at their side? Bai Wanqing's eyelids drooped, her face rife with disdain. I admire Zheng Miao's audacity in daring to compete with me. She is destined to be the loser. Yin Yi would undoubtedly find no appeal in her dull and compliant demeanor. Nevertheless, during the evening art class, Bai Wangqing could not resist the urge to subtly probe Yin Yi. I hear you are preparing for the Olympiad? The Olympiad must be quite challenging, wouldn't you agree? Yin Yi seemed absorbed in his artwork, his mind wandering elsewhere. Noticing his nonchalant attitude, Bai Wangqing gripped her gouache brush tightly, on the verge of an outburst. Only Yin Yi would dare to treat her with such indifference. I swear, if you utter another I shall jab this brush into your face. It was only then that Yin Yi snapped out of his reverie, diverting his gaze from the paper. What do you mean by jabbing it in my face? Are you trying to show me some color? I'm speaking to you. Let us see you try being dismissive again. All right. I concede that gouache paint is indeed difficult to wash off, and Yin Yi adjusted his demeanor. What did you just say? The Olympiad. Bai Wangqing clenched her teeth, her expression menacing. Do you wish to compete as well? It's not that I look down on you, but with your grades, it might be a tad challenging. Bai Wangqing's face hardened as she coldly retorted, so that makes you exceptional. Indeed, with your high scores, who could possibly compete with you? Yin Yi was not easily provoked by mere words. Otherwise, it would be a wasted existence. Bai Wangqing's personality was such that engaging earnestly would only lead to defeat. You flatter me. I hear Zheng Miao is also preparing for the competition alongside you. Is that true? Finally, they reached the crux of the matter. And Yin Yi understood her underlying motives. He was well aware that Bai Wangqing's jealousy was merely a fade for her competitive spirit. She attends class with me every afternoon. What do you think of Zheng Miao? She is quite all right. As a classmate, she is exceptional, beautiful, academically proficient, and easygoing. Most importantly, her mother's cream puffs are absolutely delectable. Yin Yi had no reservations in lavishing her with praise. Bai Wangqing's expression grew increasingly grim, her animosity towards Zheng Miao intensifying. Is that all? Yin Yi's gaze shifted, curious. What else would you like to know? You seem rather peculiar today. Bai Wangqing fell silent, feigning composure. Not at all. It's merely casual gossip among friends. I wish you success in your endeavors. Yin Yi accepted this graciously, glancing at Bai Wangqing's unfinished artwork. Unable to resist a sharp remark. Do you know why your progress is so sluggish? Bai Wangqing's heart leapt, hoping Yin Yi would offer her guidance. Why? Because you consistently divert your energy elsewhere. With that, Yin Yi strode away, leaving no opportunity for Bai Wangqing to retaliate. The wheel of fortune turns. And it has been a long time since he enjoyed such a day. Bai Wangqing snapped a water chalk in half, growling, Yin Yi, I will tear your mouth apart. She was nearly furious, but after casting a glance at Yin Yi's canvas, she fell silent. Unable to argue or outdraw him, her frustration swelled. To onlookers, this scene took on a different flavor. It resembled not a quarrel, but rather the playful banter between lovers. Cheng Yong, the unfortunate fool, suddenly darkened, glaring at Yin Yi with indignation. The art studio was spacious, and Yin Yi wandered about carelessly. In his past life, he harbored a deep disdain for those who finished their work early, leisurely strolling through the studio, pontificating on art. Now, the dragon-slaying youth had sprouted horns, morphing into the very dragon he once despised. Ultimately, Yin Yi had become the embodiment of his own aversions. Yet, one must admit, there was a certain exhilaration in this transformation. In the foundational class, students were practicing sketching. Among them, Peng Daowu was considered a prodigy, demonstrating commendable skill. Noticing Yin Yi, he immediately flicked his drawing board and playfully inquired, How's this? Yin Yi, initially reluctant to crush his friend's spirit, felt compelled by his enthusiasm. It's rather dull. The relationships in the composition are poorly defined, and the sense of depth among the objects is weak. If I were to grade it, I'd give it a maximum of 68. For art students, a score of 60 is not merely a passing mark, but a baseline. Even the most abysmal works can achieve that score. A 68 is merely a consolation, a level that barely catches the eye. Peng Daowu was greatly disheartened, scratching his head in disappointment. No way. I thought it looked pretty good. It seems our definitions of good differ. How about you let me help you with it? I want to take this painting home to show my parents, lest they think their money has gone to waste. Yin Yi grinned as he took the brush. I truly envy your skin. It's so well maintained. Peng Daowu was left speechless. As Yin Yi began to revise the painting, several friends gathered around. Xie Guodong, Hu Tianan, Su Runshun, Luo Wei, Hu Kuliang, and Ouyang Qilei. These were Yun Ye's future roommates during training camp. Yun, I'm your little brother. Ah, no, I mean. Yungu, I'll stick with you from now on. Yungu, do you smoke? I heard you scored over 700 in your exams. Is that true? I've always admired you. Let us be friends. As Yunyi modified the piece, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with them. In his previous life, he had shared meals and lodgings with them during training, forging deep bonds of friendship. Now, encountering old friends stirred a sense of nostalgia. Teacher Su Su emerged from his office and caught sight of Yun Yi altering Peng Daowu's painting, immediately adopting a disapproving expression. While Yun Yi's talent was indisputable, proficiency in painting did not necessarily equate to teaching ability. Su Su intended to intervene, but Yun Yi's confident approach halted him. He took a charcoal stick and boldly applied it over the existing work, demonstrating remarkable assurance. With a few strokes, the dark areas of the composition deepened significantly. However, the novices, including Peng Daowu, were bewildered. To them, it appeared as if Yun Yi was recklessly scribbling on the paper. Peng Daowu was left aghast. What are you doing? You've ruined a perfectly good painting. You'll have to compensate me. The scene appeared blurred, an impenetrable darkness rendering it nearly invisible. Yun Yi, with a disdainful grin, lit a cigarette for himself. Your shadows lack depth. I shall enhance them for you. Why the haste? The painting is far from complete. We are merely at the beginning. Su Su, upon hearing these words, displayed a satisfied expression. Indeed, precisely so. Suddenly intrigued, Su Su became curious about how Yun Yi would transform the artwork. Surrounded by a throng of onlookers, Yun Yi began to work with bold strokes, deepening the shadows, brightening the illuminated areas, and distinguishing the highlights, midtones, and shadows became his focus. To achieve perfection, the canvas must bear scars. The background blurred, simultaneously separating from the drapery while highlighting the main subject. Once the relationships of light and dark, as well as the visual center, were established, he commenced the modeling process. The essence of object modeling remains constant despite its variations. Leave white in the highlights, add layers to the midtones, and soften the shadows. As Yunyi sculpted, he moved with the effortless grace of a master in a furniture store. Initially, skepticism surrounded him, but as the detailing progressed, the murmurs gradually faded. Finally, with an electric eraser, Yunyi revealed the highlights of the ceramic pot, completing the painting. The crowd was left in awe. Goodness, this painting is astonishing. I am filled with envy. Chapter 39. Painting Studio Ranking Examination, Transforming the Mundane into the Extraordinary. With Yun Ye's intervention, the artwork was elevated several tiers. Wow, the relationships in this piece give me goosebumps. The detailing is exquisite, and the luminosity is so intense it feels as if the light might escape the canvas. If the painting before was akin to half a pound of scrap metal, afterwards it was undoubtedly 8 taels of gold. Yun Yi patted Peng Daowu on the shoulder. Feel free to flaunt it. Su Su joined the conversation, casting an appreciative glance at Yun Yi rather than reproaching him. Even if he were to attempt the same, the result might not have reached such heights. You know how to play the game, young man. Your tuition is well spent. However, do not become complacent. Strive to understand the composition and develop your personal style. Relying solely on memory and rote learning is insufficient. There exists a distinction between an artist and a craftsman. Yun Yi humbly accepted the advice, nodding in acknowledgement. Su Su then shifted the topic, exclaiming, "Put aside your current tasks. It's time for the examination. Call back those slacking off in the restroom." The so-called examination resembled more of a ranking competition. In the studio, tiers were established, with skill dictating status. Survival of the fittest. Those with higher scores entered the elite class, while those with lower scores fell into the foundational class. To motivate his students, Old would create a leaderboard after each examination, highlighting students who ascended from the foundational class to the elite and those who descended. An atmosphere of competition quickly emerged. The foundational class eyed the elite class's positions with envy, while the elite class, eager to avoid disgrace, exerted every effort to excel. Everyone was earnest, except for Yun Yi and Bai Wanqing. For Yun Yi, the examination was merely a fleeting concern, easily within his grasp. As for Bai Wanqing, ever since Yun Yi's arrival, she had remained the perennial runner-up, steadfast and unyielding. As everyone affixed their drawing paper and prepared their water, Hu Zhixin emerged from the office, clutching a color tutorial. The examination, consisting of 92 pages, was set for 2 hours and commenced at 10:30. With a commanding voice, Hu initiated the test, prompting all participants to engage actively. Yun Yi, unhurried, replenished his palette with a few colors. While others possessed palettes of 48 hues, his contained merely 24. Generally, the fewer colors an advanced art student has, the stronger their skills, as it indicates superior color-mixing abilities. Of course, one must not dismiss the presence of pretentious individuals. Once his palette was arranged, Yunyi began the examination. The prior tests had merely involved copying from textbooks, rendering this session relatively straightforward. He quickly surveyed the textbook, committing the key points to memory. The task required him to create an orange warm-toned composition featuring a stainless steel kettle, a white plate, 2 apples, a pear, a gray cloth, a dinner knife, and a wine glass. The challenge lay in rendering the stainless steel kettle within the warm tones, a dilemma that had long perplexed many art students. Confidently, Yunyi commenced with a large brush, laying down broad strokes of color. The orange hue appeared unsightly, leaning instead towards a more neutral green and a lovely purple. The palette was vibrant and striking, much like Yunyi's own life, fiery and resplendent. Without hesitation, he re-dipped into the lilac, adding water. With swift strokes, he established a base layer. The background required a gray tone, necessitating a reduction in brightness and saturation. He mixed beige, light gray-blue, lilac, orange-yellow, and spring green on his palette before directly applying the colors. In a mere 10 minutes, he laid down the foundational colors, followed by 30 minutes of shaping the forms. The entire process was completed in just 40 minutes, resulting in a cohesive and elegantly sophisticated artwork. His brushwork was free and fluid, harmonizing form and color, imbuing the piece with remarkable tension and expressiveness. Gazing upon his creation, Yunyi felt an immense sense of fulfillment. Painting brought him joy. Beside him, Bai Wanjing had just finished her foundational colors and was beginning to shape her subject. Noticing Yunyi had completed his work, a flicker of anxiety crossed her eyes, prompting her to hasten her movements. The pressure of comparison was palpable. Yunyi's progress highlighted her own struggles. She endeavored to quicken her pace, but found that haste only hindered her efforts, especially with Yunyi's presence looming beside her. Observing her every move with a contemplative frown and occasional sighs, a blend of pity and frustration. This silent scrutiny felt more oppressive than words could convey. Bai Wanjing, unable to endure the perceived insult, glared at Yunyi, her irritation palpable. As the critique phase commenced, Yunyi transformed into the most fastidious of art critics. "This won't do," he remarked. "Your background gradient is inadequate, with the light source coming from the left. The background should transition from warm to cool tones from left to right. Over the years, what have you truly learned? Look, you're getting anxious again. The main subject has turned gray. The shadows must be deepened." Yunyi speaks incessantly, each word piercing the heart. Bai Wanqing, in a fit of rage, exclaims, "Shut up. Are you a crow? Once you're done with your painting, leave me be. Your incessant chatter is quite bothersome." It must be said, teasing Bai Wanqing is undeniably entertaining, and Yunyi revels in it. All right, I shall remain silent. Take your time with your painting. I shall be on my way." As time ticks away, it strikes 10 o'clock. Cheng Yongqian finally completes his painting, feeling quite pleased with himself. Suddenly, he catches sight of Yunyi's artwork, and his mood plummets. He had hoped to seize this opportunity to reclaim his place beside Bai Wanqing, but now, it appears that hope is but a distant dream. Comparing Yunyi's masterpiece to his own, jealousy surges through Cheng Yongqian like a tempest. He had been studying art since his first year of high school, yet he finds himself outshined by Yunyi, who has only been practicing for a little over a month. The comparison is infuriating. Fury ignites within him, and malice stirs in his heart. If he cannot attain it, then he shall destroy it. Cheng Yongqian lifts a water bucket, feigning an intent to wash his brush. As he passes by Yunyi's station, he carelessly spills water all over Yunyi's canvas. Oh no! The water cascades, rendering Yunyi's painting utterly unrecognizable. At that moment, Yunyi is in the storage room, distracted by his phone. Peng Daowu rushes in, panic-stricken. "Yungu, it's terrible. Cheng Yongqian has ruined your painting. Ah, this is unacceptable." Yunyi extinguishes his cigarette and storms back to the studio with determination. The classmates in the studio gather to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing Yunyi approach, Cheng Yongqian immediately adopts a guise of remorse. "I'm so sorry. I lost my footing and dropped the bucket." In the midst of his explanation, he even offers to wipe up the water with a cloth. However, his efforts only result in smearing the entire canvas, rendering it completely unsalvageable. Yun Ye's expression darkens in an instant, his smile devoid of warmth. You handle that bucket quite skillfully, don't you? It seems you only target my painting. Chapter 40. A malicious act against art. What an unfortunate coincidence. It is evidently intentional. Yun Yi is seething with rage, yet he maintains a facade of composure. Hu Zhixin arrives, having heard the commotion, and upon grasping the situation, reprimands Cheng Yongqian. With that kind of arrogance, you ought to be more mindful. You will be responsible for cleaning the studio this week. What are you standing there for? Apologize to Yun Yi. Merely cleaning for a week is a minor inconvenience. Cheng Yongqian's spirits lift, and he quickly adopts the demeanor of a model student. I'm sorry, Yun Yi, I was wrong. However, Yun Yi is not inclined to accept such an apology. Today, a rift has been forged between them, and he has no intention of letting it go. Teacher Hu, what will happen to my exam? Hu Zhixin furrows his brow, visibly troubled. According to the studio's regulations, this exam would be deemed null and void, resulting in a score of 0. However, given the circumstances, he decides to overlook it this time. Cheng Yongqian seizes the moment, urgently interjecting, Teacher Hu, you previously stated that not even the sky falling could disrupt the examination. Indeed, Hu Zhixin had uttered those very words. At that moment, many individuals sought various excuses to evade the examination, striving to avoid being relegated to the foundational class. This predicament compelled him to resort to such drastic measures. Little did he anticipate that someone would exploit this regulation to target his classmates. Now, the situation had become quite challenging. Yun Yi was evidently innocent and deserved special consideration. However, granting such leniency would effectively undermine the very regulations established by Hu Zhixin. With constant changes in directives, how could he continue to guide his students? What a nonsensical regulation. Yun Yi felt an urge to express his frustration. At last, he comprehended the ulterior motive of Cheng Yongqian. It appeared he intended to exploit a loophole within the studio's regulations to push Yun Yi into the foundational class. In doing so, Cheng Yongqian could return to Bai Wanjing's side. What a clever boy, he truly had his wits about him. Even a humble figure possesses a degree of temper. Cheng Yongqian successfully incited Yun Yi's ire. The more Cheng Yongqian yearned to be near Bai Wanjing, the more Yun Yi resolutely obstructed him. If the artwork was ruined, it could simply be redone. Without hesitation, Yun Yi tore up the original piece, wiped the palette clean, and affixed a new sheet of paper. Upon witnessing Yun Yi's actions, Cheng Yongqian wore a smug expression of schadenfreude. You don't seriously think you can recreate it in this limited time, do you? It's already 10:10, only 20 minutes remain. Stop struggling. It's impossible to finish a color piece in 20 minutes. Yun Yi retorted with a cold laugh. Some individuals possess such simplistic minds that they presume the world is as uncomplicated as they are. Just because you cannot achieve it, you assume others cannot either. Cheng Yongqian was convinced that Yun Yi would falter, standing there with crossed arms, shaking his leg, exuding an air of arrogance, as if he towered 2 meters high. Go ahead and draw. Let us see if you can complete it. This smug demeanor did not sit well with Bai Wanjing, who felt a surge of disdain. Enough already. Not only have you ruined someone else's artwork, but you also have the audacity to speak derisively. Bai Wanjing felt a pang of anxiety. If Yun Yi's work were to be invalidated, he would have to move to the foundational class, something she wished to avoid. Setting aside the fact that he often ridiculed her, Yun Yi still provided considerable emotional value. Her words had an immediate effect. Cheng Yongqian ceased his taunts and merely awaited Yun Yi's misfortune. Yun Yi unleashed his full potential, wielding the brush with remarkable speed. Bai Wanjing watched with trepidation, silently praying that Yun Yi could complete the piece within 20 minutes. 20 minutes? How could that be possible? In that moment, her disdain for the instigator, Cheng Yongqian, intensified. As time ticked away, only 10 minutes remained until the exam concluded. An increasing number of individuals in the studio began to gather around Yun Yi, observing his artistic process. 20 minutes felt exceedingly tight. While quick sketches might suffice, color would undoubtedly fall short. Oh dear, it seemed Yun Yi was destined for the foundational class. Undeterred by the murmurs of onlookers, Yun Yi immersed himself entirely in his work. His focus was a remarkable gift. Any distraction was a mere drain on his vitality. In the final 10 minutes, Yun Yi had just completed the form of a stainless steel kettle. With 3 minutes left, he delineated the details of the drapery. In the final minute, he added highlights and refined the details. As the exam time dwindled, everyone began to count down in hushed tones. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the final words echoed, Yunyi set down his brush and rose to his feet. The timing was impeccable, precise to the moment. The painting on the easel unveiled itself before the eyes of all present. Upon discerning the artwork, the studio fell into a profound silence. Bai Wanqing, filled with astonishment, clasped her hands over her mouth, her eyes sparkling with wonder. He had truly completed it. Moreover, the piece was remarkably cohesive, with an effect that rivaled the first. This was Yunyi, a master of miracles. The crowd was astounded, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Indeed, it was finished. The colors were exquisite, and the overall effect was outstanding. The relationships within the composition were clear, and the palette was striking. It was only then that I realized he had opted for a purple hue. Impressive. A purple palette is significantly more challenging to execute than a warm one. It felt like yet another high-scoring masterpiece, worthy of over 90 points. To achieve such a stunning result in just 20 minutes, was he even human? I toiled for 2 hours and still fell short of his 20-minute triumph. Oh, the frustration was overwhelming. The competition was fierce, and the envy was palpable. I had thought Bai Wanqing was formidable, yet here was someone even more formidable. Alas, Cheng Yongqian's plight had escalated. In the face of true talent, all schemes and machinations are rendered trivial. Cheng Yongqian's countenance darkened to an extreme. His calculations had been thwarted. Yunyi's painting shattered all his illusions. The examination concluded. Due to the slow drying time of the gouache, the 3 instructors refrained from collecting the papers. Once everyone had departed, Hu Zhixin, Su Su, and Li Xing approached the easel to critique the work. The 3 instructors converged on Yunyi's canvas, observing it intently. Cheng Yongqian's actions were underhanded. A young man should not resort to sabotaging another's work out of jealousy. It was evident to me that mischief was afoot the moment he made his move. He merely sought to oust Yunyi and reclaim Bai Wanqing's favor. How immature. Fortuitously, it was Yunyi, or else he might have succeeded. Hu Zhixin prioritized character over grades. Cheng Yongqian's behavior today had irked him greatly. It was clear that this young man needed a stern reprimand. As for the grading, how many points would they award Yunyi's painting? Without hesitation, Li Xing declared, "I give it a 95. Su Su chimed in 97. Hu Zhixin pondered for a moment, then inscribed a perfect score of 100 on the paper. A full score. Li Xing and Su Su exchanged glances, questioning the appropriateness of such a grade. However, Hu Zhixin remained resolute. Let us not forget, Yunyi achieved this effect in merely 20 minutes. For that alone, he deserves a perfect score. Furthermore, Yunyi did not engage in conflict with Cheng Yongqian today. Instead, he resolved the issue calmly. His composure is commendable. Had Hu Zhixin been aware of Yunyi's subsequent actions, he might have reconsidered his praise. As night enveloped the surroundings, the tranquil alley was disrupted by the hum of an electric scooter. Suddenly, Cheng Yongqian found himself confronted. The dull glow of a cigarette but traced an arc in the darkness as Yunyi emerged from the shadows of the street lamp. What a coincidence, indeed, a reunion of sorts. Chapter 41. The Art of Psychological Warfare, the Strategy of Siege. Cheng Yongqian did not perceive this encounter as mere coincidence. His guilty conscience rendered him visibly anxious, betraying his inner turmoil. Yunyi, what are you up to? Peng Daowu, brimming with bravado, had somehow procured a steel pipe that he now rested on his shoulder. What do you think? Of course, I'm here to teach you a lesson. With a 2-to-1 advantage, I'm curious to see how you'll escape. One towering figure and another wielding a steel pipe. This spectacle was genuinely intimidating for a high school student. Cheng Yongqian felt a sense of dread. He could not ascertain whether Yunyi truly intended to resort to violence. That steel pipe would undoubtedly inflict considerable pain. Yunyi stepped forward, firmly grasping the handlebars of Cheng Yongqian's electric bike. No escaping now, let us have a chat. About what? Naturally, about the discord between us. It's best to settle our grievances now to avoid future complications. Peng Daowu, eager to engage, scraped the steel pipe against the ground, producing a dazzling spark. Why waste words? Just strike. There are no witnesses, so it wouldn't matter. With just his word against ours, teacher who won't take action. Startled by this brash youth, Cheng Yongqian hastily dismounted from his bike. Hey, let us stay calm. We're all classmates here. Let us discuss this amicably. Brother Yun, I was wrong. I didn't mean it today. Yunyi was not inclined to resort to physical confrontation with a child. Indeed, while beating Cheng Yongqian might provide momentary satisfaction, it would not resolve the underlying issues. Adults ought to address conflicts in a manner that is thorough and lasting. I consider myself quite reasonable and prefer not to employ force to resolve matters. Is it because you have feelings for Bai Wanqing that you target me? Realizing he could not escape, Cheng Yongqian reluctantly nodded in agreement. Yunyi smiled knowingly. There's no need to view me as an imagined adversary. I once had feelings for Bai Wanqing, but that is a thing of the past. My interest in her has waned. I don't believe it. Bai Wanqing is beautiful, comes from a wealthy family, and is talented in painting. She is not my type. I tend to prefer someone more voluptuous and mature. Yunyi gestured with his hands to illustrate a curvaceous form, his eyes brimming with desire. Cheng Yongqian was momentarily taken aback, while Peng Daowu, exhibiting a shared understanding, grinned and exchanged knowing glances with Yunyi. You're so dense, can't you see? She is a married woman. Noticing Peng Daowu's expression of agreement, Yunyi finally comprehended why he and Peng Daowu got along so well. They both shared the spirit of Wei Wu and the essence of Jinan. Cheng Yongqian's gaze towards Yunyi became peculiarly scrutinizing. I never expected you to be so charming, so cunning. What does looks matter? Ultimately, I still can't compare to you. At times, I genuinely envy you. In our school, countless individuals are enamored with Bai Wanqing, yet she inexplicably has feelings for you. Cheng Yongqian was utterly astonished, as if he had seen a ghost. Bai Wanqing has feelings for me. Are you serious? Oh, the fish has taken the bait. Yunyi played his part with zeal, every gesture oozing with envy. Would I deceive you? Bai Wanqing and I are classmates. Once, during a conversation, she mentioned you. I asked her which boy left the deepest impression on her in the art studio. Guess whom she named? There is no greater joy than knowing that the person you admire reciprocates your feelings. Cheng Yongqian, overwhelmed with excitement, pointed incredulously at his own nose. Me? Yunyi sighed, portraying a profound sense of loss. Indeed, it is you. You possess an appealing appearance, impeccable taste in fashion, and remarkable artistic talent. Any girl would inevitably be drawn to you, and Bai Wanqing is no exception. Upon hearing this, Peng Daowu instinctively glanced at Cheng Yongqian's ill-fitting three-quarter pants and counterfeit Adidas sneakers, his disdain unmistakable. Yet, blinded by love, Cheng Yongqian's intelligence plummeted, and he wholeheartedly believed Yunyi's words. Yes, that's right. I am indeed that kind of person. Ha ha ha. So Bai Wanqing likes me. Everything is within Yunyi's control. He is all too familiar with the mindset of a lovesick fool. Cheng Yongqian's mind began to race with possibilities. Should I seek an opportunity to confess to Bai Wanqing? It is essential. Love must be declared boldly. To my knowledge, Bai Wanqing has a particular aversion to timid men. Cheng Yongqian felt invigorated, and his attitude towards Yunyi underwent a complete transformation. I apologize for today's events. Perhaps we can be friends. Friends? Yunyi had never even considered that. By the time Cheng Yongqian realizes the truth, he might very well wish to eliminate him. All right then, goodbye. Goodbye. Watching Cheng Yongqian's departing figure, Yunyi wore a playful smirk. He would undoubtedly be mercilessly tormented by Bai Wanqing. Peng Daowu, still somewhat naive, felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps it would have been better to give him a good beating. Are we being too cruel? What does it matter? He might even end up thanking us. As expected, not long after, Cheng Yongqian suddenly halted. Thanks, guys. This scene was comically explosive. Yunyi could no longer contain his laughter, bursting forth unabashedly. You see? Mission accomplished. The two of them mounted their electric scooter and returned home. Peng Daowu remained troubled by the fact that they hadn't physically confronted Cheng Yongqian. He really should have received a good thrashing. The streetlights flickered, and the night breeze gently caressed their eyelashes. Yunyi squinted, patiently explaining, beating him 1 resolve the issue. It will only escalate the conflict. In matters of strategy, the heart must be conquered before the fortress. Peng Daowu pondered this notion. So, your encouragement for Cheng Yongqian to confess to Bai Wanqing is aimed at psychologically undermining him. What do you foresee as his fate? He is bound to be rejected. Bai Wanqing won't even spare him a glance. Indeed, imagine this. In a public setting, you passionately declare your feelings to the one you adore. You anticipate a mutual response, yet the other party completely disregards you, publicly rebuffing your affections and trampling your dignity. You are heartbroken, despondent, and left to live in the shadow of that trauma for the rest of your days. Boys in high school are typically sensitive. Such a blow could potentially leave them utterly dejected. Peng Daowu shuddered suddenly. You are quite the strategist. It's fortunate we are on the same side, or I would never match your cunning. Cunning? Yunyi did not perceive it as such. It is merely a method by which adults address their issues. Once one enters society, the The cruelty of adulthood exceeds all imagination. After all, who provoked me? I would wager that at this very moment, Cheng Yongqian has already envisioned names for his future children. How do you think he will confess to Bai Wanqing? Peng Daowu laughed heartlessly. As long as it's not a confession, we can still enjoy the show. Cheng Yongqian wasn't in a hurry to confess the very next day. He intended to wait until Halloween. November in Luling had finally cooled down a bit. On November 1st, Halloween arrived. Yunyi felt indifferent towards Halloween, seeing it as a decayed festival of capitalism, one that didn't even grant a holiday. What sort of celebration was that? After the second class of the afternoon, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and, as usual, headed to the art studio for his art class. Today was destined to be extraordinary. Cheng Yongqian's gaze was fervent as he frequently stole glances at Bai Wanqing, making her quite uncomfortable. Was this person unwell? Chapter 42. The confession in the art studio. Bai Wanqing understood all too well. Indeed, he was unwell, suffering from a delusion of affection. Cheng Yongqian's boldness was largely thanks to the assist she had inadvertently provided. It seemed yet another innocent boy had fallen under her spell. Unfortunately, he was not Yunyi. Bai Wanqing felt nothing but disdain for Cheng Yongqian. Spare me, I'm not interested. Didn't he deliberately ruin your painting? Aren't you angry? I thought you would teach him a lesson. Bai Wanqing, eager to stir up trouble, attempted to provoke Yunyi, but her acting was painfully poor. Yunyi immediately discerned her intentions. Teach him a lesson? What he had done to Cheng Yongqian was far more severe than mere reprimand. It could very well leave lasting psychological scars. They were all classmates. Harmony was of utmost importance. Bai Wanqing tilted her head, scrutinizing Yunyi's fair profile. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. She could not believe Yunyi would endure such indignity. That would be too spineless, inconsistent with her recent impressions of him. You're so amicable, I don't believe it. Believe it or not, here's a cigarette. Yunyi reached for the cigarette box on Bai Wanqing's easel. This particular brand, Su Yin Shenxiang, was quite intoxicating, refreshingly elegant, with a unique charm. Bai Wanqing looked down upon Yunyi's behavior of borrowing her cigarettes. How dare you mooch off a girl's cigarettes? We're friends, don't be so petty. Yunyi chuckled as he took out a couple to indulge himself. In the afternoon, a faculty meeting was convened for the entire school staff. After assigning study tasks, Hu Zhixin left with 2 assistant teachers for the meeting. With the teachers gone, Cheng Yongqian's courage swelled. Today, on Halloween, he would proclaim his love for Bai Wanqing to the world. Although he had been preparing for this moment for quite some time, when the critical moment arrived, Cheng Yongqian felt a pang of hesitation. At this juncture, Yunyi made an encouraging gesture towards him. Go for it, young man. Don't be afraid. You can do it. Believe in yourself. A devoted admirer ultimately gains everything. Cheng Yongqian, inspired, strode confidently towards Bai Wanqing. Wanqing. An instinct told Bai Wanqing that this could only spell trouble. What is going on? There is something I've been wanting to say to you. Oh, the art studio was suddenly filled with the sound of laughter and jeers. A confession. This was a performance beloved by the masses. What excitement lay ahead? Yunyi quietly took out his phone and activated the video recording function. In this poignant moment, Bai Wanqing's heart, suspended in uncertainty, has finally succumbed. Yet, she remains unfazed. Aside from painting, her greatest talent lies in rejecting others. Those who have faced her rejections could form a line from People's Square to Shaoshan West Road. Enough of this, just turn back. If you aren't embarrassed. I certainly am. Cheng Yongqian stands bewildered. How is this so different from what he had envisioned? Wasn't it said that Bai Wanqing harbors feelings for him? Surely, she must be feeling shy. Yes, that must be it. For the sake of true love, Cheng Yongqian is determined to press on, no matter how arduous or exhausting. He will act as if he is completely oblivious to the challenges. Wanqing, we have known each other for over a year now. Throughout this time, I have been quietly observing you. I adore your gentle, radiant smile, your sweet, melodious voice, and your clear yet profound gaze. Each day, seeing you in the studio brightens my spirits. When you are saddened, my heart shatters into a myriad of pieces, like a QR code that still bears your image. My heart, shattered into a QR code, still reflects you. Bai Wanqing's lips twitch, her knuckles turning pale as she clenches her fists. Being confessed to by someone she does not fancy is sheer torment, and yet this fellow is impossible to dismiss. How bothersome. Yenya laughs, performing ridiculous antics in front of Bai Wanqing, while the onlookers cheerfully exclaim 666. Every classmate in the studio bursts into laughter, with Peng Dao's voice booming. Fueling the fire. Cheng Yongqian, don't lose face. Be spirited. To dare confess to Bai Wanqing, you're quite brave. The attention from the crowd acts like a stimulant. Cheng Yongqian feels fortunate to have the world witness his pursuit of happiness, his confession growing ever more passionate. Bai Wanqing, let us be together. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Bai Wanqing's face pales as she delivers an unrelenting rejection to Cheng Yongqian. Huh, you think you can court me? Do you even possess a single attribute that attracts me? Your looks are mediocre, your academic performance dismal, and your demeanor utterly repugnant. I implore you to discard those shoes. Your vain pretensions only render you pitiable and grotesquely arrogant. It is difficult to fathom how such frigid words could emanate from someone in a heated atmosphere. If words could morph into blades, Cheng Yongqian would have perished 1,000 times over. To be rejected publicly by the one he adores is one thing, but to be humiliated as well is another. His pride is trampled into the dirt, leaving him battered and bruised. What a tragedy! The laughter and mockery descend upon him like an avalanche, mercilessly engulfing Cheng Yongqian. He feels a wave of palpitations, his breath quickening, as a profound dizziness washes over him. This is a reaction to excessive stress. Perhaps many years from now, Cheng Yongqian will still vividly recall the sensations of this moment. He stands there, staring at the enchanting figure that haunts his dreams, utterly incredulous. Bai Wanqing's demeanor contradicts everything Yunya had claimed. There is no hint of affection in her behavior. Cheng Yongqian is left in a daze, struggling to articulate his thoughts. I don't understand. Wanqing, why are you like this? Didn't you have feelings for me? Bai Wanqing rolls her eyes, swatting him away as one might a fly. Who told you I had feelings for you? How perplexing. Go away and do not disturb my artistic endeavor. No fondness. How could that be? The notions instilled by Yuan Yi have taken root deeply. Cheng Yongqian cannot fathom it. He is undeniably handsome, possesses impeccable taste in fashion, and is charmingly humorous. How could Bai Wanqing not harbor feelings for him? There must be some affection, unless someone is deceiving him. Realizing something, Cheng Yongqian's expression shifted dramatically as he cast a sharp glance at the gleeful Yuan Yi. Could it be that Yuan Yi is lying? He has been led in circles by Yuan Yi all along. That scoundrel is truly malevolent. Cheng Yongqian's face flushed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he struggled to contain his anger in the presence of so many watchful eyes. Once the atmosphere settled slightly, he stormed into the adjoining storage room to confront Yuan Yi. How dare you deceive me? Indeed, I did deceive you. What of it? From the moment Cheng Yongqian splashed paint onto Yuan Yi's artwork, he should have braced himself for the consequences. Yuan Yi regarded him with amusement, having thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. I failed to comprehend your words. Cheng Yongqian was infuriated, exuding an aura that suggested he might strike Yuan Yi. You misled me into believing Bai Wanqing had feelings for me. Were it not for you, I would not have faced such humiliation today. Oh, one cannot phrase it that way. I did not deceive you. Bai Wanqing truly did express such sentiments. Then why did she make me feel so embarrassed? It was your approach that was flawed, my friend. She is a girl, quite reserved. Your public declaration was rather brazen. Who wouldn't feel shy? Cheng Yongqian paused, contemplating. Before cautiously inquiring, are you suggesting that Bai Wanqing rejected me due to shyness? Yuan Yi clapped his hands, affirming with conviction, indeed. The fault lies with you. Next time, try confessing in a quieter, more intimate setting. In light of long-term considerations, rather than harboring resentment, Yuan Yi opted to shift the blame onto Bai Wanqing. Cheng Yongqian pondered this. However, having been deceived once, he was now somewhat more astute. How can I be sure you are not pulling my leg? Yuan Yi feigned exasperation, shrugging his shoulders. With your intellect, how could I possibly fool you? Cheng Yongqian nodded in agreement, entirely forgetting his original intent to reprimand Yuan Yi. You have a point. Indeed, I did not consider this thoroughly. The duration of a con artist's deception is determined by the fool. Chapter 43. The preliminary competition begins. Dealing with high school students as an adult is akin to a dimension-reducing strike. Cheng Yongqian has once again been bamboozled. Peng Daowu found it utterly hilarious, laughing heartily. How foolish this person is, devoid of any wit. Rarely, Yuan Yi defended Cheng Yongqian. He is not foolish. He is merely influenced by certain factors. What factors? Hormones and dopamine. Hormones incite desire, and dopamine induces happiness. As long as Cheng Yongqian continues to harbor feelings for Bai Wanqing, he will remain entrapped in the illusion of her affection. He has become a devoted admirer. By the way, what rank did you achieve this time? Did you make it into the elite class? Upon discussing this, Peng Daowu deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the sofa. Do not mention it. It was merely a hair's breadth away. The elite class comprises a total of 50 individuals, and Peng Daowu ranks 52nd, standing just shy of the elite group. Do not lose heart. You still possess an opportunity. Sketching remains your forte, and the examination for it is scheduled for next month. As they conversed, Yunye's thoughts began to unfurl. In his previous life, he had only spent 2 months within the elite class, those final 2 months before the training concluded. During that period, he exerted every ounce of effort to master painting, achieving remarkable progress, which ultimately secured his position in the elite class. At that time, he felt a sense of pride, for ascending to the elite class was indeed a commendable feat in stark contrast to now. He has entered the studio directly into the elite class, firmly holding the top position. The disparity is striking and evokes a sense of nostalgia. Following the conclusion of the studio ranking examination, the dates for the National High School Students' 5 major subject competitions loom closer. The majority of Yunye's thoughts have shifted towards this matter. Despite his unwavering confidence, the stakes involve a substantial sum of money, warranting a degree of caution. On November 3rd, at noon, in the multimedia conference room, Yunye and Zheng Miao arrived early after their meal. Zheng Miao remained full of vitality, clean and pure. Yet a hint of weariness lingered in her eyes. The Olympiad posed a significant challenge for her, and she had endured considerable hardship in recent times. Last night, she toiled over problems until 11 o'clock, exclaiming how difficult it was, marveling at how effortlessly he managed to complete them. With the preliminary round approaching next week, she felt utterly devoid of confidence. Relax, not everything necessitates a definitive outcome. Enjoy the process, he advised. Indeed, she replied. At that moment, Gong Chonglin entered, accompanied by another individual. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yunye furrowed his brow. Zhou Yi. Gong Chonglin patted Zhou Yi on the back, signaling him to take a seat. Zhou Yi will be joining you for next week's competition. The unexpected addition felt like an unwelcome intrusion. Both Yunye and Zheng Miao were diligently reviewing their material, and having an extra person hovering nearby made them uneasy. Gong Laosher, with time so pressing, can he keep up? Zhou Yi, appearing aggrieved, immediately defended himself. Do not assume you are the only one studying. I have not been idle either. Gong Laosher has already privately assessed me, so there is no need for your concern. Yunye, disapproving of his demeanor, retorted sharply, who am I to worry about you, Lord Meichuan? Zhou Yi's exploits had already become the talk of the class, prompting a stifled laugh from Zheng Miao. Cornered right from the start, Zhou Yi's frustration boiled over. What are you looking at? And what of it? Yunye shot back. Do not think that I will fear you simply because you excel academically. The Olympiad is not a typical competition. We shall see who performs better. One could only wonder where Zhou Yi's confidence stemmed from. Yunye found the entire exchange perplexing and turned away, choosing not to engage further with Zhou Yi. Zheng Miao cast a glance at Yunye and then at Zhou Yi, without the slightest hesitation, decisively moving to the side of Yunye, with whom she shared a closer bond. This action effectively placed a barrier between her and Zhou Yi. Noticing this detail, Zhou Yi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. As before, Yunye continued to work on problems while engaging in conversation with Zheng Miao. During this period, their relationship had progressed rapidly, reaching a level of intimacy where they shared everything. Time flew by, and soon the day of the competition arrived. On November 10th, at 7 a.m., at the bus stop beneath the banyan tree, Yunye sat on his electric bike, backpack slung over his shoulder, glancing around. Although the exam was scheduled for 9 a.m., he had come early specifically to pick up Zheng Miao. She was sneaking out to participate in the competition without her parents' knowledge, so she had to leave home early as usual. The autumn morning was shrouded in mist. Before long, Zheng Miao hurried over from the other side of the bus stop, her face flushed from exercise. Sorry to keep you waiting, she said apologetically. Yunye nodded, gesturing for her to get on the bike. Though it was just an electric bike, he handled it with a certain grace. In their student days, everyone was less pragmatic. This was Zheng Miao's first time riding with Yunye, and she felt a bit shy, sitting a distance away from him. Being too close felt somewhat ambiguous. She was hesitant about early romance. Thus, she had always deliberately kept her distance from Yunye. Allowing him to pick her up today was already a significant breach of her boundaries. Yunye genuinely worried she might fall off. Do I have thorns on my back? He joked. Zheng Miao blushed at his words, inching forward a bit. Left with no choice, Yunye slowed down the bike. Have you eaten? He inquired. I have. I haven't tea, but it's still early. Let us grab some breakfast. As they exited the breakfast shop, the clock struck 7:40. Yunyi rode with Xing Miao towards the examination venue at the 7th high school. The autumn wind tousled his collar. From her seat at the back, Zheng Miao carefully reached out to smooth it down, her movements stiff and shy. This kind of naive, innocent flirtation was likely only to be found during high school. Yunyi pretended not to notice, but the upward curl of his lips betrayed him. Just as a worldly woman of experience can be enchanted by a carousel, the seasoned Yunyi found himself captivated by Zheng Miao's simple gesture. There was no denying it. Sincerity was a powerful allure. Such a pure girl was certainly not to be missed. The National High School Mathematics Olympiad sounded prestigious, but the preliminary round held little allure. Across the entire Luling city, only about 50 participants were registered. However, these were the cream of the crop. During the waiting period, Yunyi surveyed his surroundings, noting that most of the others bore a striking resemblance to one another. Many had unkempt appearances, with scruffy facial hair, giving off an air of dishevelment. What is going on? Is there really a stereotype for academic achievers? He muttered. Zheng Miao smiled at his remark. They're too busy studying to bother with their appearance. But you seem like an exception. Yunyi paid attention to his appearance, dressing thoughtfully, and with his handsome features, he stood out among the disheveled scholars around him, truly resembling a crane among chickens. Very well, I concede that I am somewhat unconventional. My companion is an art student. A plump youth nearby noticed the emblem of Sanzhong emblazoned on Yunyi's chest, and his expression instantly transformed into one of astonishment. You are from Sanzhong? Chapter 44. There is a problem with this question. The hierarchy of disdain is ever present. In Luling, Yizhong and Qizhong have long dominated national student competitions, naturally looking down upon Sanzhong, which has seldom made a mark in this arena. Yunyi, not blind to the nuances of social dynamics, could easily discern the ulterior motives of the chubby boy. It is likely that in the boy's perception, students from Sanzhong are unworthy of participating in national competitions. This was rather distasteful, prompting Yunyi to respond with a tone laced with hostility. A problem? I never anticipated encountering students from Sanzhong here. Your courage is commendable. While commendable carries a positive connotation, its usage in this context was far from flattering. The chubby boy was cleverly insulting. Zheng Miao, unable to tolerate the affront, interjected. She too was a student of Sanzhong. Classmate, your lack of manners is apparent. Participating in competitions is our prerogative. Who are you to dictate terms? Upon hearing this, the chubby boy not only failed to retract his words, but escalated his mockery. I respect your freedom. Indeed, every competition requires an audience. You Sanzhong students are quite suited to that role. Just be sure not to weep if you cannot comprehend the exam paper. At this remark, several of the chubby boy's companions erupted in laughter, their disdain for Yunyi and Zheng Miao growing more pronounced. Sanzhong, merely here to make up the numbers. Only those who are inferior would end up in Sanzhong. Do not harbor delusions. Zheng Miao felt her frustration rise, her eyes gradually welling with tears. She was the type to speak eloquently when reasoning, yet succumb to tears when confronted with adversity. One must combat evil with equal measure. Yunyi, his expression darkening, rose from the bench. Standing at 186 centimeters, he towered over the chubby boy, his presence instantly eclipsing him. There was no need for courtesy when dealing with a jerk. Yunyi wasted no time, his words flowing with sharpness. If you have nothing substantial to say, perhaps you should occupy yourself with more menial tasks. What gives you the right to spew nonsense when you have not even taken the exam? Has your teacher never instructed you on the concept of manners? Or perhaps you failed to progress to junior high, transforming into a little beast in the process. Such brilliance stood next to me. Zheng Miao was utterly impressed by Yunyi. She could never have conjured such biting retorts in her wildest dreams. The chubby boy was rendered completely dumbfounded, reduced to the status of a lesser being. You, this is all you've got. After enduring his tirade without formulating a coherent response, Yunyi, his patience wearing thin, curtly commanded, "Scram." With effortless grace, he trampled over the chubby boy's ego. The bystanders, having witnessed Yunyi's formidable prowess, swiftly withdrew their judgmental gazes, daring not to utter another word. The insults had been particularly unsavory. They were not to be trifled with. Zheng Miao was greatly intrigued. It was her first encounter with this side of Yunyi, and she felt a sense of security in his presence. In the future, if there is a dispute, I shall certainly bring you along. Regrettably, I do not offer my services for free. Where did you learn such eloquence? Just listen to the crosstalk from the Yun Society, and you too can master it. At 9:50. With only 10 minutes remaining before the exam, candidates began to enter the examination room. The arrangement of the examination hall was chaotic. At the entrance, the first seat of the second row was occupied by Zheng Miao, while Yun Yi sat further back, in the third to last row. The preliminary examination was unremarkable, save for the unusually lengthy pre-exam declaration made by the invigilator, whose stern voice echoed throughout the classroom. Zheng Miao felt increasingly anxious and instinctively glanced towards Yun Yi, only to find him lost in thought, as if he were not in the arena of the National High School Mathematics Olympiad preliminary contest, but rather in the familiar setting of a monthly exam at their school. Zheng Miao felt an inexplicable envy. How wonderful it would be if she possessed such formidable mental fortitude. Yet, considering Yun Yi's extraordinary capabilities, his composure seemed entirely justified. As the clock struck 10, the teacher began to distribute the exam papers. The format of the preliminary paper was not overly complex, consisting of 8 fill-in-the-blank questions along with 3 major problems. Upon receiving his paper, Yun Yi glanced at it briefly before diving into the questions. Although the Olympiad questions were somewhat challenging, they were not insurmountable. Yun Yi tackled the problems with remarkable efficiency. Merely 10 minutes into the exam, he had completed the first 8 fill-in-the-blank questions, averaging 1 question per minute. A truly impressive feat. It is worth noting that these were Olympiad questions, significantly more challenging than typical exam questions. At this juncture, most students considered it swift to have finished 3 questions, with many having completed only 1. After resolving the fill-in-the-blank questions, Yun Yi promptly turned his attention to the first major problem. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Setting down his pen, he cast a puzzled glance at the invigilator. Something was not right. This question appeared to contain an error. This should not be the case, as this was the National High School Mathematics Olympiad preliminary paper. Although the preliminary exams were crafted by various local authorities, such a fundamental mistake was unexpected. To be certain, Yun Yi recalculated the problem, and now he could affirm with confidence that there was indeed an error. A plus sign was required in one instance, yet the paper displayed a minus sign. Teacher. In the midst of silence, Yun Yi's voice was distinctly audible. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him. The invigilator looked perplexed. What is it? There is a problem with the first major question. An uproar ensued. The students had witnessed the altercations between Yun Yi and the chubby boy, and they recognized that the tall, handsome student was from their school. Yet here he was, a student from their school, pointing out an error in the preliminary paper for the Jiangyu Province Luling Division of the National High School Mathematics Olympiad. It was quite absurd. Why was a student from their school making such a fuss? The prevailing sentiment was one of disbelief. What a joke. This was an Olympiad preliminary paper. How could it possibly contain errors? Attention-seeking, they murmured. If you can't solve it, you blame the question. How typical of your school. The derision was palpable. My goodness. This person is making a fool of himself. Wait, it's only been 15 minutes, and he is already tackling the major question? He must have skipped the fill-in-the-blank questions. Amidst the chorus of skepticism, only 2 held differing opinions. One was Zhou Yi, who, despite his disdain for Yun Yi and his tough demeanor, could not deny Yun Yi's prowess. The other was Zheng Miao, who understood Yun Yi's true caliber better than anyone. Since Yun Yi claimed that there was an issue with the problem, it must indeed be the case. The 3 proctors sternly admonished the students, regaining control of the situation, and then approached Yun Yi with curiosity. What is your name, young man? Yun Yi. Do you believe there is a problem with the question? Yes. Yun Yi pointed to the erroneous part of the examination paper, articulating with unwavering conviction. It should be a plus sign here, with a minus sign. The equation is fundamentally flawed. The 3 teachers instinctively found it implausible. How could an Olympiad question possibly contain an error? What merit does a high school student possess to identify such a significant mistake? Yun Yi, the teachers suspect that you may have made a calculation error. The question is unlikely to be incorrect. Given that you completed the first major problem in such a short time, you surely did not verify your calculations. It would be wise to be more meticulous. A ripple of subdued laughter swept through the classroom. Yun Yi remained unperturbed, embodying the confidence of a true champion. Even if the entire world deemed him wrong, he steadfastly upheld his beliefs. No, I solved it twice. The question undoubtedly contains an error. The 3 teachers immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Examination paused. Everyone, stop answering. Chapter 45. The The fool is myself, even though the proctors did not believe Yunyi. It was better to err on the side of caution than to dismiss the possibility. They had no choice but to halt the examination. One of them took the examination paper to report the situation to the organizing committee. The atmosphere in the examination room became somewhat delicate. Many, including the two proctors, felt that Yunyi was unnecessarily causing trouble and were displeased with him. The previously jovial chubby boy was relishing the situation, frequently glancing back at Yunyi, eagerly awaiting his misfortune. If the organizing committee deemed the question correct, it would surely be entertaining to witness. Yunyi, expressionless, slowly extended a middle finger from beneath the desk. The chubby boy was unfazed, interpreting it as a desperate struggle on Yunyi's part. Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado. Unperturbed by the myriad of peculiar gazes directed at him, Yunyi remained calm, confident that facts would always triumph over rhetoric and that truth resided in the hands of the few. In the principal's office of the Political Affairs building at the 7th High School, Principal Fong was hosting two officials from the organizing committee. A sudden knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Upon seeing Teacher Chin, the proctor, Principal Fong appeared somewhat surprised. Teacher Chin, aren't you supposed to be monitoring the examination? Teacher Chin, with a resigned expression, raised the examination paper in his hand. Principal Fong, esteemed leaders. A student has questioned the validity of a problem in the examination. Principal Fong's expression shifted, and he quickly inquired about the details. What is the matter? What is the error? The first major problem. The two officials, a man and a woman, both around 50 years of age, appeared relatively composed. The man, thin with a handlebar mustache, was surnamed Chu, while the woman, slightly plump and clad in a qipao, was surnamed Yi. Director Yi took a moment to glance at the clock. It had been barely 20 minutes since the examination commenced, and she was quite astonished. Is that student so remarkably swift? He has completed the first major problem in less than 20 minutes? The head of the storage group nearby did not pay much attention, chuckling as he remarked, perhaps the student tackled the questions out of order. Typically, completing the first 8 fill-in-the-blank questions requires at least an hour. That student might have chosen to address the problems in which he excels first, a clever strategy. However, to assert that there is an error in the questions seems implausible. It is more likely that the student was careless, leading to a miscalculation. The perspective of the head of the storage group garnered the agreement of Director Yi and Principal Fong. A mistake in the questions would reflect poorly on them, and naturally, they wished to avoid such an occurrence. Fortunately, Director Yi was quite thorough in his considerations. It is better to be overly cautious than to overlook potential issues. I have complete faith in the professionalism of the question-setting team. Nonetheless, given the gravity of the situation, leadership placed great importance on this competition, and we must not be careless. Head of Storage, I appreciate your assistance. In events of this caliber, the confidentiality of the answers is paramount, shared solely with the grading instructors. Moreover, members of the question-setting team are not accessible until after the exam concludes. Thus, one must rely on someone to solve the problems. The head of storage, the most adept among them, immediately began to tackle the questions on site. The initial attempts seemed deceptively straightforward, but as he delved deeper into the problems, his demeanor shifted, losing the earlier composure. Director Yi, it appears there is indeed an issue with this question. This was alarming. Director Yi's calm demeanor faltered as he hastily set down his teacup. How can this be? The question-setting team would not make such a fundamental error. Are you certain? I am 100% certain. That student was not merely grasping at straws. It was hard to fathom that a student could uncover an error made by the question-setting team. Teacher Chin and Principal Fong exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting shock. The judgment of that candidate was indeed accurate. As a test taker, he managed to identify a mistake in the paper. What level of proficiency must he possess? As the person in charge of this preliminary round, Director Yi's foremost concern was whether the examination could proceed as planned. What was the source of the problem? And could it be rectified? The head of storage expressed a degree of helplessness. Well, we must wait a moment. The questions crafted by my colleagues are quite sophisticated. I need to recalculate. However, at that moment, the previously reticent Teacher Chin spoke up. If you change the minus sign to a plus sign, the formula will hold true. The head of storage immediately attempted this adjustment, and, indeed, it was correct. Principal Fong suddenly regarded Teacher Chin with newfound respect. Indeed, Teacher Chin, your unexpected brilliance is astonishing. It is a shame to confine your talents to teaching politics. Teacher Chin appeared somewhat embarrassed, attributing his insight to the studentess' suggestion. I must confess, I heard it from that student. Upon hearing this, the crowd's curiosity about Yun Yi intensified. However, the immediate priority remained to ensure the examination could continue. Director Yi decisively declared, "In that case, I announce the cancellation of this paper. We shall utilize an alternate examination." Additionally, Principal Fong, please assist in investigating which part of the process encountered an issue. Certainly, I will cooperate. In the examination hall, shortly thereafter, Teacher Chin and the staff returned to the classroom with a fresh set of papers. Following a thorough review by the competition committee, it was confirmed that there was indeed an issue with the first major question due to a malfunction in the school's printing equipment, resulting in a missing vertical line. Teacher Chin cast a stunning glance at Yun Yi. Just as Yun Yi had asserted, the minus sign should indeed be a plus sign. As this revelation echoed through the examination hall, a tempest of astonishment erupted, and eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd collectively turned their gaze towards Yun Yi, utterly astonished that the individual they had long underestimated was, in fact, correct. It was laughable that they had thought Yun Yi merely sought attention. The mighty eagle soars with the wind, and it turns out, the fool was none other than myself. I was utterly astonished. There was indeed a flaw in the problem. Could it be? This was the preliminary round of the Olympic mathematics competition. How could someone from the third school identify an error in the problem? Remarkable. The third school harbored such talent. Just how formidable was this individual, who concealed their prowess so well? I had assumed he was merely there to participate, yet he turned out to be a hidden master. The chubby boy was left in shock, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an apple. The humiliation of having previously mocked Yun Yi washed over him like a tide. Yun Yi was far from a novice. He was terrifyingly capable. While the chubby boy was tormented by the problem, Yun Yi effortlessly discerned the inconsistency. Their abilities were on entirely different planes. It was absurd that the chubby boy had dared to ridicule Yun Yi. He was blissfully unaware of his own folly. This serves as a reminder that one should not be overly arrogant, for life is a grand stage of retribution. Everything unfolded just as Zheng Miao had anticipated. Witnessing Yun Yi's vindication brought her greater joy than it did to him. Particularly as she observed the astonished expressions of those around her, her smile grew ever brighter, reminiscent of a proud wife admiring her husband. Silence. I hereby declare this paper void. Please continue with the examination. After the brief tumult, the examination hall fell into a hushed calm. As the test progressed, Director Yi, Team Leader Chu, and Principal Fong arrived together. They were exceedingly curious about the student who had identified the error and came to see for themselves. Teacher Chin pointed out Yun Yi from a distance. Upon recognizing his features, Principal Fong's eyes widened in astonishment. "It's him, Yun Yi." Chapter 46, Zheng Miao's Temptation. What kind of high school student could render the principal of a key municipal university so flustered? Director Yi and Team Leader Chu couldn't help but speculate about Yun Yi's background. Did Principal Fong recognize him? There seemed to be some connection. He had previously provided an overview of Yun Yi's situation, leaving Director Yi and Team Leader Chu in stunned silence. After years in the education sector, they had never encountered a student with such a legendary aura. Director Yi could hardly believe his ears. "Are you saying this student, Yun Yi, improved by over 200 points in just 1 month, soaring from the third-tier threshold to a key school?" Principal Fong nodded, clearly incredulous. Otherwise, he would not have disregarded propriety to recruit talent at the Educational Bureau's work meeting. Regrettably, Yun Yi ultimately did not transfer to the 7th school. Soon after, Principal Fong revealed an even more explosive piece of news. Upon learning that Yun Yi had scored 716 points in the most recent monthly exam, Director Yi and Team Leader Chu were left speechless in shock. They understood better than anyone what a score of 716 truly signified. No wonder Principal Fong was moved. Who wouldn't be? He offered a wry smile and waved his hand helplessly. Fate can be capricious, and there's little one can do about it. It is indeed laughable that I once thought our school lacked competitive experience and might fail to guide Yun Yi effectively. Yet, it appears my worries were entirely unfounded. Team Leader Chu nodded in agreement, his gaze filled with reminiscence. The ability to identify errors in competition problems attests to Yun Yi's exceptional aptitude. In this category of questions, he surpasses me. While Yun Yi can pinpoint issues on his first attempt and rectify them with precision, I require a second round. This clearly illustrates the matter. It seems that this year our school is poised to showcase its prowess in the national student competition. With this sentiment expressed, no one dared to question further. It is simply Yun Ye's presence that suffices. As time ticked away, the difficulty of the paper posed little challenge to Yun Ye. His problem-solving process was remarkably smooth. 8 fill-in-the-blank questions and 3 major problems consumed only 30 minutes of his time, leaving 50 minutes until the exam's conclusion. With time to spare, Yun Ye decided to tackle the paper in its entirety. Although the invigilator collected the exam sheets, he had memorized every word verbatim. Thus, while others were still scratching their heads over the questions, Yun Ye began working on his draft paper. Such audacity. The second part of the exam didn't last long either. Approximately 30 minutes. A series of complex formulas were effortlessly conquered by Yun Ye, who handled them with ease and finesse. The entire experience was filled with joy. Little did Yun Ye anticipate that he would one day find such delight in solving mathematical problems. In stark contrast, the other candidates wore expressions of distress, each one furrowing their brows. I apologize for the human condition. The chubby boy who had previously mocked Yun Ye was now devoid of his arrogance, staring blankly at the exam paper, tugging at his hair in agony. Due to a minor incident with the exam, the conclusion was delayed by 40 minutes. When the bell finally rang, the lunch hour had long passed. Amidst the bustling crowd, Yun Ye met with Zheng Miao. "Let us go eat outside," he suggested. "Sure." As they made their way from the examination hall to the street, all the candidates turned to acknowledge Yun Ye with newfound respect, their earlier disdain replaced by admiration. Upon exiting the school gates, Yun Ye confidently led Zheng Miao to a barbecued pork restaurant, known for its delicious roasted duck rice. Zheng Miao accepted the plastic water cup Yun Ye offered and quietly expressed her gratitude. "You seem quite familiar with this area." "Of course. If you walked along Jianyang Road every day, you'd be familiar too. You truly stole the spotlight during the exam just now. It's impressive that you could even spot the mistakes in the preliminary paper for the National Mathematical Olympiad. The way everyone looked at you has changed." As she spoke, Zheng Miao's eyes twinkled with admiration, forming crescent shapes. Sneaking in to participate was exhilarating enough, but encountering such a dramatic turn of events made the day particularly significant for her. The satisfaction of proving others wrong was indeed exhilarating, greatly satisfying Yun Ye's vanity. However, compared to others, the admiration from Zheng Miao evoked a more visceral sensation. Who among men can resist the gaze of a beautiful woman? I dare say they will hesitate to underestimate the students of number 3 middle school in the future. By the way, how did you fare in the exams? Zheng Miao sighed lightly, clearly not having done well. I managed to tackle only 5 questions in the closed test. The major problems proved too challenging, and I only managed the first one. It doesn't matter. Merely participating is commendable. I have little hope left, the honor of no. 3 middle school rests solely on your shoulders. No worries, I've got this covered. The second round begins at 2 p.m. Compared to the first round, the second round features simpler question types. There are merely 4 major problems, encompassing plane geometry, algebra, number theory, and combinatorial mathematics. The total score for the paper is 180 points. The difficulty of the second round evidently escalated a notch. Of course, that's merely the case for others. In Yun Ye's perspective, both rounds held no significant challenge. They were quite similar. With 150 minutes allotted for the examination, it felt somewhat excessive. He completed all 4 major problems in just 30 minutes, and then rested his head on the desk, dozing until the end of the exam. While Yun Ye's slumber was inconsequential to him, it undoubtedly added pressure to the other candidates. The candidates from the 2014 National Mathematics Olympiad preliminaries in Luling will forever remember that weighty day. While they grappled with the first major problem, a candidate named Yun Ye had already solved all the questions and lay snoring on his desk. Each of them was a seedling of their respective schools, capable of outperforming tens of thousands during the college entrance examinations. Yet, in the presence of Yun Ye, their genius aura faded, revealing their mediocrity. At 4:30, the exam concluded, and the command to cease answering was given. After submitting their papers, Yun Ye, bleary-eyed, exited the classroom. Finally, it was over, this long day. Zheng Miao, feeling a sense of relief, followed closely beside Yun Ye with her backpack. Yes, it is finally over. Yet, it holds a certain commemorative significance. Let us take a photo to commemorate this moment. A splendid idea. The tree-lined area of number 7 middle school serves as the perfect backdrop. Without hesitation, Yun Ye boldly draped his arm over Zheng Miao's shoulder and captured a selfie. In the photograph, the boy appeared handsome and charming, while the girl radiated youthful vitality. No editing was necessary. Youth itself is the finest filter. Not too shabby. We both look quite photogenic. It was only after Yunyi had finished taking the photos that Zheng Miao realized what had transpired and shyly shrugged off Yunye's arm. Remember to send it to me. Goodbye. Allow me to give you a ride. Otherwise, how long will you have to walk? No need to trouble yourself. It would only require you to run an extra distance. Are you certain? It looks like rain is imminent. Well, all right then, thank you. After weighing her options, Zheng Miao obediently took a seat on Yunye's back seat. This time, she sat closer. Coincidentally, Yunye's prediction proved accurate. Halfway through, the rain began to fall. The gentle droplets pattered against Yunye's face, and a thin mist rose from the road. Goodness, I must possess a bit of a jinx. Hold on tight. I'm about to speed up. The wind was strong that day, while the rain was gentle. The upright young man looked remarkably handsome, despite Yunye's rapid driving. By the time they reached Zheng Miao's building, both were drenched by the rain. To be honest, Yunyi misses his dilapidated Civic immensely. At least it kept him dry. Until next time. Wait a moment. Zheng Miao called out to Yunyi, hesitatingly suggesting, why not clean up before you leave? The brake pads emitted a sharp screech. Yunyi abruptly turned around, his gaze ablaze with intensity. All right. Chapter 47. A negotiation worth millions, innocent young souls ignited with passion. A myriad of risque scenarios flashed through Yunye's mind, the unfolding narrative unexpectedly captivating. The incessant rain seemed to transform into something benevolent. Zheng Miao's home, though modest, exuded warmth and charm. A few potted plants adorned the balcony, revealing a family's modest means yet a life filled with character. Please, have a seat, Zheng Miao said, handing Yunyi a towel. Oh, thank you. Yunye's attention was completely drawn to the alluring curves of the girl's figure. The rain-soaked sleeves clung to her exquisite form, accentuating her enticing silhouette. Water cascaded from her hair, tracing down her swan-like neck and collarbone, finally disappearing into the depths below. What a mesmerizing journey this was. With a furrowed brow, Zheng Miao meticulously wiped away the droplets from her hair, her delicate face reflecting both anxiety and shyness. Outside, the torrential rain fell, leaving a solitary man and woman in a confined space. Any woman in such a scenario would inevitably succumb to fanciful thoughts. The girl's lips glistened with an alluring cherry hue, stirring Yunye's imagination. He longed to discover the taste of those lips, to embrace Zheng Miao and savor the softness of her figure against him. Would you like to use another towel? Zheng Miao's words pulled Yunyi back to reality. He hastily dried himself, returning the towel to her. Their fingers brushed, eyes met, and the atmosphere thickened with an unmistakable tension. Many young men, while pursuing a girl, often hesitate and second-guess themselves, frequently missing golden opportunities. When the moment arises, one must boldly test the waters. After all, there's little to lose when it comes to pride. In this intimate setting, with the ambience perfectly heightened, the moment was ripe for action. Yunyi decisively leaned in and kissed her. A wave of raw, masculine energy enveloped them, rendering Zheng Miao momentarily blank, her breath caught in her throat. Instinctively, she wanted to push Yunyi away, yet a half of her body felt numb, leaving her powerless. With that kiss, she was ensnared. That kiss stretched on, feeling as long as an eternity. Just as Yunyi prepared to deepen their connection, a horn blared from outside, signaling a car being locked. Hearing that familiar sound jolted Zheng Miao back to reality. Panic surged through her as she sprang up from the sofa. Oh no, my dad is back. You need to leave quickly. If he finds you here, the consequences are unimaginable. Startled, Yunye's mind raced, and he dashed toward the door with lightning speed. Goodbye. See you tomorrow, he exclaimed as he hurried down the stairs, the scene reminiscent of a clandestine affair being discovered. As Yunyi reached the second floor, he nearly collided with a middle-aged man carrying a cake box. Upon reflecting on the recent encounter with Zheng Miao, Yunyi felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, rendering him incapable of engaging in eye contact with the middle-aged man. The latter, noticing a fresh face, one that was rather handsome, could not help but glance at him. Fortunately, he did not dwell on it, allowing Yunyi to narrowly escape an awkward situation. It was indeed exhilarating. He mused that a slightly later return would have been preferable. In a certain establishment in the southern part of the city, Yunjinya was ushered into a private room by a waiter. Inside, 7 individuals were already seated, with a portly man occupying the seat of honor. This was Hu Wenbing, the father of Hu Tianan, Yunye's future studio mate, a businessman involved in construction. He primarily undertook government road projects. The others present included various contractors, carpenters, steelworkers, and electrical engineers, collectively representing all trades on the construction site. The grand assemblage left Yun Jianya momentarily perplexed, sensing that something was amiss. Hu Wenbing promptly rose to greet him. Yun boss, you're quite the busy man. We've been waiting for you. Please, take a seat. Waiter, now that everyone is here, let us get the dishes served. Bring out my oxtail stew. In gatherings of contractors, the focus was less on formality and more on good food and drink. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Hu Wenbing opened the floor for conversation. Yun boss, how do you find me in our usual dealings? He inquired. No complaints. We speak plainly when there's business at hand, came the reply. Good, with that assurance. I know I've made the right choice in inviting you all here today for a specific purpose. I intend to secure the land adjacent to Longxing Square for development. I cannot accomplish this alone, hence I wish to collaborate with all of you. United, we can achieve great things and share the wealth. Among the group, Hu Wenbing was the most astute and ambitious. He was in the midst of transitioning from contractor to developer. The moment his intentions were revealed, shock rippled through the gathering. Hu, you truly astonish me. That land beside Longsheng is substantial. It could easily be developed into a community. But tell me, do you truly believe you can secure that plot? In response to their skepticism, Hu Wenbing thumped his chest assertively. I have connections. Everything is in place. As long as the funds are secured, we will certainly obtain that land, and we can all partake in this grand venture. After years of working on others' projects and being at the mercy of those unscrupulous contracting companies, wouldn't it be sweeter to be our own bosses? I've calculated that once we develop that land, we could see profits of at least 500 million. We can then divide the earnings based on our investments, with each of us potentially earning several million. A single investment could secure our fortunes for life. So what do you say? Are we in? With these words, all present, including Yun Jianya, felt a rush of excitement. In a fourth-tier city like Luling, a contractor's wealth typically hovered around the million mark. The prospect of tens of millions was undeniably enticing. However, amidst the exhilaration, they were not naive. High profits also came with high risks. Yun Jianya took a moment to regain his composure. Hu, how much would it take to secure that land? Those experienced in construction knew the paramount importance of land acquisition as it enabled bank financing. 20 million, Hu Wenbing replied. Yun Jianya inhaled sharply, while the others contemplated fleeing in panic. The stakes were exorbitant. How much more was required? Hu Wenbing, noticing their distress, hurriedly attempted to pacify the group. Do not rush to leave. The 20 million can be distributed among us. It is not an insurmountable sum. As the initiator, I will undoubtedly bear the brunt of the investment. Let me state plainly, I will contribute 3 million. Furthermore, my two brothers will each invest 2 million. That totals 7 million, leaving the remaining 12 million for the 7 of you to share, which amounts to approximately 1.7 million each. His words floated lightly in the air, yet the weight of 1.7 million loomed large over each individual. No one's finances were simply handed to them by the winds of fortune. For many, 1.7 million represented a significant portion of their life savings. Moreover, this was merely the initial investment for purchasing land. Subsequent construction would demand further financial resources. Although banks could indeed offer loans, who could guarantee that the borrowed funds would suffice? The gravity of the situation left everyone indecisive, prompting them to express a desire to return home for further contemplation. Back at home, Yun Jianya sat on the sofa, mulling over the events of the evening while chain-smoking. Deng Yinghua emerged from the bathroom, grumbling. Are you still smoking at home? Do you want me to burn all your cigarettes? Yun Jianya, lacking the inclination for banter, recounted the occurrences from the drinking session. Yet, before Deng Yinghua could respond, Yun Yi peeked from behind the wall. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let us go for it. Chapter 48. I worry for my father if one could rely on their family, who would strive so fervently. In a previous life, Yun Yi had two opportunities to become a wealthy heir. One of these was the Zijing Garden project spearheaded by Hu Tianen's father, led by Hu Wenbing. At that time, Yun Jianya, fearing the loss of money, declined Hu Wenbing's invitation. Little did he know, the Zijing Garden project would achieve unprecedented success. Hu Wenbing transformed from a mere road construction contractor into a prominent real estate developer, amassing assets exceeding 100 million. Yun Yi envied Hu Tianen immensely. Some had become winners in life before even graduating high school. In stark contrast, Yun Jianya faced a dismal twilight. during the prosperous years of real estate. He had indeed earned a considerable fortune. However, that fortune was fleeting. With the introduction of the 3 red lines policy, the real estate sector visibly declined. Ultimately, Yun Jianya found himself unable to secure any construction projects, left to exhaust his savings. To compound his misfortunes, he later fell victim to an illegal fundraising scam, depleting his retirement funds. From that point onward, the Yun family's situation deteriorated rapidly. Enduring consecutive setbacks, Yun Jianya's character warped. He succumbed to alcoholism and despair. Now, fate had once again placed the power of choice in Yun Ye's hands. He vowed to avert the recurrence of such tragedies. Yet, Deng Lihua sharply voiced her dissent. I disagree. That is 7 million, all of our savings. Old Yun, this money is meant for Xiaoya's college education, purchasing a marital home, and providing a dowry. If you truly invest such a significant amount in development with Hu Wenbing, what if you incur losses? Frankly speaking, he didn't even finish elementary school. He merely became a contractor by chance during a prosperous period. I doubt he can succeed as a developer. Yun Jianya has always been characterized by his indecisiveness and a tendency to be content with modest gains. Upon hearing such words, he was immediately seized by a desire to withdraw. Although Hu Wenbing spoke with grandiloquence, his words were mere illusions. Who could guarantee that no problems would arise during development? The sum of 7 million is undeniably real, lying in the bank as solid gold. The thought of losing it was unbearable for Yun Jianya. After all, developing a construction site is no trifling matter. Any misstep could lead to disaster. What if, in the end, he earned nothing and lost his principal? Everything seemed to revert to square one. Yunyi could no longer sit idly by. Father, we cannot view this matter solely through the lens of risk. Indeed, real estate development carries its perils, but the potential rewards are equally substantial. An investment of 7 million could yield returns of tenfold, or even several dozens of times that amount. Have you considered how you would feel if Uncle Hu and the others succeeded? Yunyi recalled vividly how, in his previous life, his father would lament the missed opportunity of Zijing Garden, which had become his greatest regret. I believe you should take a chance. How often does one get to seize an opportunity in life? Choosing wisely outweighs mere effort. If you make the right choice, you will have no worries for the rest of your life. You are an expert. How many in the real estate sector truly suffer losses these days? The allure of the luxury car must surely be tempting. Wouldn't you like to experience the thrill of a BMW? Of course, Yun Jianya longed to drive a BMW. Yet he was equally apprehensive about the risks involved. In the past, he would have dismissed Yun Ye's words as mere folly. However, the present was different. Yun Yi had proven himself, and his opinions now held significant weight at home. Caught in a dilemma, Yun Jianya placed great importance on his son's perspective. Yet, Deng Yinghua's stance remained unwavering, firmly rooted in a mindset of modest security. Stop rambling and focus on your studies. You're just a child who knows nothing of adult matters. This is non-negotiable, Yun Yi insisted, refusing to yield. He had always harbored the dream of being a wealthy heir. Mother, we cannot speak in such terms. Based on educational attainment, I have reached high school, making me the most educated in our family. On matters of great consequence, I believe I should have a voice. You think those funds are meant for whom? They are intended for you. After all, in the future, when you marry and have children, you will rely on this money. If it is all lost, you may as well prepare to weep. The heartache of parents is indeed profound. The generation of the 70s has spent their lives laboring for their children, enduring hardships for 2 lifetimes. Yun Yi felt deeply moved, yet the more he empathized, the stronger his resolve grew to see this endeavor through. There is no need for such thorough consideration on my behalf, given my current achievements. Gaining admission to a prestigious university will be effortless. The tuition is quite low, and I have the capability to secure national scholarships and grants. Furthermore, I participated in a competition today. Should I qualify for the National Youth Training Team, the Luling City Education Bureau will reward me with 1 million in cash. Even if we incur a loss of 7 million, I will still have that 1 million. Initially, Yun Yi was reluctant to disclose the sum of 1 million. Yet in order to persuade his parents, he resorted to this desperate tactic. Yun Jianya and Deng Yinghua were taken aback. 1 million. What examination offers such a substantial reward? The 5 major subject competitions for national high school students are regarded as the most prestigious assessments within the country. If you harbor doubts, feel free to consult Teacher Gong. A glance exchanged between Yun Jianye and Deng Yinghua revealed a wavering of their stance. If a 1 million reward were to underpin the collaboration with Hu Wenbing, it was indeed a consideration worth exploring. Setting aside the monetary incentive, Yun Yi's remarkable improvement objectively influenced their perspective on venture investments. Deng Yinghua eagerly inquired, "With such a hefty prize, the challenge must be formidable. How confident are you?" 100%. Boasting again. Have you forgotten this is a national competition, not merely a monthly exam at your school? If you don't believe me, just wait and see. The results will be out in a few days. We shall see who emerges as the top in Luling City. Father, if I secure the top spot in Luling City, would you dare to take a risk? The son's audacity left the father feeling compelled not to appear too timid. The remnants of youthful fervor ignited within Yun Jianye, and his gaze grew resolute. Very well. Should you truly attain the first place in Luling City, I shall agree to collaborate with Hu Wenbing. It's a promise. Yun Yi was elated, playfully thrusting his elbows behind his waist in a celebratory gesture reminiscent of an exploding universe. I am destined to become a child of wealth. Perhaps Yun Jianye and Deng Yinghua still harbored doubts, but Yun Yi, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, was utterly convinced that the Zijing Garden venture would undoubtedly thrive. Provided his father dared to invest, becoming a millionaire was nearly a foregone conclusion, and his dismal fate would be rewritten. A sigh of relief escaped Yun Jianye. Do not rejoice too soon. Whether you can attain the city's top rank remains uncertain. Let me be clear. If you do not succeed, I shall refuse Hu Wenbing. That cannot be. The first place in the city is mine by right. Finally, a resolution had been reached, yet an inexplicable weariness enveloped Yun Yi. He had worried incessantly for his father. After a night of rain, the sun shone brightly the following day. Upon arriving at school, Yun Yi was summoned by Gong Chonglin. Coincidentally, he encountered Zheng Miao and Zhou Yi exiting the office. Upon seeing Yun Yi, Zheng Miao lowered her head shyly, unwilling to meet his gaze. Teacher Gong is calling for you. You should go in. In contrast, Yun Yi exhibited remarkable composure, betraying no signs of emotional upheaval. It's merely a kiss, not a termination. A trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. All right. Yun Yi knocked and entered. Upon seeing Yun Yi, Gong Chonglin erupted into laughter, almost losing his breath. Ha ha. Yun Yi, splendid. You have truly brought honor to your teacher. Chapter 49. Full marks in the preliminary round, shattering historical records. Even being able to identify errors in the competition paper is commendable. This time, you have indeed elevated our school's prestige. From now on, if anyone dares to question our school's competitive prowess, I shall confront them. Yun Yi's brilliant performance in the examination room had already spread throughout the industry. A sophomore from Luling No. 3 High School had astonishingly identified errors in the preliminary test questions of the National High School Olympic competition. It was simply unfathomable. Yun Yi himself considers it inconsequential. This is merely the preliminary round. There are still the league matches and the national finals ahead. A million is still a distant dream. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. What Yun Yi is most concerned about now is whether he has secured the top position in Luling City. This is crucial as it pertains to the collaboration between his father and Hu Wenbing. Teacher Gong, have the results been released? They should have been, but they are not yet accessible. The awards ceremony this afternoon will reveal all. What's wrong? Are you lacking confidence? Not at all. I am simply intrigued. The first prize in the preliminary round is the only way to qualify for the provincial league. Gong Chonglin is not worried about Yun Yi's advancement to the provincial competition. He is well aware of Yun Yi's capabilities. It is unlikely to be subpar. It primarily hinges on your state of mind. Were you nervous during the examination? Did you perform normally? Yun Yi spent most of his time catching up on sleep, and his quality of rest was quite normal. It was adequate. Then that is reassuring. The first prize should not elude you. As for the top position, it all depends on fate. Who knows if a prodigy will emerge this year? Worry only breeds chaos. And Yun Yi's heart became heavy. He cannot leave it to fate. He must secure the first place. Otherwise, what will happen to the Zijing Garden project? He still aspires to be a rich second generation. Gong Chonglin patted Yun Yi on the shoulder, offering comfort. Maintain a calm mindset and continue your efforts. Securing the first prize is already commendable. The physics competition is in a few days, and I look forward to your performance. This statement provided little solace and even had the opposite effect. Yun Yi grinned, thinking how unambitious Teacher Gong was. Oh, understood. Upon returning to the classroom, Peng Daowu called out from afar, "The king returns." All right, you've been quite secretive. You didn't tell me about such an exhilarating event yesterday. I thought of you as a brother. Yun Ye's heart skipped a beat, fearing that Peng Daowu had learned of his encounter with Zheng Miao. If this big mouth knew, it would mean the entire class was aware. How did you find out? How could I not know? Zhou Yi bragged about it. Impressive. You actually spotted the errors on the Olympiad paper. It seems your time with me was not wasted. Indeed, birds fly far with phoenixes, and people of virtue elevate themselves. It turned out to be a false alarm, and Yun Yi breathed a sigh of relief. What do you mean not wasted? You understand nothing about the Olympiad. Beside him, Yi Changjian laughed broadly. Exactly, how can you claim that? You're just flattering yourself, and what else with the phoenixes? Uft. Laughter erupted among the group. Hey Yun Gu, what is it like to show off at the Olympiad? It feels quite good. The boys' conversation reached by Wan Qin and Feng Shi, who turned curiously to observe. Feng Shi was astonished, utterly captivated. Yun Yi has become increasingly formidable. He is competing in the National High School Mathematics Olympiad. It seems he performed well enough to identify errors on the competition paper. Bai Wanqing withdrew her gaze, coldly remarking, "What is there to be proud of? Humph. It's merely a gathering of bookworms. One cannot dismiss it so lightly. This competition holds significant value. It is said that excelling in exams can guarantee admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, allowing one to choose any major. I have no interest in that. It is not as if I am from the Central Academy of Fine Arts. Yun Yi is an art student, and he seems to be neglecting his studies. Well, Feng Shi has nothing more to say. Bai Wanqing is merely nitpicking, a true contrarian. In truth, Feng Shi's observations are rather superficial, otherwise she would surely detect the insincerity in Bai Wanqing's words. Yun Yi spent the entire morning in a state of unease. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gong Changlin drove Yun Yi, Zheng Miao, and Zhou Yi to the award ceremony at Qizhou. As soon as Yun Yi alighted from the car, he noticed that the bulletin board outside the venue was surrounded by students and teachers checking their results. Some were elated while others were disheartened. Alas, I scored only 80 on the first test and 120 on the second, barely scraping by with a second prize. You are fortunate. I barely accumulated 180 points across both tests and didn't even manage a third prize. What can we do? It was exceedingly difficult. There will always be someone stronger. There are always higher mountains. Can you believe that Yun Yi from the third high school actually scored full marks? 120 on the first test, 180 on the second, totaling 300 points. He has broken the historical record of Luling City. This is outrageous. How can a mere mortal achieve such feats? It is no wonder he identified the errors in the exam paper. His capabilities are extraordinary. Our Jiangyu province has produced a prodigy. It goes without saying that he will undoubtedly take first place in the preliminaries. I bet he will secure a gold medal in the league and has a high chance of making it into the national youth training team. How enviable. Upon hearing the chatter around them, Yun Yi and the others turned pale and rushed towards the bulletin board. With his robust physique, Yun Yi effortlessly squeezed through the crowd. There was no need to search. His name was right at the top of the results column. Yun Yi, third high school, first test score 120, second test score 180. Total score 300, ranked first prize. As the results were revealed, the weight on his heart was finally lifted. Yun Yi was overwhelmed with excitement. A profound sense of achievement flooding over him, filling him with joy. Competing in the National High School Student Competition is a contest among elites. Securing first place signifies that he has emerged as the most formidable high school student in Luling. Furthermore, achieving the top position in Luling means Yun Yi has fulfilled his promise. His father, Yun Jianya, will honor their agreement and become a partner at Zijin Garden. This concern has finally been resolved. Happiness radiated from Yun Ye's eyes as he turned to wave at Gong Changlin. Teacher Gong, I scored full marks, first place. Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent. Everyone turned to Yun Yi, their expressions filled with shock, envy, admiration, and disbelief. Gong Changlin was overjoyed, clapping his hands thunderously. Haha, good lad. I knew I was right about you. You haven't embarrassed me. As Yun Yi pushed his way out, he suddenly noticed the chubby boy from earlier. Hey, classmate, what score did you get? Upon seeing Yun Yi, the chubby boy's face changed, and he took off running. His short legs moved as swiftly as a whirlwind, fearing that Yun Yi might catch up. He had been so arrogant when mocking Yun Yi before. Yet now he appeared utterly flustered. He didn't even manage to secure a third prize and felt too ashamed to speak to Yun Yi. Hey, classmate, don't run. You little coward, stop right there. At this moment, Zheng Miao and Zhou Yi had also reviewed their results. Both performed rather poorly and did not receive any awards. Zheng Miao was utterly disheartened. Despite her prior insistence on the importance of participation over accolades, the announcement of the results left her feeling quite despondent. She forced a smile and congratulated Yunyi. "Congratulations, Yunyi, I knew you would excel." Yunyi, understanding Zheng Miao's sentiments, offered her an encouraging glance. "Thank you. Don't be disheartened. Merely being here is already a victory." Reflecting on his words, Zheng Miao felt a sense of relief. The award ceremony was quite grand. With every seat occupied, a leader took to the stage to deliver a speech, marking the commencement of the event. As the recipient of the first prize in this competition, Yunyi, along with 4 other students, ascended the stage to receive their awards. Although all were first prize winners, distinctions remained. Yunyi, having achieved a perfect score, was rightfully showered with the most flowers and applause. In this preliminary round, there were essentially 2 categories of participants, those like Yunyi and the rest. Chapter 50. The Extraordinary Life of Yunyi's father. The director of the Education Bureau personally presented the awards, while others exchanged mere symbolic handshakes and words of encouragement. When it was Yunyi's turn, the director specifically provided him with a microphone, allowing him to speak individually. "Yunyi, congratulations on advancing to the provincial competition with a perfect first-place score. As the record holder for the highest score in the Luling City Mathematics Olympiad preliminary round, do you have anything to say at this moment?" Having experience within the system, Yunyi navigated this occasion with ease. He found a comfortable angle for the camera and began to speak eloquently, his vibrant voice resonating throughout the hall. "It is an honor to have this invaluable opportunity to compete. Here, I wish to express my gratitude to the organizing committee, the leadership of No. 3 Middle School, and my teachers." Under the spotlight, Yunyi basked in the glory of the moment. Who could have imagined that merely 2 months prior, he had struggled to achieve even a score of 400? Zheng Miao, hidden among the crowd, felt genuine happiness for Yunyi and was honored to have participated alongside him. It was indeed a rare life experience. She had witnessed the growth of a young boy. In the audience, Gong Chonglin watched Yunyi's speech with a proud, paternal smile, unable to resist boasting to the nearby teacher from No. 7 Middle School. "This is one of my students, my pride and joy, a talent I have nurtured. I am Yunyi's most beloved homeroom teacher. Can you believe he was struggling just months ago? In less than 2 months under my guidance, he has achieved this remarkable progress." The teacher from No. 7 Middle School was taken aback by Gong Chonglin's words, looking at him with newfound respect. "Really? May I ask your name?" "Gong Chonglin." "Mr. Gong, you truly are a benchmark in our educational field, a model for the industry." The compliments from his peers made Gong Chonglin beam with joy, grinning from ear to ear. Not only him, but Principal Wang, seated among the guests, was also feeling quite pleased. After years of enduring, today he could finally hold his head high. For so long, No. 3 Middle School had lagged behind No. 1 and No. 7 Middle Schools. Now, the tides had turned, and No. 3 had finally risen to surpass the others. Upon reflecting on Yunyi's perfect score in the preliminary round of the Mathematics Olympiad, which has shattered the historical record for Luling City, Principal Wang nearly felt compelled to raise his arms in triumph. Retaining Yunyi's student status was undoubtedly the wisest decision he made this year. Leaning slightly towards Principal Fong beside him, he whispered, "My apologies for overshadowing your 7th Middle School." The intensity of competition was palpable. Principal Wang gazed at the vibrant and promising Yunyi, envy swelling within him. Yet, reality proved to be rather disheartening. Yunyi was a man forever beyond his reach. With a heavy heart, Principal Wang sighed, lamenting, "Forgive my oversight. I failed to recognize the potential of the 3rd Middle School." "Principal Wang, your 3rd Middle School boasts formidable competition, which I greatly admire. Acknowledging one's mistakes can lead to significant improvement." During the intermission, an announcement suddenly resonated throughout the campus. "We are thrilled to announce a joyous occasion. Congratulations to Yunyi from Class 5 of the 2nd year, who has achieved a remarkable feat by scoring a perfect 300 in this year's National High School Mathematics Olympiad, securing first place. This accomplishment has set a new historical record for the preliminary rounds in Luling City. This notice is issued to commend his excellence." The previously lively classroom fell into an unexpected silence. Students engrossed in comics, practicing dance, completing assignments, reading novels, and knitting all paused, their attention fixated on the loudspeaker. As the announcement concluded, the room erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Incredible. Yunyi has triumphed. This is the Olympiad, albeit the preliminary round, yet still an astonishing achievement. The preliminary round gathered the most exceptional talents from all of Luling City, and Yunyi managed to carve a path through the throngs of competitors. It was truly remarkable. Even the prodigies from 1st and 7th middle schools fell before him. Is this truly the Yunyi I know? Just a few months prior, he had barely scored above 20 in mathematics, and now, look at him, exhibiting such prowess in the Olympiad. Not only did he showcase his skills, but he also achieved a perfect score. Could this mean he would be granted admission to Yin University or Tsinghua? Perhaps not yet, as this was merely the preliminary round. However, should he maintain this level of performance, he might indeed secure a place at Yin University or Tsinghua. It is nothing short of legendary. After all, Yunyi is an art student. The notion that an art student could seize first place in the city's mathematics Olympiad is almost unbelievable. I would dare to call him the strongest art student. Henceforth, I shall never mock art students for their perceived lack of academic prowess. Yunyi single-handedly elevated the academic standards for art students at the 3rd middle school. In the Star Art Studio, Hu Zhixin, Li Xing, and Su Su were preparing lessons when they heard the announcement, leaving them momentarily stunned. Su Su's mouth fell agape in astonishment. If I hadn't heard this with my own ears, I truly would not have believed it. Not only excelling in art, but also performing so remarkably in academics. The National High School Mathematics Olympiad, and he managed to secure first place in such a prestigious competition. I have never heard of an art student achieving such excellence in an Olympiad. Li Xing nodded in agreement, subconsciously recalling images of Yun Yi diligently painting. He found it incredibly difficult to connect that scene with the historical achievement in the Olympiad. It is indeed somewhat ironic that our art studio has produced a genius in the Olympiad. The three of them could not contain their laughter. While the studio may lack in many areas, it is filled with a plethora of students who barely scrape by with scores over 200. The sudden emergence of an Olympiad prodigy is quite remarkable and rather disconcerting. Hu Zhixin cleared his throat a couple of times to suppress his amusement. Yun Yi's cultural achievements had somewhat provoked him. After all, Yun Yi had yet to make his mark in the realm of art. As Yun Yi's art teacher, Hu Zhixin felt a twinge of urgency. Starting this week, I intend to augment Yun Yi's studies with watercolor classes in addition to his foundational lessons in gouache and sketching. What are your thoughts? Su Su and Li Xing had no objections. I concur, tailored instruction is essential, and it is time to present Yun Yi with greater challenges. Yun Yi's capacity for learning is exceptional, and he will surely grasp the material. Very well, then, this matter is settled. Su Su. The responsibility of teaching Yun Yi watercolor will fall to you. Agreed, no problem. During the break, the announcement made Yun Yi the talk of the campus, the subject of fervent discussions among the teachers. That afternoon, a banner was hung at the entrance of the 3rd high school congratulating Yun Yi from Class 5 of the 2nd year for winning the first prize in the National Middle School Mathematics Olympiad preliminary round. The sense of pride in bringing honor to the school was exhilarating, yet Yun Yi had no time to revel in it, as he hurried home immediately after school. Upon his arrival, he found Yun Jianya emerging from the bathroom, a towel draped over his shoulder. A certificate was handed to him. Yun Jianya paused momentarily. What is this? Yun Yi's expression was solemn. It is your ticket to a life of wealth and luxury. Chapter 51. The physics competition, the generational gap, loomed large. Yun Jianya could hardly comprehend such words. He struggled to recognize even the characters on the certificate. How do you pronounce this character? It's Z. No, Dad. How did you become a contractor? Seeing his father unable to recognize Z, Yun Yi began to harbor doubts about the profession of contracting. However, Yun Jianya remained unfazed, nonchalantly asserting, I have people who can read the blueprints and secure projects. That is sufficient. A few unread characters are of little consequence. Oh, enough of this. You read it. I find it quite challenging. Very well. Yun Yi conceded and took the initiative. Ahem, listen closely. This document states it is an award certificate. It certifies that Yun Yi has won the first prize in the 2014 National Middle School Mathematics Olympiad preliminary round, and this certificate is hereby issued. Here. This is my competition score report, a perfect 300, first in Luling City. As these words left his lips, Yun Jianya's hand, which held an electric shaver, froze. He appeared as if awakening from a dream, his gaze returning from a distant place. First in the city, Yun Jianya snatched the certificate and dashed into the kitchen, exclaiming, Wife, your son has placed first in the Olympiad in the entire city. Dang Yinghua, who was frying fish, immediately turned off the heat upon hearing this. What? Really? Look. The certificate has been issued. First in Luling City. Deng Yinghua could hardly believe it, her gaze flitting between the certificate and Yunyi. Previously, she was aware that Yunyi excelled academically, but she had no clear understanding of how he compared to other outstanding students. With a reference point now established, she gained a clearer understanding of Yunyi's exceptional abilities. To achieve first place in the Olympic examination signifies that he is indeed the most formidable student in the entirety of Luling City. How remarkable it is that Deng Yinghua has such a commendable son. Perhaps overwhelmed with joy, Yun Jianya and his wife surprisingly showered Yunyi with praise. Well done. My son is truly outstanding. Yes, this is exactly how it should be. Our efforts as your parents were not in vain. Yunyi felt a lump in his throat, nearly moved to tears. Until now, his parents had adhered to a strict, critical style of education. Regardless of his accomplishments, he had never received their commendation. Typically, he was met with dismissive remarks like, "Don't be conceited. Just look at so-and-so." In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had earned his parents' approval. Indeed, it is only by becoming sufficiently formidable that the world will regard you with respect. Regaining his composure, Yunyi immediately turned to more serious matters. Dad, seeing that I have secured first place, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? However, Yun Jianya fell silent. Yunyi's tone grew increasingly agitated. You wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? As men, we must honor our commitments. You cannot be one to speak falsely. Integrity is the foundation of our character. In truth, Yun Jianya was not wavering. He was merely contemplating where to dine that evening. Should we go to Dingyu restaurant for seafood, or to Jingba fishery for private dishes? To his surprise, Yun Jianya displayed a bit of humor. Now, it was Yun Yi who felt awkward. Let us choose Dingyu restaurant. I'm craving lobster. I thought for a moment you might reconsider. Yun Jianya laughed heartily. A brother is as good as a tiger, a father and son in arms. With you being so impressive, I certainly cannot lag behind. How else could I claim to be your father? It's just 7 million, right? I'll give it my all. If worst comes to worst, I'll start over. Yun Yi rarely admired his father, but today was an exception. He understood the immense pressure his father was under. While Yun Yi possessed insider information about the potential success of the Zijing Garden project, Yun Jianya was unaware. He was essentially wagering all his savings accumulated over the first half of his life. This audacity is indeed commendable. The following evening, after finishing work at the construction site, Yun Jianya sought out Hu Wenbing. At Hu Wenbing's home, a gathering was underway, with all the attendees from the last meeting present. What have you all decided? Are we going ahead or not? As everyone hesitated, Yun Jianya was the first to raise his glass and express his stance. Mr. Hu, I toast to you. Count me in for the project. Hu Wenbing was overjoyed. He had not expected any commitment from those who had been indecisive, and yet this unexpected declaration brought him delight. Excellent. Secretary Yun, you truly possess foresight. You deserve to prosper. Come, let us drink to that. With Yun Jianya leading the charge, the remaining 6 quickly voiced their agreement. 4 opted to join the venture, while 2 declined. The majority were still willing to take the plunge. Those who could become foremen already possessed a certain boldness, ready to dream big and strive hard. The 2 who chose to decline were named Zhou Jian and Kai Shusheng. Zhou was nicknamed Hat, and Kai was known as Big Tooth. These 2, understanding the situation, raised a few symbolic toasts before discreetly exiting. The remaining members were all allies, and Hu Wenbing clearly became much more enthusiastic. The level of skill in hats and large teeth is insufficient. One will never gain a place at the engineering department's tea table. However, we, the brothers, are different. After this endeavor, we shall never again have to endure the disdainful gazes of those ruffians from the construction company. Grant me a week, and I shall surely gather the necessary funds to fill the financial gap. Now, let us toast to our successful development and prosperous sales of the property. Everyone drank heartily, and someone inquired, Mr. Hu, have we named the project yet? Indeed, we have. It shall be called Zijing Garden. Zijing Garden, a splendid name. Hu Wenbin and Yun Jianya were in perfect accord, and their sons were equally enthusiastic. In the Star of Art Studios lounge, Yun Yi, Peng Daowu, Hu Tianan, Xie Guodong, and Hu Kuliang were discussing how to deceive their families into believing they were attending art classes, seizing the opportunity to visit an internet CAF. Yun Yi naturally emerged as the core of the group. It was settled then, a quick dinner at home, and by 7 p.m., We shall gather at Yuseong Internet CAF. No problem. I will skip dinner at home and eat instant noodles at the CAF instead. Everyone agreed, except for Hu Tianan, who wore a troubled expression. This won't do. I have no money. Lately, my father has inexplicably cut my allowance in half. Yunyi understood precisely what was troubling Hu Tianan's father. Hu Wenbin was busy planning the Zijing Garden project, investing all his resources into it, leading to cuts in other areas. Peng Daowu was becoming anxious. Not allowing him to play 5-on-5 was akin to taking his life. This is unacceptable. Even if the heavens were to rain knives, one must still play. Hu Tianan, also a gaming enthusiast, longed to participate, yet unfortunately, his finances were constrained. My pocket money for this week has already been spent. What am I to do? Yunyi gallantly extended a helping hand, possessing a few spare dollars. No worries, I shall lend you some. Hu Tianan was overjoyed, instantly calling him godfather. It is indeed you, my godfather. When my allowance arrives next week, I shall repay you at the earliest opportunity. Very well. That evening, the group ventured to the Internet CAF to play 5-on-5. They had never won a single match before. The competition was even more intense than anticipated, with losses far outnumbering victories. While Yunyi and Peng Daowu had decent skills, the remaining three were rather lacking, particularly Hu Tianan, whose lack of skill coupled with his fervor proved disastrous. As they exited the CAF, Hu Tianan incessantly complained about Yunyi's inability to lead the team. Yunyi gritted his teeth, silently reminding himself, this guy is a rich second generation. This guy is a rich second generation. Undeniably. Knowing that Hu Tianan would eventually become a wealthy heir increased Yunyi's tolerance for him. It seems the world is indeed more forgiving to the affluent. As mid-November approached, the weather grew increasingly chilly. On the 15th, the National High School Physics competition was held as scheduled. Yunyi placed significant importance on this contest. Having excelled in mathematics, he was determined not to fall short in physics. 100,000 was unattainable without mastery in either subject. Chapter 52. Submitting early, is this madness? The preliminary round of the physics competition took place at the first high school. The preliminary round consisted solely of a written exam, devoid of any experimental component. The total score was 400 points, with a duration of 3 hours. The exam commenced at 9 a.m. and concluded at noon. Yunyi completed the examination in merely an hour, subsequently dedicating another half hour to meticulously review his answers, ensuring that everything was flawless. Upon finishing this task, the clock indicated it was only 10:30. When one's mind operates at such a rapid pace, hunger strikes with remarkable intensity. Having consumed only a bowl of mixed noodles that morning, Yunyi now felt the pangs of hunger acutely. Yet, there remained an agonizing hour and a half before the conclusion of the exam. What torment! However, this time he exhibited wisdom and chose to submit his paper early. As he handed over his exam, the proctor was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing? He inquired. Submitting my paper early, Yunyi replied. Dear student, this is a serious matter. One must uphold a proper attitude. Although Yunyi was not yet a household name, the proctor had heard whispers of him but did not recognize him personally. Overwhelmed by hunger and dizziness, Yunyi disregarded the proctor's words and swiftly departed, leaving behind his paper on the desk. He craved carbohydrates. He needed sustenance. This audacious scene did not escape the notice of the other examinees, who responded with disdain and ridicule. What a quitter! A coward who surrenders without a fight. They could not fathom that Yunyi had already completed his examination. The proctor, instinctively glancing at the name on the paper, noted the institution, Luling No. 3 High School, Class 5, Yunyi. Suddenly, the name struck a chord of familiarity. In the next instant, his eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. Yunyi. Was he not the prodigy who had recently secured first place in the preliminary round of the National High School Mathematics Olympiad? Furthermore, he was participating in a physics competition simultaneously. The proctor's interest in Yunyi's examination paper intensified, and he began to scrutinize it closely. Indeed, the paper was filled with answers, every question addressed. The problem-solving processes were lucid, and the proofs were impeccably organized, resembling a work of art. The round-faced proctor grew increasingly astonished, gradually becoming entranced by the paper, unable to extricate himself from its allure. It was not until another bespectacled proctor tapped his shoulder that he snapped back to reality. What is the matter with you? The round-faced proctor exclaimed excitedly. Gesturing towards the door, the bespectacled proctor followed, puzzled. What is going on? Why are you so distracted? The round-faced proctor asked mysteriously. Do you know who that student was who just submitted their paper? Surely it cannot be your son. He does not resemble you. If only he were my son. At least he submitted a blank paper, right? Nonsense. I just reviewed it. He didn't submit a blank paper. He answered every question. Although I am not a physics teacher, I can ascertain that his answers are exceptionally rigorous. He did not merely guess. The bespectacled proctor was taken aback, hastily pulling out his phone to check the time. It is only 10:35. He completed the entire exam in an hour and a half. Indeed. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe it. While the preliminary exam's difficulty may not match that of the league finals, it was by no means trivial. To finish in an hour and a half was simply unheard of. By the way, who did you say that student was? Yunyi. Who? You cannot be serious. You don't know who Yunyi is? He is a student from No. 3 high school who recently achieved a perfect score in the preliminary round of the mathematics competition, breaking the Luling city record. The words of the round-faced teacher left Zhang, the bespectacled student, utterly astonished, exclaiming in wonder. Alas, what a remarkable feat! To achieve a perfect score in the preliminary round of the mathematics competition, truly a prodigy. It is indeed rare for the 3rd middle school to nurture such an exceptional student. Even more commendable is the fact that he is simultaneously participating in the physics competition. Do you think he might shatter the historical records of the physics contest? The round-faced teacher pondered for a moment and confidently remarked, given the current circumstances, it is quite possible. After all, I personally witnessed Yunyi complete the entire paper. If that were to happen, we would indeed be witnesses to history. Indeed. Who is teaching such a remarkable student as Yunyi? How I envy his teacher. If only he were my son, how splendid that would be. Unbeknownst to Yunyi, there were those who aspired to be his teacher and even some who wished to be his father. After exiting the school gates, he ordered a bowl of beef brisket noodles at a nearby breakfast shop. While he was savoring his meal, a student with a bowl-cut hairstyle boldly sat down across from him. What a coincidence, we meet again. I'm Zheng Hongfei, I just took the exam with you. Faced with this sudden conversation starter, Yunyi nodded in confusion, considering it a greeting. I am Yunyi. Did you submit your paper early as well? Upon mentioning this, Zheng Hongfei's expression turned gloomy. Yes, I, like you, couldn't solve the problems, so I submitted my paper early. Yunyi's expression shifted subtly. Oh, my dear fellow, we are not the same. Some submit early because they cannot solve the problems, while others do so because they have already completed them. There is a fundamental distinction between the two. A hint of amusement flickered at the corners of Yunyi's mouth. However, Zheng Hongfei failed to notice the change in Yunyi's demeanor and continued to vent his frustrations. The competition questions were extraordinarily difficult. I couldn't solve a single one. If it weren't for my mother insisting that I participate, I wouldn't have waded into this murky water. Your mother insisted? Yes, she did. Zheng Hongfei lamented. In a way, we are both unfortunate souls. Given that you also submitted an empty paper, let me treat you to a drink. Boss, 2 bottles of Fanta, please. Yunyi hardly had time to intervene. Truth be told, he felt somewhat guilty. If Zheng Hongfei were to discover the truth, it would undoubtedly be a significant blow. Simply imagining it was rather amusing. No, thank you, I'm not thirsty. No worries. Who drinks to quench their thirst? It's on me. Here's to our dismal exam results. Cheers. Dismal results? Gazing into the depths of the other's naive eyes, Yunyi nearly laughed out loud. However, considering he had accepted the drink, he stifled his amusement. It was quite a struggle to suppress his laughter throughout the meal. Finally, Yunyi hastily finished the remaining noodles and made his escape. I'm done. See you later. Upon exiting the breakfast shop, Yunyi headed straight back to his class. Report. Class 5 of the sophomore year is currently in physics class. Upon seeing Yunyi, Gong Chonglin was so startled that he broke the piece of chalk he was holding. Aren't you supposed to be participating in the physics competition? Don't tell me you overslept and missed it. Yunyi, unperturbed, calmly shrugged. I finished early and returned. The subtle act of nonchalance proved to be most striking. The classroom erupted into a chorus of excitement. Oh, Yunyi confidently pointed his sword at his forehead and returned to his seat like a victorious general. However, Gong Chonglin was in a state of panic and called Yunyi into the office immediately after class. What on earth is going on? You dared to submit your paper early? Did you check it? I did, Yunyi replied. Gong Chonglin was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Even so, you shouldn't have submitted it early. That shows a lack of respect for the invigilator. I'm so hungry, I'm almost hypoglycemic. You wouldn't want to see me faint in the exam room, would you? You're quite the smooth talker. From now on, no early submissions. Do you understand? Got it. He promised verbally, but in reality, he would likely do it again. Submitting early was akin to a visit to an internet CAF. Once one does it, there will be countless repetitions. How do you feel? Do you have confidence? Chapter 53. First, isn't that just submitting a blank paper? It's acceptable. Upon hearing Yun Yi's words, Gong Changlin felt reassured. Last time, Yun Yi had said the same and ended up securing first place with a perfect score. This time, it probably wouldn't be too different. The Mathematics Olympiad would commence at the end of the month, and he would represent our Luling city. Perform well. I have high hopes for you. Without needing Gong Changlin's reminders, Yun Yi was determined to present his best self for the competition. The outcome would determine whether he could advance to the national finals, and only by placing in the top 50 could he aim for the national youth training team. For the sake of $1 million, he was ready to give it his all. Upon returning to the classroom, Zheng Miao approached like a curious child. Eager to inquire about the situation, her eyes fixed on Yun Yi. How is it? Do you have confidence in advancing to the competition? You understand me. The competition is already in the bag. That's great. I hope to see you at the national finals. Absolutely. I'll treat you to a meal then. Sounds good. Zheng Miao and Yun Yi conversed joyfully, akin to old friends. Bai Wanjing, however, was extremely displeased, mimicking Zheng Miao's speech with a pinched voice. Do you have confidence in advancing? Humph, as if you need to worry about that. What a presumptuous fool. She had always been somewhat irritated by Zheng Miao and Yun Yi preparing for the Olympiad together. Now, her greatest fears seemed to have materialized. Zheng Miao and Yun Yi's unexpectedly close relationship. This was intolerable. Who in Class 5 didn't know that Yun Yi was Bai Wanjing's type? How dare Zheng Miao overstep her bounds? She was simply asking for trouble. The more Bai Wanjing thought about it, the angrier she became, following Zheng Miao out of the door. As Zheng Miao emerged from the restroom, she collided with Bai Wanjing. Noticing Bai Wanjing's icy demeanor, Zheng Miao instinctively stepped aside, feeling a bit frightened. Her timid nature meant she lacked the courage to confront Bai Wanjing directly. This was also why, despite her strong feelings for Yun Yi, she dared not express them. However, Bai Wanjing showed no intention of leaving. Glaring at Zheng Miao with fierce intent, one must possess self-awareness. Some things are inherently not meant for you to have. Forcing the issue will only lead to troubles. If it ends up causing unhappiness for everyone, that would be unfortunate. What do you think? Zheng Miao was somewhat intimidated, stumbling over her words. I don't understand what you mean. Bai Wanjing's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared directly into Zheng Miao's, as if attempting to penetrate her very soul. No. You are an astute individual and must surely comprehend my meaning. Yun Yi is destined to be mine. He and I are a match made in heaven. As for you, you and Yun Yi inhabit entirely different realms. I advise you to abandon those fanciful delusions. Listening to these warning-laden words, Zheng Miao felt a surge of indignation. Her delicate face flushed crimson. In the past, she may have refrained from confronting Bai Wanqing, but the experience of spending time with Yun Yi had greatly influenced her. She had grown more self-assured, courageous, and unafraid to face pressure. Firstly, I hold no unrealistic fantasies. My relationship with Yun Yi is merely that of classmates and friends. Secondly, to my knowledge, Yun Yi appears to harbor no feelings for you. So who exactly is indulging in fantasies? This statement thoroughly incensed Bai Wanqing. She had never disliked anyone to this extent, her voice rising several octaves. What do you know? If Yun Yi does not like me, why would he pursue art? Moreover, upon entering the studio, he insisted on sitting beside me. If he truly had no interest in me, why would he go to such lengths to be near me? Zheng Miao was momentarily flustered, her mind a whirlwind of confusion, staring blankly at Bai Wanqing. Yun Yi has never mentioned such things to me. He sits beside you in the studio? Impossible, he simply enjoys painting. Bai Wanqing successfully led Zheng Miao astray. The pinnacle of deceit lies in presenting a series of truths that, when woven together, become a lie. Indeed, Yun Yi's easel was positioned next to Bai Wanqing's. But that was orchestrated by Hu Zhixin, not Yun Yi's own desire. Unaware of these details, Zheng Miao found herself engulfed in doubt. Numerous signs indicated that Yun Yi still seemed to favor Bai Wanqing. What were those previous interactions? Merely a game? Zheng Miao's thoughts spiraled as she lowered her head and walked away in despondency. Witnessing this scene, Bai Wanqing lifted her chin with an air of superiority, as if the entire world lay within her grasp. Humph, you are still too immature to compete with me. Yun Yi remained oblivious to the shift in Zheng Miao's mindset. When she returned, he greeted her as usual. Zheng Miao, her emotions a tumult, offered a curt response. Her somewhat dismissive demeanor starkly contrasted with her previous warmth. Yunye's brow furrowed in concern. Something was amiss, very amiss. What could have transpired to bring about such a transformation in Zheng Miao? Yet, upon reflection, Yunye dismissed it. Women, after all, have their moments of emotional instability each month. At present, his primary concern was the results of the physics competition. The following morning, Gong Chonglin, brimming with anticipation, drove Yunye to the first high school for the awards ceremony. Upon arrival, Yunye had barely taken a few steps when he encountered the familiar and overly friendly Zheng Hongfei from the previous day. Yunye. This fellow remained as cheerful as ever. Yunye waved at him. I thought you wouldn't attend the awards ceremony. Zheng Hongfei responded with a resigned expression. What can I say? I am a student here, so I had to come. You are here too, aren't you? He assumed Yunye had submitted a blank paper. Yunye couldn't help but chuckle, pointing to Gong Chonglin behind him. There was no way to escape. My homeroom teacher had personally summoned me. It was at this moment that Zheng Hongfei noticed Gong Chonglin, casting a sympathetic glance toward Yunye, and softly remarked, submitting a blank paper only to be caught by the teacher checking grades. My friend, you are truly unfortunate. Yunye's heart soared with delight. This guy was quite amusing. Who knows who will be unfortunate in the end? In truth, I did not submit a blank paper. Perhaps I performed reasonably well. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hongfei burst into laughter, as though he had heard the most absurd joke. Haha, don't make me laugh. I merely scribbled a few answers. It's hardly different from submitting a blank paper. I advise you not to harbor too much confidence. All right, let me take you over. The examination venue is this way. Upon arriving at the venue, Zheng Hongfei unceremoniously squeezed into the crowd gathered around the announcement board. He was acutely aware of his own poor performance, so he began searching from the bottom of the list. Sure enough, he quickly located his name. Zheng Hongfei, Luling number 1 High School, Class 2, 96 points. Ranked 72nd out of 73 participants. He was second to last, yet he felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Not bad. I didn't come in last. Yunye. Don't fret. I'll help you look, he offered, genuinely eager to assist. However, as his gaze continued to ascend the list, Zheng Hongfei's expression shifted dramatically. What is going on? Where is Yunye's name? Logically, since he was the first to submit a blank paper, I should have found it by now. At that moment, Zheng Hongfei began to feel a gnawing anxiety, an alarming thought creeping into his mind. Could it be that Yunye did not submit a blank paper? Upon reflection, it seemed Yunye had never actually admitted to doing so. The mere thought that Yunye's score might far surpass his own twisted Zheng Hongfei's features. Compared to his own failure, the prospect of Yunye's success was far more distressing. His searching gaze continued upward until it finally rested on the top of the list. Yunye, Luling number 3 High School, Class 5, for 100 points, first place. The mystery was unveiled, and Zheng Hongfei's racing heart finally calmed. Yunye achieved a perfect score and secured first place. Zheng Hongfei stood in stunned silence, abruptly turning to fixate on Yunye. Didn't you submit a blank paper? How on earth did you end up being first? Yunye merely shrugged. I'm sorry, I just finished early. Chapter 54, Your Destruction, what is it to you? Zheng Hongfei was so astounded that his cheeks puffed out, resembling a misshapen radish. Why you still human, aren't you? Damn. You kept me in the dark for so long. Yunye appeared quite innocent. The key point is, you never asked me. Zheng Hongfei was rendered speechless. His emotions a tumultuous whirlwind. Initially, he could accept the reality of coming in last, but in comparison to Yunye, he found it utterly unbearable. Especially as Yunye had achieved first place with a perfect score. The psychological gap between them felt like a sudden plunge from the clouds into an abyss. Damn it. Had I known, I wouldn't have submitted my paper early. Why couldn't I control my hands? Just as Yunye was about to offer some words of consolation, he was suddenly yanked into the venue by the already ecstatic Gong Chonglin. As Yunye was being pulled along, he shouted to Zheng Hongfei, who was seated, if I get the chance, I will treat you to noodles, with double portions of beef and intestines. Zheng Hongfei's gaze was filled with increasing resentment. If he could turn back time to yesterday, he would undoubtedly refrain from initiating a conversation with Yunye. The emotional toll was too great. The venue was packed to capacity. The award ceremony bore a striking resemblance to that of the Mathematics Olympiad. However, when it was Yunye's turn, the host took a moment to highlight his outstanding performance in the mathematics competition. Upon learning that Yunyi had triumphed in both the mathematics and physics preliminaries, the audience erupted in excitement. The applause was unprecedentedly fervent. This young man has a promising future ahead. Achieving full marks in a single subject is already commendable. Yet he managed to accomplish this feat in two, mathematics and physics, both with perfect scores. I can almost envision a rising star in the academic realm. It is my first encounter with a dual champion in mathematics and physics. This young lad's potential is limitless. With Yunyi's involvement, our team from Luling City is bound to shine in the league. He is undoubtedly a frontrunner for the championship. A gold medal is but a certainty. If we merely consider the league gold medal, we are underestimating Yunyi. The league's gold medals are not limited to one, yet Yunyi is singular in his brilliance. I look forward to his performance in the national finals. It is destined that Yunyi will join the national youth training team, and he may even represent our country in international competitions. After the award ceremony concluded, several leaders from the competition organizing committee privately met with Yunyi to offer their encouragement. They urged him to showcase the spirit and grace of Luling youth in the league, with Yunyi securing first place in physics. The happiest among them were the school leaders, such as Principal Wang. Overwhelmed with excitement, Principal Wang cherished Yunyi dearly, as if he were a precious gem, fearing he might melt in his mouth or fall from his hands. The mere thought of a potential member emerging from the third high school for the national youth training team prompted Principal Wang to declare, "Feel free to voice any requests. The school will certainly accommodate you." At this juncture, Yunyi's desires aligned perfectly with those of the principal. Recently, all the family's finances had been invested in the Zijingwa Garden project. Furthermore, pursuing art required substantial funds, and he wished to alleviate his family's burden. If the school could assist me in covering the art-related fees, I would be immensely grateful and promised to approach the league with utmost dedication. "No problem, consider it done." Principal Wang replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. The better Yunyi performed in competitions, the more support the school could expect to receive in the future. Compared to this, the cost of pursuing art was trivial. "Thank you, Principal." During the afternoon art class, as Yunyi entered the studio, he was summoned by Hu Jixin. I must say, every encounter with Yunyi leaves Hu Jixin with an ever-refreshing sense of perception. Just a few days had passed, and Yunyi had once again secured first place in the city's physics competition. During such moments, Hu Jixin could not help but question his own decisions. Perhaps allowing Yunyi to study art had been a mistake. "Yunyi, congratulations. Principal Wang has already informed me about the waiver of your fees. I have no objections. Moreover, a few of us teachers have discussed your exceptional performance and decided to enhance your curriculum with additional learning content. How do you feel about oil painting?" Initially, Hu Jixin intended for Yunyi to learn watercolor painting, but considering his exceptional talent, he decided instead to have him study oil painting. This piqued my interest. Without hesitation, after completing today's color class, Yunyi commenced his journey into the realm of oil painting under the direct tutelage of Hu Jixin. In his previous life, Yunyi had only studied gouache, sketching, and quick drawing, never having ventured into oil painting. The experience of engaging with oil paints was rather novel, and he reveled in the joy of acquiring new knowledge. After Hu Jixin vacated his position to Yunyi, Bai Wanjing couldn't help but feel envious upon noticing Yunyi's foray into oil painting. "I too wish to learn oil painting. Hu Laosher is so biased." As Yunyi meticulously cleaned his brushes, he remarked leisurely, "If you wish to learn watercolor, that is quite simple. Just have your father throw money at Hu Laosher until he relents." Bai Wanjing pondered this for a moment before shaking her head in denial. Learning oil painting was not her ultimate goal. After all, she was not without resources. A qualified oil painting instructor resided in her home. The true objective lay in gaining Hu Laosher's acknowledgement. Only with his recognition of her color skills would she be granted the opportunity to learn oil painting. Although she could do so, it was unnecessary. I desire Hu Laosher's approval. Otherwise, it would lack meaning. "Oh, I heard you are going to participate in the Hongdu competition soon?" "Yes, the National Middle School Mathematics Olympiad." "On which day?" "The 27th. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanjing immediately set down her brush, resting her chin on her hand with a playful tilt of her head. "After your competition, shall we attend the art exhibition? It's the national tour exhibition of the renowned contemporary artist Cui Lu." Cui Lu. Upon hearing this name, Yunyi was profoundly captivated. In Huabua, anyone with a modicum of artistic appreciation would be familiar with Cui Lu, who holds the highest trading volume on the Hu Run art list. A single painting can fetch tens of millions. Initially, Yunyi intended to decline, as he had an exam and needed to maintain focus. However, upon hearing Cui Lu's name, the words of refusal became lodged in his throat. If the timing permits, I may consider it. Witnessing Yunyi's agreement, Bai Wanjing's smile blossomed like a flower, illuminating the world around her. It's a deal. I've already purchased the tickets. At the Jinhu golf course, Bai Yinsher concluded the game with a splendid eagle shot, eliciting cheers from the two beautiful caddies accompanying him. According to customary practice, a good shot would earn a generous tip for the staff present. An assistant approached, clapping in appreciation. Great shot. Your touch today is remarkable. Bai Yinsher grinned, casually tossing his golf club to one of the caddies while accepting a towel from the other, wiping the sweat from his brow. Not too shabby. I indeed perform best at the Luling course. Playing elsewhere feels off. Unfortunately, it's a thankless job, always running around. How has business been in Luling lately? The assistant paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts. Everything is proceeding normally, trending positively, though there have been some unexpected developments in the real estate sector. What kind of unexpected developments? We initially planned to transform Longqing Plaza into a landmark commercial district in Luling. Originally, the development was progressing quite well. However, recently, a plot of land near Longqing Square has been swiftly claimed by someone. A contractor named Hu Wenbing has rallied a group of builders and secured that parcel. Chapter 55, Hongdu. Hu Wenbing. I have never heard of him, nor do I know from which obscure corner he emerged. In this era, even the most unsavory characters aspire to carve a niche in the real estate market. Bai Yinsher, seated in a golf cart, displayed no visible signs of joy or sorrow. For Hu Wenbing to acquire that land, it seems he possesses some connections. But who is he really? His ties to the general construction side are negligible. Bai Yinsher smirked with disdain, his tone nonchalant, exuding an air of dominance that suggested, what does your downfall concern me? A group of builders daring to snatch from the lioness' mouth? This matter is entrusted to you. Is there any issue? None at all. I shall attend to it immediately. Bai Yinsher contemplated for a moment, and then specifically instructed, wait until they finish the foundation before taking action. The assistant shared a knowing smile. Mr. Bai, your foresight is commendable. Once the foundation is laid, the bank's initial loan will likely be nearly exhausted. Bai Yinsher's intervention at this juncture would deliver a devastating blow to Hu Wenbing and Yun Jianya. Indeed, Bai Yinsher is a seasoned veteran. His every move is a lethal strike. Hu Wenbing and Yun Jianya remain oblivious to the fact that the formidable Bai Yinsher has set his sights on them. During this time, the Zijing Garden project was progressing smoothly. Hu Wenbing successfully secured investors and filled the funding gap, just as he had promised. As anticipated, once the funds were in place, the land for Zijing Garden was successfully acquired by him. Without delay, Hu Wenbing approached the bank for a loan. Nowadays, bank lending conditions are more lenient than a lady's waistband. Moreover, with the land as collateral, Hu Wenbing effortlessly secured the initial loan. With financial backing, the Zijing Garden project surged ahead with vigor. The construction site was bustling, with machines rumbling continuously as they excavated the foundation. Yunyi gleaned this information from his father's brief remarks. He paid little attention to the fact that Bai Yinsher's influence was covertly monitoring Zijing Garden. After emerging as the dual champion in the preliminaries, Yunyi's life underwent a dramatic transformation. First, 2 banners were hung at the school entrance bearing his name. Secondly, he had to endure a barrage of interviews from various media outlets, including the campus newspaper, Luling TV, and the official media of the Luling Education Bureau. His fame soared, and he found himself the subject of curious glances from fellow students. Initially, it was manageable, but over time it became rather exhausting. Fortunately, this situation did not persist for long. The 2014 National High School Mathematics Olympiad Jiangyu Province League was approaching. On the morning of the 26th, Yunyi, accompanied by Gong Chonglin, reported to the Municipal Education Bureau. Gong Chonglin assisted in retrieving Yunyi's suitcase from the trunk, intending to offer some words of encouragement. However, Yunyi anticipated his gesture. Teacher Gong, let us skip the sentimental talk. It's quite awkward. Save it for the teacher's wife. In short, I'll bring you good news. The National Youth Training Team is a lock. Not even Jesus could change that, I assure you. Gong Chonglin found himself in a comical predicament. After much contemplation, he was unexpectedly thwarted. Very well, off you go, you little rascal. Ah, now that feels right. Yunyi cheerfully accepted the suitcase and followed the lead teacher. In 2014, Luling had yet to be connected by high-speed rail. So the participating teams traveled by train to the provincial capital, Hongdu. Including Yanni, the Luling city delegation comprised 5 students, 3 boys and 2 girls, accompanied by 1 male and 1 female teacher. Yanni secured a window seat. Beside him sat a bespectacled young man of unremarkable appearance, the kind one could easily overlook in a crowd. This fellow appeared lost in thought, gazing into the distance. Before boarding, everyone had exchanged introductions. Yanni recalled that this lad was named Wang Ping. The train signal was rather poor, prompting Yanni to strike up a conversation with Wang Ping. So, is this your first time in Hongdu? Wang Ping, sitting nervously in his seat, curiously observed the scenery along the railway through the window. Yes, and you? This question stirred fond memories within Yanni. Hongdu, in his previous life, was where he attended university. It felt like his second hometown. Wanshou Palace, Twin Towers, Golden Street, Bai Square, Qiushui Square, Jewelry Street, Zijing Night Market, Hongdu Art Museum, Miling. Yanni's footsteps traversed the length of Hongdu, leaving behind a treasure trove of cherished memories. The spicy and fragrant duck trio from Blue Rim Bowl and the delicious crab claw noodle dish from Lao Sanyan were unforgettable experiences. It had been quite some time since he last visited, but Hongdu was quite enjoyable. One should take the opportunity to explore. Wang Ping, being earnest, was solely focused on his studies, oblivious to any desire for leisure. The exam schedule is rather tight. I suggest you concentrate on your revision, Yanni advised. Though you possess considerable talent, a serious approach is essential for the league. One cannot be preoccupied with amusement. The paternal tone abruptly stifled the conversation. Sensing the shift, Yanni discreetly closed his mouth and pulled out his phone to watch a movie he had downloaded in advance. The train journey from Luling to Hongdu took approximately 2.5 hours, and by the time they arrived, it was nearing noon. The group checked into the Holiday Inn adjacent to the normal university-affiliated high school. As fate would have it, Yanni and Wang Ping shared a twin room. After lunch, the 2 teachers escorted Yanni and the others to the high school to inspect the examination venue. Once the tour concluded, the students were granted free time. Wang Ping returned to their room and immediately began reviewing his materials. Yanni, feeling rather bored, lounged on the sofa and cast a sidelong glance at Wang Ping. Isn't it a bit late for a last-minute cramming session? Sharpening the sword after the battle has commenced is hardly effective. Hey, I need to discuss something with you. Wang Ping turned his head in suspicion. What is it? I'll be stepping out for a while and will return later. If Teacher Zhang calls me for dinner, just tell him I have a stomachache and am in the restroom. You can bring my meal up. Upon hearing the request to lie, Wang Ping vigorously shook his head. No, I can't deceive anyone. I can't do that. Don't worry, I won't ask you for nothing in return. There's a benefit for you. What benefit? Yanni produced a notebook from his bag and waved it in front of Wang Ping. Do you know why I transformed from a mediocre student into a genius who scored full marks in the Olympiad in such a short time? Wang Ping, intrigued, leaned closer to Yunyi. I've heard of your exploits. How did you achieve such feats? Yunyi wore an enigmatic expression, patting his notebook. The secret lies within this very notebook. Let us strike a deal. Assist me in fabricating a tale, and I shall bestow this notebook upon you. Caught off guard, Wang Ping readily acquiesced. No problem. I've got this covered. The notebook is yours, but you must promise to revisit it in Luling. Do not misunderstand. I am merely concerned about affecting your mindset for the competition. Indeed, he feared it might disturb Wang Ping's mental state. The disappointment on Wang Ping's face would be palpable. The notebook was but a ruse. Those familiar with Yunyi knew he never took notes. His memory was impeccable, rendering note-taking superfluous. The notebook was entirely blank. A pristine canvas. Yet, Wang Ping accepted it with glee, as if it were a treasure. All right, you go ahead. I'll manage things here with the teacher. Thank you. Yunyi exited the hotel and hailed a cab, heading straight for the Hongdu Art Center. Bai Wanqing had been waiting for quite some time. She donned a vintage green plaid shirt paired with a super short pleated skirt, her legs enticingly alluring, radiating youthful vigor. Simply standing there was a delight. What took you so long? I traversed mountains and rivers to see you. Naturally, it required some time. Let us go. I've never had the pleasure of appreciating Cui Lu's paintings in person. This was the art of conversation. Bai Wanqing's lingering displeasure evaporated instantly, and she joyfully pulled Yunyi inside to view the art exhibition. Chapter 56. Challenging the Master. Cui Lu. The art exhibition buzzed with activity. Patrons clustered in small groups, quietly critiquing the works, occasionally gasping in awe. Master Cui's artistry had reached an extraordinary zenith. His minimal strokes delivered a profound impact. The colors were vivid, the emotions rich, and the tension palpable. My favorite is Red Story 2. Free-spirited artists far surpass their institutional counterparts in creativity. External conversations could not penetrate Yun Ye's concentration. He squinted, immersed in a painting titled Warm Spring of the Ming Dynasty. Appreciating the work of a master was a supreme pleasure. Warm Spring of the Ming Dynasty is a group portrait featuring 6 women and 5 men, capturing the essence of Shanghai in the 1930s. The men and women depicted were lost in a world of indulgence. The languid yet serene Eastern aesthetic was intoxicating. The most immediate sensation this painting evoked in Yun Yi was the realization that he too could create. He had been diligently honing his oil painting skills, making rapid progress. As Hu Jixin would say, he had already entered the realm of artistry. Gazing at Warm Spring of the Ming Dynasty, Yun Yi felt an overwhelming urge to pick up a brush. Inspired by the thought, I can do this too. Noticing that Yun Yi lingered longest before Warm Spring of the Ming Dynasty, Bai Wanqing turned back, patiently explaining. Ah, Warm Spring of the Ming Dynasty. You have an eye for art. This piece was created by Master Cui during his youth, inspired by his third wife. At this revelation, Yun Yi raised an eyebrow. His third wife? Just how many wives has Master Cui had? According to incomplete statistics, one must not emulate him in this regard. A profound admiration arose within Yun Yi, who almost felt compelled to salute Master Cui. The master, akin to a contemporary Wei Xiaobao, commanded 6 women. Those engaged in the arts truly indulge in extravagant pursuits. No woman would appreciate a man prone to infidelity, including Bai Wanqing. She shot a sharp glance at Yun Yi, seemingly warning him against reckless behavior. Do I detect a hint of envy in your tone? Yun Yi, unpretentious, openly acknowledged his feelings. Were it not for the constraints of marriage laws, who would not desire 6 wives? Every man dreams of being a Wei Xiaobao. Don't be ridiculous. The marriage laws primarily benefit men, she retorted. Without these laws, most women would prefer to be mistresses of alpha males rather than wives to ordinary men. Yun Yi, brimming with confidence, nodded affirmatively. That goes without saying. I am undoubtedly an alpha male. Alas, I missed my chance to have 6 wives. Bai Wanqing opened her mouth, only to find herself at a loss for a retort. Given Yun Ye's evident potential, the likelihood of him becoming an alpha male in the future seemed exceedingly high. Oh, how infuriating. If you had 6 wives, you'd surely meet your end in bed sooner or later. Whether sooner or later, death in bed is still a fine way to go, Yun Yi mused as his gaze returned to the painting titled Spring in Ming Dynasty. He was eager to ascertain its worth. By the way, what price could this painting fetch? While the exact value was unclear, similar works were valued in the tens of millions. Although aware of Cui Lu's painting's worth, Yun Yi was nonetheless startled upon hearing the figure of 10 million. It wasn't merely the value of Spring in Ming Dynasty that astonished him, but also the realization that he, too, could create art. Even if he could not quite reach Cui Lu's level, he was confident in achieving 70 to 80% of it. Did that not imply that his paintings could be worth 7 to 8 million? Had Hu Jixin been present, he could have readily answered Yun Ye's query. Indeed, with an increase in recognition, Yun Ye's art would undoubtedly command a substantial price. The crux lay in achieving fame. It was exceedingly difficult for an artist to gain recognition. Countless skilled artisans remain obscure. Renowned artists are the ones who truly reap financial rewards. Suddenly, Yun Yi felt a fervent yearning for fame. He aspired to become a top-tier painter, where a single artwork could sell for millions, if not tens of millions, or even over 100 million. What are you doing? Robbing banks? Bai Wanqing cast a disdainful glance at Yun Yi. What does money matter? The essence lies in artistic value. Yun Yi scoffed at her words. Only someone like you, who lacks for nothing, could make such a statement. Just as Bai Wanqing was about to counter, a commotion erupted from the crowd, diverting her attention. Midway through the touring exhibition, Cui Lu himself made a surprise appearance. With bodyguards clearing the way, Cui Lu advanced to the stage, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. At 70 years of age, the old master appeared somewhat weary, which was understandable, considering he was a man who had had 6 wives. Reaching 70 was quite an achievement. During the subsequent interactive segment, Cui Lu invited guests to join him on stage to paint, igniting an electrifying atmosphere throughout the exhibition. To everyone's astonishment, the mere ticket price of 70 yuan granted access to the guidance of an esteemed master, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. In a swift motion, arms were raised in unison. Those who earnestly wish to plant a tree often find it unyielding, while those who casually insert willows may find them flourishing. Yet, in a surprising twist, Cui Lu chose none but Yunyi. As admiration radiated from others, Yunyi wore an expression of skepticism, as if to question the prowess of this seemingly insignificant elder. This sparked Cui Lu's competitive spirit. "Young man, you are the one." All eyes in the audience turned toward Yunyi, their envious gazes nearly overwhelming him. Taken aback, Yunyi pointed to himself in confusion. "Me? Indeed, it is you." Bai Wanqing, filled with elation, grasped Yunyi's arm, exclaiming, "Yunyi, the master has chosen you. My goodness, you must express your gratitude for such a rare opportunity." Truth be told, Yunyi was genuinely eager to seek guidance from the master. He approached the stage without pretense, extending a friendly hand to Cui Lu. "Greetings, esteemed senior." "Hello, young man, what is your name?" "Yunyi. You seem to still be a student?" "I am an art student, currently in my second year of high school." Observing Yunyi's poised demeanor, which exuded both confidence and humility, Cui Lu felt a sense of satisfaction and instinctively developed a slight fondness for him. "An art student? How serendipitous. Our disciplines align. Have you decided what to paint?" With the conversation flowing, Yunyi pointed to spring warmth, his enthusiasm palpable. His artistic ambition had long been kindled. "I am quite fond of your spring warmth. I would like to attempt a copy of it." Upon hearing this, Master Cui erupted in laughter, amused by Yunyi's audacity. How could a second-year high school art student dare to challenge his renowned work? Was this not an exercise in futility? Ah, such spirited determination. I admire that. However, I advise you to paint something simpler. Spring warmth may be somewhat beyond your capabilities. Yunyi, however, remained resolute, feeling a profound connection to spring warmth. "It is not beyond me. I believe it is just right." Cui Lu furrowed his brow, pondering why the young man would not heed his counsel. The authority of the master was not to be trifled with, and the audience could no longer contain themselves, voicing their derision. It felt as though Yunyi had insulted their lineage. "If you cannot do it, step aside, merely seeking attention. Not beyond your abilities? What merit do you possess to rival the master in his youth? Young man, do not embarrass yourself. The master's time is precious." "High art. What do you, a second-year student, truly understand?" Bai Wanqing felt a pang of anxiety for Yunyi, her hands wringing together. She too sensed that he was being impulsive. After all, it was spring warmth. A piece of immense difficulty, not easily replicated. Seeing Yunyi's stubbornness, Cui Lu suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Yet, he had chosen Yunyi and felt it inappropriate to retract his decision. "Then give it a try. Bring spring warmth over." This was precisely the phrase Yunyi had been waiting for. He immediately began to work vigorously. Grasping his pencil, he swiftly sketched the outlines of the figures. In just a few strokes, the structural essence of the 11 figures became clear. Noticing this, Cui Lu's smile diminished slightly. The young man possessed some talent. This was indeed intriguing. Chapter 57. The Master is Conquered. You surpass me in my prime before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Yunyi exhibited a remarkable composure. This confidence stemmed from his solid foundation in the arts. While others may have laughed, he neither defended himself nor rushed to prove his worth. A 17-year-old high school student unable to replicate the masterpieces of oil painting masters? Absurd. Witness closely. Gradually, the atmosphere fell silent, leaving only the sound of brushes gliding across the canvas. Yunyi, undeterred by the challenge of emulating a master's work, continued to lay down the base colors with broad strokes before beginning the shaping of figures. The original painting of Spring Awakening was a 4-square format, while his rendition was on an 8-square canvas. The size was merely half of the original, thus allowing him to work at a pace far swifter than anyone had anticipated. Before the audience could fully grasp the situation, Yunyi had completed the foundational colors and commenced the depiction of figures. At this juncture, many had retracted their mocking smiles and began to regard Yunyi with newfound respect. His application of color was remarkably decisive, with hues blended with exquisite precision. Each stroke was filled with confidence and emotive technique, evoking the essence of the master's former brilliance, which explained his audacity to attempt Spring Awakening. The rhythm was powerful, flowing effortlessly, with barely a pause in his movements. Impressive. It seemed we had underestimated him. Cui Lu fell silent, his expression grave as he scrutinized Yunyi's every action, missing no detail. Each stroke executed by Yunyi was as precise as a mathematical equation. If one were to overlook Yunyi's appearance, Chui Lu might have believed he was observing a younger version of himself at work. How is this possible? Chui Lu was profoundly shaken. This was, indeed, a second-year student? A student who had not yet participated in any intensive training. How could an artist who had yet to undergo formal refinement create such a rich and nuanced composition? The seasoned master felt as though he were dreaming. In the crowd, Bai Wanqing struggled to contain her excitement. Although her painting skills paled in comparison to Yun Yi's, she had been steeped in artistic influence since childhood and possessed a keen sense of appreciation. She could discern the true essence of Yun Yi's artwork. The thought that he might rival the great masters of his youth stirred her emotions, leaving her breathless. How could she resist the allure of a boy who could paint so beautifully? As moments slipped by, the painting gradually took shape. A youthful version of Spring Awakening unfolded before the audience. Yun Yi did not confine himself to the original. Throughout the process, he infused the work with personal flair. He was not merely copying. Rather, he engaged in a process of subjective selection and refinement, resulting in a piece rich with individual style. This elevated the theme of his emulation. If Chui Lu's Spring Awakening conveyed a sense of despondency, then Yun Yi's interpretation expressed the opulence and cultural vibrancy of an era. It depicted a world resplendent with splendor and indulgence. An hour and a half passed in the blink of an eye, and Yun Yi finally set down his brush. At that moment, the painting was nearly complete, with 90 finished. The remaining 10 was not due to an inability to continue, but rather the detailed refinement required time. At this stage, the quality of his work was already abundantly clear. In the end, Yun Yi left a line of small characters in the corner of the canvas to signify his identity. Yun Yi, November 26, 2014, at the Hongdu Art Center. After completing this task, he set down his brush, stood up, and stretched languidly. I apologize for the poor display. A profound silence enveloped the venue. Indeed, it was a display of inadequacy, yet the true jesters were the audience beneath the stage. Previously, they had regarded Yun Yi with disdain, but now they craned their necks, eager to glimpse the entirety of the artwork. Applause erupted in the quiet exhibition space. Chui Lu led the ovation. As a visiting professor at the Fine Arts Department of Yenjing University, he seldom applauded his students, yet at this moment, he willingly applauded Yun Yi. Thank you for breathing new life into Ming Tang Chun Yuan. This is no mere imitation. You have imbued the canvas with spirit. Yun Yi remained humble and composed, as gentle as a spring breeze. You flatter me. I have learned so much from your works. The gratitude is mine. Seeing Yun Yi's modesty, Chui Lu nodded in satisfaction, elevating his regard for the young artist further. Heroes emerge from youth. You surpass me in my prime. The art center buzzed with excitement at Chui Lu's commendation of Yun Yi. Goodness, Master Chui holds this young man in such high esteem. He is indeed deserving. A single imitation of Ming Tang Chun Yuan is sufficient evidence. The overall composition is harmonious, rich in layers, meticulously detailed, both vibrant and airy, with an exquisite balance of density and lightness. It is hard to fathom that a sophomore could possess such artistic cultivation. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. This young talent has truly entered the realm of artistry. Bai Wanqing's cheeks flushed with excitement, her breath quickening. Her desire to possess Yun Yi soared to its peak in that moment. Such a handsome man was destined to belong to her. If not, then there was no reason for him to be so striking. The focus of the exhibition abruptly shifted from Chui Lu to Yun Yi. This marked his debut in the art world, and judging by the response, it was remarkably successful. Recognizing the opportune moment, Yun Yi decided to take his leave, gathering his artwork as he prepared to exit. Just before he departed, Chui Lu called out to him, "Young friend Yun Yi, do leave a contact number." Of course, the art world is a network of acquaintances, and knowing Chui Lu would benefit Yun Yi immensely. Upon exiting the art center, Bai Wanqing insisted that Yun Yi treat her. It would be utterly unacceptable for him not to do so. After all, that was Chui Lu, a master of oil painting. If I hadn't brought you to this exhibition, you would never have had the chance to meet Master Chui. Yun Yi was not averse to treating her. The issue lay in his limited means, as he had only 300 yuan to his name during this trip to Hongdu. A proper meal was certainly out of the question, but a light snack was feasible. Let us go. I will treat you to Pengji Yuko. During his university days, Yun Yi had a fondness for the pastries from Pengji Yuko, not far from the art center. They found a Pengji Yuko and chose a selection of treats. Bai Wanqing favored egg tarts, while Yun Yi had recently developed a taste for cream puffs. Noticing the cream puff in Yun Ye's hand, Bai Wanqing was somewhat surprised. I recall you used to favor egg tarts above all else. When did you develop a liking for cream puffs? Yun Yi smiled radiantly, accepting the egg tart Bai Wanqing offered as they proceeded to make the payment together. I adore both egg tarts and cream puffs. You certainly have a taste for indulgence, she teased. After all, pastries are not a substantial meal. And soon the two found themselves feeling hungry. After a brief discussion, Bai Wanqing invited Yun Yi to her home. The Bai family's business extends beyond Luling, boasting substantial interests in Hongdu as well. Bai Yinshe frequently travels between Luling and Hongdu, having even established a residence there. With the promise of a complimentary dinner, Yun Yi found no reason to decline. Your parents aren't home, are they? Rest assured, they are in Luling. Then I shall not be polite. Half an hour later, Yun Yi arrived at Bai Wanqing's residence, a lavishly decorated estate with exquisite views. Yun Yi was momentarily dazzled, vowing to purchase an even more opulent home in the future. After dinner, Bai Wanqing guided Yun Yi on a tour of the estate. Upon reaching the esports room, Bai Wanqing proposed, "Shall we play a round?" Yun Yi hesitated momentarily, but since he had nothing planned back at the hotel, he agreed. "All right, let us play one round, and then we'll leave." However, for reasons unknown, he lost the first 3 matches. Frustrated, Yun Yi lost track of time until a call from the team leader, Teacher Zhang, jolted him back to reality. "Yun Yi, where have you been?" Awakened from his reverie, Yun Yi's face paled as he glanced at the time on his phone. "Oh no, it's nearly 11 o'clock. I have to go back. I have an exam tomorrow. Goodbye." Chapter 58. Zhejiang Hongshila. By the time Yun Yi returned to the hotel room, it was already 11:30. Wang Ping cast an apologetic glance at Yun Yi before pulling the covers over himself and retreating into sleep. The two teachers wore stern expressions, visibly upset. As the supervising instructor, they would bear responsibility if anything were to happen to Yun Yi. Upon his return, the forthright teacher Zhang was the first to confront him. "Yun Yi, where have you been? We explicitly instructed you not to leave the hotel. If anything were to happen, how could we account for it? Did you think my words were mere suggestions?" Yun Yi recognized his fault and adopted a sincere attitude of remorse. "Teacher Zhang, Teacher Chun, I sincerely apologize for my impulsiveness. There was an art exhibition by Master Cui Lu in Hongdu today, and I simply could not resist attending. I understand this was irresponsible, and I assure you it will not happen again." With the competition approaching and Yun Ye's genuine contrition, the two teachers chose not to escalate the matter, offering only a symbolic reprimand before returning to their rooms. Although they did not punish Yun Yi, it did not mean they were not upset. After returning to his room, Teacher Zhang continued to grumble about Yun Yi. He is far too mischievous. While everyone else was in their rooms studying for the exam, he was the only one gallivanting about. No wonder they call him Yun Yi. He's simply wild. Thank goodness we checked the rooms, or he might have ended up staying out all night. I used to admire him, but now it seems he is nothing but a troublemaker. Teacher Chen sighed and rose to pour a glass of water for Teacher Zhang. "Calm down. My foremost concern at present is Yun Ye's state. With examinations imminent, he returned home late into the night. Can he possibly refocus his thoughts? It is essential to acknowledge that he is a promising contender from our Luling city, with considerable expectations placed upon him by all levels of leadership. Given the current circumstances, do you believe Yun Yi will perform well tomorrow?" Teacher Zhang instinctively felt it unlikely. Returning home so late, the hope for effective revision seemed futile. How could one study when deprived of proper sleep? Contemplating this, Teacher Zhang visibly succumbed to anxiety. "What shall we do?" Teacher Chen shrugged in resignation. Genius evokes a mix of admiration and exasperation. While remarkable talent is one aspect, the refusal to heed guidance is indeed troublesome. There is nothing to be done but rely on him to self-regulate, hoping he does not falter tomorrow. By the way, what did Yun Yi just say he was off to do? Teacher Zhang dismissed it lightly. Attending an art exhibition. Who could say if that were true? It might well be. As far as I know, Yun Yi is an art student, which would explain his keen interest in such events. Teacher Zhang's eyes widened in surprise, sitting upright in bed. He found it exceedingly difficult to reconcile the prodigy who dominated the mathematics and physics competitions in Luling with the identity of an art student. Could it be that Yun Yi is indeed an art student? Teacher Chen anticipated Teacher Zhang's astonishment. He too had found this revelation bewildering when he first heard it. It is indeed true, and it is hard to comprehend how Yun Yi manages to excel in both art and academics simultaneously. Perhaps this is the essence of genius. Despite his shock, Teacher Zhang remained dissatisfied with Yun Ye's escapade. expressing his discontent vocally. Muff, exceptional ability is one thing, but attitude is another. Given Yuan Ye's carefree disposition, I find it quite precarious for him this time. The concerns of the two teachers regarding Yuan Ye's state were entirely unfounded. In truth, Yuan Ye felt remarkably well. After enjoying a refreshing shower, he felt entirely at ease, even contemplating ordering takeout. Following the baptism of the 100 Regiments Offensive, the popularity of food delivery services had surged by 2014. With options like Ele, Me, Tao Dian Dian, Meituan, and Baidu Takeout, one could order virtually anything they desired. However, considering the possibility of disturbing Wang Ping, Yuan Ye ultimately abandoned this notion. He was aware that Wang Ping was quite fatigued and required rest, especially noting the trash bin overflowing with crumpled tissues, resembling a small mound. A knowing smile spread across Yuan Ye's face, further solidifying his thoughts. It appeared that during his absence, Wang Ping had not been idle. He likely rewarded himself quite well. This fellow, who usually appeared serious, surprisingly had a rather playful side. In truth, the teachers should be more concerned about Wang Ping's health than Yuan Ye's. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Yuan Ye was awakened by the sounds of Wang Ping preparing himself, instinctively glancing at his phone. It was 6:30 a.m. Goodness, who rises at such an ungodly hour? Why are you up so early? Wang Ping emerged from the bathroom, wiping his mouth. Is it early? What else would it be? Do you really wake up at this hour every day at home? That is not the case. Had I been at home, I should have already practiced my spoken English for half an hour by this time. The overachievers are simply relentless. Yuan Ye felt a deep sympathy for Wang Ping, who only opened his eyes at 7 o'clock, rushing to school just in time. Remarkable, such self-discipline. It is no wonder your academic performance is commendable. Wang Ping's cheeks flushed, as those words struck him somewhat harshly. His grades paled in comparison to Yuan Ye's. What about you? With such excellent results, you ought to exert even more effort. What time do you usually rise? A voice emerged from beneath the covers, sounding impatient. Just like you. I indulged in another hour and a half of sleep. And it wasn't until 8 o'clock that Yuan Ye leisurely got up to wash and groom himself. Fully revived, a brand new day awaited. At that moment, Teacher Chen knocked on the door. Have you all risen? Be quick about it. The dining area is on the 7th floor. Hurry down for breakfast. Yuan Ye, with foam in his mouth, mumbled a few indistinct replies. After washing and dressing, he grabbed his exam bag and headed downstairs for breakfast. The dining area was crowded with the majority of students and teachers staying at the hotel for the competition. The funding provided by the competition committee was ample, resulting in a lavish breakfast spread. Yuan Ye ordered a large bowl of beef noodle soup, took 4 buns, a cup of soybean milk, and 3 tea eggs. Ever since awakening his extraordinary aptitude, his appetite had significantly increased. Teacher Chen waved at Yuan Ye from a distance, signaling him to come and sit. You have quite the appetite. Did you rest well? Not too bad. What time is the opening ceremony? You need to be ready by 8:40. Observing Yuan Ye's fair complexion and vibrant demeanor, Teacher Chen felt a sense of relief. The provincial league was filled with ceremonial grandeur. The opening ceremony was quite solemn, featuring a host of distinguished guests delivering speeches, including professors from the Mathematics Institute and members of the Provincial Mathematics Association. These eminent figures captivated the elite participants from various cities, nearly dedicating their lives to mathematics. Yuan Ye felt indifferent, thinking how tedious it was. Let us just get to the exams. Suddenly, a rather good-looking young man beside him initiated a conversation. Where are you from? Luling. Oh, a revolutionary holy land. I'm from Zhejiang. I heard that your cohort from Luling produced a prodigy who scored full marks in both mathematics and physics. Yuan Ye was taken aback that the gossip had somehow turned to himself. Do you know him? Not personally, but I've heard about him. Everyone is discussing him, saying Yuan Ye is a favorite to win this time. That is quite impressive. This young man, named Hong Xiula, seemed rather unconvinced by the praise. Surely, it must be that the exams from your Luling were too easy, allowing Yuan Ye to achieve full marks. Your Luling is not that remarkable when it comes to Olympiads. It's our Zhejiang that reigns supreme. Just watch. I will surpass Yuan Ye and claim the top spot. Chapter 59. Is this all there is to the Provincial League? Yuan Ye couldn't help but glance sideways. Is this young man so confident? However, to think he could step over others to rise to prominence seemed rather naive. Yuan Ye felt a chuckle bubbling within him. I wish you success. I also find Yuan Ye quite disagreeable. Hong Xiula's perception of Yuan Ye brightened considerably at that moment. Of course, if the sword is not sharp, The horse is too lean. What can Yun Yi possibly use to compete with me? By the way, what is your name again? Yun Yi could not contain his amusement, stifling laughter that caused his shoulders to tremble. The slender gentleman, known as Yun Yi, found himself in a rather awkward predicament, having inadvertently crossed paths with the very person he sought to avoid. Hong Xiola's embarrassment was palpable. He longed to flee but found himself ensnared. Despite his earlier bravado, he now struggled to utter a single word. Fortunately, the opening ceremony concluded swiftly amidst a chorus of applause, ushering in the true test that lay ahead. A multitude of students made their way to the examination halls, as the competition attracted a significant number of participants. Unlike the elite strategists from Luling City, many other cities sent forth their candidates, with some cities fielding dozens of contestants. This vast assembly was divided into 7 examination rooms. Yun Yi was assigned to room 3, and fortuitously, the slender gentleman was seated not far from him. "Ah, we meet again," Yun Yi remarked, acknowledging their fateful connection. Having shared seats during the opening ceremony, and now coincidentally sharing an examination room, the slender gentleman recoiled at the sound of Yun Yi's voice. Viewing their connection as nothing more than a troublesome fate, he resolutely vowed to surpass Yun Yi in this examination. At the stroke of 9, the examination commenced. The invigilator unsealed the papers and distributed the examination sheets. Upon receiving his paper, Yun Yi felt a wave of emotion wash over him. The competition was finally a chance to rise above the stagnant waters of Luling and contend with the province's brightest minds. The thought of potentially besting the province's elite stirred a fervor within him, igniting a desire to excel. The examination paper presented a slight elevation in difficulty compared to the preliminary rounds. It comprised 8 fill-in-the-blank questions, each worth 8 points, and 3 problem-solving questions valued at 16, 20, and 20 points respectively, culminating in a total of 120 points to be completed within 80 minutes. Yun Yi chose not to rush into answering, instead surveying all 11 questions before embarking on his responses. The complexity of the examination had indeed escalated, yet it remained within the realm of manageability. The room fell into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the soft scratching of pens on paper and the occasional murmurs of students reciting formulas. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow upon Yun Yi's desk. His pen danced swiftly across the paper, the shadow of his writing instrument flickering as he supported his head with one hand while the other filled in the answers. Draft paper seemed somewhat superfluous for him. A mere glance at a problem allowed him to calculate the answer mentally. What need had he for such aids? Thanks to the meticulous guidance of Gong Chonglin, Yun Yi's mathematical prowess had soared to impressive heights, rivaling that of master's candidates from prestigious institutions. Were Gong Chonglin to possess a doctorate, Yun Yi's abilities would surely align with those of a doctoral contender. For Yun Yi, this competition was a mere trifle, a task he approached with confidence. He swiftly completed the 8 fill-in-the-blank questions and, after a brief respite, turned his attention to the problem-solving queries. These 3 questions required more time, as they demanded a comprehensive presentation of the calculation processes, yet it was merely an extra 20 minutes. As the clock approached 9:30, Yun Yi finished the examination, capping his pen with a sense of disbelief. Was this truly the level of difficulty expected in such a competition? Yun Yi initially harbored great anticipation for the league examination, but upon completion, that excitement dissipated entirely. Boredom enveloped him. With idle time at hand, he resolved to find something to occupy himself. The events from the art exhibition yesterday left a profound impact on him, stirring a desire to create. Once one develops an affinity for painting, it becomes an irresistible pursuit. The examination hall resembled a grand plein-air setting, and Yun Yi had already conceived an idea for his artwork, a genius and his fretful rival. Thus, he set to work, seizing a ballpoint pen and busily sketching on the draft paper. It is somewhat amusing that this paper, intended for a mathematics competition, was commandeered by an art student for quick sketches. Amidst an atmosphere of tension, Yun Yi appeared remarkably at ease. Time flew by as he immersed himself in his drawing, and soon the bell signaling the end of the examination rang. The invigilator collected the answer sheets, while Yun Yi tucked his freshly completed sketch into his pocket, whistling and humming as he exited the hall. Observing this, Hong Xiula could not help but comment, stubborn as a dead duck, putting on quite the act. At 2 p.m., the second round commenced. This segment included merely 4 substantial problems, covering plane geometry, algebra, number theory, and combinatorial mathematics. With a duration of 170 minutes and a total score of 180, Yunyi tackled the 4 questions with remarkable speed, resolving them in just 20 minutes. Alas, the joy was fleeting. The remaining 150 minutes were filled with tedium. Yunyi felt a twinge of annoyance. The extended duration of the exam felt excessive. Should he submit his paper early? However, the stern expressions of teachers Zhang and Chun deterred him from that notion. Reluctantly, he endured. Unbeknownst to him, his current demeanor was being closely observed by the members of the competition committee. In the multimedia conference room of Shida-affiliated high school, a group of committee leaders engaged in lively conversation, with Yun Ye's name mentioned frequently. As the star candidate of this mathematics competition, he undeniably attracted the most attention. His visibly vexed expression did not go unnoticed, eliciting quiet amusement among the observers. Professor Liu from the Mathematics Association could not resist teasing. It seems our little genius has encountered a challenging problem. Just look at that furrowed brow. It's a stark contrast to his relaxed demeanor during the first round. This reaction was not surprising, as the difficulty of the second round exceeded that of the first by a considerable margin. It is only natural to find it challenging. Despite Yun Yi achieving a perfect score in the preliminary round, adapting to the league's demands was no small feat after all. The preliminary was only slightly more difficult than the college entrance examination, while the league's questions surpassed in complexity by a notable degree. Achieving full marks in the preliminary was already commendable, and it was even more remarkable that he simultaneously excelled in physics. In truth, I believe he ought to specialize in one discipline, concentrating his limited energy. Had he done so, perhaps he would not now be perplexed by the second round's questions. Indeed, the young lad exhibits a touch of greed. Ladies and gentlemen, why not speculate on which problem has stumped Yun Yi? It is likely the 4th question in combinatorial mathematics, which is indeed the most challenging. Even at the national finals, this question could serve as the piece de resistance. It poses a significant challenge, suggesting this year's candidates are in for a tough time. The rarity of those who can solve this problem is astonishing. Oh, look, it seems that Yun Yi has given up. The youth still lacks maturity. At this moment, the surveillance video reveals Yun Yi sprawled over his desk, fast asleep. Witnesses shook their heads in disapproval. The young lad's lack of competitive experience and psychological fortitude is evident. He surrendered far too soon. With ample time remaining before the exam's conclusion, he ought to have persevered. Yun Yi still requires practice. Chapter 60. Dark Horses and Mediocre Performers. The committee members, in their arrogance, presumed that Yun Yi had succumbed to the challenge and fallen asleep. Little did they know, he had already completed the tasks and succumbed to boredom. In examination room 3, the overly lean contestant Hong Xiula struggled mightily, but finally conquered the second major problem. He paused, stretched his aching neck, and wore a triumphant expression that spoke volumes. Having completed 2 significant problems within just 50 minutes of the exam's commencement, he felt rather impressive. Surely, he must be among the elite of this competition. I truly excel. Even Yun Yi could not match such speed. Upon glancing up, Hong Xiula noticed Yun Yi dozing away. A wave of schadenfreude washed over him. Ha ha ha, what a pathetic figure. Is this all Yun Yi can muster? So soon he gives up? Merely a hollow reputation. And what of being the year's most dazzling dark horse? Truly disappointing. Witnessing Yun Yi's lackadaisical attitude, Hong Xiula's spirits soared. Invigorated as if he had received a boost of adrenaline, ready to tackle the remaining 2 significant problems with renewed enthusiasm. This fellow is a quintessential chatterbox, not only reciting the problems, but also vocalizing the answers. Nearby candidates perked up their ears, intrigued by his antics. The invigilator swiftly noticed the disturbance and rapped on Hong Xiula's desk with a warning glare. Young man, behave yourself. Hong Xiula's heart raced, and he obediently silenced his chatter. Satisfied, the teacher nodded and resumed his patrol of the examination hall. As he passed by Yun Yi, irritation flickered within him. Who dares to sleep during a crucial examination? Others are lamenting their lack of time, yet here you are, indulging in slumber. A lack of decorum in such circumstances is inexcusable. Rousing slightly, Yun Yi rubbed the imprints on his cheeks, his eyes still bleary. Is it over? His dazed expression instantly provoked laughter among the candidates, including Hong Xiula, who found it utterly amusing. What an eccentricity! In their eyes, Yun Yi was but a jest. The teacher, wearing a stern countenance, admonished, classmate, there are still 70 minutes left in the examination. Make the most of your time. 70 minutes still? Yun Yi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Rubbing his sore arms, he shifted positions and resumed his slumber. The sight of Yun-Yi falling back asleep left the invigilator astounded. He had never encountered such audacity in a student. A useless endeavor. For a fleeting moment, doubt crept into his mind. How on earth did such a student manage to enter this prestigious competition? Time ticked away. As the shadow of the window bars shifted from Yun-Ye's forehead to his nose, the exam finally concluded. Examination concluded. Candidates, cease writing. Yun-Yi lazily stretched his arms. At long last, it has come to an end, a true torment indeed. The desk was uncomfortable for resting, necessitating a constant change of positions, a genuine trial. Upon submitting their papers, the examinees exited the examination hall. Hong Xiola's confidence surged as he finally dared to engage in conversation with Yun-Yi. The skies cleared, the rain ceased, and he felt a renewed sense of capability. Hey, how did it go? Yun-Yi yawned. It was manageable, replied Hong Xiola, who momentarily lost his composure. Believing Yun-Yi was merely putting on a brave front, his voice trembling slightly. You must have fared well in your dreams, right? Don't be disheartened. Losing to me is no shame. Yun-Yi thought to himself that this fellow truly never learns, remaining as self-assured as ever. Who knows who will lose? You probably aren't even fully awake yet. Just don't start crying when the results come out. Mark my words, I shall be first. Yun-Yi could not abide this insufferable brat and thought of giving him a couple of slaps if not for the prying eyes around them. The wind was particularly strong today. Hearing this cryptic remark, Hong Xiola was bewildered. What do you mean? I blow just as you do, Yun-Yi retorted, rolling his eyes before grabbing his bag and striding away. Infuriated, Hong Xiola stomped his feet and called after Yun-Ye's retreating figure. Yun-Yi, don't be so arrogant. Your time to weep will come. Just then, the supervising teacher, Jiaojiang, approached and handed Hong Xiola an ice cream. Following his gaze, she too spotted Yun-Ye's silhouette. What is the matter? Who is that? Yun-Yi. Is he really Yun-Yi? The teacher expressed surprise, unaware that her reaction ignited Hong Xiola's jealousy. What is so special about Yun-Yi? He is just a defeated foe. One cannot speak so lightly. Yun-Yi possesses considerable strength. Strong, you say? He was merely loafing around and sleeping in the examination hall. Everyone witnessed it. The teacher was taken aback. Surely not. Perhaps he completed the questions early and was merely resting. 20 minutes to finish is rather absurd, don't you think? Who would believe that? Regardless, Hong Xiola was unconvinced. No, he was simply slacking off. He began to snooze a mere 20 minutes after the exam commenced. 20 minutes is hardly enough for anything. Solving even one question is a challenge. I wager he managed only the first major question. Upon reflection, the supervising teacher found his reasoning sound. I didn't expect Yun-Yi to be so mediocre. I thought he was your formidable rival. By the way, how did you fare? The final major question was exceedingly difficult, but I managed to solve the first minor question. I should score around 160. That is splendid. After the examination concluded and they returned to the hotel, teachers Zhang and Chun summoned Yun-Yi and the others to celebrate the end of the exam. Let us dine out tonight. What would you like to eat? We shall vote on it. The pernicious trends of society had inevitably infiltrated the campus. Public funds for feasting were a familiar concept to Yun-Yi. With so many of us, it must be hot pot. Hot pot, a spicy comfort in ordinary life. I vote for Hai Di Lao. The others, seeing someone take the lead, did not hesitate to join in. Wang Ping, unable to contain his excitement, suggested, let us go for KFC. However, realizing the inappropriateness of his suggestion, he blushed and repeated, perhaps KFC, then. This young man truly lacks ambition. Indulging in public funds by dining at KFC. It is evident that he will struggle to navigate within the system. Unsurprisingly, KFC faced opposition from the remaining few. Why bother? What is there to enjoy at KFC? I advocate for a private dining experience, as I have heard commendable things about the blue-edged bowls from Hongdu. Private dining, oh, how spicy. Alternatively, shall we indulge in a steak buffet? I don't eat beef. After much deliberation among the seven, it was ultimately Yun-Ye's suggestion that garnered the most support. Let us go to Haidaleo. During the meal, discussion inevitably turned to the upcoming exams. Among the five, a girl with a ponytail wore a troubled expression. It was so difficult. I could only tackle the first two major questions. Me too. I was completely at a loss for the final question. I couldn't comprehend it at all. After the exam, I asked many people, and it seems everyone struggled with the last question. This year's questions were exceedingly challenging. By the way, Yun-Yi, did you manage to write the last question? In an instant, All eyes turned to Yunyi. If anyone among them had the potential to solve that question, it was undoubtedly Yunyi. Chapter 61. Full marks from start to finish. However, Yunyi was disinclined to discuss the matter. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the succulent beef. He had no time to ponder examinations. The tender beef rolls, blanched in a pot of beef tallow, paired with a dipping sauce crafted from beef sauce, cilantro, minced garlic, oyster sauce, seafood sauce, dried shrimp, and aromatic vinegar, were utterly delightful. What on earth are we doing discussing studies during a gathering? Isn't that purposefully aggravating? With so many delectable offerings at Haida Leo, your complaints are an affront to its culinary splendor. Let us eat. Nothing should overshadow the joy of hot pot. Noticing Yunye's silence on the topic, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Chen exchanged concerned glances, sensing something amiss. As they settled the bill after the hot pot meal, Mr. Zhang's unease grew. Do you think Yunyi is feeling guilty? He wouldn't have flunked the exam, would he? Mr. Chen furrowed his brow, casually grabbing some candy from the counter. Despite his reluctance to believe it, Yunye's reaction was telling. Coupled with his escapade from the previous day, it was hard for Mr. Chen not to speculate further. Surely not. Perhaps he merely wishes to avoid the topic. One can only hope. Upon returning to his hotel room, Yunyi conversed with Bai Wanqing, who had already returned to Luling. When will you be back in Luling? Tomorrow, the ceremony will confirm the provincial team candidates. I should be able to return the day after. Might I see a banner at the school gate? Fervently congratulating Class 5 of the second year for Yunye's achievement as the first-place winner of the 2014 National High School Mathematics Olympiad in Jiangsu Province? That should not be a problem. Oh, and thank you for taking me to the exhibition and for dinner. I had a wonderful time yesterday. No worries. That's just how I am. Wherever I go, I bring joy with me. Goodbye. I must shower now. I need to go online to check my scores. After concluding his conversation with Bai Wanqing, Yunyi sent a message to Zheng Miao. However, the message disappeared into silence, creating an unsettling void. This was exceedingly unusual. It should be noted that previously, Yunyi and Zheng Miao shared an unbreakable bond, exchanging stories and moments from their lives with great frequency. The current coldness and attitude surely indicates an issue. Yunyi meticulously reflects on his recent actions, striving to identify the root of the problem. Yet, everything seems normal. He has been diligently preparing for the Olympiad or practicing painting, seemingly without any transgressions. If the issue does not lie with him, then it must pertain to Zheng Miao. He resolves to find time to converse with her face-to-face. Indeed, women are the most intricate of beings. Even teenage girls possess an enigmatic complexity. Even those with extraordinary intellect find it challenging to decipher their thoughts. At the Luling Riverside Villa, Bai Wanqing, exhilarated after the chat, eagerly grabs a stitch doll of her height and begins to waltz. Humph, you still possess a modicum of conscience. If you were any more oblivious, I would ignore you entirely. Since rejecting Yunye's confession, this is the first time he has expressed gratitude to Bai Wanqing. Through her relentless efforts, their relationship has somewhat softened. Perhaps we still have a chance to return to the past. Stitch, what do you think? Returning to the past? This notion is merely Bai Wanqing's fantasy, as Yunye's demeanor remains unchanged. Be it Bai Wanqing or Zheng Miao, it boils down to two words: total indulgence. For the candidates participating in the Olympiad, this evening is destined to be arduous. With only a few hundred competitors, grading their papers is no monumental task. By 11 p.m., candidates can access the Jiangsu Provincial Education Examination Institute's website to check their scores. According to regulations, only the top 15 who win first prizes qualify for the provincial team to participate in the national finals at the year's end. Everyone aspires to be selected. However, Yunye's ambitions stretch beyond this. He aims to secure first place. First in the preliminary round, first in the league, first in the finals. He desires to be someone who remains steadfast from beginning to end. In the hotel bathroom, the sound of water abruptly ceases. After finishing his shower, Yunyi emerges, makes a call to his family, and then immerses himself in television, silently awaiting the arrival of 11 p.m. Perhaps the television's soothing sounds lulled him into a slumber. Unbeknownst to him, time quietly slipped away until it reached 11 p.m. In the adjacent room of Teacher Chun, everyone except Yunyi has gathered. Teacher Chun finds it peculiar that Yunyi is absent. Where's Yunyi? He has fallen asleep. Very well, let us check first and inform him later. Thus, they proceed. The room descends into a profound silence. Everyone holds their breath, daring not to exhale. watching intently as Teacher Chen navigates the official website of the Provincial Education Examination Institute. With a solemn expression, Teacher Chen swiftly locates the results page and clicks the query button. In the next moment, the candidate scores are revealed. 2014 National High School Mathematics Olympiad Jianyu Provincial League Results Ranking. First place, Yunyi, Luling City 3rd Middle School. First trial score 120, second trial score 180. Total score 300. Perfect scores in both trials. Yunyi advances in first place. Champion. The atmosphere in the room erupts like a volcanic explosion. The shrill screams of the two girls pierce the air. Perfect score. Yunyi achieved a perfect score in first place. Heavens, this is Yunyi. Truly deserving of being the best in our Luling city. I initially believed that securing first place in the preliminaries was his zenith, but now it appears that my assumptions were rather naive. How astonishing. He managed to achieve full marks on such challenging questions, even solving the last problem of the second test correctly. That question was exceedingly difficult. I thought no one would be able to tackle it. During mealtime, Yunyi remained tight-lipped, leading me to believe he might have struggled. Alas, he concealed his prowess quite effectively. Gazing at Yunyi's score, Wang Ping couldn't help but question his own existence. Is this truly the same nonchalant roommate I have? Before the exam, Yunyi returned home late after indulging in leisure. Without even glancing at his books, yet he still emerged victorious as the top scorer, achieving full marks. Is there truly such a person in this world? Teachers Chun and Zhang were overwhelmed with joy, their excitement palpable. Teacher Zhang kept patting his chest, nearly overwhelmed by the thrill. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction, and the anxiety that had previously gripped him was finally released. I had worried that Yunyi's penchant for play might affect his performance, but it was evident that he did not regard the competition with the seriousness I assumed he would. Another full score. It seemed that for Yunyi, achieving full marks was as effortless as a gentle breeze. I remarked on his audacity to enjoy himself before the exams, only to realize that his abilities had reached such heights. Incredible. Indeed, I also did not anticipate his strength. Teacher Chen nodded repeatedly, feeling greatly reassured, and could not resist teasing. Had I known it would turn out this way, what was our fuss all about? Completely unnecessary. Reflecting on our previous, misguided concerns, Teacher Zhang chuckled awkwardly. It was indeed rather superfluous. From Yunyi's perspective, it must have seemed like two jesters fretting unnecessarily. After the excitement subsided, Teacher Chen began to assist the remaining students in checking their scores. Unfortunately, aside from Yunyi, the other four failed to break into the top 15. Wang Ping achieved the best rank at 27th, while the others were ranked 39th, 97th, and 321st, respectively. They all missed the opportunity to join the provincial team, thus forfeiting their chance at the national finals. Teacher Chen offered some comforting words, and then the group hurriedly made their way to Yunyi's room. Wang Ping flung back the covers. Wake up, Yunyi. You are incredible. Chapter 62, The Tearful Ceremony of the Thin Guy. In his slumber, Yunyi vaguely heard the commotion about his remarkable achievement, startling him awake as he instinctively clamped his legs together and sprang from his bed. He instinctively checked his pants, only to realize he was surrounded by a circle of people. What is happening? Clad only in his underwear, he exposed his chiseled abs, instantly captivating the attention of the two girls present, who could not tear their gaze away. Fortunately, men's interests differ from women's. Teacher Chun, suppressing his inner excitement, snatched the blanket from Wang Ping and returned it to Yunyi. How can you still be asleep? The scores have been released. It was then that Yunyi grasped the situation, rubbing his face in confusion. Oh dear, I'm still groggy. How did I perform? Wang Ping, unable to contain himself, exclaimed eagerly. Full marks, first place. Yunyi, you are the champion. 120 in the first test, 180 in the second. A total of 300 without losing a single point. Brother Yun, I admire you so much. You are my idol. Yunyi relaxed, not displaying the level of exuberance that everyone had anticipated. Upon completing the examination, he immediately estimated his score. It was entirely reasonable for him to secure the first place. It would have been peculiar had he not. If there are no further matters at hand, I shall continue to indulge in slumber. Observing Yunyi's calm demeanor, Teacher Chen could not help but feel a pang of introspection. Look at him, unfazed by triumph or disgrace, exhibiting emotional stability. It is no wonder his results are stellar. Conversely, as a teacher, he found himself at a disadvantage. Teacher Chen clapped his hands, signaling everyone to depart. All right, Let us leave and not disturb classmate Yunye's rest. Meanwhile, in room 2503 on the 7th floor of the hotel, the Zhejiang representative team's quarters, Hong Xiula's complexion suddenly drained of color as he gazed at the top line of the results displayed on the computer screen. The first place belongs to Yunyi. How could this be? Wasn't it supposed to be me? Failing to achieve the top position, how could I explain this to my mother? It is inconceivable. I personally witnessed Yunyi dozing during the examination of the second paper. Under the brutal weight of reality, Hong Xiula's mind went blank, and he muttered to himself, showing faint signs of emotional collapse. The leading teacher hurried to console him. Xiula, do not lose heart. You have already put forth great effort. In the eyes of your teachers, you are the most exceptional student, an undisputed genius. You should have no regrets. Second place is still a victory. However, these words offered no solace to Hong Xiula. Since childhood, he had been the pride of the heavens, a template for other children. With an IQ of 152, he was a rarity. He began participating in Olympiads in the 3rd grade, accumulating numerous accolades from elementary through high school, effortlessly surpassing his peers. In Hong Xiula's world, he was unparalleled. Everything going his way was his privilege. The world existed to welcome his arrival. Yet now, a figure even more remarkable than he had emerged, suffocating him with the weight of comparison. He struggled to accept that someone could surpass him, and by such a significant margin. What nonsense about having no regrets. Second place being a victory? Nonsense. People only remember who claimed first. Who cares about the second? Hong Xiula's eyes reddened, his voice trembling. It must be a mistake by the competition committee. How could Yunyi, who slept through the exam, possibly complete 4 major questions correctly within 20 minutes? I couldn't even finish the last question. The leading teacher sighed, equally incredulous. This year's competition was the most challenging in a decade. Yet, Yunyi had achieved a near-perfect score. How could one not be moved by such a feat? One must concede that there are always those who excel beyond oneself. However, the teacher believed that within Hong Xiula lay qualities that Yunyi lacked. Under no circumstances should he underestimate himself or wallow in self-pity. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiula was suddenly filled with doubt. The teacher's words, seemingly casual, made him ponder. Are there such qualities? Indeed, there are. For instance, this question left the teacher momentarily speechless. In her memory, Hong Xiula was simply a meticulous, pampered lad, arrogant and self-important, with a limited altitude and a disagreeable disposition. One might conclude that apart from academic prowess, there exists no other merit. So, what virtues might one possess? Perhaps one could argue that your appearance is quite refined and attractive. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiula's sense of self-worth plummeted further. Yunyi was undeniably more aesthetically pleasing, standing at least 185 centimeters tall. Indeed, this was an irrefutable fact. The teacher could not contest it. She had encountered Yunyi once before and was left with a lasting impression of his appearance. It was hard to fathom how such an academic prodigy could also possess such striking looks. Well, you are kind and naive, the teacher remarked. But Yunyi exuded an air of cunning. Hong Xiula's expression turned to one of despair. What kind of statement was that? Kindness and innocence were tantamount to foolishness. The teacher, at a loss, chose to sidestep Hong Xiula and assist others in checking their scores. A similar scene unfolded in other rooms of the hotel. For those participating in the 2014 Jiangyu Provincial Mathematics Olympiad, Yunyi would forever remain an unforgettable name. Like a meteor streaking across the night sky, Yunyi left an indelible mark on their lives. The following day, during the award ceremony, the organizing committee held a brief meeting to finalize the provincial team selections. When discussing the first-place winner, Yunyi, Professor Liu from the Provincial Mathematics Association, who had previously jested, now praised him profusely. Yunyi, splendid work. You managed to solve the 4th question of the second round. To be honest, even my doctoral students struggled with it for quite some time. Yet for Yunyi, it appeared effortless. Completing all 4 major questions in just 20 minutes is nothing short of extraordinary. Jiangyu Province has produced such a remarkably talented contestant. This year's finals are sure to be thrilling. The leaders nodded in agreement, expressing their astonishment. Let us pay tribute to this unconventional genius. In a 170-minute examination, while most slumbered for 150 minutes, Yunyi astoundingly finished all questions in a mere 20 minutes, and all answers were correct. I have reviewed Yunyi's paper. It was meticulous and precise, devoid of flaws, deserving of full marks. It has been a long time since our Jiangyu region has produced such extraordinary talent. I hope Yunyi surprises us in the national finals. There is no doubt he will secure a place in the national youth training team. But whether he can achieve first place in the finals remains uncertain. Should that come to pass, Yunyi would achieve instant fame. First in the preliminaries, first in the league, and first in the finals. What a thrilling prospect. During the award ceremony, seating was arranged according to competition results. Yunyi sat in first place, while Hong Xiula occupied the second seat beside him. Noticing Hong Xiula's expression resembling that of someone constipated, Yunyi chuckled, an impish delight taking hold. Congratulations, too thin brother, on securing second place. Second? How dare you say that? Hong Xiula exclaimed, glaring at Yunyi as if deeply insulted. What are you boasting about? If not for my poor performance in the second round, you would be nowhere. Yunyi's eyes sparkled with mischief. He recognized that Hong Xiula's bravado was merely bluster. Oh, how generous of you to allow someone else to share the glory of being first. Yunyi's sarcastic tone was laced with an undeniable sting. Hong Xiula was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, standing up from his seat in a state of agitation. What are you so proud of? I also scored 120 on my exam, which is the maximum. Bullying younger students is the greatest amusement, especially when the opponent is a genius. Yunyi, unfazed and composed, stood in stark contrast to Hong Xiula's turmoil. No. Your scoring 120 and my scoring 120 are fundamentally different. You scored 120 because that is your utmost capability. I scored 120 because the test was only out of 120. The disparity between us is monumental. You must comprehend that. Taisho Gu had never felt so humiliated in his life, trembling with rage, and burst into tears. Wah! Chapter 63. Vows are permissible, but sharing on social media is not. Such a sharp tongue. Each word pierced the heart. In broad daylight, Hong Xiula cried as if he were a 3-year-old girl. The reality was indeed as Yunyi had articulated. Their abilities were not on the same level, as evidenced during the second exam. Yunyi achieved a perfect score in 20 minutes, while Hong Xiula struggled to reach 160 despite exhausting all his efforts. The gap was undeniable. It was this realization that brought Hong Xiula such sorrow. He was indeed a genius, but merely a novice compared to Yunyi. Hong Xiula would likely never forget the lesson of this day. Although Yunyi felt a twinge of guilt for having reduced him to tears, he retrieved a tissue from his pocket and offered it to him. However, Hong Xiula turned his face away, unwilling to acknowledge Yunyi any further. Yunyi remarked softly, "You don't intend to go on stage with snot and tears, do you?" After considering this, Hong Xiula slowly accepted the tissue to clean his face. "Don't think that I will thank you. After today, I never want to see you again. All right, here we go again." Yunyi rolled his eyes and snatched back the tissue. "I placed first, you placed second. We are destined to represent Jiangyu province together in the national finals unless you withdraw." The thought of withdrawing was out of the question, but the prospect of having to participate in the national finals alongside Yunyi made Hong Xiula feel as if he had a lump in his throat, more nauseating than swallowing a fly. Such is the helplessness of life. As the guests gradually arrived, the ceremony commenced as scheduled. The lights illuminated the venue, and confetti rained down. In this moment of public attention, Yunyi's heart surged with excitement as he ceremoniously accepted the first-place trophy. His honor book now bore another significant entry. Winning first place in the league was of great significance, allowing Yunyi to gain admission to renowned universities with lower scores. It also enabled him to secure advanced placement for summer camps at Tsinghua and Peking University. However, these were secondary. The foremost achievement was qualifying for the national finals. As long as he could stand out in the upcoming finals and rank within the top 50, he would be selected for the national training team. At that point, he would receive a cash reward of 500,000 yuan from the Luling City Education Bureau. Yunyi could almost hear the rustling sound of money, the sound of a cash-counting machine, coupled with the 500,000 yuan prize from the physics competition. It amounted to a total of 1 million yuan. With this sum, he would no longer need to rely on his parents. Having earned his first pot of gold, his entrepreneurial journey was finally set to embark. 1 million was sufficient to accomplish a myriad of endeavors. Since 2014, waves of prosperity surged one after another: sharing economy, influencer economy, artificial intelligence, renewable energy, digital economy. In the past, Yunyi had missed numerous opportunities, but this time, he would not be left with regrets. This 1 million would herald the beginning of his financial freedom. Billionaire, national tycoon, global magnate. Blessed with extraordinary insight and an advantageous information gap, Yunyi was destined to create miracles. His spirited demeanor was captured live by Hongdu Television, broadcasting to viewers at home. Sky City was a renowned affluent district in Hongdu. In a certain duplex apartment, Chui Lu, having finished his Tai Chi practice, sat in a rattan chair sipping tea. The television happened to be tuned to Hongdu's satellite TV. He had not intended to watch. The television was merely on for background noise to stave off the silence of the home. At that moment, the announcement of Yunyi from Luling No. 3 Middle School winning first place in the 2014 Mathematical Olympiad reached Chui Lu's ears. His ears instinctively twitched, and he turned sharply towards the screen. Yunyi. At the last art exhibition, Yunyi's imitation of Ming Tang Chun Muan had left Chui Lu awestruck. He had made a profound impression on him. To be honest, in the depths of the night, Chui Lu had contemplated taking Yunyi as his apprentice. Now, hearing Yunyi's name unexpectedly, he paid keen attention. An art student and a provincial champion in mathematics. These were two realms seemingly worlds apart. Yet, at this moment, they were intriguingly intertwined through Yunyi. Chui Lu was taken aback, initially assuming it was merely a case of shared names. However, upon truly discerning the youth's features on the screen, Chui Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it was him. Remarkable. An art student participating in the Olympiad and securing first place in the province. Excelling in both art and academics, this young man was undeniably intriguing. Chui Lu was profoundly surprised. He had never imagined that an art student could possess such a dual talent. With Yunyi's capabilities, gaining admission to Yen University was certainly within reach. As a visiting professor there, Chui Lu realized that it would not be a daunting task to bring Yunyi under his tutelage with just a flick of his fingers. Contemplating this, a sense of anticipation stirred within him. The award ceremony concluded amidst a serene atmosphere. That afternoon, Yunyi took the train back to Luling, where his father, Yun Jianya, personally came to the education bureau to pick him up. On the way home, Yun Jianya inquired about the competition. Hearing that his son had secured first place in the province filled him with immense joy. Yunyi asked about the situation at Zijin Garden. It's going well. Having the land is better than anything else. We are currently laying the foundation. Once I finish this project, I will personally oversee the construction of Zijin Garden. Everything is progressing smoothly, so you need not worry. The following day, upon returning to class, Yunyi had not yet entered the gates of No. 3 Middle School when he saw a banner celebrating his victory in the league. Since the preliminaries began, the school gates had never been so bustling. It was early reading time, and Yunyi was already late. However, having returned triumphant, this minor infraction was inconsequential. Principal Gong Chonglin did not even mention it. He was completely intoxicated by the glory of being first in the league, lavishing praise upon Yunyi. Yunyi remained indifferent. Hearing such words repeatedly became rather tiresome. Upon returning to the classroom, his classmates couldn't help but express their astonishment. For an entire morning, Yunyi basked in the radiance of being top in the league. After lunch, he finally seized a moment to approach Zheng Miao. Why haven't you been replying to my messages lately? Zheng Miao's gaze faltered. My parents are strict. I haven't had time to touch my phone. This excuse was all too transparent. Yunyi took a seat opposite Zheng Miao, his gaze soft yet unwavering. You are avoiding me, why? Zheng Miao had anticipated this confrontation numerous times, yet when faced with his penetrating eyes, she felt utterly flustered. You still like Bai Wanqing, don't you? Upon hearing this, Yunyi was taken aback. So this was the reason for Zheng Miao's change in attitude. You must be overthinking it. What makes you think I still have feelings for Bai Wanqing? Zheng Miao summoned her courage to voice her confusion. Why did you choose to study art? And why did you specifically ask the teacher to sit next to Bai Wanqing? I pursued art because I have a passion for it. As for sitting beside Bai Wanqing, that was arranged by teacher Hu. I made no such request. What exactly did Bai Wanqing say to you? At this point, Yunyi comprehended the intricacies of the situation. It was undoubtedly Bai Wanqing's doing. If nothing else, she was involved. Zheng Miao was taken aback, caught between belief and skepticism. Really? Of course. So what did she say to you? Realizing she might have been deceived by Bai Wanqing, Zheng Miao hurriedly recounted the events to Yunyi. Upon hearing this, Yunyi was infuriated. That Bai person is malicious. Bai Wanqing is scheming. She is unwilling to accept defeat, which is why she misled you into thinking I still liked her. This is all part of her plot to sow discord between us. Do not fall for it. With Yunyi's insight, Zheng Miao suddenly understood, feeling immensely ashamed and barely able to face him. Ah, she is so cunning. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. However, just to be sure, will you swear you have no lingering feelings for Bai Wanqing? Yunyi, of course, was willing. I can swear, but I won't post it on social media. Swearing is easy, that's trivial. Chapter 64. The treasure is big and sturdy, I swear, Yunyi began, but was interrupted by Zheng Miao. Never mind, I believe you. That's even better, Yunyi sighed in relief. With the misunderstanding cleared, I will speak to Bai Wanqing. She has gone too far. All right, come on, smile, I have a gift for you. Women are utterly defenseless against surprises. Zheng Miao beamed with joy, filled with anticipation. What is it? Returning to his seat, Yunyi produced a beautifully wrapped gift box and handed it to her. This treasure of mine is both large and sturdy. Zheng Miao tilted her head in confusion, inspecting the heavy gift box, unsure of its contents. As she untied the red ribbon, a beautifully crafted trophy came into view. The inscription on the trophy's base clearly read, First prize in the Jiangsu Province preliminary round of the 2014 National High School Mathematics Olympiad. This was Yunyi's league trophy. Zheng Miao suddenly felt that the gift was rather too hot to handle, promptly returning the trophy to the gift box and offering it back to Yunyi. No, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. However, Yunyi's demeanor remained resolute as he pushed the gift box back toward Zheng Miao. It's merely a trophy, a memento for you. It's a commendable league trophy, not a national championship trophy. To me, our friendship far outweighs this trivial trophy. Should you refuse again, it would deeply wound me. Zheng Miao felt a wave of emotion. A soft spot within her heart stirred, gazing into Yunyi's sincere eyes. She hesitated several times before ultimately deciding to accept this weighty gift. Next time it's your birthday, I shall prepare something for you as well, she began, but was cut off by Yunyi's kiss. This time, she did not resist. Tentatively, her hands wrapped around his neck. In their youthful innocence, they stumbled upon each other. Their hearts disrupted. Just as their emotions reached a crescendo, a loud bang interrupted them. Peng Daowu kicked the door open and immediately spotted Yunyi sharing a kiss with Zheng Miao. This sight was a shocking revelation, inflicting a heavy blow upon Peng Daowu. Tears threatened to spill as he lamented, Yunyi, how could you do this? What do I mean to you? Zheng Miao, overwhelmed with embarrassment, felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson and fled the scene with a startled gasp. Interrupted at such a crucial moment, Yunyi felt inexplicably irritable and retorted, You're like a child. The revelation that his good friend had wooed both campus beauties left Peng Daowu feeling disheartened. You can pursue Bai Wanqing, but even Zheng Miao? I was merely 7 or 8 confessions away from winning her over. A year ago, she smiled at me, clearly interested. One of the great delusions of men is the belief that she likes me. Yunyi raised a finger to correct him. First of all, pursue is a rather crass term. I merely wish to redeem their shattered youth. Secondly, Bai Wanqing is different. I still have grievances to settle with her. Peng Daowu paid no heed to this. Collapsing into a chair, clutching his chest. My heart is shattered. Forget love. This pitiful display made Yunyi want to laugh. Are you on your period? Peng Daowu, flustered and angry, retorted, No, I'm still single. You must have Zheng Miao introduce me to a close female friend. She should be gentle, obedient, friendly, and capable of preserving my dignity as a man during crucial moments. Yunyi was taken aback. You make it sound as if you're describing a pet. Upon reflection, Peng Daowu chuckled. But she should still be beautiful. I prefer tall, curvaceous women, those with ample bosoms and less intellect. Yunyi rolled his eyes dramatically. Go make a wish at a temple. Why are you rambling on with me? Are we not brothers? Can't you fulfill such a simple request? Let us meet halfway. Or shall I invite you to a cyber CAF? That works. In the afternoon, during the last 2 periods of art class, Hu Zhixin, rarely teaching a major class, gathered all students from the elite and foundational classes around the large easel. You lot, with your stubborn minds, can smoke and drink without instruction. But when it comes to painting, you flounder. You can't even draw a simple jar? What on earth are you doing? One must learn to comprehend the logic of color rather than engage in mere mechanical imitation. There exists a distinction between an artist and a craftsman. I hope that you, a motley crew, will aspire to become the former. Take heed. With a swift flourish of his brush, Hu Zhixin deftly selected a touch of ultramarine and deep crimson from his palette. Remember, the darkest hues in the jar are likely to occupy the deepest areas of the painting, so apply the ultramarine and deep crimson generously. Establish the gradient of the light source. If we assume this to be cool light, then the sequence of the gradient must be adjusted accordingly. While blending, take care to restore the form. Do not hasten to apply color. Why do the shadows appear muddied? It is undoubtedly due to a flawed understanding of color logic. How should one depict the bright hues on the purple drapery? Does anyone know? Compared to the meticulous teachings of Su Su and Li Xing, Hu Zhixin's instruction is more pure. He imparts fundamental principles of painting. Mastering these is of utmost importance. The benefits of attending a single session with Hu Zhixin often surpass those of attending 7 or 8 sessions with Su Su or Li Xing. As Hu Zhixin surveyed the crowd and found no responses, he resorted to his trump card. Yunyi, you speak. Yunyi was well versed in these concepts. Although the studio had not formally taught them, he had already deduced them himself. The inherent color plus white plus the color of the light source. What of the jar's shadow on the fabric? The inherent color plus the complementary color plus reflections and ambient color, and then the complementary color of the light source. Regardless of the hue, areas illuminated by light ought to carry a hint of coolness, while those in shadow should possess a touch of warmth. An unspoken admiration filled the room as all eyes turned to Yunyi. In such moments, they could clearly recognize his exceptional prowess, a textbook response. Hu Zhixin nodded in satisfaction. Now do you understand where the disparity lies? One must learn to summarize and assimilate. Grasping the logic of color ensures that one will not be left empty-minded during live drawing. Commit this to memory. The session on painting techniques concluded. Yunyi flicked the easel of Bai Wanqing, signaling her to step outside. Overjoyed, she followed him to the adjacent lounge. What is the matter? Yunyi cut straight to the point. Why did you say those things to Zheng Yao? I do not require your guidance on whom to befriend. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanqing felt apprehensive, her expression darkening. Yunyi's voice was low yet resonant, imbued with authority. Let me reiterate, you have no right to interfere in my life. You have overstepped. We can be friends, or we can be strangers. Do you understand? Bai Wanqing was taken aback by the sudden seriousness of the atmosphere. I merely. Yunyi raised his hand to interrupt her, unwilling to hear her explanation. You can apologize now. I'm sorry, can we still be friends? That is for another time, Yunyi replied, turning on his heel and departing. Bai Wanqing stood there, dazed and forlorn. She had thought their relationship had improved significantly, only to discover it was quite the opposite. This once self-assured heiress now found herself riddled with insecurities, an unfathomable situation compared to her former self. As December dawned, not long after returning from Hongdu, Yunyi embarked once more on a journey, this time to a physics competition. Chapter 65. The Challenge of White Rock. The physics competition consists of 2 segments, a written examination and a practical experiment. In the written portion, Yunyi effortlessly achieved a perfect score. As for the experimental segment, he was fortunate that Gong Chonglin had previously allowed him ample practice in the 3rd school's laboratory. Upon arriving at the examination hall, Yunyi excelled in the experiment, completing it flawlessly and securing full marks. Following his triumph as the top scorer in the Mathematics Olympiad, he earned the title of first in the physics competition as well. With 2 championships to his name, he garnered worldwide attention. The Education Bureau of Luling City and Luling No. 3 High School were abuzz with excitement. Official media outlets extensively reported on his achievements, and the Provincial Education Department arranged for a special interview with him. On December 25th, a Monday, the flag-raising ceremony at Luling No. 3 High School drew a large crowd. As an exemplary student representative, Yunyi took the stage to deliver a speech during the ceremony, without a prepared script, engaging in spontaneous eloquence. Life is akin to a journey, stretching from distant past to an eternal future. After countless twists and turns, can we, the students of No. 3 High School, still aspire to reach the heights of our ambitions? With determination, let us seize each day, fighting with unwavering resolve. Let us pursue our dreams without regret. Under the morning sun, the youthful faces of his peers gazed up at Yunyi with admiration, recognizing him as the prodigy who recently triumphed in both the mathematics and physics provincial competitions. He was a figure known to all, a name that epitomized legend within the halls of Luling No. 3 High School. He had become the paragon of academic redemption, inspiring every student in the institution. The national flag fluttered in the breeze, symbolizing the fervor of youth. Yunyi's gallant image was etched in the hearts of all students at No. 3 High School. In every regard, the young man's allure had reached its zenith, prompting some girls to swoon in admiration. "Oh, how handsome! I can't help myself," they whispered. "This kind of man would make an ideal boyfriend. Heavens, who is this boy dating?" Meanwhile, the boys were different expressions. Zhou Yi stood in the crowd, murmuring to himself, "If only I could exude such confidence like him." Setting aside external distractions, Yun Ye's life returned to its previous routine. He did not let the accolades inflate his ego. In preparation for the upcoming national finals at the end of the year, Gong Changlin was even more demanding than before. This necessitated that Yun Yi devote greater energy to his preparations, yet he was still able to manage it well. His tranquil life seemed destined to continue until the finals. But an unforeseen event in late December disrupted his rhythm. On December 29th, at the Zijing Garden Project site, a cold draft swept through the makeshift metal building. Hu Wenbing stood up to stretch his neck before stepping outside, his prominent belly leading the way. The construction site had been particularly busy these past few days, with the foundation completed and work finally beginning. While this was typically a positive development, Hu Wenbing wore a troubled expression. The reason was simple. Funds were running low. The first phase of the bank loan had been exhausted, and the second phase had yet to be approved. With dwindling resources, he could barely last another week. In another week, he would not even have enough money to purchase bricks. What shall we do then? Hu Wenbing returned to the project department after a thorough inspection. And after much contemplation, he decided to place a call to the bank. The response he received was still to wait, as processes were underway. Enraged, Hu slammed his fist on the table, cursing vehemently. Damn the bank. Even in urgent times, they tell me to wait. When I deposited my money, they were ever so prompt. Now, at a critical moment, they keep deferring. Fine, once this project is completed, I shall deposit all my funds into Alipay. Foolish bank, always making life difficult for us common folk. His exclamations echoed throughout the project department. Workers passing by fell silent, fearing they might incur their boss's wrath. At that moment, a commanding Land Rover Range Rover entered the Zijingwa Garden construction site. Workers with discerning eyes cast envious glances at the middle-aged man stepping out of the vehicle. The aesthetic sensibilities of men were remarkably consistent. Bigger is better, faster is stronger. The Range Rover, both large and swift, fulfilled every automotive fantasy. The middle-aged gentleman, clad in a trench coat, bore the marks of time upon his face. He surveyed his surroundings briefly before striding directly toward the project department. Upon hearing the cursing within, he smiled knowingly and pushed open the door. The cacophony of insults ceased abruptly, and Hu Wenbing shot a disgruntled sideways glance at the newcomer. What do you want? The middle-aged man wore a composed smile, albeit somewhat forced. Mr. Hu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Might you invite me in for a chat? Recognizing the man's distinguished attire and the potential weight of his presence, Hu Wenbing courteously ushered him into the engineering office. Who are you? And what do you seek from me? I am Fong Bu, Chief Venture Capital Advisor of Hengxin Group. Chairman Bai entrusted me to convey a message to you. At the mention of Hengxin Group and Chairman Bai, Hu Wenbing's pupils constricted, and he instinctively straightened his posture. Hu and Luling did not know Bai Yanshi. Hengxin Group, with assets in the billions, wielded immense power. The founder, Bai Yanshi, was a figure of considerable influence, and in Luling's business circles, few dared to disregard him. Hu Wenbing found it difficult to fathom that he would have any connection with Bai Yanshi, and his tone shifted to one of utmost respect. What instructions does Chairman Bai have? I shall comply as long as it is within my capacity. Fongbu was quite pleased with Hu Wenbing's demeanor. Despite being merely a small contractor, he was expected to act with deference in the presence of Hengxin Group. Mr. Hu, you have overstepped. Chairman Bai is quite displeased. Are you not aware that Longcheng is a project of Hengxin Group? The entirety of Longcheng and its surrounding areas fall within our strategic planning. Now, with your emergence of Zijingwa Garden, we find ourselves in a difficult position. Hu Wenbing's expression darkened. How could he possibly contend with Bai Yanshi? Mr. Fong, there has been a misunderstanding. I genuinely did not know that Longcheng was being developed by Hengxin Group. Had I known, I would not have dared to proceed with Zijingwa Garden. As far as I know, ISNT at a company named Fuse Construction that is developing Longcheng? Fongbu, casually crossing his legs, replied unhurriedly, Fuse Construction is one of our subsidiaries. You must now comprehend the situation, correct? As per the esteemed intentions of our Chairman Bai, it would be best for you to refrain from pursuing the Zijing Garden project. We shall have the Hengxin Group take over. Of course, Chairman Bai is a person of dignity and would not allow you to toil in vain. A mere 20 million. It is hardly worth the effort. Akin to resorting to robbery. One must understand that Hu Wenbing expended 20 million to acquire this land, and subsequently borrowed an additional 500,000 from the bank for the development of Zijing Garden. The surface expenditures alone amount to 25 million, and the hidden costs are not insignificant either. To put it in perspective, when compared to the future profits from Garden, a mere 20 million is insufficient. Hu Wenbing is most unwilling to accept this. Only a fool would acquiesce to such terms. Is this not an affront to those who are earnest? Given Chairman Bai's stature and presence, why must he trouble a mere third-rate individual such as myself? I shall certainly visit to apologize in due course and humbly request Chairman Bai's forgiveness. As for Garden, I am willing to collaborate with Chairman Bai in its development. Chapter 66. Stalemate. Hu Wenbing still harbored a glimmer of hope. However, this very hope infuriated Fang Bu. How dare a mere contractor impose conditions upon the Hengxin Group? Such audacity! Fang Bu maintained a stoic expression, regarding Hu Wenbing with a look of derision. Shall we, the Hengxin Group, invest in you? Hu Wenbing failed to perceive the mockery in Fang Bu's words and mistakenly believed that Hengxin genuinely intended to invest, filling him with delight. How splendid! Upon witnessing Hu Wenbing take him seriously, Fang Bu could hardly contain his laughter. Is 100 million sufficient? Mr. Fang, do not jest. 100 million is far too much. You initiated this jest. Hu Wenbing's smile faltered as he finally grasped the situation. It stands to reason. After all, the other party sought to acquire Garden for 20 million. How could they possibly invest? Might we negotiate further? Fang Bu's patience had worn thin, and his tone turned unfriendly. He had never regarded Hu Wenbing with any respect. In his eyes, Hu Wenbing and his ilk were but a rabble, easily dealt with at a mere wave of his hand. Have I failed to articulate my point clearly, or is your hearing impaired? What are you? To presume to negotiate with Chairman Bai? It is simply 20 million. I grant you 3 days to consider. 3 days. As Fang Bu rose to leave, he seemed to recall something at the door and paused. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Do you know why the bank's second tranche of funds has yet to be dispersed? It is because Chairman Bai intervened. No one in the Luling territory will lend you money without foresight again. If you hope to await a loan, abandon that thought. Upon hearing these words, Hu Wenbing felt as though his heart had turned to ash, collapsing into his chair. With Bai Yinshe casting his gaze upon him, what favorable outcomes could he possibly expect? When misfortune befalls a person, it is as if even drinking cool water gets stuck in their teeth. At the construction site in the northern part of the city, the elevator ascended to the 26th floor. Operating the elevator is remarkably simple. A single switch. Pushing it forward goes up, pulling it back goes down. Release the button, and the elevator halts. During busy times, Deng Yinghua would also assist in operating the elevator. Yun Jianya stepped through the gate and instructed Deng Yinghua, who was skillfully operating the elevator, to have Lao Huang mix 2 batches of mortar and deliver them to the 26th floor, stopping at the 7th floor briefly. Just as he was speaking, Hu Wenbing's phone call came in. The message was succinct. There had been an incident at the construction site, and he needed to hurry over. The abruptness of the message caused Yun Jianya's brow to furrow in concern. Deng Yinghua inquired, "What has happened?" Hu called and said there has been an accident at the site, and I must rush over. Yun replied, anxiety washing over Deng. Could there be fatalities? Deaths are the most feared occurrences on a construction site. These days, construction sites are chaotic. Many contracting companies, in an effort to save costs, typically do not provide insurance for workers. When accidents happen, they usually settle with cash. To put it bluntly, the lives of migrant workers are often assigned a price tag. In 2014, the going rate was approximately 500,000 to 800,000. Yun Jianya dreaded the thought of fatalities. Goodness, you're being morbid. Don't speak such nonsense. I'll head over. You keep a close watch here. Upon arriving at Garden, Yun found the project office filled to capacity. All the major shareholders of Garden were present. The atmosphere was heavy with despair and tension. Something was amiss. What is going on? He asked. Once everyone was gathered, Hu Wenbing recounted the situation. The revelation struck the group with shock, plunging them into a state of deep anxiety. How could this happen? What does Bai Yinshe have to do with our development of Garden? We're minding our own business. Why is he being so brazen? Isn't it clear? Bai is coveting Garden. It's outrageous. With all his wealth, why is he trying to snatch it from us? A rogue, a bandit, a thug. He thinks he can take something worth 500 million for a mere 20 million. This is utterly ludicrous. We should sue him. Nonsense. That's Bai Yinshe we're dealing with. We can't win against him. He has powerful connections. We cannot prevail in court. Forget about the lawsuit. Just the delay alone could ruin us. We still owe money to the bank. We can't afford to be dragged down. What then? We can't possibly sell it for 20 million. That would be a catastrophic loss. The construction site was devoid of decorum. This group of rough men engaged in heated discussions, their voices rising in a cacophony. The entire project office was filled with fervent shouts, nearly overwhelming Hu Wenbing's hearing. He slammed his hand on the table to restore order. Silence. Let me speak. We cannot confront Bai Yinsher head-on. I plan to find an opportunity to meet him and discuss this face-to-face. However, I must be candid. I do not have high hopes. If it comes to the worst-case scenario, we may have to swallow our pride and accept a significant loss. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in discontent. Those who had lived to this age were all too aware of the harsh realities. Money is paramount in this world. Friendship cannot outweigh financial matters. This is unacceptable. You must resolve this issue. Who? It was you who assured us we would turn a profit. We entrusted you with our life savings based on your word. Now you want to abandon us? Isn't that tantamount to betrayal? Years of camaraderie should not lead to this predicament. Faced with the accusations of the crowd, Hu Wenbing was engulfed by despair. Indeed, it has been over a decade of friendship, and among them, there is even his own brother. If it weren't for the dire straits he found himself in, he would never wish to betray these good brothers. Yet, circumstances are beyond his control, and there is no alternative. After much commotion, the group failed to propose any substantial solutions, and the meeting ended on a sour note. Upon returning home, Yun Jianya was lost in thought, barely touching his dinner. It was only when Deng Yinghua nudged him that he snapped back to reality. What's wrong? Did someone actually die at Zijin Garden? Upon hearing this, Yun Yi put down his phone, surprised. Yun Jianya, with a bitter countenance, scratched his head in frustration. If only someone had actually died, at least that would settle things financially. The troubles at Zijin Garden are far more serious than that. Yun Yi, who held Zijin Garden in high regard, became serious upon hearing this. Dad, what is happening at Zijin Garden? With a heavy sigh, Yun Jianya recounted the unfolding events with evident fatigue. Yun Yi sat in stunned silence, his chopsticks frozen mid-air. What on earth? Zijin Garden has encountered such an issue? Why was I not informed? He racked his brain for recollection. No, he distinctly remembered that Zijin Garden had never faced such troubles before. It was the very place where Hu Wenbing had risen to prominence. In his previous life, Hu Tian'an often boasted about this, yet he had never mentioned Bai Yinsher. In his last life, Bai Yinsher had never even touched Zijin Garden. Why, in this lifetime, was he suddenly interested in it? Could it be that Yun Yi's rebirth triggered a butterfly effect, indirectly altering Bai Yinsher's stance? How absurd. A headache washed over Yun Yi. Zijin Garden was an integral part of his plan to become a wealthy heir. There could be no room for error. But with the situation so precarious, how could he turn the tide? After all, he was merely a high school student. How could he contend with someone as wealthy as Bai Yinsher? The disparity in their power was insurmountable, making it a decidedly unfair confrontation. Was surrender the only option? No. Yun Yi instinctively dismissed this notion. He possessed extraordinary insight and an information advantage. He would surely devise a solution. Being bullied before his rebirth was one thing, but being bullied again after it would render his rebirth meaningless. Damn it, what a Bai Yinsher. Just because he is wealthy, does that give him the right to bully others? Zijin Garden, valued at 500 million, and he thinks he can snatch it for just 20 million? What kind of calculator is Bai Yinsher using to make such calculations? Yun Yi resolved to fight back. However, Deng Yinghua's demeanor was entirely different. She was filled with dread, feeling as though the sky was about to fall. Bai Yinsher was a significant figure. If he desired Zijin Garden, what were they to do? They had invested 7 million. How many years of frugality had it taken to amass such a sum? All would be lost. Oh dear, what we fear has come to pass. I already warned against listening to Hu Wenbing. We should have just been honest and straightforward, working construction where we could earn a living. You are unwilling to accept your fate, yearning to become a grand boss. Is it truly so easy to be a grand boss? Yun Jianya was greatly vexed, his temper flaring. How was I to know that such an incident would occur? What good does it do to blame me? I too wish to avoid misfortune. Losing money pains me more than anyone else. This couple's capabilities are already lacking. When faced with challenges, they can only indulge in lamentation and self-pity. Fortunately, there is Yun Yi. Mom and Dad, do not despair. The situation has not yet reached an irreparable state. The Zijin Garden has not yet fallen into Bai Yinsher's hands. Has it? There must be a way out. However, Deng Yinghua was not receptive to his words, even venting her frustration on Yun Yi. You bear some responsibility as well. If it weren't for your encouragement to your father, our family would not have encountered this calamity. Yunyi was left speechless. How could he be blamed for this? Yun Jianye did not fault Yunyi, yet he had evidently resigned himself to the worst outcome. What good is it to discuss this now? Having entangled themselves with Bai Yanshi, they could only accept their misfortune. I suspect Hu Wenbing would also be powerless against Bai Yanshi. When the construction site runs out of funds and cannot secure loans, they will have no choice but to relinquish the Zijing garden to Bai Yanshi. We are no match for Bai Yanshi. These words struck Yunyi harshly. No match for Bai Yanshi? How could one know without trying? After dinner, Yunyi retreated to his room to contemplate strategies. The most pressing matter was to ascertain Bai Yanshi's true nature. Without understanding the enemy, how could one hope to defeat them? Yunyi swiftly powered on his computer, preparing to infiltrate Bai Yanshi's computer account. Indeed, he possessed hacking skills and was quite proficient. Previously, a certain individual had engaged in a midnight duel with Yunyi over the Frozen Throne, ultimately losing and, in a fit of rage, stealing Yunyi's account. Following that incident, he had sought knowledge online, self-studying hacking techniques. Thanks to his remarkable aptitude for comprehension, he became an exceptionally skilled hacker in a short time. Strictly speaking, he should be referred to as a hacker. A hacker builds. It is a term of endearment. A cracker is one who causes destruction. With his superior skills, Yunyi not only reclaimed his account, but also disseminated the midnight films collected by the thief to everyone in the thief's phone contacts. With Yunyi's expertise, breaching the Hengxing Group's system posed no challenge. Although such actions were illegal, the urgency of the situation rendered such considerations moot. Soon, he had breached Hengxing Group's defenses. A company valued in the billions is bound to harbor some blemishes. Despite the finance department's efforts to conceal them, Yunyi discerned several irregularities. Numerous substantial funds had been transferred in and out with unusual frequency, their destinations unclear. In his previous life, Yunyi had worked in the Economic Investment Bureau of Luling City, making him particularly sensitive to corporate finances. It appeared Hengxing was engaged in money laundering. This revelation exhilarated Yunyi, prompting him to copy a portion of the data. Bai Yanshi, now we can engage in a fair duel. For safety's sake, Yunyi also browsed through Bai Yanshi's personal computer. Indeed, he stumbled upon explosive material. It turned out that the private lives of the wealthy could only be described as indulgent and extravagant. Bai Yanshi indulged in a rather extravagant lifestyle, as evidenced by the numerous clandestine encounters captured on the surveillance cameras in his office. The content was nothing short of astonishing, featuring passionate married women, alluring secretaries, and innocent interns, a veritable tableau of temptations. Yunyi, brimming with youthful vigor, found it challenging to maintain his composure. Bai Yanshi, a paragon of our generation. In the Hengxing building, within the cybersecurity office, a hacker donned in a hoodie was in a state of frantic turmoil, the keyboard clattering incessantly. This individual was known in the circles as A. Just 5 minutes prior, the company's defensive systems had been breached. A was striving valiantly to retaliate, attempting to salvage the situation. However, no matter how fervently he fought back, his efforts bore no fruit. He had intended to launch a counterattack, only to be met with a playful animation from Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, which infuriated him to the point of blood. Reluctantly, he had to acknowledge that the adversary had significantly outmatched him on a technical level. Fortunately, the intruder withdrew after a mere 5 minutes, leaving no visible damage. Though it was highly probable that confidential information had been pilfered, or retrieved his phone, ready to report the incident, but hesitated at the thought of potentially losing his well-paying job. After much internal conflict, he set the phone down. Thus, Bai Yanshi's leverage remained firmly in Yunyi's grasp. On the following Tuesday, after attending his classes, Yunyi did not return home, but instead proceeded directly to the renowned Halian International restaurant in the city. Bai Yanshi's itinerary indicated that he would be dining there that evening. The restaurant's lobby exuded elegance, dominated by a majestic water-themed screen. Even from a distance, Yunyi could feel the humid embrace of the atmosphere. To await Bai Yanshi, he reluctantly splurged on a dessert costing 198 yuan. While the dessert was delightful, it disappeared in just 3 bites, a rather unfortunate expense. Thankfully, he eventually spotted Bai Yanshi as he exited the elevator and was promptly intercepted by Yunyi. Uncle Bai. The term was somewhat misleading, as Bai Yanshi instinctively assumed Yunyi was the son of one of his acquaintances, thereby lowering his guard considerably. His entourage, observing the situation, refrained from intervening. Who are you? Bai Yinshe inquired, his curiosity piqued. I apologize for introducing myself in this manner. My name is Yun Yi, a classmate of Wanqing. There are certain matters I believe we should discuss regarding her. Yun Yi deliberately emphasized Wanqing's name. Upon hearing the mention of his only child, Bai Yinshe's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. She was his most cherished treasure. This is not an appropriate place for such discussions, he remarked, glancing around at the bustling crowd. Unfazed, Yun Yi followed Bai Yinshe and his entourage into a private room. With his arms crossed, Bai Yinshe scrutinized Yun Yi with a skeptical gaze. Child, you'd best have something of significance to convey. My time is precious. What is the matter with Wanqing? Yun Yi offered a slight smile, feigning innocence. Wanqing's academic performance has significantly declined recently, and I believe it merits your attention. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to an icy silence, and Bai Yinshe's expression darkened ominously. As expected, it was merely trivial matters. This young lad was simply seeking amusement at his expense. However, he was not inclined to hold a grudge against the child, and with a cold snort, he turned to leave. Just then, a tray fell before him. Under the keen gaze of Bai Yinshe's entourage, Yun Yi remained composed and unyielding, exhibiting a poise far beyond his years. My father sends his regards, Uncle Bai. My father? Bai Yinshe inexplicably resumed his seat. Who is your father? My father is Yun Jianya. Chapter 68. Mastering Bai Yinshe. It was rather extraordinary for a high school student to intervene in a dispute involving Bai Yinshe. To avoid unnecessary complications, Yun Yi had pushed his father, Yun Jianya, to the forefront. Yun Jianya? Bai Yinshe fell into contemplation, racking his brain but failing to recall any acquaintance with such a figure. Do I know him? Yun Yi calmly shook his head, his acting skills soaring to new heights. I am not acquainted, but my father assured me that after today, you shall never forget him. Bai Yinshe observed Yun Yi, who, with his striking demeanor, stood composed and articulate despite being merely a teenager. A flicker of curiosity arose within him, prompting him to engage further in conversation. Dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. With a son like this, it seems Yun Jianya must be quite remarkable. Bai Yinshe gestured for a cigar, which was promptly handed to him. The smoke billowed upwards, adding an air of mystery to his presence. I am deeply skeptical, he remarked. Your esteemed father lacks the courage to meet me in person, which speaks volumes of his mediocrity. Yun Yi remained unfazed. He would not fall into Bai Yinshe's trap and become ensnared in a cycle of self-justification. Once emotions were stirred, it was all too easy to be drawn into the other's rhythm. My father is well aware that you do not easily meet strangers. Hence it falls upon me to pave the way. But who exactly is your father? The name Yun Jianya was not particularly renowned in Luling. My father, Yun Jianya, is one of the shareholders of Zijing Garden. At last, Bai Yinshe grasped the identity of Yun Jianya. An overwhelming sense of absurdity washed over him, prompting boisterous laughter. The derisive chuckles cascaded forth, reminiscent of a lion's roar. Disdain was evident in his demeanor. He found the situation utterly ludicrous. Initially, he had speculated that Yun Jianya might be a mysterious tycoon or a leader of some kind. To his astonishment, he discovered that Yun Jianya was merely a contractor associated with Hu Wenbing. After all this, how disappointing. Bai Yinshe felt as if his intelligence had been insulted, and his tone grew increasingly contemptuous. So, it turns out he is just a contractor. You two are quite the jesters, bringing such folly before me. A bunch of inconsequential nobodies, wasting my time. Bai Yinshe understood Yun Jianya's intentions, believing he could persuade him to let them off the hook. Such naivety. This was a grave underestimation of Bai Yinshe's capabilities. A group of unremarkable commoners had no right to negotiate terms with him. Bai Yinshe lost all interest in Yun Yi, dismissively waving his hand as one would shoo away a fly. Considering you are a classmate of Wanqing, I shall refrain from stooping to your level. Begone. Bai Yinshe has never held Yun's family in esteem, regarding them with disdain both mentally and physically. Yun Yi, though expressionless, felt a tumult of emotions within, seething with anger. He would never forget the scornful gaze of Bai Yan. How dare the wealthy treat others as less than human? For the sake of the greater good. Yun Yi refrained from expressing his fury. In moments of decline, even anger can seem ludicrous. He chose to bury this humiliation deep within his heart, for life is long. One day, he vowed to return this humiliation back to Bai Yinshe. Taking a deep breath, Yun Yi gestured toward the plate on the table. Uncle Bai, I do not comprehend the matters of adults. Regardless, I have delivered the items, and the rest is beyond my concern. Farewell. With that, Yun Yi rose to leave. Everyone possesses a curiosity for the private affairs of others. Bai Yinshe would surely inspect that plate. Once he opened it, the initiative would lie with the Zijin Garden. The remaining matters would then become manageable. After Yun Ye's departure, Bai Yinshe indeed picked up the plate. After a moment of contemplation, he snapped his fingers. The assistant Fong Bu, understanding the cue, promptly retrieved his portable notepad. A click of the mouse unveiled the contents of the plate. In the next instant, Bai Yinshe's countenance changed dramatically, losing all semblance of his previous calm demeanor. This was confidential company data. How could Yun Jianye possess such information? Bai Yinshe was immediately flustered, deeply troubled. Regardless of the context, money laundering is a grave crime. If this were to escalate, the consequences would be dire. Bai Yinshe lost his composure entirely, utterly unsettled. He could not fathom how Yun Jianye, a mere contractor, could acquire such sensitive documents. No, I refuse to believe it. Yet the evidence lay before him, forcing Bai Yinshe to confront the undeniable truth. The bad news did not end there. After examining the data, Fong Bu discovered a plethora of video files named by date in another folder. Driven by curiosity, he carelessly clicked on one. The visuals rendered him momentarily speechless. The explicit imagery caused his heart to race uncontrollably, filling the room with lewd sounds. The bodyguards glanced over, their necks craning in shock. Rendered speechless by the revelation of their seemingly illustrious boss's true nature. The noble faade Bai Yinshe had painstakingly maintained shattered in an instant. His face turned pale as he hurled the computer to the ground in a fit of rage. Unsatisfied, he stomped on it, reducing it to fragments. Though he shattered the computer, it felt as though his own dignity was being obliterated. For the first time, as a billionaire, Bai Yinshe felt a profound fear towards the name Yun Jianye. The latter not only sought to ruin his career, but also aimed to tarnish his reputation irreparably. Yun Jianye, you are truly ruthless. In Bai Yinshe's mind, the name had escalated to that of a formidable adversary, one who could deliver a lethal blow with a single strike. Such prowess is not typical of an ordinary contractor. Seeing Bai Yinshe fall silent, Fong Bu cautiously inquired, Mr. Bai, what shall we do now? Bai Yinshe, a seasoned figure in the industry, quickly regained his composure and set out to investigate the background of Yun Jianye. Furthermore, he instructed to replace the company's hackers, deeming them incompetent, as the company's database had been treated like a public restroom. How could he, with such a high salary, remain so untroubled? Should a similar incident occur in the future, your position here would no longer be tenable. Fong Bu remained silent, hunched over like a shrimp, responding with a meek affirmation. What about the Zijin Garden? With their fate in someone else's hands, a forceful approach was out of the question. Bai Yinshe's countenance darkened, and he stated ominously, we must deliberate carefully. One cannot act rashly against a ruthless figure like Yun Jianye. Understood. Bai Yinshe could never have fathomed that the true mastermind behind the chess game was Yun Yi, who had been skillfully manipulating Bai Yinshe from the very beginning. At that moment, the formidable Yun Jianye was watering the construction site with a hose. The elevator descended, and with a casual camaraderie, Ma Tu and Daya emerged. Noticing the despondent Yun Jianye, the two reveled in schadenfreude. Good news seldom leaves the house, while bad news travels far and wide. They were already aware of the upheaval at Zijin Garden and felt quite justified in their decision to withdraw. Old Yun, what are you doing here? As a contractor, why are you doing such menial work? You could have your subordinates handle it. They had heard about the situation at Zijin Garden. Ah, your greed led you astray. Misled by Huan Bing. I warned you not to get involved. Just look at how awkward things have become. Can there be any good fortune in provoking Bai Yinshe? How unfortunate. Thankfully, we stayed out of it. Otherwise, we would share your fate. All your life savings wasted. What a tragedy. Listening to their scornful remarks, Yun Jianye felt a wave of frustration rising within him. He silently walked away. The atmosphere at the Yun family dinner was grim. Yun Yi was the first to break the silence. Dad, there has been a development. I met with Bai Yinshe today. Yun Jianye was taken aback. You met with Bai Yinshe? Yun Yi began to speak earnestly, albeit with a hint of fabrication. Yes, Bai Yinshe has a daughter named Bai Wanqing. She is my classmate, and we have a good rapport. After school today, she invited me over, and I met Bai Yinshe. I casually mentioned the Zijin Garden matter, and Uncle Bai expressed a willingness to talk to you. Here is his phone number. Yun Jianye's expression was one of disbelief, as if he were dreaming. Bai Yinshe would listen to your advice. His incredulity amused Yunyi. Reasoning may not suffice. Sometimes one must wield a sharp blade. Uncle Bai is not unreasonable. I believe there is hope. Chapter 69. Dad. Please be cautious. Upon learning of this unexpected turn of events, Yun Jian-yi felt a surge of excitement. The tension in his chest eased, and his appetite returned. However, Deng Yinghua harbored doubts. It was difficult for her to believe that Yun-yi could establish a connection with Bai Yanshi. After all, it was merely a relationship between classmates' parents. Why would Bai Yanshi heed the counsel of a 17-year-old high school student? It seemed implausible, especially considering the immense value of the Zijing garden. Would Bai Yanshi yield so easily? Do not be fooled by others' jest. Take heed of the implications. Yun Jianya pondered and found merit in this thought. The ease he had just felt was replaced by a knot of anxiety. Indeed, this matter was no trivial affair. How could such a prominent figure as Bai Yanshi heed the words of a mere child? In response to his parents' skepticism, Yun Yi maintained a calm demeanor, confident in his stance. Armed with the incriminating evidence against Bai Yanshi, he was unperturbed by the prospect of Bai's defiance. On one side lay the invaluable Zihua garden, and on the other, the potential for ruin and disgrace. He believed Bai Yanshi would make the prudent choice. I would never jest about such serious matters. Do not fret. Father, I have retained your contact information. Bai Yanshi will undoubtedly reach out to you. Yun Jianya was skeptical. Really? As if on cue, the phone on the table vibrated. It was an unfamiliar number. Yun Jianya and Deng Yinghua exchanged incredulous glances. Could it be Bai Yanshi already? Hello, this is Yun Jianya. Who is this? A deep, ominous voice resonated from the other end, laced with restrained fury. Mr. Yun, your methods are impressive. I, Bai Yanshi, have taken note. From Bai Yanshi's perspective, Yun Jianya was merely a shameless scoundrel, engaging in underhanded tactics, including hacking and stealing confidential information. How contemptible! Upon hearing the name Bai Yanshi, Yun Jianya sprang to his feet in excitement. But as he contemplated the implications, confusion set in. What did he mean by acknowledging my methods? Do we know each other? To avoid revealing his father's naivete, Yun Yi quickly positioned himself beside his father to listen in on the call. Just say it's all in the pursuit of making a living. There's no other choice. Yun Jianya, bewildered, complied. Bai Yanshi let out a derisive chuckle. Spare me your pity. Tomorrow at 8 p.m., at the Halian International Restaurant, we shall discuss matters face to face. With that, the line went dead. Yun Jianya exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It was true. Bai Yanshi had invited him to meet at Halian International Restaurant. Deng Yinghua was overjoyed, expressing gratitude. Yun Yi, however, was exasperated and pointed to himself. Mother, the one you should be thanking is me. He had taken considerable risks, hacking into Hengxing Group and tirelessly orchestrating a meeting with Bai Yanshi. For the sake of Zihua Garden, Yun Yi had invested great effort. Deng Yinghua replied with a smile. Indeed, it is fortunate you managed to contact Bai Yanshi. You have atoned for your past misdeeds. Whether they could retain Zihua Garden now rested upon his father's negotiations. The pressure suddenly shifted onto Yun Jianya's shoulders. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Yi had already acquired the damaging information against Bai Yanshi. He was unaware that he was engaging in a battle of privilege, which filled him with trepidation. After all, Bai Yanshi was a billionaire, a figure of immense stature in Luling. The thought of confronting Bai Yanshi made Yun Jianya break into a cold sweat. Surely, Bai Yanshi would not be so accommodating? Observing his father's lack of fortitude, Yun Yi felt a profound weariness. This father of his was indeed a true father. Bearing the burdens of life was no easy feat. Fear not. Take it easy. Trust me, Uncle Bai is truly amiable. He presents a facade of coldness, yet possesses a warm heart. When you encounter him wearing a stern expression, seemingly ready to devour you, do not be alarmed. This demeanor is entirely customary for him. Furthermore, he is a man of decisive action, disliking any form of procrastination. When you meet him, speak solely of the matters concerning the Zijingwa garden. Refrain from discussing anything else or uttering superfluous words. It is preferable to say nothing at all than to make a mistake. Do you understand? The current situation is rather peculiar, with the son admonishing the father, concerned for the latter's well-being. Yun Jianya repetitively muttered Yun Ye's earlier words, akin to a primary school student reciting a lesson. All right, I shall remember. What precisely should I convey to Bai Yanshi? Say nothing at all. Simply gaze at him. Once he presents you with satisfactory terms, a mere acknowledgement will suffice. Yun Jianya felt a surge of astonishment, sensing that this approach might be somewhat inappropriate. Might it come across as a bit presumptuous? Not at all. Adhere to my guidance, and I assure you that the Zijingwa garden issue will be resolved. Otherwise, Bayinsher would not have reached out himself. Indeed, the prospect of potentially resolving this crisis brought a grin to Yuan Jianya's face. If I succeed in persuading Bayinsher, President Hu and the others will undoubtedly be delighted. Surely, that warrants a celebratory meal? The previous oxtail chicken pot was rather splendid. Yun Yi sighed, feeling defeated by his father's naivety. There was a reason the Yun family faced such dire straits in their later years. Father, you must realize that if you succeed in this endeavor, it equates to saving the fortunes and lives of Uncle Hu and his associates. Such an immense contribution cannot simply be rewarded with a meal of oxtail chicken pot. Yuan Jianya too felt this was insufficient, offering an awkward smile. Indeed, a meal of oxtail chicken pot seems rather meager. Surely, I should receive a case of Matai. Yuan Yi nearly suffered an internal injury. Sometimes, he genuinely contemplated calling the authorities. Is a case of Matai truly that impressive? What of your ambitions? Assisting them in resolving a 500 million dilemma. Would it not be reasonable to request a few tens of millions in return? Father, do exercise some caution. What is the true worth of a case of Matai? Of course, if it were a rare and valuable collectible, then I retract my statement. So what are you suggesting? Yin Yi was relentless in his demands. Have them allocate 10% of the shares to you. Yuan Jianya was taken aback. It is important to note that he only holds 8% in total. An additional 10% would mean a future gain of 50 million. Is 10% not too excessive? Such a brazen demand seems to take advantage of their predicament. President Hu and his associates have been long-standing friends. How would they perceive such a request? The tragedy of ordinary individuals lies here. They consistently prioritize the feelings of others, neglecting their own. Yin Yi could no longer tolerate it. Father, one must navigate life with a certain nonchalance. Being overly concerned about others' feelings can lead to a loss of self. You may feel guilty, but have you considered that if the Zijingwa Garden project fails, would Uncle Hu compensate for our losses? When the time comes, who shall we turn to for justice? Additionally, you express concern about jeopardizing friendships. In my view, such apprehension is entirely unfounded. When you hold an 18% stake, with nearly 100 million in your account, believe me, Uncle Hu would be eager to be your friend. This statement provokes profound contemplation and is rich in philosophical significance. Indeed, it is a deep reflection on the sacrifices made in youth for the sake of future gains. Yuan Jianya's insights become increasingly profound and resonate deeply. How could you possibly grasp such nuances? Have you gleaned them from television? Following Yuan Ye's instructions, Yuan Jianya contacted Hu Wenbing to arrange a meeting for the following noon. The next day, shareholders of all sizes gathered at the Jingbei Fish Restaurant in the Zijing Garden. Facing the hopeful gazes of the assembly, Hu Wenbing helplessly raised his hands. I apologize, I did my utmost, but Bayinsher refuses to meet with me. Disappointment enveloped the crowd, each individual wearing a dejected expression. Amidst the lamentations, Yuan Jianya stepped forward. I have a solution. Chapter 70. Yuan Jianya, a man of unfathomable depth. Hu Wenbin remained skeptical. Secretary Yuan, what is your plan? Pray, enlighten us. Yuan Jianya boldly asserted, I can resolve this. I have already arranged a meeting with Bayinsher. Tonight at 8. We shall converse at the Halian International Restaurant. The crowd was taken aback, disbelief etched on their faces. Enough of this nonsense. Do you truly know Bayinsher? Spare us your ramblings. What sort of person is Bayinsher that he would consent to speak with you? Even Hu Wenbing, who had the closest ties with Yuan Jianya, harbored doubts. He was acutely aware of Yuan Jianya's capabilities and connections, which rendered it implausible for him to establish rapport with Bayinsher. Misunderstood, Yuan Jianya grew anxious. Hastily producing his phone to show the call log. Who is spreading falsehoods? Bayinsher indeed has a dinner meeting with me tonight at the Halian International Restaurant. Look here, this is my call record with Bayinsher. If you doubt my word, feel free to call and verify. As Yuan Jianya presented his case with conviction, the assembly hesitated. For the sake of prudence, Hu Wenbing posed a question. How do you know Bayinsher? At this, Yuan Jianya's demeanor brightened. To those within his social circle, knowing Bayinsher was a matter of significant prestige. It is all thanks to my son. He is classmates with Bayinsher's only daughter, and they share a close bond. Just yesterday, when visiting Bayinsher's home, I fortuitously encountered him and brought up the matter of Zijing Garden. Thus, I established a connection with Bayinsher. Initially filled with anticipation, Hu Wenbing's hopes were dashed upon hearing this. I had expected something grand. It turns out to be merely a classmate relationship. What good does that do? Bai Yinshe likely agreed to meet out of paternal affection, but when it comes to serious discussions, he will surely remain resolute. Instead, why not have Xiao Yi pursue Bai Yinshe's daughter? That lad is quite dashing and would suit the role of a charming suitor. In that scenario, Secretary Yun, you could become relatives with Bai Yinshe. Surely, he would not pose difficulties for us. Hu Wenbing's suggestion for Yun Yi to court Bai Yinshe's daughter was not the most audacious. Rather, it was the fact that many present believed this to be a splendid idea. Indeed, Yun Yi possesses remarkable qualities, both in stature and appearance. The Yun family, without question, excels in terms of physical allure. Beyond mere looks, the young man has also demonstrated academic prowess, recently achieving the top score in the province. While his family background may be somewhat lacking, Yun Ye's exceptional character could very well attract the attention of the Bai family. If Secretary Yun were to forge a familial alliance with Bai Yinshe, it would undoubtedly propel him to great heights. Yun Jinyi, however, was not so crass as to utilize his son as a bargaining chip. He chastised them for their audacity and urged them to discuss matters of substance. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Wenbing rose to offer cigarettes to each person present. Regardless of the circumstances, this represented an opportunity. Engaging in a face-to-face conversation with Bai Yinshe was imperative to gauge his stance. Some concessions could be acceptable, provided they yielded a profitable outcome for all. Consensus was reached among the group, and Yun Jinyi subsequently broached the subject of Yun Ye's repeatedly emphasized intention to increase his shareholding. I have a few words to express, he stated. Should we manage to dissuade Bai Yinshe during this meeting, I believe I should secure a greater portion of the shares. Hu Wenbing's displeasure was evident as he furrowed his brow. As the leader of their collective, Yun Jinyi's assertion was a challenge to his authority, simultaneously jeopardizing the collective interests. The feasibility of their plans remained uncertain, and was it not premature to discuss such matters? The group shared a collective discontent towards Yun Jinyi's approach. Human nature dictated that they would prefer to concede to their rival, Bai Yinshe, rather than their ally, Yun Jinyi. Indeed, it was excessive to contemplate personal gain before any agreements were reached. After years of camaraderie, was it appropriate to even suggest such things? Even if the endeavor succeeded, broaching the subject of benefits was ill-advised. This project was a collaborative effort, and he should contribute accordingly. Secretary Yun, remember when you needed a motorcycle for your wedding and I lent you the money? Have you forgotten? The chorus of voices nearly overwhelmed Yun Jinyi, causing him to waver. Fortunately, he recalled Yun Ye's earlier instructions. Anticipating such a situation, Yun Yi had prepared the necessary rhetoric. In an uncharacteristically assertive moment, Yun Jinyi slammed his hand on the table, countering the crowd. This cannot be stated so lightly. Friendship is one matter, and finance is another. Even brothers must keep accounts clear. Which of you has not invested your entire fortune into this? If I succeed, it would be a salvation for your entire families. Is it not reasonable to expect some reward? Do not continually invoke our friendship in this context. Over the years, have I ever let you down? You are all aware of my dedication to you. Hu Wenbing remained silent, gazing at Yun Jinyi with astonishment. The leader's unexpected demeanor was utterly remarkable. His logic was coherent, his stance unwavering, a stark contrast to his previously timid disposition. In the past, Yun Jinyi would have never dared to propose conditions. Even if he had, the moral pressure from the group would have silenced him instantly. Truly bizarre. If this were to materialize, how much would you require? As the words hovered on his lips, Yun Jinyi found them difficult to articulate. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately resolved to heed his son's counsel. As the words fell, Hu Wenbing abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with fury. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Secretary Yun, to suggest 10 of the shares is outrageous. Perhaps we should just hand the construction side over to you? The crowd, ignited by indignation, vehemently condemned Yun Jinyi. Unable to withstand the pressure, Yun Jinyi seized the opportunity to excuse himself. I need to relieve myself. Ponder this. Is it more detrimental to be devoured by Bai Yinshe or to concede 10 of my shares? You should be more aware than I. With that, Yun Jinyi exited the room. He did not seek the restroom, but instead lingered at the doorway, eavesdropping. Inside, the room fell into a heavy silence, with everyone exchanging glances. They were merely displeased with Yun Jinyi's audacious demands. Yet, when faced with survival, they understood the gravity of the situation. Hu Wenbing, the core of the team, was the first to break the silence. Why not let Secretary Yin have a try? Very well, I have no objections. It seems we have no choice. Though begrudgingly, they ultimately acquiesced to Yun Jianya's terms and formalized the agreement in a contract. Thus far, everything unfolded according to Yunya's script. At 8 p.m., Yun Jianya, accompanied by Hu Wenbing, arrived at the Halian International Restaurant for the banquet. The two were guided by the restaurant manager into Bai Yinshi's private room. Upon encountering Bai Yinshi, both Yun Jianya and Hu Wenbing felt utterly dwarfed, scarcely daring to breathe. Bai Yinshi glanced up and inquired, "Who is Yun Jianya?" Yun Jianya felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the man seated before him, rendering him unable to meet his gaze. Instead, he fixated on the table. "It is I." His cowardice was perceived by Bai Yinshi as something entirely different. How audacious to not even glance at his interlocutor. Bai Yinshi increasingly regarded this individual as inscrutable and profoundly calculating, becoming more circumspect in his demeanor towards Yun Jianya. "Please, take a seat." Chapter 71. Could Xiao Yi be concealing something from me? Yun Jianya pulled out a chair and sat down. Hu Wenbing, accompanying him, was momentarily taken aback. Unsure whether to sit or remain standing, he opted to stand behind Yun Jianya, effectively becoming invisible. Bai Yinshi seemed oblivious to Hu Wenbing's presence. Beckoning the restaurant manager with a gesture, "Serve the dishes." An array of cuisines dazzled Yun Jianya's senses. Bai Yinshi initiated the conversation. "I truly admire Mr. Yun for raising such an outstanding son as Yun Yi. I heard from Wanqing that Yun Yi recently triumphed in the national high school competition, securing first place in both mathematics and physics at the provincial level. Remarkable indeed. Mr. Yun must possess a remarkable aptitude for parenting. However, as children grow, they inevitably become rebellious. You must keep a close watch on him to prevent any unforeseen incidents." Bai Yinshi made the first move, probing Yun Jianya's response by referencing Yunya's safety. Yet, Yun Jianya failed to discern the underlying threat in his words. Feeling somewhat at a loss, he fortunately recalled Yun Ye's admonition, better to do nothing than to err. With his arms crossed and suppressing his fear, he mustered the courage to raise his head, fixating his gaze on Bai Yinshi, saying nothing, merely staring. This unnerved Bai Yinshi profoundly. The individual indeed possesses an audacious confidence, unfazed by intimidation. The scene was momentarily quite comical. Yun Jianya's prowess solely relies on Bai Yan's imagination, and it was fortuitous that Yun Yi had previously orchestrated certain arrangements. The more Bai Yan indulged in his fanciful thoughts, the more inscrutable Yun Jianya became. Realizing that his probing had yielded no results, Bai Yan directly broached the subject. "Where is it?" Upon hearing this, Yun Jianya promptly retrieved a notebook from his satchel and handed it over. This was a study notebook. Yun Yi had forgotten to bring it to school and requested that he pass it to Bai Yan, who would then relay it to Bai Wanqing. Assuming it was merely a study notebook, Yun Jianya did not give it much thought and did not even open it to check. In truth, even if he had, it would have made little difference, as he was entirely unaware of what the disk was. Seeing the notebook, Hu Wenbing was nearly rendered speechless. What was the situation? Bai Yan desired this notebook? Hu Wenbing was utterly baffled and was on the verge of being driven mad by curiosity, feeling as if ants were crawling all over him. Bai Yan took the notebook, opened it, and upon seeing its contents, appeared momentarily dazed. However, after flipping through a few pages and discovering the disk tucked inside, he exchanged a glance with Feng Bu, revealing a look of realization. Bai Yan, feeling a sense of relief, exhaled deeply. Yet, he soon recalled something, and, holding the notebook aloft, inquired of Yun Jianya, "You haven't made a backup of this, have you?" Yun Jianya found Bai Yan's demeanor quite peculiar. What was there to back up in a study notebook? You can copy it down and return it. What is the fuss about? He pondered if Bai Yan intended to keep it without returning it, considering that they would still require assistance with the Zijin Garden project. He assumed it wouldn't be a problem. After all, Xiao Yi had a good memory. If necessary, they could simply recreate it later. If a single notebook could win Bai Yan's favor, it was a worthwhile trade. "No, you may keep it. Should you desire another in the future, feel free to seek me out. I can procure as many as you wish." Upon hearing this, Bai Yan's expression darkened significantly, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He was filled with murderous intent towards Yun Jianya. So, there was indeed a backup. The implication that Yun Jianya could produce as many as he wanted felt like a calculated ploy to exert dominance over him. How outrageous. "Mr. Yun, your actions are rather dishonorable, are they not?" This remark left Yun Jianya perplexed, as he could not comprehend the strange utterances. Yin Yi had advised him to remain silent in the face of such oddities. Heeding his son's counsel, Yun Jianye maintained his stoic expression, continuing to gaze intently at Bai Yin. Bai Yin, feeling the pressure of his own guilt, was increasingly anxious. What did his silence signify? Did he believe he had the upper hand? How naive. Bai Yin slammed his palm on the table, causing the utensils to rattle alarmingly. In all of Luling, who does not know Bai Yin? I have traversed through storms and bloodshed. You underestimate me gravely. Do you think you can dictate terms to me? If it comes to that, I would rather we both perish. Yun Jianye, taken aback by the sudden outburst, found himself frozen, unable to move. As he sat there in bewilderment, he could not fathom why Bai Yin had erupted so dramatically, all for a mere notebook. What madness was this? To contemplate destruction over such an item? Standing behind Yun Jianye, who when Bing was pale, his heart sinking with dread. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. Bai Yin sure displayed no semblance of respect, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. Hu Wenbing, in a state of acute anxiety, discreetly nudged Yun Jianye's chair from beneath him. Do not sit idly. Speak up. Yet, Yun Jianye remained unmoved, his mind paralyzed by fear. Unable to utter a single word, the ambience plummeted to a frigid silence. After venting his frustration, Bai Yin Shi, noticing Yun Jianye's unflinching demeanor, felt the situation grow increasingly challenging. This kind of obstinate character was the most formidable adversary. Neither threats nor inducements would sway him. To Bai Yin Shi's astonishment, he found himself harboring a sense of mutual respect for Yun Jianye. Only someone of such caliber deserved to be his rival. Regaining his composure, Bai Yin Shi resumed his seat. The disc nestled within his notebook served as a constant reminder that Yun Jianye still held the leverage. In this precarious moment, he could only bide his time. Speak. What are your demands? Yun Jianye comprehended the gravity of the question. I require you to relinquish your pursuits regarding the Zijing Garden. This request, while reasonable, sent Hu Wenbing into a state of shock, as if he had seen a ghost, glancing incredulously at Yun Jianye. After all, this was Bai Yin Shi. How dare one address him in such a commanding tone? This was hardly the demeanor of a supplicant. However, the scene that unfolded next left Hu Wenbing even more astounded. Bai Yin Shi pondered for a moment before acquiescing. Very well, I shall withdraw from the Zijing Garden and cease to trouble you. Yet, Bai Yin Shi's eyes narrowed as he fixed a steely gaze upon Yun Jianye. There are matters that must remain confidential. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. I am a man of my word. Elated, Yun Jianye responded with a cool, detached acknowledgement, as instructed by Yun Yi. As for Bai Yin Shi's veiled threat, Yun Jianye dismissed it entirely, recalling Yun Ye's advice that such peculiar utterances need not be taken to heart. With the matter resolved, he saw no reason to linger. Rising to bid farewell, he turned to depart. It was not until they exited the Hai Lian International Restaurant and entered the car that Hu Wenbing awoke from his stupor, his expression shifting from confusion to astonishment, as if he had witnessed a marvel. Is that it? All settled? Yun Jianye exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, the keys hanging from his belt jingling obnoxiously. I truly did not expect Bai Yin Shi to be so accommodating. Though at times he may utter perplexing statements, overall, he is quite agreeable. Ha ha ha. He has agreed not to complicate matters for us. The bank funds should be approved swiftly, right? Hu Wenbing nodded stiffly. Still unable to grasp the reality of the situation, he had exerted tremendous effort, bestowing gifts and seeking connections, without even catching a glimpse of Bai Yin Shi. Yet, Yun Jianye had effortlessly resolved the issue. This revelation fundamentally altered Hu Wenbing's perceptions. He harbored strong suspicions that Yun Jianye and Bai Yin Shi had some clandestine familial connection, as no other explanation sufficed for the bizarre encounter they had just witnessed. Secretary Yun, are you concealing something from me? No, not at all. Not at all. Then why did Bai Yin Shi regard you with such favor and grant us clemency? I assure you, there is no such connection. Hu Wenbing grimaced, pondering for quite some time. Are you certain? Is it possible that Xiao Yi has already consummated his relationship with Bai Yin Shi's daughter, unbeknownst to you? This could explain Bai Yin Shi's sudden rage earlier. Yun Jianye paused momentarily, increasingly troubled by the thought. Could it be that Xiao Yi is indeed concealing something from me? I must return home quickly. Chapter 72. Turning clouds into rain. Today is Friday, and Yun Yi has art class at school this evening. The class won't conclude until 9:30 p.m. Anxious to learn how his father's discussion with Bai Yin Shi went, Yun Yi hastily dropped his pen and rushed home. Upon arriving, before he could utter a word, Yun Jianya immediately interrogated him. Are you hiding something from me? Feeling slightly guilty, Yun Yi feigned calmness and scratched his head. No, why do you ask? Yun Jianya scrutinized him with a perplexed gaze. Really? Really? Yun Yi was reluctant for his parents to discover that he had hacked into the Hengxing Group S system. So he swiftly redirected the conversation. By the way, how did your talk with Bai Yinsher go? The moment this topic arose, a broad smile spread across Yun Jianya's face. It's settled. Bai Yinsher has agreed. He will no longer interfere with Zijing Garden. However, there are some aspects I find perplexing. His acquiescence was rather swift. I don't quite understand it. Logically, I shouldn't have that much influence. The issue must lie with you. So tell me, are you hiding something from me? Indeed. His slip was evident. Yun Yi displayed a goofy smile, hoping to evade suspicion. No, I absolutely detest dishonest individuals. How could I possibly lie? Why do you ask? Your uncle who suspects that Bai Yinsher's leniency stems from your relationship with his daughter, implying that you have taken things further. Yun Ye's mouth twitched, astonished by Hu Wenbing's wild imagination. Even if such a thing were to occur, I would certainly take precautions. I'm only 17. I have no intention of becoming a father. Uncle Hu may be eccentric, but as a well-behaved child, how could I engage in such behavior? Yun Jianya clicked his tongue in disappointment. Honestly, if you were to take that step, it wouldn't be so bad. Bai Yinsher is incredibly wealthy, and he has only this one daughter. Marrying her would secure your future, leaving you with nothing to worry about. To be frank, I'd like to get a new Cullinan. Yun Yi found himself at a loss for words. Middle-aged individuals truly possess conservative thoughts, yet liberal actions. Deng Yinghua seized a cushion and hurled it at Yun Jianya. How dare you say such things, you shameless old fool. Your son is only 17. So what if he is 17? When I was 17, someone wanted me as a son-in-law. Huh. A toad wanting to marry a swan. Ridiculous. The couple bickered, allowing Yun Yi to make a discreet escape to his room. With the troubles surrounding Zijing Garden resolved, he felt a profound sense of achievement. Though the negotiations were conducted by Yun Jianya, this was ultimately Yun Yi's triumph. One was merely a high school junior, while the other was a super-rich tycoon. This was, at its core, a contest of stark disparity. Yet, in the end, it was the high school student who emerged victorious, a true miracle, akin to an ant toppling an elephant. Yun Yi, still savoring the remnants of his previous encounter, collapsed onto his bed, staring blankly at his hands. One must admit, the sensation was utterly exhilarating. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could summon clouds or command rain. The billionaire, a figure of immense wealth, was but a plaything in his grasp. How delightful. The only drawback was that he had inadvertently offended Bai Yinsher quite severely, but such was the nature of the game. When Bai Yinsher had pressed his advantage, it was only natural to retaliate. If offense was taken, so be it. Yun Yi felt no fear. Rather, he was invigorated. A formidable adversary served as a spice to life. Battling against heaven was delightful, contending with earth was delightful, and struggling against humanity was equally delightful. The information Yun Yi possessed was sufficient to intimidate Bai Yinsher for a time. Yet, mere intimidation would not suffice. One must be resilient and strong. To make Bai Yinsher bow in submission, he first needed to cultivate his own strength. He set a modest goal, to earn 50 billion before the age of 25. With a determination as unyielding as iron fists, he resolved to break free from his impoverished circumstances. Given time, he would undoubtedly surpass Bai Yinsher. Unfettered by the constraints of his mind, he embraced the journey ahead. The night passed in silence, and the following day dawned bright and sunny. There is no greater joy in this world than indulging in a long slumber during winter. Yun Yi had intended to sleep until he naturally awoke, but, coincidentally, a call from Peng Daowu interrupted his rest. Hello, who is this? Yun Yi? I'm not available. Just as he hung up, another call came through. Yun Yi felt a surge of frustration. What on earth do you want? With no choice left, he found it difficult to return to sleep after being disturbed. Reluctantly, he rose from his bed, still brimming with irritation, and made his way to a nearby breakfast shop to meet Peng Daowu. Steam wafted from the bamboo steamer of breakfast, the aroma of pork bone soup wafting through the air. Peng Daowu sat at a small table by the entrance, waving cheerfully at Yun Yi. Still under the influence of his morning grumpiness, Yun Yi wore a sour expression. You've truly become obsessed with the internet, he remarked. Peng Daowu, grinning, pushed a bowl of pork bone noodles towards Yun Yi. Calling you for breakfast is for your own good. Indulging in late-night escapades is detrimental to your health. And how would you know? Yun Yi retorted. Go on, Eat up. I've already paid. It's on me. His expression softened a bit as he picked up his chopsticks and slurped the noodles. It was then he noticed that Brother X had styled his hair today, sporting a trendy American side sweep. The usually faded jeans had been replaced with a neat pair of straight-leg casual trousers. A man suddenly concerned with his appearance likely harbored romantic inclinations. Yunyi flashed a teasing smile. Ah, something as afoot. What are your plans for later? Peng Daowu, unable to contain his excitement, tousled his hair and exclaimed, Hee hee, sweet love has finally graced me. Shinmingqi likes me and has invited me to stroll through Luling Eco Park. Yunyi could not recall who Shinmingqi was. Which Shinmingqi? Our classmate from the art studio, from the basic class. She is quite stunning. Yunyi raised an eyebrow, his expression becoming peculiar. I never suspected you had such discerning tastes. You fancy someone of darker complexion. Peng Daowu scoffed, correcting him. Nonsense. I meant hey as an interjection to describe how striking Shinmingqi is, not to comment on her skin color. Yunyi gasped as the hot soup scalded him. Hiss. Enough idle talk. Show me the photos. Peng Daowu gleefully pulled out his phone to browse through Yunyi's album. The number of albums suggested that this fellow had not been shy about capturing candid shots of others. Shinmingqi embodied the essence of a delicate beauty. Her smile revealing an adorable dimple, utterly charming. Not bad. I wish you success. Do you have any good advice? Why ask me? Because among all my acquaintances, you are the best at wooing women. Yunyi wholeheartedly agreed. That's true. So let me offer you some counsel. No matter how slow you perceive your progress to be, it could be 1,000 times slower. This left Peng Daowu somewhat perplexed. I'm rather slow to warm up. It's my forte. Yunyi, well acquainted with his friend's character, understood that Peng Daowu was somewhat anxious about matters of the heart. In truth, it wasn't just him. Boys of that age tended to be quite impatient and prone to impulsive declarations of love. I suppose you've even planned your wedding date? Peng Daowu chuckled awkwardly, clearly caught off guard by the subtle revelation. Not only had he considered the wedding date, but he had even chosen names for their future children. All right, I'll heed your advice. Anything else? Most high school romances rarely endure. Yunyi hesitated to dampen his friend's spirits. If you truly wish to attract a girl, the most straightforward and effective method is to amass wealth. The sincerity of the impoverished holds little value, while the rogue charm of the affluent is irresistibly alluring. Upon hearing this, Peng Daowu shook his head vigorously. You're objectifying women. Yunyi sighed, reflecting on the youthful idealism that still filled the young man's heart. Listen to me, young man. Wealth is indeed quite significant. Love born of poverty resembles a banana. Either it is green or it is overripe. In the end, you may find it blackened before you even take a bite. Chapter 73. The formation of a true father. The insights of adulthood resonated in Peng Daowu's ears like a resonant bell, awakening dreams of a prosperous future. I should become quite wealthy in the future, right? This thought transported Yunyi into a reverie, recalling the earlier years of Peng Daowu's life. At 16, he enrolled in a mediocre second-tier university, majoring in graphic design. He graduated at 20, and like the majority of art students, he did not pursue a career related to his field of study. Fueled by youthful enthusiasm, he ventured into real estate sales in Guangzhou. The electronic factory was a harsh environment for dreamers, and real estate sales proved similarly challenging. The first year was decent, allowing him to save some money. However, shortly thereafter, the introduction of the 3 red lines policy led to a decline in the real estate market. With properties unsold, he had to pivot to another career, still in sales, but this time under one of the 3 major internet giants, Ali. The name sounded impressive, channel sales consultant. In truth, he was merely a broker promoting warehousing and logistics. The pressure was immense, with endless meetings, mobilization meetings, summary meetings, learning meetings, inventory meetings, countless gatherings to analyze data. While some meetings were beneficial, many were utterly pointless. Unable to tolerate this, Peng Daowu decisively resigned and subsequently switched jobs multiple times, each one still within sales. Thus, he drifted through life until the age of 26, gazing into the future with a sense of finality. Peng Daowu eventually faced reality and returned to Luling, where he opened a restaurant specializing in ready-made meal deliveries. During the years when pre-prepared meals were all the rage, he amassed considerable wealth and even opened 2 additional branches. Not only did he pay off his mortgage, but he also purchased a car and got married. However, as is often the case, fortune is fleeting. Soon, circumstances took a sharp downturn. In China, the restaurant industry is one of the most fiercely competitive sectors. As competition intensified, business dwindled, deteriorating day by day. After turning 30, he opted for a laid-back existence, content to simply get by. While Peng Daowu's first half of life was certainly devoid of wealth, he managed to scrape by. Yunyi finished his last mouthful of noodles and leisurely wiped his mouth. When one is impoverished, one tends to focus on self-preservation. Wealth, however, is often a mere illusion. Peng Daowu's expression darkened, and he coughed from the abrupt realization. "Can't you wish me some good fortune?" he exclaimed. "Who knows, I might strike it rich one day. My looks alone suggest a birthright of prosperity." Yunyi found this amusing. "You are truly overestimating yourself." Though they were jesting, Yunyi's comment left Peng Daowu with a tinge of melancholy. He was, after all, quite self-aware. Sensing this, Yunyi reined in his playful attitude and became a touch more earnest. He vaguely recalled the year his father fell ill and needed a life-saving sum of 100,000 yuan. In that critical moment, it was Peng Daowu who generously lent him the money. At that time, Peng Daowu had just welcomed his second child, and his business was struggling. He was not in a position to spare such a sum. Yet, he still stepped up, even leading to a quarrel with his wife over the matter. Yunyi had held this act of kindness close to his heart. Though Peng Daowu was ordinary, impulsive, and sometimes out of sync, he proved to be reliable in crucial moments. This, indeed, is the essence of true friendship. Previously unable to reciprocate, now that he had the opportunity, he was determined to lend a hand to his brother. "Rest assured, when I feast on success, I will certainly save you some broth." A broad grin spread across Peng Daowu's face. I've been waiting for those words. All right, I'm off to pursue romance. Await my good news. And please, let us refrain from discussing League of Legends or the intricacies of excavator routes. No matter how amusing you find it, let us avoid any inappropriate remarks. Not far from Luling Ecological Park, right by Luowen, Peng Daowu sat idly on a stone pier at the entrance, pondering what opening line would be most fitting. Suddenly, a delicate hand reached out and patted his shoulder. "Hey, you arrived quite early." Shinmingqi, dressed in an elegant ensemble of a camel-colored knit sweater paired with slate-gray denim skirt, radiated grace and tranquility, coupled with her sweet demeanor. Peng Daowu found his breath momentarily caught. He mused that their child would surely be a harmonious blend of beauty and intelligence. "No, I just got here too." The two walked side by side within the park. While Lu Hoen lay serene, waves of emotion surged within Peng Daowu. He could hardly recall any opening lines. Shin Mingqi stretched lazily, inhaling deeply the fresh air wafting from the lake. "It's been ages since I've been out. It's a rare Saturday morning outing." "What do you usually do at this hour?" "What do I do? Well, on a Saturday morning, I naturally head online." Peng Daowu thought better of it, remembering Yunyi's advice to avoid discussing League of Legends. "I typically engage in reading and completing assignments, and when time permits, I indulge in drawing to hone my skills." Absurd. Fortunately, Shinmingqi did not dwell on this and instead diverted the conversation towards Yunyi. "You seem quite diligent. I assumed you would go out with Yunyi, considering you spend your days in his company. By the way, when did you and Yunyi first meet?" Peng Daowu initially struggled to find a topic for discussion. However, upon mentioning Yunyi, he suddenly found an abundance of subjects to explore. Yunyi and I share a profound bond. We have been classmates since elementary school, playing together since childhood. What do you usually do together? What are Yunyi's interests?" Peng Daowu remained oblivious to Shun Mingqi's deliberate inquiries about Yunyi, mistakenly believing she was interested in his life. The situation became quite peculiar. Although they were on a date, the conversation revolved around a third party. It was only after they finished their stroll in the park and were on their way home that he finally grasped the absurdity of it all. The electric scooter screeched to a halt, emitting a sharp sound. "Damn," Peng Daowu suddenly realized, his expression shifting dramatically. He furiously pulled out his phone to confront Yunyi. At the Yun residence, Yunyi was engrossed in reading about composite material mechanics when his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw a terse message from Peng Daowu. "I hate you." Yunyi was not at all surprised, chuckling and shaking his head. Someone's date didn't go well. I wonder if they actually discussed strategies for excavators. As mealtime approached, Yunyi had planned to order takeout, but his father unexpectedly returned home. "Let us eat." Naturally, Yunyi was pleased at the prospect of a meal. It was easy to surmise the underlying circumstances. With the issues concerning the Zijing garden resolved, the shareholders would surely want to show their appreciation. Upon arriving at the Jingbei Fish Restaurant, the father and son duo were treated like royalty. "Oh, Secretary Yun has arrived. Please take a seat." It was thanks to Secretary Yun's intervention that the Zijing Garden project could proceed. Even Bai Yinshe had to give him face. Secretary Yun was indeed a man of mystery. There are few in my life whom I respect, and you are one of them, Secretary Yun. Following this incident, people's perceptions of Yun Jianye underwent a significant transformation, dispelling their previous disdain. Increasing their shares now seemed entirely reasonable. If he could manage Bai Yinshe, how formidable must he be? Watching his father bask in the compliments of others, Yun Yi felt a deep sense of satisfaction and the joy of seeing his father succeed. Hu Wenbing stood up to toast Yun Jianye and curiously inquired, Secretary Yun, you must enlighten me. What exactly did you give to Bai Yinshe? Chapter 74. The finals approaching, it was this notebook intended for Bai Yinshe's daughter. Hearing his father's words, Yun Yi felt relieved. However, Hu Wenbing and the others were skeptical of such an explanation. Just a notebook? Surely that cannot be the case. His reaction seemed quite significant. Not at all like one would expect for a mere notebook. In truth, Yun Jianye could not articulate a clear answer either. Only the instigator, Yun Yi, was fully aware of the truth. It was best for this secret to remain undisclosed to any third party. After finishing lunch, Yun Yi headed to the art studio for his art class. He arrived early, and the studio was sparsely populated. The painting from yesterday remained unfinished, so he decided to pick it up again. As he became engrossed in his work, Peng Daowu approached with a sullen expression. Upon seeing him, Yun Yi couldn't help but chuckle. What's the matter, young man? The unabashed teasing from Yun Yi only intensified Peng Daowu's frustration. Damn it, it's all your fault. Mine? Of course it's you. Shin Mingqi has no interest in me whatsoever. She likes you and talked about you the entire way. After all this, I've turned into a mere pawn, a tool. How utterly unfortunate. Just as he fell head over heels in love, the river god admonished him not to litter. It was indeed rather tragic, prompting Yun Yi to laugh heartily. Alas, my irresistible charm is simply overwhelming. The more Peng Daowu pondered, the angrier he became. His grumbling seemingly endless. Fortunately, Bai Wanqing arrived just in time, allowing him to sulk back to his seat. Bai Wanqing furrowed her brow and cast a glance at Peng Daowu's retreating figure. What is wrong with him? Yun Yi, absorbed in blending the darker shades of his painting, did not lift his head. He is heartbroken. No woman can resist gossip. Bai Wanqing's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. What is happening? Who does he like? And who has hurt him? It's someone named Shin Mingqi from our studio. Upon learning the details, Bai Wanqing burst into laughter, her demeanor lively. What a tragedy. She has no interest in him at all. She merely wants to know more about you through him. As they spoke, Bai Wanqing's smile gradually faded. Wait a minute. If Shin Mingqi likes Yun Yi, then he is yet another competitor. Realizing this, her expression darkened. Meanwhile, Yun Yi remained quite cheerful. Being liked, rather than resented, is indeed a source of joy. By the way, how has your father been lately? Bai Wanqing's thoughts drifted, and she absent-mindedly replied, he hasn't been well. He seems to be troubled by something. Why do you ask? Yun Yi's lips curled into a smile as he completed the final stroke of his painting. It's only natural to be in a bad mood. When someone has leverage over you, it's hardly surprising. Oh, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry. With less than 2 months until the winter break, the end of the first semester of sophomore year was approaching. More and more high school students were disillusioned with academics and chose to pursue art instead. This shift led to a dramatic increase in the number of students at the Xingji Art Studio, which now boasted nearly 120 attendees. The sight of so many students gathered for a large class was quite impressive, with some squatting in the front row, others seated in the middle, and those at the back standing. Yun Yi, being tall, stood in the last row. He had already mastered everything the teacher was explaining. His presence in the class was primarily for the ambience. Several low-scoring assignments were displayed on the blackboard, causing Hu Zhixin to lament. Look closely, everyone. What on earth is this? Goodness, that's not an apple. My scales are sturdier than your apple. Laughter erupted throughout the room as Hu Zhixin continued to critique. Yes, I mentioned using planes to represent volume, but this is just too rigid. That thick black outline looks like it was chiseled with an axe. Even a wrench couldn't straighten it out. The form emerges through extrusion, not merely by tracing the edges with a rigid line. And those with clumsy hands, how exasperating. It takes them 10 minutes just to outline a shape. What use is that in an examination? One should derive form from points, using them to delineate space, ensuring proportions and positions are accurately aligned. Some prodigies insist on becoming entangled in the intricacies of transitions and undulations. If you cannot differentiate the 3 principal planes, How can you possibly create anything of substance? The shadowed areas fail to deepen, while the highlights do not illuminate. The result is a muddled mess. Yunyi stood at the back, observing with keen interest as teacher who offered critiques. Shenmengqi approached like a slippery eel. Teacher whose words were indeed sharp and unyielding. Yunye's expression was one of intrigue, as he was reluctant to engage too deeply with Shenmengqi. Firstly, she was not to his taste. Secondly, he had to consider the feelings of his dear friend, Peng Daowu. Regardless of what Shenmengqi said, Yunyi merely responded with a non-committal This demeanor was sufficiently aloof, yet Shenmengqi persisted. This prompted frequent glances of warning from Peng Daowu towards Yunyi. Stuck in an awkward situation, Yunyi felt trapped. He could not simply walk away. In the front row, Bai Wanning sensed the tension and turned to glance back. Upon noticing Shenmengqi entangled with Yunyi, her mood shifted from sunny to overcast. She had been caught off guard, her territory invaded. How infuriating! With a stern expression, Bai Wanning made her way over, asserting herself between the two and effectively displacing Shenmengqi. She held considerable weight in the eyes of the other girls. Shenmengqi looked from Yunyi to Bai Wanning, hesitated momentarily, and then departed silently. Yunyi raised his thumb in gratitude, sincerely expressing his thanks. Bai Wanning, with an air of pride, responded with a dismissive though her back turned, revealing a triumphant smile that betrayed her. After completing the demonstration, Hu Zhixin watched as the crowd dispersed. Returning to his seat, Yunyi busied himself, sharpening pencils, searching for tape, and applying stickers, with his usual swiftness. In 3 minutes, he sketched the form, followed by 10 minutes of laying out lines and colors. He then commenced the modeling process, adhering to the principle that 3 parts of the drawing depend on 7 parts of erasing. Initially, he jabbed the heavy colors onto the paper, focusing on the boundary between light and shadow, the points of projection, and the contact points. The sound of the paper and pencil puncturing the drawing surface made a soft rustling noise. For reasons unknown, every time Yunye's pencil met the table, he felt an instinctive urge to add a crack. This occasion was no exception. Seizing the pencil, he began to rub along the crack. There was no intricate technique involved. A forceful jab sufficed. The more he jabbed, the more pleasurable it became. He then folded a paper towel into a triangle and uniformly rubbed the shadowed areas, followed by the gray tones, highlights, and broader environmental color blocks. Finally, he adjusted the modeling. A high-scoring piece was accomplished. Painting brings joy. After finishing, Yunyi stepped outside for a cigarette, then knocked on Hu Zhixin's office door. Upon seeing Yunyi, Hu Zhixin paused his actions. Yunyi, what brings you here? Teacher Hu, I will be attending the national finals of the 5 major subject competitions in the capital next week, and I wanted to inform you in advance. I want to be able to attend art class during that period. Hu Zhixin nodded in acknowledgement, expressing no objections. While he might worry about other students missing classes, he had no concerns regarding Yunya's progress. However, if it were Yunya, he would have no objections whatsoever. All right, off you go, and do take care. If you find a moment during the competition, I suggest you visit the Central Academy of Fine Arts to immerse yourself in the artistic atmosphere. Aren't you interested in oil painting? The oil painting program at the Central Academy is the best in the country. I see. After Sunday, Yunya began counting down the days. The most exhilarating moment was finally approaching. He had only 2 more exams left to reach 1 million. Chapter 75. The Transformation of a Gentleman. Meanwhile, the progress at the Zijing Garden was proceeding smoothly. After the withdrawal of the Baiyanqi faction, Hu Wenbing and others successfully secured the second phase loan from the bank. The development of Zijing Garden returned to its proper course. According to the usual construction timeline, Zijing Garden is expected to reach its pinnacle by mid-next year. At that time, as long as the pre-sale permit is obtained, they can commence selling houses. In this era, the real estate industry is thriving. Any property will find buyers without difficulty. Once the houses are sold, the profits will flow in. Yunya's dream of becoming a wealthy heir will finally come true. On December 14th, after the last class, Gong Chonglin called Yunya out for a chat. The thought of Yunya participating in the finals the next day filled Gong Chonglin with emotion. Yunya's growth was conspicuous. Observing the poised and striking young man before him, Gong Chonglin found it hard to reconcile him with the underperformer he once was. I am truly gratified that you have come this far. A gentleman's transformation is remarkable. Best of luck in the finals. I hope to hear the news of your selection for the national training team. Our school has never had a student enter the national training team. If you qualify, You will undoubtedly be included in the school's history. Yunya remained calm and resolute, determined to succeed in the finals. I don't care about making history. What truly matters is the prize money. Let me confirm once more, if I qualify for the national team, the prize is indeed 500,000, correct? Gong Changlin couldn't help but chuckle. You, my dear, are clearly fixated on money. Rest assured, the policy remains unchanged, and there will be no mishaps. Now, if I place first, will the prize be doubled? Enough of that. You're becoming obsessed with money. Return and rest well, with your capabilities. As long as you don't miss the exam and stay grounded, qualifying for the national team is a certainty. Take this competition seriously. It will be an unforgettable experience. I will. Don't wander off again. Last time during the provincial competition, the supervising teacher's call came to me. Safety first when you go out. It makes things difficult for the supervising teacher with your antics. All right, you're a clever one. I want to elaborate further. Gong Changlin patted Yunya on the shoulder and turned to leave. Undoubtedly, he was a dedicated and responsible teacher. A good teacher should be rewarded accordingly. However, it is an undeniable fact that Gong Changlin had opened a tutoring class after school speeches in his previous life, only to later face misfortune and unemployment due to the double reduction policy. To be honest, Yunya felt a twinge of concern. Perhaps this time, things should take a different turn. After all, having nurtured a student like him, Gong Changlin ought to reap considerable rewards. If his career flourished, he might not resign from the school again. Lost in thought, Peng Daowu emerged from the classroom, beaming with excitement, backpack slung over his shoulder. Where are we going to eat? Let us head to Luling Restaurant. As the two were preparing to leave, Bai Wanqing caught up from behind and thrust a gift box into Yunya's hands. With his birthday just a few days away, she wished him an early happy birthday. Yunyi was taken aback. He could hardly believe that Bai Wanqing remembered his birthday and had gone out of her way to prepare a gift. Was this truly the Bai Wanqing he knew? When had she become so thoughtful? Thank you, but you needn't have gone to such trouble, he replied. Bai Wanqing, however, insisted on giving him the gift. She only rejected others' gifts. It was unthinkable for anyone to turn her down. We're friends, so don't act like a coward. With that, Yunyi reluctantly invited Bai Wanqing to join him. The Luling small restaurant was located along Jiang Road, a place Yunyi was quite familiar with. Back in 2016, during their high school graduation season, he and Peng Daowu had worked summer jobs there. Now, returning to the familiar locale, it felt refreshingly nostalgic. Tao Jia was busy at the cash register, and Yunyi recalled a time when he had mistakenly placed an order for a customer. With Tao Jia coming to his rescue, the three of them settled at a window-side table and ordered some signature dishes. Bai Wanqing had a particular fondness for the pepper salt rabbit meat skewers, a dish rarely seen on her family table, and she was quite curious about it. Yunyi, however, appeared somewhat disdainful. Bai Wanqing felt perplexed by his reaction. Is there a problem? She inquired. Typically, with dishes like these skewers or meatballs, the chef will set aside some portions when preparing the meal. This means what you're eating might very well be leftovers from someone else. The waitress, slightly embarrassed, shot a surprised glance at Yunyi, impressed by his knowledge. This young man is quite savvy, she thought. In reality, it wasn't just the chef. Sometimes the servers could pilfer a little as well. The restaurant industry was notoriously murky. Bai Wanqing was incensed and promptly dismissed the idea of ordering the rabbit meat skewers. That's so unfair. I'm really upset. Yunyi smiled broadly and continued to peruse the menu. Such is the nature of the industry. There's no changing that. Let's skip the rabbit skewers and opt for the sour radish and old duck soup instead. Zheng Miao mentioned she really enjoyed it. After a while, the food was served. Zheng Miao arrived, carrying a woven bag as promised. Upon seeing Bai Wanqing, her smile dimmed slightly, her expression turning somewhat awkward. Zheng Miao was known for her good temperament and rarely harbored dislike for anyone, Bai Wanqing included. The contrast between Zheng Miao's vivacious charm and Bai Wanqing's pure allure promised an intriguing meal ahead. Yunyi greeted Zheng Miao with a smile. You're right on time. The dishes have just been served. Zheng Miao nodded politely and took a seat beside Yunyi. Happy birthday. Bai Wanqing, upon spotting Zheng Miao, wore a less than pleasant expression. Eager to showcase her gift, she urged Yunyi, open the gift box quickly. I spent a long time choosing this. With that, she shot Zheng Miao a provocative glance. Some people only talk a good game, without a shred of sincerity. How disappointing. Yunyi had no intention of complying. He was well aware of Bai Wanqing's ulterior motive. She merely wished to belittle Zheng Miao. He would not grant her that satisfaction. Let's dig in, shall we? Why are we just sitting here? This meal was truly a battle of wits. Zheng Miao and Bai Wanqing were at odds with each other, while Peng Daowu delighted in the discord, eagerly anticipating a quarrel between the two. Fortunately, Yun Yi, with his exceptional diplomacy, skillfully lightened the atmosphere with playful banter. As dinner concluded, Bai Wanqing was picked up by the family driver, and Yun Yi rode his bicycle to escort Zheng Miao home. The evening breeze along Jiang Road was biting, stinging their faces. Midway through the journey, Zheng Miao, seated behind, blurted out a question. Do you have a fondness for breasts? What makes you say that? Yun Yi replied. Zheng Miao pointed to the rearview mirror. You've stolen glances at me 13 times through it. Yun Yi, with an air of righteousness, retorted, I was merely checking my hairstyle. I am quite conscious of my image. Zheng Miao scoffed inwardly, thinking otherwise. To avoid unnecessary complications, Yun Yi stopped 50 meters away from Zheng Miao's residential complex. As she alighted, she handed him the woven bag she had carried throughout the evening. Happy birthday. Yun Yi paused momentarily, surprised by the unexpected gift. He felt as though he had been treated like a leader for the day. Thank you, what is it? A scarf. Which I knitted myself. It's quite cold in the capital. You should find it useful. Wishing you excellent results. With that, Zheng Miao blushed and vanished into the glow of the streetlight. Yun Yi, not one to be polite, immediately donned the scarf. His resolve remained steadfast. When it came to matters of the heart versus physical desires, he would always opt for the latter. Emotional investments could lead to disappointment, whereas physical encounters guaranteed satisfaction. Having been reborn, who truly desires a romantic entanglement? A pair of gloves would have been even better. Chapter 76. The vibrant senior from Yin University arriving home precisely at 9, Yun Yi announced, I'm back. Deng Dinghua was busily packing items into a suitcase while a wartime drama played on the television. Yun Jianya folded undergarments, engrossed in the show. Such scenes had played out countless times in Yun Yi's memories. Even after the passage of time, they evoked profound nostalgia. Some memories only sharpened with the passage of years. Upon seeing Yun Yi return, Deng Dinghua could not help but murmur, You heartless child. Running off to socialize with strangers before your trip. Yun Yi understood his mother's temperament. Her complaints were more playful than accusatory. What need was there for formalities among family? I'll handle the packing. You should rest, he suggested. Yet, Deng Dinghua, overwhelmed with maternal affection as her son prepared for a trip, stubbornly refused to relent. She stuffed 2 thick winter coats into the suitcase, insisting, You young folks have no sense of the cold, exposing your ankles in the dead of winter. The capital can be frigid. You must take ample warm clothing. Indeed, Yun Yi could not dispute her words. In this era, students favored cropped pants, believing that exposing their ankles was fashionable, regardless of the chill. He had once gone through a phase of such folly, but now found it utterly unappealing. At that moment, the episode of the drama concluded, and Yun Jianya reluctantly shifted his gaze from the screen. How long will you be gone? At least a fortnight, I suppose. The math finals are in 7 days. And shortly after, I must participate in the physics finals. The scattered moments accumulated to at least half a month. The man was not particularly eloquent. Yun Jianya did not say much. He simply took out his wallet and handed Yun Yi 10 red bills. Yun Yi was aware that the family's finances were largely spent on the Zijing garden and wished to alleviate some of the burden. There's no need for so much. I'm going for a competition, not for leisure. Moreover, the school and the education bureau will reimburse the expenses. Take it. A poor family can afford a rich path. Yun Yi was momentarily taken aback. His father surprisingly articulated such a considerate sentiment. He vaguely recalled that in his past life, when he attended the art school entrance exam, his father had only given him 300 yuan for expenses. At that time, he had pleaded for quite some time. But his father had resolutely refused, insisting that a student did not need much money, which led Yun Yi to borrow money for taxis and meals. Yet now, for 2 rounds of official examinations, his father was willing to part with 1,000 yuan. His improved academic performance had indeed subtly influenced his parents. This transformation was quite heartening. Yun Yi ceased to decline the offer. The change in his parents further solidified his determination to pursue prosperity. In his previous life, he had been tormented by poverty, leaving him a mere shadow of himself. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Only poverty and singleness can coexist. Yun Yi was unwilling to endure such a life any longer. That 1 million yuan prize was merely the beginning of his transformation. A night passed in silence. And the following day, Yun Yi embarked on his journey, boarding the train to Hongdu. where he would meet with other members of the provincial team before flying to the capital. Fortunately, he had obtained a temporary identity card. Otherwise, he would not have been able to board the train. The lead teacher was somewhat surprised to see Yunyi arrive alone, as others had parents or teachers accompanying them. Yunyi appeared somewhat pitiful in his solitude. However, he did not feel that way. Given his mental age, having someone accompany him would indeed seem a bit embarrassing. The provincial team consisted of 15 members, along with 4 accompanying teachers. A grand total of 19 individuals set off on a bus to the airport. Upon encountering Hong Xiula, Yunyi's first remark struck a chord. "Why haven't you grown taller?" Hong Xiula's expression darkened, thinking to himself that encountering Yun Yi could only lead to trouble. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. He promptly used his backpack to occupy the seat beside him, clearly indicating he did not wish for Yun Yi to sit next to him. The more Hong Xiula resisted, the more Yun Yi desired that very spot. Yun Yi simply grabbed the backpack and tossed it into Hong Xiula's arms. Hong Xiula glared furiously, yet found himself powerless to protest. There was no choice but to endure it. The misfortune continued as they found themselves seated next to each other on the plane. Inside the cabin, Yun Yi glanced at the despondent Hong Xiula beside him and couldn't help but chuckle. What a coincidence! The flight from Hongdu to the capital would take approximately 2.5 hours. The provincial team members were all seated together. On Hong Xiula's other side sat a round-faced boy wearing black-rimmed glasses, resembling an old bureaucrat. His manner of speaking was rather antiquated. This fellow was named Chen Juanhao, one of the provincial team members. "Could you please stop shaking your leg?" Hong Xiula, who had a slight fear of enclosed spaces, would unconsciously shake his leg when anxious, much to Chen Juanhao's great annoyance. Hong Xiula ceased his fidgeting and instead pulled out a bag of chips from his backpack, hoping to quell his anxiety with food. However, Chen Juanhao remained dissatisfied. The incessant crunching of potato chips grated on his nerves. Could one not exercise a modicum of decorum? Fidgeting and munching on snacks. Did his mother not instill in him the importance of social responsibility? Hong Xiula was raised in a single-parent household, living with his mother. Upon hearing these words, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Yet, this fellow appeared to lack the aptitude for insults, struggling to conjure any truly cutting expletives. After all, he was merely a child, displaying a semblance of civility. Chen Juanhao, undeterred, seized the potato chips from him. It is a truth universally acknowledged. Foolishness exists in every demographic, including among the academically gifted. Yun Yi could no longer tolerate the scene. What sort of pretentious young master was this? How could the consumption of a mere potato chip be of any concern to him? Yun Yi quietly whispered a few words of encouragement into Hong Xiula's ear. A spark ignited in Hong Xiula's eyes as he retorted to Chen Juanhao. "How dare you speak to me like that? Your mother must be a wholesale distributor. You meddle in the eating of potato chips. Do you reside by the sea, with such a broad sense of entitlement? If you have nothing better to do, perhaps you should go clean a toilet instead of prattling in my ear." With each exchange, Chen Juanhao was rendered speechless, ultimately returning the chips to Hong Xiula. As he reclaimed his snack, Hong Xiula realized that hurling insults could indeed be a profoundly exhilarating experience. A newfound admiration blossomed within him. Although he had never acknowledged Yun Yi when he topped the joint examination, he now found himself in awe. The emotions of youth surge like tides, swift to rise and just as quick to recede. Following this incident, Hong Xiula's perception of Yun Yi shifted significantly, prompting him to engage more actively in conversation. "You truly possess a talent for insults. Teach me a few more tricks." Indeed, Yun Yi was adept in this arena, having honed his skills over decades. It's quite simple. When insulting someone, begin with their mother. Center your attacks around their maternal figure and extend the reach to their ancestors, unleashing a comprehensive barrage. As their dialogue deepened, Yun Yi began to sense an underlying discord. This lad possessed undeniable intelligence, yet his emotional acumen seemed woefully deficient. Lacking social awareness, he appeared to be missing a crucial mental thread. When Yun Yi complimented his jacket, he astonishingly offered to remove it and gift it to him, leaving Yun Yi momentarily flabbergasted. Furthermore, this fellow was quite the handful, incessantly voicing his thirst, hunger, and discomfort from the lack of ventilation. Yun Yi felt the veins in his temples throb, nearly kicking Hong Xiula in exasperation. After all, they were aboard an airplane. What fresh air could possibly be sought? Fortunately, the journey came to a swift conclusion, and the group arrived in the capital. The examination venue was at Yanqing Affiliated High School, with accommodations nearby. The first day was relatively uneventful, primarily consisting of check-ins and headcounts, while the leaders attended meetings. Students were permitted to explore the hotel at their leisure. Bored and restless in his room, Yunyi opened his laptop and played a couple of games of League of Legends. The opening ceremony on the 16th was somewhat intriguing. Compared to the preliminaries and league matches, the grand finale's opening was far more ceremonious, graced by prominent figures such as professors from Yanqing University and members of the National Mathematics Committee. After surveying the examination venue, the competition committee organized a special bus to transport the students for a tour of Yanqing University, aiming to inspire the young scholars. The prestigious Yanqing University has truly captivated Yunyi's gaze. The senior students, brimming with youthful exuberance and vitality, evoke a profound yearning for university life. However, it is a pity that winter has enveloped everyone in heavy layers, obscuring the beauty of their legs. Alas, in Chapter 77, the monumental conundrums persist. Furthermore, Hong Xiola is incessantly rambling about rockets, fairing, escape towers, tail skirts, and ballast segments. With so many enchanting young women around, he fixates on such trifles. Yunyi harbors grave doubts about this fellow's maturity. What is this obsession with rockets? Shouldn't we perhaps divert our attention to the more pressing matters at hand? How absurd. Unable to contain himself, Yunyi inquired, "Why must you tag along? Why not explore on your own?" Hong Xiola, somewhat bewildered, replied naively, "I wish to walk with my only friend." "Very well, if engaging in a quarrel counts as friendship, then so be it." Yunyi finds himself inexplicably pitying this individual. Have you truly had no other friends throughout your life? Since Xiao He was tragically struck by a car while crossing the road, I have been alone, he lamented. Xiao He, a stray dog. Yunyi casually took a picture with the emblem of Yanqing University and sent it to Peng Daowu. Afterward, the two continued their wanderings, eventually slipping into a lecture hall. It was the time when classes were dismissed. The students of Yanqing University emerged with vigor and order from the building. Yunyi and Hong Xiola, amidst the throng, felt their spirits soar. In their minds, they began to fantasize about the happiness that studying at such a prestigious institution would bring. Hong Xiola's gaze swept across the faces of the upperclassmen, and he curiously asked, "Ye, what do you think university life is truly like?" Yunyi pondered for a moment, his tone resolute. "I cannot speak to everything, but university life is indeed splendid." Hong Xiola nodded in agreement. Studying at such a top-tier institution, rich in academic atmosphere, surely guarantees a joyful experience. I will also apply to Yanqing University for the physics program next year. Its physics department is the best in the country. Yay! What major do you wish to pursue? Yunyi was momentarily taken aback by the question. To be honest, he had never truly contemplated what to study. Although he had pursued art, it was merely to rectify the regrets of his past life. Painting was simply a hobby. Yunyi did not wish to study art in university. With his exceptional aptitude, he naturally favored the sciences and engineering. Even elementary school students are aware that science and technology are the primary forces of production. If one were to consider what is most lucrative in this world, it is undoubtedly technology. Yunyi would also gravitate towards this direction in the future. However, what he would specifically study remained uncertain. I'm still undecided. I have my college entrance examination in 2 years, he replied. Hong Xiola was taken aback. Oh, you are only in your second year? Indeed. As they conversed, the two wandered into a lecture hall. Hong Xiola, exhausted, insisted on taking a break. Let us sit inside. There is no one here. Very well. Inside the lecture hall, the enormous blackboard, nearly covering an entire wall, was incredibly striking. Wow! Hong Xiola exclaimed in awe. What a massive blackboard, and it's segmented. I can hardly imagine how delightful it must be to attend classes here. I've made my decision. Yanqing University shall be my first choice. Yunyi exhibited a semblance of indifference, casually tapping the blackboard. The layer beneath it rolled out with a soft thud, revealing a plethora of formulas inscribed below. Individuals were attempting to tackle the problem, yet the smudged remnants indicated they were somewhat stumped. Yunyi cast a few glances before becoming utterly absorbed. Fluid mechanics, how intriguing. Coincidentally, he had recently completed a course on this very subject. The challenging problem on the board ignited his competitive spirit. The greater the difficulty, the more exhilarated he felt. Primarily, he wished to impress the distinguished students at Yen University. As he delved deeper into the problem, Yunyi picked up a piece of chalk and began to calculate quietly. The chalk produced a rhythmic tapping sound against the blackboard. Hong Xiola, like a curious child, was drawn closer. Though he had also self-studied university courses, his understanding was limited to that of an average student, unlike Yunye's mastery. Regarding fluid mechanics alone, Yunye had reached an unparalleled level of expertise. Seeing Yunye endeavor to solve the arcane problem inscribed on the blackboard left Hong Xiula momentarily speechless. "You understand fluid mechanics?" he asked, astonished. "Uh-huh. I picked it up while daydreaming during class." At this, Hong Xiula fell silent, utterly unable to counter Yunye's display of superiority. Fluid mechanics was notoriously complex. How could one possibly learn it while daydreaming? Despite his frustration, Hong Xiula was determined not to yield, and he attempted to solve the problem on the blackboard as well. 3 minutes later, he conceded defeat. In stark contrast to Yunye, who had already covered half the board with his work, Hong Xiula sat down quietly, contemplating his life choices. What had he truly learned throughout his existence? The warm winter sun stealthily streamed through the classroom windows. The rhythmic tapping ceased abruptly. Yunye gazed at the blackboard, lost in contemplation. This marked the first time such an experience had occurred since his awakening and heightened awareness. Previously, Gong Chonglin had sought to challenge Yunye with an array of formidable problems from various sources. Yet none of those perplexing challenges could compare to the one before him. The lecture hall was enveloped in a prolonged silence. Yunye's mind raced, his thoughts dancing like musical notes. After navigating a series of exceedingly complex mental exercises, clarity finally dawned upon him. I've got it. The tapping resumed, this time incessantly, as his solution flowed forth with ease. The answer sprawled across 4 segments of the blackboard, and ultimately, Yunye had to employ a ladder to reach the higher sections. He examined his solution process as if admiring the most breathtaking scenery in the world. Truly, it was a sight to behold. Yunye exhaled deeply, his entire being vibrating with exhilaration. Oh, what a thrill! Unbeknownst to him, Hong Xiula had approached. Standing before the blackboard, Hong Xiula had never felt so diminutive. Unable to solve the problem was one thing, but he couldn't even comprehend Yunye's methodology. How did you achieve this? Yunye discarded the chalk stub and sat confidently in his chair, relishing his masterpiece. Like many single young men, I simply used my hands. Could you possibly explain it to me? No problem at all. As long as you possess a basic understanding of fluid mechanics, solid mechanics, rheology, and structural mechanics. This problem is not particularly challenging. Hong Xiula was taken aback. Stop. Just tell me what the person who devised this question is aiming for. Yunye contemplated for a moment and confidently asserted, he must be seeking a design solution that enables an aircraft to fly both steadily and swiftly through the atmosphere. Have you figured it out? Not exactly. I merely addressed one facet of theoretical research. At that moment, Yunye instinctively rubbed his rumbling stomach. Let us go? I'm hungry. Talent, after all, cannot serve as sustenance. Let us find something to eat. Hong Xiula, lost in thought, followed suit. Before they departed, a mischievous impulse struck Yunye. He drew a cartoon figure scratching its head beside the original question, accompanied by the caption, "How about it, you silly dog?" Hong Xiula couldn't help but retort, "How cruel of you. Go on, let us eat." Shortly after their exit, an elderly gentleman with a head full of silver hair returned to the lecture hall, clutching his stomach. One cannot resist the signs of aging. My stomach is far too delicate. A mere hint of cold food sends me running to the restroom. Just as the elder raised his cup to drink, a casual glance at the blackboard rendered him momentarily speechless. The board was filled with an abundance of formulas. Unbeknownst to Yunye, the person he had jested about was actually a professor from Huaka University, one of the lead developers of the nation's 5th-generation fighter jet. Chapter 78. Who did this? Upon exiting the lecture hall, Yunye and Hong Xiula hurried downstairs in search of food. They had scarcely taken a few steps when they collided with a girl ascending the stairs. She exclaimed, her books scattering across the floor. Observing the scene, Yunye quickly apologized and assisted in gathering the fallen items. I'm sorry, are you all right? Upon making eye contact, Yunye was struck by the girl's breathtaking beauty. She possessed an elegant figure, and her features were like art. Her delicate eyebrows fluttered slightly, and her thin, rosy lips contrasted beautifully with her flawless complexion, resembling the lush petals of a rose. Having been steeped in the scholarly atmosphere of university life, she exuded a distinctive charm. Shedding her youthful innocence, no one could resist engaging with such a senior. In that instant, Yunye felt an urge to get to know her. The senior paid little heed to him, accepting her books and continuing downward. It's nothing, she said. Yunye followed her. While picking up the items, He inadvertently caught sight of her name, Jiang Yiwei, Class 3 of the Physics Department, enrolled in 2014. These few words revealed a wealth of information. A student of Yanjing University's College of Science, Jiang Yiwei had begun her studies in 2014. Having already self-studied the university's physics curriculum, Yunyi knew precisely what to discuss with Jiang Yiwei. Among the first-year physics courses, electrodynamics was the most arduous. I apologize. I was lost in thought about electrodynamics and didn't pay attention to my surroundings. I'm truly sorry. Had I known electrodynamics would be this challenging in a required course, I wouldn't have chosen physics as my major. Jiang Yiwei, also burdened by the difficulties of electrodynamics, felt an immediate kinship upon hearing his words. Furthermore, Yunyi had a knack for presenting himself well, making him appear quite like a university student. Jiang Yiwei instinctively regarded Yunyi as a fellow student from her department. This classmate was quite handsome and shared similar troubles with her. Jiang Yiwei deliberately slowed her pace. How relatable. Yet now, caught in a dilemma, there was no way out. By the way, how should I address you? Yunyi, and you? Jiang Yiwei. What a lovely name. Is it derived from the poem Chang, Gu Hui Kai Wei? Wow, you are quite knowledgeable. The two engaged in animated conversation as they descended the staircase together, resembling longtime friends. Meanwhile, Hong Xiula stood alone on the steps, appearing somewhat superfluous. I haven't gotten into the car yet. I haven't gotten into the car. Yunyi was too preoccupied to notice Hong Xiula. At that moment, the allure of Jiang Yiwei made him forget his hunger. Upon exiting the building, Jiang Yiwei turned towards the library. The pair strolled leisurely along the tree-lined avenue, resembling a couple. Strangely, although it was their first meeting, Jiang Yiwei felt remarkably comfortable conversing with Yunyi. He excelled at navigating the distance between individuals, maintaining politeness while infusing humor into their dialogue, creating an insatiable urge to continue their interaction. However, at that moment, a Mercedes-Benz came to a halt in a nearby parking space. A boy with a rebellious demeanor and a pompadour emerged from the vehicle, holding a bouquet and waving towards Jiang Yiwei from afar. Yiwei. Upon seeing him, Jiang Yiwei immediately furrowed her brow. Oh no, what's wrong? I wonder if you could do me a favor? Go ahead. Help me get rid of this guy. Yunyi quickly grasped the situation at hand. Assisting someone in rejecting a suitor. How intriguing. All right. Why doesn't this guy understand? Unexpressed feelings can never reach their destination. Any effort made is in vain. Hearing this, Jiang Yiwei regarded Yunyi with newfound respect, surprised by his perceptiveness regarding matters of the heart. The boy noticed Yunyi and, driven by a male instinct, felt a surge of hostility towards him. No one is indifferent to the presence of a handsome rival, especially one as striking as Yunyi. Yiwei, would you do me the honor of joining me for dinner? There's no need. I'm afraid my boyfriend might mind. Jiang Yiwei was even more forthright than Yunyi had anticipated, directly linking her arm with his. Goodness, she even invoked the boyfriend card. Consequently, Yunyi, seizing the moment, wrapped his arm around Jiang Yiwei's waist, executing the gesture fluidly. The boy's face turned pale with envy. Who is this pretty boy? Jiang Yiwei's expression became somewhat awkward. You have no right to interfere, just don't bother me in the future. The boy's face shifted from anger to confusion. Glaring at Yunyi, his jaw clenched. Who dares to tell me which department you belong to? Yunyi smiled slightly, appearing nonchalant. I wouldn't dare. Just kidding. If Jiang Yiwei were to learn that he was merely a sophomore, it would be quite the predicament. The boy was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to muster a retort. After he left, Jiang Yiwei immediately freed herself from Yunyi's grasp. You are quite presumptuous, aren't you? Yunyi feigned innocence. What kind of logic is that? You may hold my hand, but I cannot embrace your waist. Pray, was it not you who requested my assistance? Who compelled you to seek help in such a manner? Just state whether it was effective. Jiang Yiwei found herself at a loss for words. Judging by the intensity of the man's anger, it should have had quite the impact. Yet, recalling Yunyi's audacious action earlier, she felt a lingering discontent. This was her first experience being held by a boy. Such a presumptuous fellow. Suddenly, Yunyi's expression turned stern. Is this how you converse with your boyfriend? Jiang Yiwei could not contain her laughter, her body shaking with mirth. How amusing. You are quite invested in your role. Well then, thank you for this time. As a token of my gratitude, I shall treat you to a meal when we have the chance. This statement seemed to carry little sincerity. Not at all. Yunyi waved his phone. Without exchanging contact information, how could you invite me to dine? Jiang Yiwei exclaimed, lightly tapping her forehead. Indeed, let us exchange contact details then. Swiftly, Yun Yi and Jiang Yiwei became friends online. If you intend to treat, it would be best to choose a time within the next fortnight. Why is that? Naturally, it is because Yun Yi must return to Luling after the competition. For I will soon enter a period of seclusion to prepare for my final examinations. Very well. Let us connect during this time. Farewell. Yun Yi averted his gaze, preparing to seek sustenance. Turning around, he spotted Hong Xiula standing under a nearby tree. Hong Xiula was brimming with excitement, gazing at Yun Yi with an almost reverent adoration, akin to a fervent devotee beholding a deity. In less than half an hour, he had managed to engage with an exceptional senior. Yun Yi, I am in awe of you. This simply cannot stand. I am to enter university next year. You must teach me your ways. Here stands a spectator who has only witnessed half the show. Yun Yi shrugged in resignation. My dear friend, perhaps you should consider a fresh start. Do not say that. We are friends after all. Enough chatter, let us dine. In the lecture hall, Professor Pan Yuman of the Huaka Institute, having reviewed Yun Yi's notes, found himself in an ecstatic state. A revelation. It can indeed be approached this way. Brilliant. Who could be responsible? I must express my heartfelt gratitude. Truly, this is Yin University, a place where extraordinary talent lies hidden. Half an hour prior, after finishing his class, Professor Pan experienced a surge of inspiration and began calculations on the spot. Unexpectedly, he was struck with a stomachache. After spending half an hour away, upon returning, he discovered that the conundrum that had eluded him for so long had been resolved by another. Professor Pan trembled with excitement, unable to contain his overwhelming thoughts. As one of the architects behind fifth-generation fighter jets, he had been ensnared by this problem for an extended period. The fighter jet is an immense systemic endeavor. His progress had been stymied, while other modules lagged behind. Now, finally, someone had assisted in untangling this vexing issue. Good heavens! This is akin to a modern-day version of the Seashell Maiden. Professor Pan beamed with delight, growing increasingly pleased, and developed a keen interest in the problem solver. He yearned to meet this individual face to face. The very problem that had stumped a distinguished academic like himself had been unraveled by this person in a mere half hour. What can be said? A prodigy of extraordinary talent. Such exceptional talent must be nurtured with great care, as their future achievements are undoubtedly limitless. Unable to contain his eagerness, Old Pan hurriedly called the office of the president of Yin University. Hello, Xiaoqin, I have a request for you. Could you please retrieve the surveillance footage from classroom 572 in Heiming Building? I wish to know who else, besides myself, entered classroom 572 in the last half hour. Help me locate that individual. I must meet him. The situation is complicated, so let's find the person first. What? You are performing maintenance at the worst possible time? Heiming Building is under repair. Surely other areas are unaffected? Then let us adopt a rudimentary approach and sift through to see who has entered Heiming Building. I refuse to believe that there isn't a single eyewitness. I am resolute on this matter. Even if I have to turn Yin University upside down, I will meet that person. This is of great importance. I cannot convey everything clearly over the phone. Come here, and we shall discuss it in person. At that moment, Yun Yi and Hong Xiula came out of the cafeteria at Yin University. One cannot deny that the benefits at such a prestigious institution are truly remarkable, as evidenced by the cafeteria offerings. A plate of taro cake costs 2 yuan, 2 bowls of fried sauce noodles amount to 4 yuan, 3 braised duck legs are 5 yuan, and 2 bottles of orange juice are 3 yuan. This meal, by student standards, is quite satisfactory, totaling only 5 yuan. In Yunya's previous life at a private second-tier university, one could hardly manage a meal for less than 50 yuan. The affordability of a meal at Yin University had already captured Yunya's heart. I have made up my mind. I will select Yin University as my first choice. Hong Xiula, enjoying an ice cream, beamed at this declaration. That's wonderful. We can be classmates in the future. Don't celebrate too early. Be cautious of underperforming in next year's college entrance examination. What nonsense. I have never scored below 670 points. Even at my worst, I wouldn't drop below 650. Hong Xiula's voice trailed off abruptly as a group of 8 individuals approached menacingly from various directions. At the forefront stood the tall boy who had been rejected by Jiang Yiwei. Yin University is vast, and there are certainly blind spots in the surveillance coverage. Unfortunately, Yun Yi and his companion found themselves situated within one of these blind zones. The tall boy wore a smug grin, his fingers cracking ominously. Daring to compete with me for a woman? You must be looking for trouble. Yun Yi felt a mix of disbelief and disappointment. He had expected higher standards from Yin University students, yet here was a rogue among them. Are you unable to handle this situation without resorting to intimidation? You must be from the sports department, right? The tall boy was taken aback. How did you know? Yun Yi tapped his temple, wearing an expression that clearly said, I knew it all along. With your intellect, how could you ever gain admission to Yin University without pursuing sports? Seeing Yun Yi ensnared in such a predicament and still provoking the adversary, Hong Xiula's face paled with concern. He cautiously leaned closer to Yun Yi and whispered, I should remind you, should a physical confrontation arise, my contribution will be virtually non-existent. Well, at least he possesses some self-awareness. The tall boy, now furious, wasted no time and rallied his friends. Get him. Teach this brat a lesson. Ah. The towering figure at the forefront delivered a swift kick to Yun Yi's face. Oh. Just 3 minutes later, a heap of individuals lay scattered on the ground, groaning and wailing in pain. 8 robust athletes were thoroughly defeated by Yun Yi. Although he had not trained in combat, his superhuman physical prowess was undeniable. Overcoming ordinary individuals posed no challenge for him. Strength can conquer all. With sheer force, he was able to overpower these adversaries. Hong Xiula was left astounded, having witnessed the entire spectacle. He never anticipated Yun Yi's remarkable fighting ability. 1 against 8. An overwhelming victory. How impressive. Yun Yi stood proudly, raising his head high, delivering 2 resounding slaps to the larger man. I possess considerable fighting skills, but I typically refrain from disclosing this to ordinary folks. The larger man was nearly rendered speechless. He was not contending with mere ordinary individuals, but rather with the athletic champions from the sports department. The fact that they had all fallen to a mere pretty boy was something no one would believe. The reputation of the sports department at Yin University had been tarnished. Hey, brother, we're alumni. Let us discuss this amicably. Yun Yi, with a playful smirk, slapped the larger man again. Who the hell considers you an alumnus? Did you attend Luling No. 3 high school? I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Why not revert to that? The larger man was on the verge of tears. Brother, I beg for mercy. It was my folly. Had I known you were this formidable, I would never have provoked you. I vow never to trouble Jiang Yue again. Now that is more like it. Growing weary of these pitiful wretches, Yun Yi decided not to linger and led Hong Xiula towards the assembly point. Along the way, they crossed paths with a group of school leaders, including the president of Yin University, neither party recognizing the other. The president remained oblivious to the fact that Yun Yi was the very person he sought. A flurry of leaders rushed into lecture hall 572. Old Pan, what could be so significant to warrant your attention? Old Pan remained silent, merely gesturing toward the blackboard. The crowd followed his direction, and upon seeing it, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. Congratulations, Old Pan, you have finally made a breakthrough. You truly are the backbone of our Aero Engine Research Institute. It seems the development of the nation's 5th-generation fighter jets can now accelerate, thanks to your monumental contributions. In response to the accolades, Old Pan modestly waved his hand. I feel undeserving. This was not solely my doing. Old Pan recounted the events in detail. After grasping the situation, each individual was filled with a mix of surprise and excitement. Is there such a remarkable talent in our school? Without a doubt. This individual must belong to our School of Science. But why does he choose to remain elusive? With a demeanor reminiscent of ancient times, he embodies the essence of humility and discretion. Yin University, it seemed, concealed a true gem. Not to mention, the fact that he had even teased Old Pan suggested a spirited personality. Such talent should not be overlooked. Neglecting it would be a grievous error. It is essential to uncover him and provide a stage for his abilities to flourish. Indeed, this alleviates Old Pan's concerns. The enthusiasm from the school officials had been ignited, and they immediately commenced an extensive search for Yun Yi. Due to the maintenance of the surveillance system, they could only resort to rudimentary methods for investigation. In the library, as Jiang Yue was engrossed in her reading, she was abruptly interrupted by the campus broadcast. Attention all faculty and students. Those who have been in the Hyaming building between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. today are required to report immediately to Hyaming building. This is a matter of great importance. All must treat it with the utmost seriousness. Jiang Yue was filled with confusion. What had happened? She had attended 2 classes in Hyaming building that afternoon. With no other option, she gathered her belongings and headed to Hyaming building. Upon her arrival, a considerable crowd had already assembled in front of Hyaming building, engaged in animated discussions. What could have warranted such a significant commotion? It was rumored that someone had managed to solve an intricate problem posed by Professor Pan while he was momentarily away. But was it truly enough to create such a stir? Why not? Someone responded. Just consider who Professor Pan is, an academician and one of the key figures at our university's Institute of Aerospace Engine Research. He is a pioneer in the field of aerospace engines. The problems that trouble him must be exceedingly complex, surely epic in nature, possibly capable of revolutionizing the industry. Why else would both he and the university take it so seriously? Wow, that person must be remarkable. They must be a senior from the physics or mathematics department. Keeping a low profile, silent until now, but suddenly astonishing everyone. Perhaps it's a teacher. I find it hard to believe that an ordinary student could possess such capability. Who is Professor Pan? An academician. If he is stumped, how could a student possibly solve it? Regardless of whether they are a student or a teacher, this individual is truly impressive. I long to see the true identity of such a person. They are an idol. This person is bound to achieve fame. Listening to the snippets of conversation around her, Jiang Yiwei gradually pieced together the unfolding situation. An inexplicable admiration for the mysterious problem solver took root in her heart. While she struggled with electrodynamics, this individual could tackle challenges that even an academician found insurmountable. The level of their academic prowess was truly inspiring. Yet, it struck her as odd. Why would this person choose to conceal their identity? Surely, it was a commendable achievement. Why refrain from revealing themselves? As she pondered, someone gestured for Jiang Yiwei to enter. She was escorted by a staff member to a classroom, one typical for lectures. At the front of the room sat two instructors, one male and one female. Upon learning that Jiang Yiwei had attended 2 classes on the 5th floor that afternoon, both teachers perked up. The 5th floor, the 572 lecture hall, is located there. Student, during the time frame from 3:30 to 4 p.m., did you notice anyone entering the 572 lecture hall? That person is likely over 1.8 meters tall. At that moment, Jiang Yiwei recalled Yunyi, who had been standing on a small staircase while writing on the blackboard. Considering the height from the small staircase to the blackboard, one could easily infer Yunyi's height. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yiwei replied, I don't believe so. The classroom I was in is not in the same direction as the 572 lecture hall, so I didn't pay attention to that area. Yunyi had just come from the direction of classroom 572. One could imagine that he was still grappling with the complexities of electrodynamics, prompting Jiang Yiwei to instantly dismiss him from her consideration. How could someone who struggles with electrodynamics possibly assist an academician in resolving a conundrum? I failed to notice. The male teacher sighed, nearly expressing his irritation openly. There's nothing more to discuss. Thank you for your cooperation. It's no trouble. Exiting the Hyeming building. The hour was already late. Jiang Yiwei, lacking the inclination to return to the library, opted to head back to her dormitory instead. At Yin University, undergraduates typically resided in 4-person dorms. In her room, only one girl was practicing yoga on the floor. Upon seeing Jiang Yiwei return, the yogi was quite taken aback. Why are you back so early today? I encountered some rather interesting events, so I returned ahead of schedule. Oh, did you know? After hearing Jiang Yiwei's account, the girl practicing yoga widened her eyes in astonishment, her expression eliciting a chuckle. Is it truly that remarkable? Indeed. You should check the campus forum. Everyone's discussing it. The girl promptly pulled out her phone to take a look. Indeed, the Yin University campus forum was abuzz with excitement. Senior, Lu Tao from the Department of Bioengineering is seeking an audience. What kind of question was it? Can anyone enlighten me? Ha ha ha. You should inquire with academician Pan. So who exactly is responsible for this? Our university has such an extraordinary figure. Big shot, 10 p.m. tonight, rooftop of the training building. Don't miss it. Engaging in strategic games and reveling in the camaraderie of the community, Yunyi had not yet enrolled, yet legends about him already circulated at Yin University. At that moment, he was attending a conference at a hotel. After it concluded, he and Hong Xiula returned to their rooms, which were adjacent, separated by only a wall. Hong Xiula, brimming with excitement, lingered in Yunyi's room for quite some time before departing. Following this, Yunyi enjoyed a refreshing shower and made a phone call home. Hello, Mom. The hotel is quite nice, and for dinner, I had delicious lamb. I know, I've dressed warmly. Today, I explored Yin University, and meals at the cafeteria are very affordable. The senior girls are quite lovely, huh? They even have a missile launch vehicle parked on campus. It's real, not a model. Surely, there are no missiles if one exploded. That would be catastrophic. After chatting with his parents, he he seldom pulled out his materials to skim through. The challenging problem he encountered earlier in the stairwell classroom at Yin University left quite an impression on him. To stumble upon such difficult questions in a mere classroom setting suggests that there are indeed many talented individuals in this world, and one must never be complacent. On the following day, December 17th, the mathematics finals commenced. Yun Yi, along with a multitude of candidates, boarded the bus arranged by the organizing committee en route to the examination venue. The exam spanned from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., lasting 4 hours. The paper comprised only 3 major questions, each worth 21 points, totaling 63. This final represented the most prestigious competition Yun Yi had participated in since his rebirth. All contestants were elite individuals, meticulously selected through rigorous screening, true geniuses among geniuses. These individuals comprise members of provincial teams, the top 15 from the 2014 National Women's Mathematics Olympiad, and first and second-year members of the National Training Squad. A glance reveals a congregation of prodigious talents. Engaging with such illustrious peers fills Yun Yi with profound honor, igniting an extraordinary fervor within his eyes. The long-awaited day has finally arrived. Let it commence. The examination hall is permeated with an atmosphere of tension. Yun Yi, having amassed considerable experience from prior competitions, exudes a remarkable calmness in this moment. The 3 major problems encompass plane geometry, algebra, number theory, and combinatorics. The difficulty level has escalated compared to previous competitions. However, upon reviewing the questions, Yun Yi feels a tinge of disappointment. It appears to diverge from his expectations. Initially, he anticipated that the final round would present formidable challenges, yet upon encountering the questions, he realizes they are merely of average difficulty. Instinctively, he compares this problem to one he faced yesterday at Yin University. Well, the two are not even of the same caliber. For Yun Yi, they are relatively simple, though others may not share this sentiment, as evidenced by the furrowed brows of his fellow examinees. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate universally. With 4 hours allocated for the examination, the thought of enduring such a stretch is already excruciating for Yun Yi. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Yin University, the principal finds himself at a loss under old Pan's scrutinizing gaze. Apologies, but we have yet to locate the individual. Old Pan, visibly displeased, sits there fuming. What sort of efficiency is this? Why is finding one person proving so arduous? In Chapter 81, the proposition group cannot play. Old Pan's frustration is palpable. Yet the principal defends their efforts. We have exerted ourselves diligently. The issue lies with the maintenance of the Hai Ming Building's surveillance system, which is beyond our control. The building is vast, with daily foot traffic numbering no less than 8,000. We searched into the night yesterday, and still could not locate the person you seek. Old Pan's anxiety grows. He had hoped for an in-depth discussion with the solver for academic exchange. Now, with no one to find, what can be discussed? Is it possible that we have ventured into a misunderstanding? Perhaps the individual is not affiliated with your institution at all? The principal pauses, having overlooked this perspective. The bias of assumption clouds judgment. He had always believed that only Yin University could cultivate such exceptional talent. Surely not. How could that be? You have indicated that no one from the school community can be found. If no one is present within the institution, then the only remaining option is to consider external visitors. Please promptly check yesterday's visitor records. That can be arranged. I will have someone attend to it immediately. Finally, the direction seems correct. Locating Yun Yi is merely a matter of time. However, with the influx of visitors to the campus daily, it will require some time. Meanwhile, as the university conducts its thorough investigation of visitors on the 16th, Yun Yi finds himself rather bored in the examination hall. He completed the 3 major problems in just 40 minutes. Checking the clock, he notes that a staggering 3 hours and 20 minutes remain until the end of the exam. A nightmare. Sometimes, it occurs to him that examinations are akin to a fleeting thrill. The exhilaration is but a momentary experience, leaving behind only emptiness. Dozing off on the grand stage of the finals seems rather audacious, does it not? Yet, what can one do? One must endure. Amidst the prolonged ordeal, Yun Yi finally awaited the sound of the examination's conclusion bell. After the exam, the candidates boarded the bus to return to the hotel. Compared to the tranquil atmosphere upon their arrival, the return journey resembled a bustling poultry farm, filled with incessant chatter. For this group of academic prodigies, refraining from discussing answers post-exam felt more excruciating than death itself. They continually lamented their perceived poor performance, as if the world were on the brink of collapse. How did it go? Not particularly well. I struggled for nearly an hour on the first major question. It's hopeless. I too spent a considerable amount of time just tackling the first question. Truly, given that this was the national finals. The difficulty surpassed that of the joint examination by a significant margin. I exerted every ounce of strength and managed to solve merely 2 questions. 2 questions is already commendable. Based on previous years, if you perform adequately in tomorrow's second test, a gold medal is surely within reach. There are over 100 gold medals, yet only 60 slots for the national team. The national team, indeed, I too aspire to join, but I fear it is a distant dream. If the first test was this challenging, one can only imagine the difficulty of tomorrow's second test. Upon returning to the hotel, Yunyi and his teammates queued for lunch. The organizing committee had scheduled 3 lectures for the afternoon. Yunyi found himself disinterested and opted to remain in his room, engrossed in reading and gaming, while also researching the attractions of the capital. According to the committee's plan, after tomorrow's examination, the candidates would have the opportunity to explore the city freely the day after. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Hong Xiulei knocked on the door. "What brings you here?" "Feeling a bit idle. I thought I'd come to see you." Yunyi was engaged in a ranked match and had no time to entertain Hong Xiulei, promptly sending him a link to a certain website. "The restroom is over there. Keep your voice down and remember to wear headphones." Hong Xiulei appeared somewhat perplexed, oblivious to the fact that this was a generous offer. What? If he had any awareness, he wouldn't be wearing that expression. Yunyi felt unexpectedly guilty. "Say thank you." Although he was unsure what he was thanking him for, Hong Xiulei dutifully replied with a thank you. Yesterday, Yunyi's achievement of defeating 8 opponents stood as a testament. Hong Xiulei dared not voice any dissent in Yunyi's presence. "Ah, you're playing League of Legends. You play too?" "Not really. I just hear my classmates mention it often. I prefer playing Starship." Starship seems like a relic from the past. This game does not seem out of place when associated with Hong Xiulei. "How old are you to still be playing Starship? A real man should play League of Legends. Would you care to join for a match?" "No thanks. My mother says that those who play League of Legends are bad kids." Haha. You truly are your mother's good son. Hong Xiulei's rebellious spirit was provoked by Yunyi's teasing remarks. "Let me play a match." Just as Yunyi completed a game, he readily relinquished his position to Hong Xiulei. After finishing a match, Hong Xiulei was left wanting more. "I have a question. Why is it that when I purchase equipment, the weapon in my character's hand does not change?" To speak candidly, after years of playing League of Legends, it is the first time I have encountered such a question. This inquiry is truly abstract. Indeed, those who indulge in the game of Sailor are quite exceptional. When purchasing equipment, one tends to focus on attributes. Do you really wish to discard the bow while wielding an infinity edge to engage in combat as an ice archer? Hong Xiulei suddenly comprehended. "Ah, now I understand. I wondered why one wouldn't change weapons. It turns out they were acquiring attributes." One match was not enough. Hong Xiulei continued to play several more, utterly unable to stop. As he departed, he turned back with every step, clearly reluctant to leave. This only intensified Yunyi's sense of guilt, as if he were witnessing the birth of a gaming addict. On the 18th, during the second trial of the finals, Yunyi's performance remained as steady as ever. Compared to the first trial, the second presented him with a small surprise. Upon gazing at the final challenging question, Yunyi felt a surge of interest. The question was succinct. Given a positive integer divisible by 22, prove that 221 is the square of some integer. Any friend of a mathematician would undoubtedly recognize the value of this problem. Frankly speaking, even if this question were placed before the globally renowned professors at Yin University's College of Liberal Arts, they might not be able to solve it immediately. The problem set clearly intended to thwart the candidates. Yunyi had initially believed that he would not encounter difficult problems in the finals, but he soon realized he was mistaken. This question proved to be quite challenging even for him. He fixated on it, his mind racing as time ticked away. Half an hour quickly elapsed. As moments passed, his thoughts began to crystallize. A proof by contradiction, followed by Vietta's jumps. After pondering intensely for 40 minutes, Yunyi finally resumed his work. Assuming that 22, 1, is not the square of some integer, let A be a set of numbers satisfying the conditions, and let A be the smallest of all such numbers. Since in the problem, the positions are equivalent, we may assume 22, 1, 22, 0. The ideas flowed from Yunyi's mind, and he became increasingly invigorated. Meanwhile, in the office of the competition committee, several renowned mathematicians were also attempting to solve this problem. From the verification steps on their scratch paper, it was evident that their progress lagged far behind Yunye's. Chapter 82. The little monster. The group of mathematicians collectively set down their pens. Remarkable. One must admit, this question is quite tricky. The problem set seemed determined to challenge this year's candidates to their utmost limits. The difficulty is exceedingly unreasonable. Even we, seasoned professionals, cannot confidently assert that we could solve it, let alone those young students. Indeed, it seems that this year will not yield any perfect scores. Alas, I have heard that a student from Jiangsu province achieved perfect scores in both mathematics and physics. I know of him. He is Yunyi. This child is truly exceptional and is likely the strongest contender in recent years. Unfortunately, with this final challenging question, Yunyi will not be able to maintain his record of perfect scores. Within the examination hall, Yunyi's proof was nearing its conclusion. Let the other solution corresponding to this system of binary equations be derived, and from Vieta's theorem, the following equation can be established. 1, 2, 2. From this, we obtain 3, 2, 4. From 3, it is evident that it must be an integer. Given that it is not a perfect square and 4 indicates 0, it follows that, which contradicts our assumption. Thus, the proposition is proven. With the final stroke of his pen, Yunyi took a deep breath, slightly calming his emotions. Perfect. The finals did not disappoint him. This level of difficulty was indeed worthy of the finals. Yunyi felt satisfied, but others fared poorly. The examination room was filled with sighs of despair. Some were so anxious they tugged at their hair, on the verge of tears. It was indeed heartbreaking. For others, the second examination was nothing short of a nightmare. Fortunately, the nightmare came to a timely end at 12 o'clock. Yunyi was the first to exit the examination hall. Alas, it is finally over. The others did not share such a positive outlook. Some had reddened eyes, while others slumped in their seats, wearing expressions of utter defeat. Though no words were exchanged, the atmosphere in the examination room seemed to echo with lamentations. It was exceedingly difficult. Upon returning to the hotel, Yunyi promptly contacted Jiang Yue. I have no plans for tomorrow. If you wish to treat me, let us do it then. Jiang Yue responded swiftly. How about noon? No problem. It's settled then. I'll inform you once I confirm the location. At Yin University, in Jiang Yue's dormitory, a pair of inquisitive eyes emerged from behind her. Come on, confess, who are you going out with? How dare you invade someone else's privacy? Don't change the subject. Speak up. Yunyi left a good impression on her last time. Jiang Yue was in high spirits, eagerly anticipating their meeting the following day. It's not a date. It's merely me treating someone who helped me as a gesture of gratitude. Her roommates, however, were skeptical of such an explanation, their faces displaying jealousy. Let me guess. It's a guy, and he is quite handsome, right? Jiang Yue remained silent, but her roommates erupted in excitement. Do tell, how far have you two progressed? Yue, you're so secretive about your affairs. So many boys have asked you out, yet you're now taking the initiative to treat someone. What charm does this guy possess? The enthusiasm of her roommates left Jiang Yue feeling overwhelmed. With such vivid imaginations, why don't they write novels? On December 19th, all participating candidates were free to engage in activities. Seizing this opportunity, Yunyi accepted Jiang Yue's invitation. The lunch was arranged at a restaurant specializing in Shandong cuisine, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Having gained ample experience in his past life, Yunyi knew how to interact with a girl like Jiang Yue. They conversed about fundamental physics and quantum mechanics, transitioning from classical art to impressionism. From the vastness of outer space to the intricacies of the human womb, Yunyi was well versed in various topics, maintaining control over the conversation's rhythm. Jiang Yue felt at home, experiencing a sense of regret for not having met him sooner. Unfortunately, she had classes in the afternoon. Otherwise, she would have gladly accepted Yunyi's invitation to explore. Goodbye. Chatting with you is a delightful and enjoyable experience. Likewise, the two parted ways at the restaurant entrance. Yunyi took a cab back to the hotel. In a foreign land, celebrating his birthday with a girl like Jiang Yue wasn't too shabby. Oh joy, I have just turned 18. Though it is by the lunar calendar, I can confidently present myself as an adult when introducing myself. At last, I can engage in certain activities without reservation. At Yin University, within the confines of the principal's office, the staff scrutinizes the uploaded video footage. The principal and academician pan exchange incredulous glances. Are you certain these are the two individuals? They appear to be no more than 20 years of age. The surveillance footage clearly displays the figures of Yun Yi and Hong Xiulo, with several well-defined shots of their faces. Upon hearing the principal's skepticism, the staff's tone wavers slightly, for, to be honest, he too harbors doubts. Nevertheless, the evidence is irrefutable. They indeed do not exceed the age of 20. According to the visitor system's identity data, both are competitors in the finals of the mathematics competition. The shorter one is Hong Xiulo, a resident of Jianyu in Zhejiang, who has just turned 18 and is currently a senior in high school. As for the taller one, he is even younger, merely 17 years of age, hailing from Luling in Jianyu, and still in his second year of high school. Notably, this student, Yun Yi, achieved the highest score in both the preliminary and league rounds of the mathematics competition, making him a widely recognized favorite to win this year's finals. A spark of interest ignites in academician Pan's eyes as he regards Yun Yi. Having encountered countless competitors over the years, he has never met one who has achieved perfect scores in both the preliminary and league rounds. This young fellow is quite intriguing. First in the preliminaries, first in the league. Could he perhaps attain first in the finals as well? The principal expresses his astonishment, acknowledging the rarity of such exceptional students. I recall that since the inception of the first middle school mathematics Olympiad, only one individual has ever claimed first place in the preliminaries, league, and finals. Yun Yi may well be the second. The staff continues with astonishing revelations. Principal, academician Pan, in addition to competing in the mathematics contest, Yun Yi has also participated in the physics competition. His performance there is equally remarkable, achieving perfect scores in both the preliminary and league rounds. Now, academician Pan is truly moved, exclaiming in astonishment, first in physics as well? How fascinating! To excel in both physics and mathematics with perfect scores is unprecedented in the history of the league. The principal appears to recall something and excitedly slaps his thigh. Oh dear, how could I have overlooked this? Professor Wang from the mathematics department is one of the organizers of this year's mathematics competition. He mentioned Yun Yi to me. I had even noted Yun Yi's name in my memo, intending to have the admissions office pursue him. Academician Pan, do you think this student, Yun Yi, might be the one you were searching for? The principal utters these words, only to find them absurd upon reflection. A second-year high school student, no matter how exceptional, could not possibly solve the conundrum that has perplexed academician Pan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, a peculiar figure flickers in the principal's mind. Why is it impossible? The cameras surrounding Hai Ming building captured everything clearly. During that time frame, the only outsiders who entered Hai Ming building were Yun Yi and his companion. The solver of the problem is indeed Yun Yi. Professor Pan's gaze burned with an intensity that was almost terrifying, as an audacious thought took shape in his mind, so audacious that it was swiftly extinguished upon its inception, before the truth was unveiled. He found it exceedingly difficult to believe that the problem solver was merely a high school student. That prodigy was a mere 17 years of age. What manner of extraordinary being was this? Old Pan was so astonished that he nearly tugged at his own beard in disbelief. Quickly, take me to the hotel where the contestants are staying. I must meet Yun Yi in person. Chapter 83. Welcome, classmate Yun Yi, to Yen University. The principal, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly sought out the competition's organizing committee. At Yen University affiliated high school, the committee was engrossed in the meticulous evaluation of papers. Upon learning of Professor Pan and the principal's intentions, the leaders exchanged peculiar glances. Were it not for the esteemed status of the two individuals, they would have been tempted to call the authorities. What a jest! How could a high school student possess the capability to solve a conundrum that had perplexed academicians? Professor Wang was bewildered. Could there be a mistake? Surely you must have overlooked someone. Yun Yi is merely a high school student. I concede that he is indeed exceptional, but surely not to the extent of assisting you in resolving such a problem. Old Pan's anticipation grew ever stronger, rendering him impervious to other thoughts. Take me to him at once. The truth shall reveal itself. With both Old Pan and the principal of Yen University asserting their authority, the committee leaders had no choice but to comply. The group made their way to the hotel with great enthusiasm. The captain of the Jianyu provincial team led them to Yun Ye's room. Inside, Yun Yi was engrossed in his studies when he heard the doorbell ring and hurried to answer it. Hong Xiulo, you rascal! Yun Ye's words faltered as he caught sight of a throng gathered outside his door. The foremost among them displayed an exuberant demeanor, eyes sparkling with excitement. Yun Yi sensed that something was amiss. May I inquire who you are? The leader hastily introduced the others, each name accompanied by an impressive array of titles. The principal of Yin University, an academician from the Huazhong University of Science and Technology, the director of the Aviation Engine Research Institute, the head of the High-Energy Physics Laboratory, and various professors. Any one of these titles could instill fear in the hearts of many. If a bomb were to be detonated in the hotel, the field of national scientific research would suffer a grievous blow. Not to mention, the principal of Yin University alone was enough to leave one astounded. The status of a principal from such a prestigious institution is directly comparable to that of a vice-ministerial official. Furthermore, the presence of academicians and professors from various fields only heightened the weight of this illustrious assembly. Faced with such an illustrious gathering, Yinyi found himself questioning his own existence. He was merely a high school student. What merit did he possess to warrant such an entourage? Did the finals truly carry such significance? Even with his past experiences, Yunyi could not help but feel a pang of nervousness. Have I inadvertently crossed some celestial decree? Old Pan chuckled softly. Do not be anxious, classmate Yunyi. We have come to confirm a matter with you. What is it? On the afternoon of the 16th, around 3 p.m., were you not touring the Yin University campus before entering the 572 lecture hall of the Heiming building? Yunyi's composure faltered, his expression shifting from confusion to caution in an instant. He quickly realized the gravity of the inquiry. So that was it. The problem was indeed no trivial matter. Yes. The brief exchange of two words was akin to a stone plunging into water, creating ripples that unsettled everyone present. Elder Pan and the principal exchanged glances, their thoughts bubbling like water in a boiling pot. It was indeed him. The problem written on the blackboard. Was that also solved by you? Yunyi felt a flicker of anxiety. Had he known this would be the outcome, he might have refrained from tackling that problem altogether. Being overly famous is not always advantageous. Consider Einstein. After his passing, his brain was dissected. Yunyi was determined not to meet a similar fate. Yes, I solved it. I was rather bored at the time, so I took a bold leap. The ramifications of his statement were as profound as a comet colliding with Earth. The atmosphere in the room ignited instantaneously, leaving everyone speechless. The leader of the Jiangyu provincial team could scarcely believe the unfolding events. The arrival of such fortune was startling and unexpected. Elder Pan's excitement soared to unprecedented heights, akin to a wild beast breaking free from its cage, utterly unstoppable. In his eyes, Yunyi instantaneously transformed into the most coveted gem in the world. At just 17, he had already made monumental contributions to the development of the nation's fifth-generation fighter jets. For prudence's sake, Elder Pan and the principal dismissed the crowd to engage in a private conversation with Yunyi. In the corridor, the others anxiously awaited the outcome. 20 minutes later, Elder Pan opened the door. In response to the puzzled gazes of the crowd, his hearty laughter echoed through the hallway. Ha! Talents emerge in every generation, each leading the way for centuries. Yunyi a prodigy. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such extraordinary brilliance. The principal of Yin University grew even more enthusiastic, extending an invitation directly to Yunyi. Dear student, the gates of Yin University are always open for you. You may choose any major you desire. Should you decide to come, all possibilities await. I shall personally waive all your tuition and miscellaneous fees. Scholarships are negotiable. Upon hearing the word scholarship, Yunyi swallowed his curiosity about what Tsinghua and Peking University might offer. But I am only in my second year of high school. The principal and the others chuckled. No matter. For you, the distinction between attending high school or not holds little significance. We at Yin University can admit you directly, bypassing the college entrance examination. This proposition was indeed enticing. Given Yunyi's caliber, he could easily advance to university. Once in university, he would enjoy greater freedom to pursue his interests. In a moment of contemplation, Yunyi found himself deep in thought. Noticing his hesitation, Elder Pan kindly patted Yunyi on the shoulder. No rush. Take your time to ponder. Since you have some leisure now, would you care to visit the world's leading aerospace engine laboratory? Am I qualified? Of course. You are our great benefactor. The colleagues at the Research Institute are eager to meet you. Then I shall graciously accept. Elder Pan immediately took Yunyi on a tour of his laboratory, and after the visit, he earnestly invited Yunyi to dinner. The warmth of his invitation left Yunyi with no option to decline. The two, one elderly and one youthful, engaged in delightful conversation. Yunye's astounding talent and remarkable learning abilities left Elder Pan profoundly impressed. He yearned to bring Yunye under his wing on the spot. Meanwhile, the illustrious achievements of Yunye stirred a significant uproar among the competitors. Many had witnessed the scene where Elder Pan and others came to the hotel to recruit talent. As more and more details came to light, participants and educators from across the nation grew increasingly excited. Even though the finals results had yet to be announced, Yunye had already become the focal point of heated discussions. What a spectacle it was in the afternoon. So many luminaries, including the president of Yin University, academicians, and professors, left one in awe. These remarkable individuals had gathered merely to catch a glimpse of Yunye. Which Yunye, you ask? How absurd. Yunye, who was unaware, had secured first place in the Jiangyu Provincial Preliminary League with a perfect score. He was indeed a frontrunner for the championship in this year's mathematics competition. However, one might wonder why such prominent figures would flock to him. The finals results were still pending. They were not there merely for the finals. There were deeper reasons involved. Our team leader mentioned that when Yunye visited Yin University the day before yesterday, he inadvertently assisted an academician from Huazhong University of Science and Technology in resolving a challenging problem that had troubled the academician for quite some time. This issue was reportedly part of a key national research project. Yunye's significant contribution had prompted such a gathering of influential figures. Did Yunye really create such a sensational event during his visit? Goodness, it felt as if a young calf had taken flight. Chapter 84. The Celestial High School Student. The facade of sightseeing, gazing at beautiful senior sisters, the reality of sightseeing, assisting an academician with problem solving. It all sounded surreal. The magnitude of the event suggested a major scientific breakthrough, executed by none other than a high school student. What kind of high school did he attend? The prestigious Tianjiao Academy? I seriously suspect he began his studies while still in the womb. In this world, different high school students exist. I heard that the president of Yin University has fervently invited Yunye to enroll, allowing him to choose any major and offering a scholarship. Oh, here we are competing in vain, while he is being directly admitted. My eyes brimmed with tears. He is the first student in history to be accepted by Yin University even before the finals results were released. I envy the life template of Yunye. At 9 p.m., Yunye returned to the hotel and plopped onto the trampoline. The warmth of the room dispelled the chill of the evening. Reflecting on the events of the day, Yunye's thoughts were tumultuous. It had been a day full of ups and downs. Who would have thought that a problem in a Yin University classroom could lead to the involvement of an academician from Huazhong University of Science and Technology? At this moment, Yunye gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. In the realm of fluid mechanics, my proficiency is comparable to that of internationally renowned professors. These were the exact words of Elder Pan. What I currently lack is systematic learning. To address this shortcoming, time is essential. Fortunately, Yunye is not short on time. Perhaps attending university is an excellent choice. It is indeed time to accelerate my life. The university environment seems more suited to my aspirations. The notion of going to university sprouted within him like wild grass, flourishing in the depths of his mind. Among the choices laid before him, attending university truly appears to be the optimal solution. Guaranteed admission to Yin University, choice of major, full exemption of tuition and fees, along with a scholarship. These conditions seem incredibly enticing. However, does this not contradict his previous plans entirely? Yunye found himself engulfed in hesitation. Initially, he had resolved to amend the regrets of his past life, to bestow upon himself an unblemished youth. In his previous life, he had faltered in both the college entrance examination and the art examination. This time, Yunye aspired to excel. If he were to be granted direct admission to Yin University, then he would forfeit the opportunity to take the college entrance examination and the art examination. Everything had changed. This was not what he desired. It was akin to playing a game. In his past life, he had endured severe hardships, and in this life, he yearned to navigate through the levels anew. Yet, if he were to receive direct admission in the first semester of his sophomore year, it would not be a mere restart, but rather a different game altogether. The failures of his previous life lingered like a thorn in his heart. Living under the weight of past failures was exhausting. It rendered life opaque. Rather than this, it would be wiser to adhere to his original plan. It mattered not. There was no rush to enter university, for it was an inevitable event. With the current advancement of the internet, he could easily access Yin University's instructional videos from home. Furthermore, upon receiving that 1 million yuan prize, he could still accomplish a multitude of things. Yunye made his choice. and the burden of pressure dissipated entirely as he hummed a tune while entering the restroom. At Yin University, the self-study room was ablaze with light under the night sky. Jiang Yiwei concluded her day of study and returned to the dormitory with her roommate. The outdoor temperature in northern winters was piercingly cold. It was only upon returning to the dormitory that Jiang Yiwei felt inclined to converse. Her roommate, sitting by the door, tossed her a hand warmer. "Here, keep yourself warm." "Thank you. Aliu, you are the most considerate." Noticing Aliu engrossed in her phone, Jiang Yiwei casually inquired, "What are you up to?" "Browsing forums. I heard that the person academician Pan has been searching for has been found. I'm curious to see who has been causing me such trouble for 2 days." Aliu was a member of the student union and had participated in the prior investigation. "Found them?" Jiang Yiwei suddenly perked up. She had been interrogated by her teacher and had been quite intrigued by the mysterious individual's identity. "What is their background? Which department of our university do they belong to?" Hearing their conversation, the remaining 2 roommates instinctively gathered around. Aliu smiled slightly and revealed an astonishing scoop. "You are all mistaken. According to an informed senior, the mysterious individual is not even a student at our university. You won't believe this, but he is a mere 17-year-old high school student from Jiangsu province, here to participate in the national high school mathematics competition. Before the exam, the competition committee arranged for them to tour Yin University. It was during that visit that he inadvertently wandered into Hyoming building and happened to solve academician Pan's problem." Aliu was amazed, completely oblivious to the stupefied expressions of her 3 roommates. Jiang Yiwei felt as if she had been struck by a bolt of lightning, momentarily rendered speechless. She had speculated on the mysterious individual's identity more than once, yet she could never have guessed that he was simply a 17-year-old high school student. Could a high school student truly resolve a conundrum that had perplexed an academician? The juxtaposition of such words was jarringly incongruous. After a brief silence, the dormitory erupted into a flurry of disbelief. "No way. Are you sure he is a high school student? How extraordinary is this high school student? Capable of assisting academicians in resolving complex problems? Has the level of national middle school competitions risen to such heights?" At merely 17, he is still navigating the second year of high school, where one studies analytic geometry and geometric series, not realms typically associated with esteemed scholars. "I find it hard to believe. Al Lu, are you jesting with us?" Al Lu exhaled, rubbing his hands together. "If you are skeptical, check the campus forum for yourself. The topic is the subject of widespread discussion." Jiang Yiwei, intrigued, promptly opened her computer and logged into the campus forum. Indeed, the forum was abuzz with discourse on this matter. The 17-year-old high schooler has become a popular meme among the students of Yin University. "Oh, how I wish I could dismiss this. 17 years old. In comparison, we, the CRME de la CRME from prestigious institutions, seem like a mere joke. I never imagined I would one day hold a high school student in such esteem. It brings to mind what I was doing at 17, shuttling between various tutoring classes, tormented by the Gaokao. It takes extraordinary diligence to attain such prowess. Surely, this individual had no childhood. Oh dear, I shall no longer boast of my own genius. I have heard that this individual achieved a perfect score in the Jiangsu provincial preliminaries. Perhaps he will also secure a perfect score in the finals. I can't help but feel a twinge of pity for this year's candidates, facing such a formidable rival. Enough jesting, we should rather pity ourselves. Our esteemed principal has already extended an olive branch to him. He might soon be our junior. The pressure on this senior must be immense. Perhaps we should settle for Tsinghua. It isn't too shabby. A prodigious junior. I can only imagine the excitement of the admissions office at this moment. Eagerly anticipating, salivating, begging for a photo. Jiang Yiwei continued to refresh the page until she stumbled upon a photograph, captured from a candid angle. The image featured academician Pan walking alongside a remarkably handsome young man. Upon recognizing the individual next to academician Pan, Jiang Yiwei was taken aback, her pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Yinyi. Chapter 85. Everything within reached the revelation that the mysterious figure was Yun Yi struck Jiang Yiwei with the force of an atomic explosion. After all this time, it was someone familiar, the one who alleviated the academician's troubles, hailed as a genius beyond compare, had dined with her. Yun Yi's visage flooded her mind, and as she compared it to the jovial figure in the photograph alongside academician Pan, she found herself momentarily dazed. Her roommates, noticing her overwhelming reaction, were puzzled. "What's wrong? Do you know him?" Jiang Yiwei refocused her gaze, as if awakening from a dream. In the midst of her shock, A wave of indignation washed over her. She had treated him with sincerity, only to discover that Yunyi had been deceiving her all along. What classmates? He was but a callow high school student. Do you recall the dinner I hosted? It was this very person, Yunyi. I had been kept in the dark by him. He is far too cunning. The realization that she had developed a strong affinity for a high school student left Jiang Yiwei feeling utterly embarrassed, her face flushed with heat. Women's interests can indeed be quite peculiar. In an instant, the attention of Lu and the others shifted from Yun Ye's remarkable abilities to the revelation that Jiang Yiwei had nearly courted a high school student. Laughter erupted among them. So, Yiwei, you've developed a fondness for a high schooler and even went on a date with him. So, you do have a penchant for younger men. Don't be shy. In this day and age gap romances are quite commonplace. Yiwei, you truly are the desert rose of our physics department. How bold of you to pursue a genius younger brother. I must say, your taste is rather exquisite. It suddenly makes sense why so many seniors are pursuing you, while you appear oblivious to their advances. Indeed, your discerning eye is remarkable. Yun Xiaogo excels in academics, possesses impressive abilities, stands tall, and boasts flawless looks, radiating an abundance of youthful vitality. No wonder Yiwei would fall for him. This younger brother is indeed exceptional. Jiang Yiwei, feeling insulted, pulled out her phone and bombarded Yunyi with messages. At the hotel, Yunyi had already drifted into slumber. His body had yet to adjust to the adult schedule, and he was exhausted before midnight. In the midst of his dreams, a flurry of message notifications erupted from the phone beside his pillow, akin to a rapid-fire barrage. Startled awake, Yunyi glanced at his phone and felt a pang of embarrassment. I almost forgot about this. It seems Jiang Yiwei is already aware. Thanks to your entire family for waking me up, she texted. Yunyi, a 17-year-old high school student. You've hidden this so well. I considered you a friend. Yet you deceived me all along. How dare you call yourself a student of Yin University's physics department? Yunyi replied, Hey, senior, I cannot bear this blame. Reflect carefully. Did I ever claim to be a student of Yin University? But you misled me into believing that you were, Jiang Yiwei retorted. It was your misunderstanding. So, whose fault is it really? The question was thrown back at her. Jiang Yiwei furrowed her brow, a breath of frustration trapped in her chest. Is this how a high schooler speaks to his elder sister? High schooler? Yunyi frowned, feeling offended. How presumptuous. Senior Jiang, are you going to start acting superior because of your university status? I advise against it, for I could enroll at Yin University whenever I choose. Jiang Yiwei felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, as if striking a fist against cotton. The reality was precisely as Yunyi had stated. If the admissions office at Yin University had any sense, they would not reject Yunyi's application. Overall, you deceived me, and I am quite upset, she expressed. It was a white lie, he replied. All right, I apologize for not being forthright with you. Jiang Yiwei accepted his apology but pressed further. Is there anything else you've lied to me about? Yunyi responded, It's not exactly a lie, but if we're going to dissect this, wasn't he completely honest about electrodynamics? When I mentioned it was quite challenging, I actually found it rather simple. It posed no difficulty at all. I even read electrodynamics books while in the restroom to pass the time. The subtlety of his pretentiousness was most lethal. Jiang Yiwei's composure shattered. Comparing her own struggles with electrodynamics, which had nearly driven her to despair, she felt a wave of frustration wash over her. I casually sent a meme of a facepalm emoticon. I hate you. Yunyi became somewhat serious. No more jokes. Senior, if you have any questions regarding electrodynamics, feel free to ask me. Considering the meal you treated me to, I would be more than happy to assist. This remark still resembled a human expression. Jiang Yiwei's demeanor softened a bit. Yet, the thought of a university student seeking help from a high school student felt somewhat humiliating. Let's talk after you get into university. No need to rush. In a year and a half, we shall meet again at Yin University. Upon reading this, Jiang Yiwei surprisingly felt a sense of anticipation. By then, we would all be university students, and certain matters would no longer be so embarrassing. On December 20th, the closing ceremony of the mathematics competition took place. The final results were announced. Yunyi scored 63 in both the first and second rounds, totaling 126 points. Once again, he secured first place in the finals with a perfect score. Yunyi became the first contestant in history to achieve perfect scores in the preliminary, league, and final rounds. During the closing ceremony, numerous gazes turned towards Yunyi, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Sitting beside him, Hong Xiolo was so excited that he stumbled over his words. Brother Yi, you are amazing. Another perfect score. You are the only one among the 600 participants to achieve this. You even solved the last problem of the second round, which is widely recognized as the most challenging Olympiad question in the past 2 decades. As the dust settled, with 500,000 in hand, Yunyi felt elated. Even looking at Hong Shula became much more pleasant. Impressive, right? I'm taking you as my disciple. Hong Shula chuckled. He had encountered such remarks while playing League of Legends. I'm not bad either, ranked 19th, I made it to the national team. Getting into the national team guarantees admission to Yen University. My mother will surely be thrilled. Oh, right, we can meet again in the national team next year. I will definitely work hard to stand out. Then we shall conquer the International Mathematical Olympiad together and bring glory to our country. As for bringing glory to the nation, Yunyi had little interest. However, such global competitions must offer substantial rewards. What rewards does the International Mathematical Olympiad champion receive? There is certainly a cash prize. Yet, these matters pale in comparison to the honor. Just imagine, being the champion of the International Mathematical Olympiad. What a prestigious achievement. Yunyi scoffed at the notion of honor. The International Mathematical Olympiad Association is rather stingy. The champion only receives a meager reward, less generous than the Luling City Education Bureau. One wonders if a world champion could negotiate for a more considerable prize from the Luling City Education Bureau. Backstage at the closing ceremony, during the intermission, several leaders from the competition organizing committee inevitably discussed this year's most dazzling star. Yunyi's solution to the last problem of the second round left the leaders profoundly shocked. They had initially thought no candidate could solve the final question, only to be unexpectedly surprised by a dark horse. Truly, geniuses cannot be measured by common standards. In comparison to Yunyi, other candidates suddenly appeared dim and lackluster. Chapter 86, The Academician's Promise. The caliber of this year's candidates is astonishingly high. Indeed, with Yunyi around, the quality cannot drop significantly. It is rather shameful to admit. In the final question of the second examination, it took me 2 days to unravel the solution, while Yunyi was allotted merely 4 hours for his exam. I eagerly anticipate his performance at the World Championship. I've heard he also participated in a physics competition. I wonder if he will secure first place there. If that were to happen, it would certainly send shockwaves throughout the academic community, and the prestigious universities of Tsinghua, Peking, and Yanqing would undoubtedly vie for him fervently. As the time arrived, the closing ceremony commenced with speeches from leaders, followed by artistic performances of song and dance. Renowned scholars gathered to exchange academic insights. The most exhilarating moment was undoubtedly the award ceremony. As the unquestionable champion of the mathematics competition, Yunyi was awarded a gold medal and, under the gaze of many, left his handprint as a symbol of honor. At that instant, all eyes were upon him. The spirited youth seemed to radiate brilliance under the spotlight. A moment that the competitors from across the nation would likely never forget. A remarkably gifted young man ignited the winter of 2014. With perfect scores in the preliminary, league, and final rounds, Yunyi, alongside 59 other students, qualified for the national gathering. They would be selected for the national team during next year's training, embarking on a journey to the International Mathematical Olympiad. The closing ceremony concluded successfully, and the provincial teams began preparing for their return. Many teams flew back the same afternoon. But Yunyi's itinerary was slightly awkward since the physics competition was also being held in the capital a few days later. Rather than making multiple trips, it was more practical for him to remain in the capital until the physics competition commenced. The team leader thoughtfully arranged for a teacher to stay behind to accompany Yunyi until the provincial physics team arrived. Before departing, Hong Shule specifically visited Yunyi's room to bid farewell. I'll return to create a new account. Let us team up for some ranked games and get me to Diamond. In recent days, Hong Shule had frequently dropped by to play League of Legends on Yunyi's computer, embodying the very essence of a gaming addict. Additionally, I checked out the website you sent me. I have no words. Thank you. That site opened the door to a new world for him. Hong Shule felt immense gratitude. Regarding Yunyi as a lifelong friend, Yunyi found the situation amusing yet exasperating, remarking, "Just so you know, you should cut back on your gaming when you return. Your skills are already mediocre. Moderation is key." Hong Shule, blushing with embarrassment, quickly departed. In the following days, Yunyi spent most of his time in the hotel. Occasionally, Mr. Pan would visit him, broadening his horizons. This continued until January 3rd, when the Jiangyu provincial physics team arrived. The schedule for the physics finals was similar to that of the mathematics finals, merely set in a different hotel in a different secondary school. The first exam was still a written test, while the second was a practical experiment assessing hands-on skills. Yunyi excelled not only in intellect, but also in practical abilities. His experiments were executed with textbook precision, depth, and innovation, resulting in perfect scores, with full marks in both the written and experimental components. Yunyi replicated his mathematical success in physics, securing the 500,000 yuan prize. The week-long competition has come to a close. On January 10th, the very day the contest concluded, esteemed admissions officers from top universities such as Yen University, Tsinghua, Peking University, Fudan, Jiaodong, and Zhejiang gathered together, eagerly extending invitations for Yunyi to enroll. With perfect scores in both mathematics and physics competitions, Yunyi has become the object of fervent pursuit by numerous prestigious institutions, each offering increasingly generous terms. Some universities, in their eagerness to secure his enrollment, even proposed special admission for Yunyi's girlfriend as an enticing incentive. Yunyi could only laugh in exasperation, pondering the potential chaos if this information were to circulate. Who wouldn't vie to be his girlfriend? Throughout the afternoon, visitors continuously streamed in to see Yunyi, culminating in a personal visit from the venerable Mr. Pan. With his characteristic kind demeanor, Mr. Pan jestingly remarked, "I came to see if our genius has been snatched away." Yunyi offered a wry smile and poured a cup of tea for him. It was indeed eye-opening to discover the leniency of admission policies at universities. Of course, this varies by individual, he chuckled. If the candidate is a prodigy, a champion in mathematics and physics, such flexibility is entirely reasonable. Please, no more jesting. Let us discuss serious matters, Yunyi urged. Your visit must hold more significance than merely a farewell. Mr. Pan, increasingly impressed by Yunyi, recognized not only his intelligence, but also his remarkable composure and maturity. Rare traits for a 17-year-old. I am here at someone else's behest. Allow me to be forthright. I hold you in high regard. Your exceptional talent is unparalleled in my experience. Furthermore, your humility and steadiness fulfill all my aspirations for a student. It would be even better if your pursuit of research were more fervent. In any case, I warmly welcome you to join Yen University. Among the many first-class institutions, Yen University boasts the strongest engineering and science programs, providing the ideal platform for your talents to flourish. Having explored Yen University's laboratories alongside Mr. Pan, Yunyi was well aware of its prowess. If I choose not to enroll at Yen University, would that greatly disappoint you? He teased. Surely you do not underestimate me. Personal sentiments cannot supersede my duty to my country. Everything I do is for the sake of serving the nation and contributing to society. Disappointment is of no concern. There is no need for distress. Each individual's circumstances are unique, and we respect the wishes of you and your family, Mr. Pan replied. After a moment of contemplation, Yunyi finally voiced his decision. Due to personal reasons, I do not plan to attend university at this time. However, I assure you that after the college entrance examination, Yen University will undoubtedly be my first choice. Mr. Pan's face brightened with joy, clearly pleased. Yet, he was also curious about Yunyi's choice. Why not attend university? The high school curriculum holds no significance for you. I am an art student, preparing for the art examination, Yunyi responded, careful not to provoke Mr. Pan's ire. He then adopted a more somber tone. Some things belong to the high school years, and I wish to reclaim them. Mr. Pan fell silent, seemingly reflecting on his own lost opportunities. Before departing, Mr. Pan bestowed upon Yunyi a promise. You have assisted me in resolving a difficult problem, and thus I owe you a favor. Should you encounter any challenges in the future, do not hesitate to seek my help. Yunyi was elated. This was a commitment from an esteemed academician whose influence was undeniable. Rest assured, I shall not be overly formal, he replied. There is no need for farewells. I wish you a smooth journey. Establishing a connection with Mr. Pan could very well be one of the most significant investments in Yunyi's network throughout his life. The trip to the capital had proven immensely fruitful. On January 11th, Yunyi set forth on his return to Luling, first boarding a plane back to Hongdu, then transferring to a train bound for Luling. At the Luling train station, the atmosphere buzzed with activity. Throngs of people bustled about. Amidst the clamor, a banner celebrating Yunyi's triumph as the national champion in the high school physics and mathematics competitions stood out prominently. Passers-by cast curious glances in his direction. Wow! The national champion in both mathematics and physics. This child is truly remarkable. Chapter 87. The disgraceful contractor to be first in the nation. And in 2 subjects no less. What glory! Look at this reception. Those must be leaders from the Education Bureau, personally welcoming him at the station. And look, there are reporters from the television station interviewing him. How did you see that? We should learn from him. Achieving first place in a national competition. Surely that guarantees a direct admission, right? Absolutely. He could easily gain entry into Yanqing or Beida, came the reply. My goodness, how has this child been educated? Ancestors must be looking kindly upon us. The envious and astonished remarks of onlookers reached the ears of Yun Jianye and Deng Yinghua, filling them with pride as they felt they had reached the pinnacle of life. This life has been worth living. Yun Jianye straightened his back, exuding an air of arrogance akin to that of a party secretary. What glory for our family! If only your father were here to witness this, he would be overjoyed. I remember when I struggled to gain admission to junior high, my father would often reprimand me for it. But look now, I may not have succeeded. Yet my son stands as the national champion. Do you understand now? I am not foolish. The truth is, I lacked the means to study properly when I was young. Deng Yinghua interjected, her sharp wit cutting through Yun Jianye's bravado. Oh please, let us not go there. You repeated the first grade 3 times. And you still claim you are not dull-witted? Thank goodness our son takes after me. Had he inherited your intellect, where would we be today? Let us not dwell on those ancient grievances. Tell me, what benefits does Yun Ye's achievement bring? In the front of the crowd, Gong Chonglin turned to address them. Rest assured, Yun Ye's admission to a prestigious university is guaranteed. For Yun Ye, even if he chose not to partake in the college entrance examination, he could easily gain entry into Yanqing or Beida. Upon hearing this, Yun Jianye and his wife beamed with joy, unable to contain their smiles. Being guaranteed admission to Yen University, what a prestigious claim to make. As time passed, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the train carrying Yun Ye arrived at the station. Yun Jianye, ever observant, was the first to spot his son emerging from the train. There he is. Over here, the leaders from the Education Bureau. Officials from the 3rd Middle School, television staff, and curious onlookers swiftly converged, surrounding Yun Ye completely. In his second life, Yun was encountering a situation he had never witnessed before, filled with apprehension at the thought of encountering a pickpocket. Excuse me, please make way. Under the gaze of the cameras, the leaders of the Education Bureau warmly grasped Yunya's hand. Welcome home, Yunya. This time, you have triumphantly secured national championships in both mathematics and physics, bringing honor to your hometown. Your contributions are monumental. On behalf of the entire populace of Luling, I express our heartfelt gratitude for your efforts. Now, let us capture this moment. Despite the performative elements involved, Yunya willingly posed for several photographs. His previous experience in the Economic Development Bureau had taught him that some superficial gestures were necessary. After all, the prize money of 1 million had yet to be received. A reporter from Luling television station held a microphone to Yunya's lips. Yunya, could you share how you achieved such impressive results? What are your insights and techniques? There are no techniques, it's all about luck. Yunya responded with a sincere smile before the camera. My secret lies in focus and perseverance. Where there is a will, there is a way. The barriers of the Qin will eventually yield to Chu. A diligent heart will not be forsaken. The 3,000 Yu warriors can consume Wu. After considerable effort, Yunya finally managed to extricate himself and returned home with his parents. Yun Jianye glanced at Yunya through the rearview mirror and asked with a smile, how was the capital? It was rather ordinary. Most of the time was spent in competition or at the hotel. There were few opportunities to venture out. It must have been cold. It was a bit better than Luling. Although the temperature was low, it lacked the damp chill of Luling. Moreover, there was heating, so it was not cold at all indoors. I wore a shirt in the hotel. By the way, where shall we dine? I am quite hungry. Haha. Today you are the king. We can eat wherever you wish. During the meal, Yun Jianye and Deng Yinghua eagerly discussed the fascinating anecdotes from the competition period. Having studied little, they had long dreamed of participating in competitions. Now that Yunya had realized their aspirations, their curiosity was piqued. Yunya patiently recounted his experiences, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the two. Their son's remarkable achievements filled them with immense pride. Amidst the conversation, Yun Jianye slipped a bank card to Yunya, who was taken aback. Yun Jianye explained, I remember you mentioning that there is a 1 million yuan prize for entering the national gathering. This card is for you, and the password is. Yunya declined the offer. I am already 17. I can open my own bank account. You should keep this card for your own use. Many banks allow minors aged 17 to open accounts. Yun Jianyi felt a bit awkward, unable to articulate his intentions, and resorted to signaling frantically to Deng Yinghua. Deng Yinghua shot Yun Jianyi a disapproving glance before abruptly changing her tone and offering Yunya a piece of turtle meat adorned with skirts. Listen, my dear. I will be candid with you. Your father's construction site has been completed, and he is about to take a team to work on our own Zijingwa garden. However, the contractor has stated that wages will not be settled until the new year. We are currently 2 months behind on salaries, and most of our funds are invested in the Zijingwa garden. We would like to temporarily use your prize money to cover these expenses. At last, Yunya understood the situation. In this day and age, it was common for construction companies to delay wage payments. Many of the owners of construction companies hail from dubious backgrounds, having transitioned successfully at opportune moments. These individuals indulge in vices of all kinds, exhibiting a brazen disregard for ethics, frequently misappropriating project funds. Often, the delays in wage payments to workers are not due to the contractor's deliberate intentions, but rather to the overarching malfeasance of the construction bosses. Yun Jianya finds himself annually scouring for payment at the year's end, often failing to settle accounts completely, and is frequently left with a portion withheld. Those who have been contractors understand the pervasive darkness within this realm. Some payments linger unresolved for decades, ultimately vanishing into oblivion. Presently, Yun Jianya faces such a predicament, unable to remunerate his workers, who in turn refuse to continue their labor. Concurrently, the Zijing Garden project is in dire need of manpower, making Yun Yi's bonus a lifeline. At this juncture, Yun Yi is not unreasonable. How much do you require? 600,000. With 2/3 of his funds dissipated in an instant, Yun Yi feels a pang of regret. He had envisioned this 1,000,000 as seed capital to launch his business empire. Father, having weathered this storm, you must compensate me. Yun Jianya, unfazed, jovially retorts, what do you mean by compensation? My money is your money. Transfer it all to this card. I will give you what you need. This statement strikes fear into Yun Ye's heart, for he knows that money in his hands is far more potent than in his father's. If Yun Jianya possessed financial acumen, the Yun family would not have endured such hardship in the past. Furthermore, in the minds of his parents, the funds in their account belong solely to them. Asking for money would inevitably lead to an educational lecture, something Yun Yi wishes to avoid. No, this money must be transferred to my card. Consider it a remedy for your famine. The remaining 400,000 is non-negotiable. What does a child like you need such a sum for? That is of no concern to you. The bonus is mine, and how I allocate it is my affair. Having secured 2 national championships, Yun Yi's confidence has considerably strengthened. Seeing this, Yun Jianya and Deng Yinghua relent, issuing stern warnings to Yun Yi to refrain from frivolous expenditures. Thus, from 1,000,000, only 400,000 remains. Fortunately, this amount is still sufficient for many endeavors. The following day, upon arriving at school, Yun Yi's first order of business is to visit teacher Gong Chonglin with his bank card. Teacher Gong. Upon noticing Yun Yi, the teachers in the office smile and exclaim, "Ah, the dual champion has arrived." Gong Chonglin is genuinely pleased and warmly invites Yun Yi to sit. "Ha, you did remarkably well this time, far exceeding my expectations. Truly the champion of both competitions, you have made history in the 5 major subject competitions. Oh my, you have brought honor. Since yesterday, I have been inundated with recruitment calls from prestigious universities nationwide. Congratulations, you are exempt from the college entrance examination. Do you have a preferred institution?" Yun Yi quickly waves his hand, wishing to divert the conversation, and shares his bank card number with Gong Chonglin. "I do not wish to consider those matters at the moment. Let us discuss this instead. I have successfully qualified for the national collection. Should the Education Bureau of Luling City fulfill its promise and grant me a bonus of 1 million? I know this is your greatest concern. Rest assured, the 1 million will undoubtedly not be shortchanged. It is expected to be processed in the coming days." "Ah, I heard you stirred quite a commotion over in the capital. What is the story behind that? This matter is rather lengthy. We can discuss it at another time." Yun Yi, having made a grand exit, returned to class and received a warm welcome. To his classmates, Yun Yi is now a living legend. They surrounded him in a flurry, bombarding him with questions, displaying a fervor that surpassed that of diehard fans. Peng Daowu, adopting a tone reminiscent of his father, nodded in approval, expressing his satisfaction. Yes, indeed. Keep up the good work. Interacting with such a dramatic individual is always a delightful experience. Yunyi knew precisely how to handle this character. A simple statement sufficed. I have been granted admission to Yin University. The smile on Peng Daowu's face froze. Yunyi added fuel to the fire. No worries. You can focus on the art examination. I have been admitted to Yin University, and we both have bright futures ahead. Comparisons among peers often breed insecurity. A good friend being accepted into a top-tier institution instigated a crack in Peng Daowu's resolve, leaving him with a tumult of emotions. Really? You're not deceiving me? Yunyi smiled. Indeed, but I haven't officially accepted it. The crowd was taken aback by this revelation. Xing Miao, with her mouth agape, asked in confusion, why haven't you accepted? It must be noted that Yin University is a coveted institution for many, and gaining admission there opens the door to a new chapter in life. Yunyi lounged back in his chair, hands behind his head, exuding an air of arrogance. I am an art student. I must return to participate in the art examination. The crowd erupted in laughter. You truly know how to play the part. In the following days, Yunyi's life returned to a semblance of normalcy. High school life resembled a kaleidoscope. Every turn revealed a vibrant tableau. Amidst the mundane, there were glimmers of brilliance. Particularly, without the burden of academic concerns, Yunyi found himself wholly immersed in enjoyment. The joys he missed in his previous life were now his to savor. The decision to decline the admission offer was indeed the right one. On January 14th, the funds Yunyi had longed for were finally approved. After school that day, he rushed to the bank to check his account balance. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and then millions. Gazing at the figures in his account, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and security. Nothing instills a sense of safety quite like a healthy bank balance. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time his account balance exceeded 7 figures. In his past life, despite diligent effort and toil, he never earned $1 million. Yet in this life, at the age of 17 and still in high school, he had achieved it. The hardest part is always the beginning. With the first $1 million secured, the second, the third, even tens of millions and beyond will follow. Behind him, Peng Daowu stared in disbelief at the balance in Yunyi's card, his eyes wide and mouth agape. 1 million. 1 million, not just 100. He remembered when he was still pinching pennies, rationing his spending to save a few dollars for internet fees on weekends. Yet here was Yunyi, already possessing $1 million. Peng Daowu could hardly believe it. Did you steal your father's bank card? Yunyi pocketed his card with a grin. This is my bank card. The characters Yunyi should pose no challenge to read. However, where did you acquire such wealth? Knowledge is indeed wealth, my friend. I received a prize of 500,000 for each of the physics and mathematics competitions. In an instant, Yunyi appeared infinitely imposing. And Peng Daowu immediately donned a fawning expression. Good brother, I've always been quite curious about foot massage establishments. It is indeed true that men of a certain age often find themselves intrigued by such matters. Yunyi could not help but chuckle. Curious about what? Naturally, I am curious about their techniques. After all, how much can one really do just by washing feet? Yunyi looked at him incredulously. Are you really that naive? Surely, you do not believe they merely wash feet? Then what else could they do? Yunyi promptly enlightened Peng Daowu about the industry's intricacies, leaving him blushing and intermittently chuckling foolishly. At that moment, they found themselves approaching a crossroads, where a foot massage establishment was not far off. Understanding Peng Daowu, who was merely 17, Yunyi sensed his lack of courage. Are you sure you want to go? Peng Daowu, undeterred, declared, I want to. With that, Yunyi decided to give his good brother a lesson, leading him to the establishment named Shanyu. The decor of the venue exuded a garish opulence. Standing at the entrance, one could see the elevator bathed in suggestive pink lighting. The previously resolute Peng Daowu suddenly faltered, tugging at his collar to shield his face, nervously glancing around. Afraid of being recognized. Shouldn't we just leave? Yunyi teased, not curious anymore. Let us hurry and leave. Who knows if this place is reputable? It should be quite legitimate. Upon hearing that it was a legitimate establishment, Peng Daowu became even less inclined to proceed. Who goes to a legitimate place? Let us go, let us go. It would be dreadful to be recognized. The youth hurriedly departed, his demeanor quite disheveled, lacking the nonchalance of an adult returning in triumph. After walking a considerable distance, Peng Daowu finally sighed in relief, lowering his collar. Since we couldn't wash our feet, lend me 99 yuan for a supreme fighting game. Yunyi's response was succinct. No. Hey, we are indeed close friends, brothers. Don't talk to me about money. It hurts our bond. If it were to share a meal or drink, that would be one thing, but for gaming credits, let us pass. The two parted ways at the final intersection. Upon returning home, Yunyi immediately shared the joyous news. Dad, the prize has arrived. 1 million, every cent accounted for. Yun Jianya, unable to spare a moment to wash, dashed out of the bathroom, foam still in his hair, clearly flustered. Let us go, hurry, and withdraw the money. But there are withdrawal limits, and the bank is closed at this hour. Oh dear, I've become flustered. Tomorrow, you must accompany me to the bank. Sure. After dinner, Yunyi retreated to his room, contemplating his next steps. What should be done with the remaining 400,000? Real estate, stocks, securities, futures, each presents a worthy option. Chapter 89. The first step to wealth. System development. The extent of an individual's capabilities determines the boundaries of their resources. The boundaries of resources determine an individual's earning potential. Yunyi's capabilities are undoubtedly remarkable, and his starting point is notably elevated. Firstly, he excels academically, particularly in the realms of physics and mathematics. However, for a high school student, translating this knowledge into financial gain may prove somewhat challenging. The journey from knowledge to technology, and then to monetization, is excessively protracted, with conditions not favoring such endeavors. Moreover, Yunyi is adept in the art of painting, especially in oil and watercolor mediums. Nonetheless, his reputation within the art community is currently modest, and his artworks are unlikely to fetch substantial prices. Additionally, Yunyi possesses proficiency in hacking techniques, a field rife with potential. There are numerous legal avenues for hackers to earn money, and the domain of cybersecurity perpetually seeks highly skilled professionals. Nonetheless, the role most suited for Yunyi appears to be that of a security development engineer. Compared to positions demanding employment, designing and developing security defense systems seems a commendable choice. What other options remain? Stock trading and futures offer a degree of flexibility and could be explored. With his exceptional intuition, Yunyi could grasp these concepts with ease. Unfortunately, he was not well versed in the stock market during his previous life. Otherwise, he could effortlessly generate income now. Despite this, Yunyi is not entirely ignorant of stocks. Having worked at the China Merchants Group, he recognized that staying informed about political affairs is a fundamental skill. He is familiar with several well-known corporations, and investing in such entities typically yields positive results. For instance, holding shares of Pianzaiwang and Matai for the long term would undeniably be profitable. In the technology sector, companies like CATL, known as the king of 10 trillion, would certainly be a prudent choice. However, these investments necessitate substantial capital and a long-term commitment, which do not align with Yunyi's current circumstances. The same reasoning applies to cryptocurrencies. At the beginning of 2015, Bitcoin was priced around 1,000 yuan per coin, a fact Yunyi recalls vividly. During his university days in his past life, he had taken an interest in the evolution of Bitcoin out of curiosity. Bitcoin experienced its most dramatic surges in 2014 and 2017, with a brief uptick in mid-2015, followed by a swift decline. That brief surge represented an opportunity for Yunyi. Yet the persistent issue remains: insufficient funds to participate. As it stands in 2015, if one were to identify the most hassle-free and lucrative industry, real estate would reign supreme. Is there a real estate boom in Luling in 2015? Currently, Luling City is rife with construction sites. In terms of urban planning, the southern part of the city is prioritized, with several commercial districts set to be established. However, Yunyi understands that even if these commercial areas are completed, property prices are unlikely to rise significantly in the short term due to a sparse population. He seeks a strategy that involves immediate planning with prompt returns, ideally acquiring properties at low prices and benefiting from subsequent demolitions. Which areas in Luling are slated for demolition in the first half of 2015? A flash of inspiration struck Yunyi's mind, and in the next moment, he sprang from his bed. It seemed that the 7th Middle School was planning to establish a new campus, a development expected to be announced after the Lunar New Year of 2015. An official announcement would follow the holiday, leading to imminent demolitions. Yunyi remembers this with striking clarity. In his previous life, his father almost secured the construction project for the new teaching building at the 7th Middle School. At that time, Yunyi had accompanied him to inspect the site. Moreover, a classmate, Yi Changjian, lived in that vicinity, and profited handsomely from the compensation received due to the demolition. Now is the opportune moment to enter the market. Acquiring properties at a low price, bolstered by the compensation funds, could yield substantial profits. With a surge of excitement, Yun Ye's eyes sparkled with fervor. The sensation of profiting from information asymmetry is indeed exhilarating. Like an antelope's horn, it leaves no trace. Once he managed to steady his emotions, Yun Ye began to tackle the issue of funding. 400,000 yuan would undoubtedly fall short, although the area around the 7th middle school is old and dilapidated. A property there would still command at least 70 to 80,000 yuan. Hence, the immediate priority is to secure additional funds to potentially acquire multiple properties. However, given his current lack of assets for collateral, borrowing money seemed implausible. Disregarding legality for a moment, considering Yun Ye's capabilities, gambling could be the fastest route to wealth. With an exceptional memory and an uncanny understanding, he could drive his opponents to madness merely by counting cards. Truly a gambling deity. Nevertheless, such money might come at the cost of one's life. It was perhaps best to avoid that route. With a wistful shake of his head, Yun Ye resolved to develop a cybersecurity defense system instead to earn his fortune. In the following days, he immersed himself in the development of cybersecurity software. This was a colossal undertaking, with time constraints and heavy responsibilities, and it needed to be completed before the Lunar New Year. Fortunately, Yun Ye possessed remarkable abilities and boundless energy, working on the research and development as though invigorated by an elixir. Often, he toiled into the early hours of the morning without feeling fatigued. The progress bar for the development was rapidly filled. When the potential for profit is present, one's initiative is never lacking. On January 16th, the final examinations commenced as scheduled, spanning 2 consecutive days. After the last biology exam on the afternoon of the 17th, the classroom erupted into joyous chaos. Hooray, vacation time. I'm sleeping in tomorrow. Let us stay up all night and play games. Count me in. Who wants to play basketball tomorrow morning? The homeroom teacher, Gong Chonglin, entered to conduct a lengthy class meeting, reminding everyone to stay safe during the break and announcing a parent-teacher meeting on the 20th. The subject teachers swiftly assigned homework, yet the students were inattentive, clutching their backpacks, eager to escape. All right, that's enough. Don't be late for the parent meeting. With a commanding voice, Gong Chonglin dismissed them, and the students rushed out, Yun Ye among them. However, he was halted mid-escape by Peng Daowu. Where are you going? Home, Yun Ye replied. Peng Daowu found this utterly perplexing. Are you out of your mind? We're celebrating the end of term. If you wait too long, there won't be any machines left. Yun Ye, eager to return home and focus on his endeavors, bluntly rejected his friend. You go ahead, I have no time. Just as he freed himself from Peng Daowu, he encountered Zheng Miao partway. You seem quite busy lately? Yun Ye grinned mysteriously. I'm currently occupied with something significant. Zheng Miao smiled in response, for to her, every endeavor undertaken by Yun Ye seemed monumental. After a moment of hesitation, Zheng Miao mustered the courage to inquire, do you have any plans for the winter break? Estimating that he would be quite busy, Yun Ye replied, I have matters to attend to. We shall converse later. With a wave of his hand, he vanished into the bustling flow of traffic on his electric scooter. While being with Zheng Miao undoubtedly brought joy, Yun Ye was far more preoccupied with the pursuit of financial gain. Watching Yun Ye's retreating figure, Zheng Miao's bright eyes dimmed, and with a wistful sigh, she lamented, I had hoped to go out and explore with you. Upon returning home, Yun Ye immediately booted up his computer and immersed himself in the demanding world of research and development. Initially, the process felt rather cumbersome, and progress was excruciatingly slow. However, after several days of rigorous training, Yun Ye gradually became adept at the procedural steps, significantly enhancing his work pace. Any peer witnessing Yun Ye's development speed would surely be taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. Alone, Yun Ye was nearly equivalent to an entire development team. The launch of the system was imminent.